Chapter 1 Rebirth, Seizing the Initiative. Dingling. Dingling. Yunlin abruptly sat up in bed, his expression one of vigilance as he surveyed the room that resided deep within his memories. This was the single room he had rented before the game arrived. Damn it. What on earth is this bizarre instance? I haven't seen a single monster, yet the illusions continue to manifest ceaselessly. Yunlin believed he was still ensnared within a dreamscape. Half a month ago, he had entered a peculiar instance, and despite exhausting every possible method, he had failed to discover a way to clear it. He had merely discerned a pattern, whereby the illusions shifted every 12 hours. Wait a minute. Why do I not feel any hunger? During the fortnight he had been trapped in the instance, Yunlin had consumed all the provisions stored in his backpack and had not ingested a drop of water for 2 days, nearly fainting from starvation moments ago. Yet now, he felt no pangs of hunger whatsoever. Hiss. He suspected this might be a dream. He pinched his arm hard, feeling a sharp pain. Not an illusion. Not a dream. Then I doubt am I reborn? With that thought, Yunlin silenced the alarm clock, climbed out of bed, and approached his desk to retrieve his mobile phone. December 14th, 2035, I have returned to the day before the official launch of the game Dawn of the Breaking Light. In his previous life, the world consciousness of Blue Star and surrounding life-bearing planets had sensed an impending invasion of the game universe and preemptively created a virtual reality MMORPG, Dawn of the Breaking Light, analogous to the game universe. For the first month post-launch, Dawn of the Breaking Light appeared to be an ordinary game. However, a month later, the world began to gamify, with game character attributes reflecting back to players in reality and monsters from the game invading the real world. 2 years later, Blue Star and Dawn of the Breaking Light were utterly intertwined. Subsequently, the world consciousness of various planets united their efforts, transforming nearby star domains into game worlds, allowing players who reached level 100 to escape gravitational confines and venture into outer space. 0.5 years after the launch, the game universe invaded Blue Star, and it was at this juncture that Yunlin entered the instance. Still harboring doubts, he made several attempts before confirming that he had indeed been reborn. Rather than trapped in an illusion or a dream, I end this life. I absolutely must not allow those regrets to resurface. After a brief moment of uncertainty, he clenched his fists tightly. Yunlin harbored two profound regrets. One regarding his adoptive sister, who had selflessly shielded him from harm, and the other concerning the opportunity to awaken a hidden class, a rare Easter egg in the game's launch. Reflecting upon the many sacrifices his sister, Yunming, had made for him, a sharp pain pierced his heart. Though Yunming was merely 5 years his senior, she had provided him with a familial warmth and companionship akin to that of parents, ultimately sacrificing herself to protect him. It was precisely because of this that, despite knowing the instance was fraught with peril, he had entered, seeking a rare item capable of reviving fallen players. Yunlin steadied his emotions and promptly ventured out to purchase a gaming helmet for Dawn of the Breaking Light, along with instant foods such as frozen dumplings and instant noodles. On his way, he sent a message to his adoptive sister, Yunming. Sister, create an account on the Dawn of the Breaking Light game forum. I will add you shortly. The game Dawn of the Breaking Day, along with its official website and forums, represents the creation of the world's will, an enigma beyond anyone's ability to decipher. Engaging in discussions on the forum can mitigate numerous complications. Yunlin is the cherished late child of his parents. His mother, who bore him at the age of 45, suffered physical ailments and passed away before reaching 50. Not long after, his father succumbed to overwhelming grief, leaving their home under the diligent care of his elder sister, Yunming. Initially, Yunming excelled academically, yet she sacrificed her education to support him, abandoning her studies after high school. Yunlin holds profound respect and trust for his sister. To alter the fate she endured in her previous life, he must reveal the existence of game Easter eggs to her. While he could rely on his past memories to amass considerable wealth and ensure her protection, he yearns for her to progress alongside him. Yunming likely wishes for his companionship as well. Xiaolin, I don't know how to play games. After a lengthy pause, she finally replied, Sister, Dawn of the Breaking Day, as the world's first virtual reality online game, presents a new opportunity for profit. Yunlin patiently elucidated and transferred funds for the purchase of a game headset. Recognizing her brother's intelligence, Yunming decided to heed his advice, planning to take leave to acquire the headset shortly. After adding each other as friends on the game forum, Yunlin vaguely conveyed the matter of the game Easter eggs. As night fell, approaching midnight, Yunlin donned the game headset, lay down, and closed his eyes to log into the game. The official launch of Dawn of the Breaking Day was set for noon on the 15th, yet players could enter the game and create characters 12 hours prior to the official opening. With the aid of the headset, Yunlin swiftly succumbed to slumber, feeling his consciousness rapidly descend. After experiencing the reassuring sensation of solid ground beneath his feet, his vision returned. He found himself in a realm of chaos, with a luminous screen floating before him. Input character name. Players may make slight adjustments to their character's appearance, with deviations from their real-life likeness not exceeding 5. Yunlin chose a name from his previous life, Holy Judgment, as a reminder of his sister Yunming's sacrifices and a way to prevent the bitterness of past grievances from fading with time. As for his character's appearance, he made only minor adjustments, knowing that awakening talents and unlocking hidden professions could alter his visage. Masks could also be worn to obscure identity, rendering extensive time spent on this adjustment unnecessary. He was eager to enter the game to seize the Easter eggs. The first 100 players who raised NPC favorability to 1 would receive the Easter egg, which could unlock a unique hidden profession. Professions are categorized as ordinary, hidden, and unique. After completing the initial steps, Yunlin officially entered the game world. Following a brief moment of disorientation, the chaotic scenery transformed into a picturesque beach landscape. Still in a coastal area. I hope Sister hasn't been dispatched to the northwestern region, or else. The game world of Dawn of the Breaking Day replicates the Blue Star map in a 1-to scale, and players are randomly assigned to any novice village within their respective server upon their initial entry into the game. To reunite with acquaintances, one must elevate their level to 20 to unlock the interregional teleportation feature. Relying solely on foot would consume an inordinate amount of time to traverse to other novice villages, especially since he currently remained on an island and at a lower level. He lacked the qualification to brave the perilous seas to reach the mainland. Yunlin did not dwell excessively on this matter, for acquiring the Easter egg was of utmost importance. He swiftly turned and ran into the novice village. Locating an NPC engaged in transporting heavy objects and assisted in moving several boxes, he observed the NPC's favorability rating rise from 0 to 1. Congratulations to the player's Saint Judgment for completing a hidden quest, earning the reward Unique Hidden Class Awakening Stone. Unique Hidden Class Awakening Stone. Upon use, randomly unlock one of 100 unique hidden classes. The unique hidden class is essentially a primary objective cultivated by the world's will. The Awakening Stone not only unlocks the unique hidden class, but also bestows upon the player a powerful talent corresponding to that class, allowing players to familiarize themselves with their class and talent prior to the official launch, thus adapting to their altered physique. Other players may also utilize the simulation battle feature to select basic combat classes for experience. At that moment, a private chat notification appeared. Xiaolin, I obtained the Awakening Stone, accompanied by a cute cat emoticon. The game and game forum friends were interconnected, so the siblings did not need to add each other again. Seeing that his sister had also acquired the Awakening Stone, Yunlin breathed a sigh of relief. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the game panel and retrieved the unique hidden class Awakening Stone from his inventory. Would you like to use this item? Yunlin clicked on the screen, reaffirming his intent. The seemingly unremarkable Awakening Stone levitated from his hand, and suddenly it began to crack inch by inch, emitting a spectrum of 7 colors. Gradually, the colors converged, shifting towards black. In the next instant, a black radiance enveloped Yunlin entirely. The player's Saint Judgment awakens the unique hidden class, God of Death. The player's Saint Judgment awakens an SS-level talent, Life Reaping. The player's Saint Judgment acquires the unique hidden class God of Death associated weapon, Scythe of Death. Death's twin blade. I end disbelief. Yunlin nearly exclaimed in joy had it not been for the nearby descending light pillar. He would have celebrated exuberantly. The players who unlocked God of Death in his previous life were the strongest in the Blue Star, unparalleled by any to his astonishment. He had randomly drawn the God of Death, the mightiest of classes. However, just as Yunlin intended to examine his class, talent, and associated weapon, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. Upon reopening his eyes, He found himself back in the chaotic space where character creation occurred. Damn, has the game detected my reincarnation bug? His heart raced with trepidation. Chapter 2. Unique Hidden Class, God of Death. Fortunately, the reality unfolded differently than he had imagined, as a display of his character attributes emerged. Player, Saint Judgment renaming possible. Level 00. Class, God of Death can be displayed as Assassin. Health points, 100,100. Mana points, 90/90 Strength, 14. Primary class attribute value doubles with level up and allocation of free attribute points. Intelligence, 8. Health, 10. 1 point of health equates to 10 points of life. Value, equivalent to recovering 0.1 life points per second in a non-combat state. Spirit, 9. 1 point of spirit equates to 10 points of mana, recovering 0.2 mana points per second in a non-combat state, and 0.1 in combat. Constitution, 10. 1 point of constitution equates to 0.5 points of physical damage reduction and 0.5 points of magical damage reduction. Agility, 15. At 0 points of agility, attack speed and movement speed are both 1, meaning the player can deliver a maximum of 1 normal attack per second and move up to 10 meters. 1 point of agility equates to 0.01 attack speed and 0.02 movement speed. When the benefits of agility reach 1, the gains are halved. Luck, 10. Normal level is 5 points, with 10 points being the limit of the initial value. Charm, 10. Normal level is 5 points, with 10 points being the limit of the initial value. Critical hit rate, 1. Critical hit damage, 50. Thank goodness. Indeed, the hidden class of the Assassin King possesses not only such high base attributes, but also 2 doubled primary attributes. Basic combat classes have only 1 primary attribute, with a mere 50 increase in benefits, while hidden classes boast 1 doubled primary attribute. Suddenly, Yunlin realized that her voice seemed awry. Indeed, it was a feminine voice. No, how could the Assassin King, the god of the Underworld, be female? Yunlin was utterly stunned. With the game's arrival, it was natural that she would be transformed into a female character. She felt as though the sky had fallen. Having never engaged in such matters in her 2 lifetimes, could she not be overwhelmed with despair at this abrupt change? In Eastern mythology, the god of the Underworld is Yin Luo Wang, while in Western mythology, he is Hades. Both are male. Why, then, is the god of the Underworld in this game a woman? She pondered deeply, but remained perplexed. However, in the face of formidable power, gender seemed less significant. Moreover, there exist items within the game world that can alter one's physical structure and appearance, even allowing transformation into other races. Perhaps there are rare items that could change one's gender. With this thought, Yunlin ceased to dwell on the issue of gender and turned her gaze to the 3-dimensional display of her game character on the left side of the attribute panel. In her previous life, she had only heard the illustrious name of the god of the Underworld, and given the myriad of disguises employed by assassins, no one had ever laid eyes on the true visage of the god of the Underworld. Igniting her curiosity, who would have thought the god of the Underworld would be so beautiful? Standing at 175 centimeters and weighing 56 kilograms, she was undeniably a stunning figure. Her appearance exuded the essence of a refined lady, with long, light purple hair cascading to her waist and a pair of gray eyes that conveyed an extreme indifference, radiating an aura of desolation and an imposing dignity that looked down upon all. Her features were exquisitely defined, her skin fairer than snow, with all the right attributes in all the right places, and a figure that was beyond reproach. She appeared both beautiful and commanding, yet there was an unmistakable air of aloofness that surrounded her. To behold such a beautiful figure brings me immense joy, yet why must this enchanting being be none other than myself? Yunlin sighed deeply. However, with the situation as it stands, there is no turning back. Pondering further is futile. She resumed her examination of the attributes panel. Innate talent unlocks upon the official launch of the game. Professional talent indispensable life harvest SSS level. Life drain passive. Upon defeating monsters, players, summon creatures, or derivatives, there exists a 10/10 level 200 chance to siphon the life force of the target, randomly enhancing one of 6 fundamental attributes: strength, intelligence, vitality, spirit, constitution, agility. The extent of the enhancement is contingent upon the target's level, talent grade, and monster tier. When a player is killed during the game phase, the attributes Siphon Life Drain will not be restored upon their resurrection. Spectre can be activated upon slaying a target, consuming 10 mana points to transform the target into a subservient spectre, with a maximum of 2 specters under control at any given time. Cooldown period of 5 seconds. Realm of the Underworld, upon activation, consumes 10 mana points per second, with the current domain range of 10 meters, which expands with level progression. It allows the detection of all life forms within the domain, rendering stealthy players visible. Hostile targets within the realm fall into a vulnerable state, suffering damage. Calculated at 200 of the maximum weakness value, with their senses impaired, the domain centers around the player and moves accordingly. Should mana drop below 5 points, the domain automatically deactivates, entering a cooldown period of 10 seconds. True form of the Underworld deity. Unlocks upon reaching level 50. Skills. Insight. When cast on monsters, it reveals detailed information about the target. When cast on players, it displays simplified information. No resource cost, with a cooldown of 0.5 seconds. Special skill of the hidden profession Underworld deity. Power of the Underworld passive. Eliminates all prerequisites for learning skills of the assassin profession and enhances all learned assassin skills. Resurgence passive. Upon death, no penalties ensue, no items are dropped, and the player revives at 50 of maximum health and mana at the original location, possessing a 1 second. Invulnerability period cooldown of 24 hours, unaffected by cooldown reduction effects. Shadow infiltration. Transforms into a shadow to enter a stealth state, consuming 5 mana points per second. In this state, the player cannot be targeted by specified skills and remains unaffected by revealing effects. Engaging in attacks, casting skills, or sustaining damage will terminate the stealth state, initiating a cooldown of 5 seconds. Equipment. Scythe of Death, Dual-Edged Death. Occupies both primary and secondary weapon slots, allowing the player to alter weapon forms with mere thought, each form yielding different effects. Scythe form. Increases strength by 50 attacks against targets, inflict knockback, interrupting their casting and guiding processes. Every 10 seconds, a dash effect can be stored. Dashing doubles movement speed towards the target, with the effect lasting up to 3 seconds, and a maximum of 3 dash effects can be stored. Switching weapon forms does not erase stored dash effects. Dual blade form. Agility is increased by 50. The attack speed lock is lifted, allowing normal attack damage to no longer be restricted by attack speed every 7 seconds. One can store a backstab effect, which allows the player to teleport behind a target within 5 level meters to deliver a powerful strike, inflicting 150 physical damage. The backstab effect can be stored a maximum of 2 times. Switching weapon forms will not cause the stored backstab effects to dissipate. Both forms can execute targets with less than 5 health, disregarding health locks and invincibility effects. This item cannot be dropped or stolen. Remarkable. Yunlin had never faced such a bountiful battle in her previous life. Although she awakened a hidden class after reaching level 60 and elevated her talents to SS grade through rare items, it paled in comparison to the god of the underworld. To put it bluntly, it was like comparing heaven and earth. I wonder how the person who became the god of the underworld in my past life is faring in this life. A fleeting sense of guilt washed over Yunlin, though it was brief. She needed to quickly adapt to the combat style of the god of the underworld. Her previous class was a mage type, while an assassin heavily relies on skill, unlike the mages. Simple spellcasting. Furthermore, she needed to seek out NPCs to earn game currency. The island where Yunlin found herself was small, with the beach just outside the novice village, which could hardly accommodate many monsters. To venture into the sea to hunt monsters, it would require talents and classes that enabled players to move freely in water. Otherwise, one would have to purchase the item. Water-repelling pearl from NPCs. The land region's novice village also harbored harsh environments. The forests and plains were shrouded in thick fog. The wetlands and swamps were filled with toxic gas, and the deserts were plagued by sandstorms that grind monsters comfortably. One had to rely on items. Moreover, NPCs had limited sales of life skills such as dissection, pharmacy, smelting, and sewing. The output of life skills was significantly less than that of combat skills, making them first come, first served. The official game launch refers to the refreshing of monsters and unlocking of experience. Prior to this, There are no restrictions on player and NPC interactions, which included building rapport, accepting quests, and trading. She set her class display to Assassin to avoid being targeted by other players. As for the opportunity to change her name, Yunlin decided to save it for later used wisely. It could achieve the effect of reincarnation. Additionally, upon seeing her current appearance, she felt that the name Sacred Judgment suited her well, as the visage and abilities of the god of the Underworld closely resembled a character from a novel, Saint Kai. Perhaps this was the wondrous nature of fate. Upon re-entering the game, Yunlin tore the sleeves off her basic linen top to fashion a mask that obscured the lower half of her face. This action would mitigate much of her charm, and she was reluctant to be the constant focus of others' gazes. Luck was an exceedingly important attribute. Those blessed with high luck seemed to be guided by an unseen force. Following her instincts, she randomly approached an NPC, and despite lacking the benefits of 10 points in charm, she still received a quest. Chapter 3. Divine Skills, Dark Venom. Task: proceed to the Coconut Grove and assist the steward in collecting 200 coconuts. Reward: 10 copper coins. Repeatable. This task entails exchanging labor and time for remuneration, an obligation that cannot be avoided. Combat missions, such as monster slaying and dungeon exploration, will only emerge once the official launch occurs. At present, the sole avenue for accumulating in-game currency is through labor. The F-grade water-repellent pearl is priced at 5 copper coins, with an effect lasting for 1 hour. Yunlin resolves to first assess her work efficiency before contemplating her next steps. For in her previous life, her initial strength and agility did not exceed 10 points, making any comparison to her current self untenable. Should her efficiency prove swift, she plans to invest 100 copper coins in purchasing enchantment for her production skills, enabling her to enchant pearls and generate a tidy profit from water-repellent pearls. Conversely, she may simply buy water-repellent pearls from the NPC. With her capabilities, she can amass sufficient in-game currency before the production skills are sold out. In its early stages, Dawn of Awakening resembles a typical online game, allowing transactions with real currency. During the initial hours post-launch, prices will be exorbitant, but as time progresses, the cost of in-game items and currency will decline. Yunlin aims to accumulate capital during this period, ensuring that she can auction rare items without excessive scrutiny later. Is her approach considered aiding the enemy? Not quite. Armed with memories from her past life, she recalls that an institution had previously estimated over 30 million sales of the Dawn of Awakening game helmet before the official launch. Even assuming a mere 1% of players are transported to the sea region, that accounts for over 300,000 individuals. Listing a handful of water-repellent pearls for auction would be akin to a drop in the ocean, particularly given the slow rate of leveling up, minimizing the impact. On her way to the Coconut Grove, Yunlin imparts several important reminders to Yunming, particularly the necessity of concealing her true identity. Concurrently, she learns of her sister's hidden profession and innate abilities. As a mountain deity, she embodies a fusion of tank and healer, manifesting as a mobile spring. In simpler terms, her attributes balance vitality and mental fortitude, with constitution as the primary stat. Within her domain, allied units recover health every second. After advising her sister against forming parties with other players, Yunlin closes the private chat channel and accesses her inventory. Class Gift Pack. Upon activation, players may select a standard combat class, warrior, archer, mage, knight, assassin, priest, and receive 1 inferior grade weapon and 1 basic skill book. Alternatively, they may opt for a random class with a minuscule chance of acquiring a hidden profession, thus receiving the corresponding inferior grade weapon and basic skill book. Detected that the player has unlocked a profession, activating this gift pack will bypass the class selection phase. Equipment quality is categorized as inferior, normal, good, rare, excellent, legendary, epic, mythical, divine. Item quality ranges from F to SSS grade. Skill quality is classified as basic, normal, advanced, intermediate, high-level, catastrophic, annihilation, sacred, divine. Upon opening her inventory, she selects the wooden sword. The number of players choosing the warrior class is considerable, and as a melee profession, the mortality rate is substantial. Consequently, the equipment for this class enjoys high demand, and even the wooden sword, designated as a novice weapon, can fetch a respectable price. The available foundational skills include Quick Stab, Poison Application, and Double-Edged Slash. Quick Stab resets normal attacks and significantly enhances the attack speed of the next normal strike. Poison Application inflicts a poison state on the target for 3 seconds after the next weapon attack, causing damage from the poison effect every second. Double-Edged Slash raises dual blades for a powerful strike, dealing 150 physical damage. All 3 skills have a cooldown of 5 seconds, and Yunlin opted for Poison Application, as there are few means to mitigate abnormal damage in the early stages of the game, and she had a strong intuition that Poison Application would be the optimal choice. Her expectations were not in vain. Upon learning Poison Application and subsequently enhancing it through the divine skill Divine Power, she acquired the new skill Nether Poison. Nether Poison. The next attack is empowered by Divine Power, inflicting a persistent poison state on all hit targets for 10 seconds, dealing poison damage equal to 10 strength 10 agility per second. During this poison state, targets cannot recover health. It consumes 15 mana points and has a cooldown of 5 seconds. What a remarkable ability to completely suppress healing. She wondered about its efficacy against bosses. If it worked, it would undoubtedly be a divine skill. Yunlin was once again astounded, losing her motivation to grind, and immediately entered simulated combat to test the effects of Nether Poison. Currently, the highest level of opponents available in simulated combat is level 5, with elite monsters appearing at level 3 and bosses at level 5. Truly, the Nether God is the mightiest of the blue star from her previous life. The effects of Nether Poison can indeed be applied to bosses, inhibiting their exclusive percentage-based healing skills. Yunlin's Spirit's Sword, the shadows of doubt lifting from her heart as she hummed a tune on her way to the Coconut Grove. After greeting the NPC managing the grove, she effortlessly entered. The NPCs are all at least level 20, possessing remarkable vision, and there is no concern about players pilfering coconuts. Naturally, Yunlin would never engage in such foolishness. The NPCs are authentic beings created by the will of the world, possessing complete self-awareness. Should she provoke an NPC, it wouldn't be long before every NPC in the novice village would be informed, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate goodwill with them in the future and to obtain quests. Leveling in Daybreak is quite challenging. Only the top-tier players can reach level 20 in half a month. This implies that players must spend at least half a month in the novice village, establishing good relations with NPCs, which is the prudent choice. As long as they do not take the initiative to attack NPCs, the NPCs will not interfere with their actions, rendering it unnecessary to invite trouble for trivial gains. Yunlin took out her companion weapon, transforming it into dual blade form, and secured it at her waist. Equipment must be drawn out to be placed in the equipment slot to take effect. Holding the weapon does not influence its capabilities. Agility 22. 5. After equipping the death dual blades, she felt her body lighten. Attributes are not merely numerical values. They also affect physical qualities. An increase in strength makes players feel more powerful. Intelligence enhances thinking speed. Health reduces pain sensitivity. Spirit alleviates fatigue, improving reaction speed. Constitution boosts endurance. Agility lightens the body, allowing for quicker limb responses. Swiftly, Yunlin ascended the coconut tree with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly knocking down the ripe coconuts with her wooden sword. Unlike the coconuts on Blue Star, which would likely shatter upon impact, those within the game were resilient, withstanding a fall from 50 meters without a scratch. However, these coconuts bore a troublesome trait. Upon contact with magical energies, they would burst open, necessitating manual harvesting. Furthermore, each coconut tree could yield a maximum of 5 fruits, making the acquisition of 10 copper coins a challenging endeavor. Yet, Yunlin was no ordinary individual. She harvested the coconuts and promptly made her way to the next tree, completing her task in under 20 seconds. Each ascent left her cheeks flushed as she inadvertently brushed against the distinctly textured trunk of the coconut tree, an unusual sensation that jolted her senses. Nevertheless, she refused to lower her sensory feedback threshold. After all, labor would help her acclimate to her new physique. An adaptation was inevitable. Enemies were hardly chivalrous. They would not deliberately avoid certain areas during an attack. To be hindered by this peculiar sensation during combat would be disastrous. After delivering 200 coconuts to the manager, Yunlin earned her hard-won 10 copper coins, having spent a total of 19 minutes. At this rate, she calculated that she could accumulate 100 copper coins in just over 3 hours. She resolved to first purchase the enchanting production skill, allowing her to generate wealth by selling the crafted water-repellent pearls to NPCs before acquiring additional production skills. Excellent work, the NPC remarked, clearly pleased. With such efficiency, do you have time to help me with the coconut shells? Surprised, Yunlin looked up. In her previous life, no follow-up tasks for coconut harvesting had been presented. However, upon reflection, she understood. Players who accepted such tasks typically spent at least half an hour, evidently failing to attract the NPC's attention. Thank you for this opportunity, Yunlin expressed, no longer hesitating. Not only was it a chance to earn copper coins, but completing additional tasks would also enhance her rapport with the NPC. Higher favorability would increase the likelihood of receiving quests, creating a virtuous cycle. Quest: assist the manager in processing 200 coconut shells. Reward: 20 copper coins. Repeatable: transforming her weapon into a scythe form, which she slung over her shoulder, she requested a machete from the manager and commenced her work on the coconuts. Strength: 21. The coconut shells were exceedingly tough, requiring considerable strength to cleave open. After processing a few coconuts, a second player entered the grove. Upon seeing the newcomer, her expression darkened. It was none other than a familiar foe. Chapter 4. Working. Encountering the Mad Dog again not long after the official launch of the game in her previous life, Yunlin found herself at odds with Yu Huang. Due to the random teleportation of players to any novice village, her innate talent was rated A, allowing her to efficiently solo monsters. Yu Huang happened to witness her prowess in combat and repeatedly invited her to form a team, all of which she declined. To her surprise, Yu Huang became infuriated by her rejections and launched an attack against her. Both possessed A-level talents, rendering their strengths nearly equal. Ultimately, Yu Huang resorted to hiring passing players for 2,000 coins, while Yunlin, perceiving Dawn of the Breaking Day merely as a game, felt no need to invest excessive sums, especially knowing that dying at level 0 would lead to instant resurrection. Furthermore, why engage with a volatile madman, particularly one with considerable wealth? Yet, Yunlin underestimated Yu Huang, who was truly deranged. From that moment on, every time Yu Huang laid eyes on her, he would attack, even sending subordinates to hunt her down. She once inquired about his vendetta against her, receiving an absurd response. Your speed in defeating monsters as a mage indicates how formidable you will become. A strong individual who cannot be utilized must be obliterated. Had it not been for a fortunate twist of fate that led her to complete a hidden quest, granting her a special item from an NPC that reduced her presence, she would have faced countless deaths. To say that Yunlin harbored intense hatred for Yu Huang would be an exaggeration. During their encounters, which occurred in the early stages of the game, she had only been killed 3 times, and Yu Huang, due to his character, met a rather tragic end later on. However, she had no intention of sparing him. While she felt a twinge of guilt when slaying other players, killing Yu Huang held no such burden. After all, the people of Longhua believed in the principle of cause and effect. In her previous life, aside from the deranged and extremist individuals, there were not many players from Longhua who engaged in senseless slaughter, whereas countless foreign players indulged in such behavior. As Yu Huang noticed Yunlin's gaze, he turned to her. Upon seeing the scythe strapped to her back, his eyes narrowed. Despite the option to select from hundreds of weapons for his chosen class, it was peculiar that an assassin would opt for the cumbersome scythe instead of the more agile dual blades or daggers. At this stage, most players were awaiting the official launch to select careers that aligned with their talent effects. What could have compelled this female player to become an assassin and choose the scythe as her weapon? The line between madness and genius is exceedingly fine. Yu Huang was not foolish. He quickly deduced that Yunlin had likely stumbled upon a hidden assassin class or had randomly received the assassin class with the scythe as her weapon, thus compelled to wield it. He found the former explanation more plausible. Yunlin had anticipated this situation long before, yet she remained unconcerned. Setting aside the stark contrast between her game character's appearance and her real-life visage, other players would be unable to locate her offline. Even if they suspected her of being a hidden class and attempted to encircle and eliminate her, they would merely be offering her tribute points. Besides, if she could not win, she could always flee. The skill, Infiltrate Shadows, can be utilized during combat and in the early stages of the game. Few can hinder her progress. Players are unlikely to forsake their monster-slaying endeavors merely to impede her growth. In her previous life, the deity of the Underworld relentlessly battled from the game's launch until the universe invaded Blue Star. In contrast to that past life, Yunlin possesses the advantage of foresight. How could she possibly choose a path of timid development? After all, if she were to endure, it would be akin to enduring a painful ailment. Thus, Yunlin boldly met the gaze of the Feathered Emperor, even mimicking his half-squinted eyes, exuding an air of provocation. The Feathered Emperor's expression darkened further. He felt vexed. Without unlocking his talents, he had no intention of activating the professional gift package, knowing full well that he could not defeat Yunlin, who wielded a scythe. With bare hands, he approached the steward, intending to complete a task and assess Yunlin's capabilities once the official launch commenced. To his surprise, the steward NPC directly dismissed him, stating, "Those fellows have poor judgment, bringing every Tom, Dick, and Harry to me. Be gone." This proclamation left both the Feathered Emperor and Yunlin momentarily stunned. What further requirements could there be for coconut harvesting? Being human should suffice. Yunlin quickly grasped the situation. The steward NPC had detected the Feathered Emperor's malice towards her and deliberately turned the tables on him. Indeed, the hidden class of No 2 is a focal point of cultivation by the world's will, and the privileges granted are substantial. She perceived this as preferential treatment from the world's will, relishing the situation as she watched the Feathered Emperor, her glee palpable. The Feathered Emperor shot her a venomous glare, his eyes filled with ire, before he sulkily exited the coconut grove. "Child, you might want to maintain some pretense, otherwise, I fear you may be overwhelmed," the steward suddenly remarked. Yunlin chuckled awkwardly, brushing her nose in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. For the next 2 hours, she diligently harvested coconuts and processed them, earning a total of 120 copper coins. The steward NPC's favorability rating rose to 12 points. "Brother, I must take my leave," she said to the steward before returning to the village with her newfound wealth in hand. She made her way directly to the shop that sold enchanting products. Water-repelling pearl, F grade. Price, 5 copper coins. Strength enchantment stone, F grade. Using this item temporarily enchants a weapon, increasing physical damage by 5 points for 60 seconds. Price, 20 copper coins. Life skill book, enchanting upon learning. One acquires fundamental knowledge related to enchanting and can produce enchanting products. Price, 100 copper coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunlin purchased the enchanting production skill and began her studies. Novice Enchanter, 0. Life professions can enhance experience through learning relevant knowledge and creating associated products. Current craftable enchanting products. Water-repelling pearl, F grade. Wind-repelling pearl, F grade. Wind-attracting stone, F grade. Strength enchantment stone, F grade. Spell enchantment stone, F grade. While crafting enchanting products, there is a slight chance of inspiration, leading to the creation of higher grade or mutated items, thus yielding greater experience in life skills. When crafting enchanted items, there exists a slim probability of failure, resulting in either the inability to create the item or the production of a flawed version. In such instances, no experience in life skills will be gained. Life skill experience cannot be acquired prior to the formal launch. Young lady, it seems you wish to create a water-repelling pearl. Would you like to purchase some exquisite pearls? I have meticulously selected high-quality pearls that seldom lead to failure, and they are quite affordable. 2 pearls for merely 1 copper coin. Observing Yunlin's willingness to part with her coins so readily, the shopkeeper eagerly began his sales pitch. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yunlin's lips. It appears I was mistaken before. What privilege? They merely see me as a fool to be exploited. The NPC's purchase price for F-grade water-repelling pearls stood at 5 copper coins. Should she decide to buy pearls for crafting, the acquisition price would dwindle to a mere 3 copper coins. Pearls are hardly rare. One can find an abundance of scallops along the coast. Although prying open the scallops requires considerable effort, it remains far more economical than purchasing pearls outright. She politely declined, offering a few kind words, and hastily departed. As fate would have it, she encountered Yu Huang again by the seaside, and she cursed her luck, ready to change her course. "Stop right there," Yu Huang exclaimed, tossing aside the scallop in his hand as he sprang to his feet. Simultaneously, 4 nearby players rose, charging towards Yunlin alongside Yu Huang. After feeling provoked by Yunlin, Yu Huang had recruited 4 unfamiliar players to form a team through sheer numbers. This was not a coconut grove. There were no NPCs around, and he was eager to see if she could maintain her arrogance. "Haha, sacred judgment? I shall bring justice upon you." Though players do not lose their equipment, items, or currency upon death before the official launch, Yu Huang's intent was not material gain. It was to reclaim his pride. He refused to believe that Yunlin could level the playing field with merely 1 weapon. Chapter 5. Ferocious Assault on the Mad Dog, even in defeat. It would reveal whether Yunlin truly possessed a hidden profession. However, Yu Huang never anticipated that Yunlin had no intention of concealing her secret vocation. With her right hand extending backward, she grasped the death scythe. As she tested the effects of the skill Eerie Poison against a level 5 boss, she had already adapted to the combat style of an assassin. In her previous life, although she was a mage, she diligently honed her combat skills to prepare for encounters with assassins or close-range confrontations, thus possessing a solid foundation that made the transition of combat styles rather effortless. The death scythe appeared unremarkable, yet the chilling gleam it reflected sent a shiver down the spines of Yu Huang and his companions. In that brief moment of distraction, Yunlin had already dashed before Yu Huang, her scythe swinging down with ferocity. A sharp sound echoed as the death scythe sliced across Yu Huang's neck, leaving a trail of crimson. 53. In the damage settings of Dawn of the Breaking Dawn, the percentage of weak point damage is determined by the severity of the attack's impact on the target's critical areas, fluctuating between 0 and 200. A mere scratch might inflict only 1 damage, while a gash to the throat or a piercing of the heart could result in a lethal 200 damage. Naturally, weak point damage is calculated last, ensuring that an attack cannot inflict harm without registering damage, with a minimum damage threshold of 0. 1 points under the condition of breaking defenses. Yunlin's strike had already diminished Yu Huang's health bar significantly. Yet this was not the end. Black energy swirled around Yu Huang's wound, the effect of the Eerie Poison skill manifesting. 3. 6. Poisoning. Abnormal damage does not benefit from critical or weak point damage bonuses. Yet it is also unaffected by standard damage reduction effects. Before Yu Huang could regain his composure, Yunlin delivered a kick that sent him sprawling across the sandy beach, rolling several times before plunging into the sea. This kick, restricted by attack speed locks, did not inflict damage but still elicited a visceral response. Yu Huang curled up, one hand clutching his abdomen and the other grasping his neck, resembling a shrimp in distress. You all, kill this wretched woman for me." After shouting this, he felt as though he had seen his great-grandmother. The other 4 players collectively swallowed hard, hesitating in their stance, with one even retreating several steps. The shock of sustaining 60 points of damage from a single blow was overwhelming. They wavered, weighing whether it was worthwhile to offend Yunlin for a mere sum of money. Those who had accessed the game before its official launch were either seasoned gamers or those who, enticed by the prospects of Dawn of the Breaking Dawn, had invested heavily in a game helmet to experience virtual reality technology, making the number of uninformed players exceedingly small. Was it so easy to provoke a formidable character capable of dealing 60 points of damage with a basic attack without awakening their talents? Sensing the apprehension of the 4, Yu Huang hastily declared, "I will pay more. Moreover, for each time you kill this wretched woman, there will be a reward of 10,000. As the saying goes, under a generous reward, there are brave souls." Upon hearing of such bountiful rewards, the fear etched on their faces dissipated, replaced by fervor. Alas, they lacked the ability to claim the prize. For those 4 individuals devoid of talent and professional backing, They were merely moving targets to Yunlin, who swiftly dispatched them all within a mere 10 seconds. She strolled leisurely towards the fallen Yu Huang, who, despite enduring excruciating pain, struggled to retreat, only to be halted by a translucent barrier. This barrier would dissipate only after the official launch of the game, for the wilderness harbored treasures, some of which were rare plants. The worlds will had meticulously designed these botanical treasures during the creation of the game world. Without the barrier's obstruction, formidable players like Yunlin could easily scout the wilderness and familiarize themselves with the terrain. Saint's judgment. Aye, let us converse. Yu Huang, now reduced to a mere 11 hit points, appeared as pale as a specter, his weakness evident, his speech faltering, devoid of any semblance of madness. Yunlin positioned the scythe of death against Yu Huang's throat and scoffed coldly. So, you too are capable of fear. However, this is merely the beginning. Every time I encounter you henceforth, I shall end your life. What do you mean? Yu Huang's pupils dilated in terror, genuinely frightened, even contemplating withdrawal from the game. With a swift motion, a glint of cold light arced through the air, resulting in Yu Huang's decapitation, his head soaring high before his body disintegrated into lines of data. The penalty for being marked red necessitates a player to actively eliminate 10 players within a day to trigger the punishment, which is indeed severe, reducing luck and charm by 5 points for a duration of 6 hours. Under the red name status, each active kill extends a duration by 1 hour. Acts of self-defense or preemptive strikes against players harboring murderous intent do not count as active kills. With the right maneuvers, one could slay numerous players without incurring a red name. In this life, our roles have reversed, Yu Huang. You shall experience the sensation of being pursued by a madman. Yunlin planned to gather enough pearls before increasing her favor with the NPC named Wu Haizhu, aiming to acquire a special item that would diminish her presence and sever Yu Huang's escape routes. This special item took the form of a mask, which left a deep impression on her. She vividly remembered its effects, as it had accompanied her to level 100 before being discarded upon leaving Blue Star. Common Mask. C-grade ordinary and unremarkable. Passive when worn. The mask's mundane visage reduces the player's presence, concealing their charm. Targets within 5 levels below the wearer will instinctively overlook the player when not in combat. Lost in the crowd. Active can be activated when 5 or more living beings are within a 20-meter radius. Upon activation, the player's presence is minimized, causing all tracking attacks from targets within 50 meters to lose their target for 1 second. This effect does not apply to targets exceeding the player's level by 5. Costs 50 mana points with a cooldown of 90 seconds. In the game's early stages, this common mask was truly a miraculous tool for home travel, committing acts of murder and theft, as well as for fleeing to preserve one's life. However, as the game progressed, the skills and equipment that countered the common mask became increasingly numerous, yet it would remain useful for a considerable duration. Yunlin ceased her pursuits upon collecting 100 exquisite pearls. With a strength of 24 and wielding the weapon known as the Death Scythe, she effortlessly shattered the shells of the clams, sparing little time in the endeavor. Upon locating the grocery store where Wu Haizhu resided, guided by memory, she arrived in Longhua at precisely 3:15 in the morning. The rhythms of reality and the game did not align within the game. It was a little past 9 in the morning, while the official launch awaited the evening. The ocean, inherently dim, relied solely on the light emitted by the water avoidance pearl for illumination, rendering the distinction between day and night negligible. This was a disadvantage of the maritime realm. However, the sea also possessed its advantages, notably the abundance of monsters. Before the influx of players into Dawn's Break, the marine areas typically experienced little contention over monster spawns, save for the occasional troublesome player. Sister Wu, may I borrow a table from your shop as an enchanting station? I can offer 5 copper coins for an hour's use. In her quest to swiftly enhance the favorability required for Wu Haizhu's quest, Yunlin removed the cloth, obscuring her face, and her impressive charm score of 10 immediately began to yield results. She observed Wu Haizhu's favorability surge from 0 to 32 in an instant. It became evident that Sister Wu was undoubtedly captivated by appearances. Occasionally relying on one's looks could indeed be quite advantageous in her previous life. It took her 2 days and considerable expenditure to elevate this individual's favorability to 25 points. Reflecting on that journey now brings a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. Chapter 6. The art of wealth generation and preparations before the game launch. Wu Haizhu gazed intently at Yunlin, as if fearing she might flee, and hurriedly welcomed her inside. You are far too polite, dear sister. Borrowing a table is hardly a significant matter. I cannot possibly accept your money. However, Yunlin was not swayed by Wu Haizhu's courteous remarks and insisted on offering payment. She understood that to win Wu Haizhu's genuine affection, mere companionship held little value. Only by generously spending could she earn her true regard, albeit under the guise of a seemingly legitimate reason. Although the task that rewarded a common mask required only 25 affinity points, she aimed to elevate her standing further and undertake several more quests. In her previous life, she had discovered that NPCs typically issued 4 tasks based on affinity levels: 25, 50, 75, and 100 points. Moreover, the rewards for tasks from the same NPC were usually within a similar category. Upon realizing this pattern, she returned to Wu Haizhu, only to find that the remaining 3 tasks had already been claimed by others. An inkling of intuition told her that the other 3 tasks would align perfectly with her interests. She placed her faith in the guidance of fortune. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yunlin expressed her reluctance to borrow the table without offering payment, prompting Wu Haizhu to feign acceptance of the money. Yet, the radiant smile on Wu Haizhu's face and the increase in affinity to 40 points betrayed her true sentiments. Seated at the table, Yunlin produced a pearl. Dawn's Break is no ordinary game. The process of leveling up life skills is a lengthy endeavor. Most players dedicate their time to monster hunting and leveling up, often focusing on a single life skill at most. In her previous life, Yunlin specialized in the skill of tailoring, as it allowed her to create leather and fabric equipment with a high probability of magical attributes and enhancements, thereby saving considerable expenses on gear. Thus, her journey into the realm of enchantment began from scratch. Yunlin closed her eyes and took a deep breath to calm her thoughts, then summoned the knowledge of water-repelling pearl into her mind. As a rudimentary creation, the process of crafting a water-repelling pearl was not overly complex. It merely required channeling mana to form a water-repelling magic pattern on the pearl's surface, followed by solidifying a shaping magic pattern that would embed the water-repelling design within the pearl. The sole challenge lay in the need for utmost concentration while sketching the magic patterns. Any lapse in focus could render her efforts futile, leading to the pearl's destruction by chaotic markings. Her slender fingers extended, and a faint blue glow emerged at her fingertips as she began to etch the water-repelling magic pattern upon the pearl's surface. After 3 minutes, the water-repelling pearl, F grade, was successfully crafted, yet no experience point for life skills were awarded. Creating 1 water-repelling pearl consumed 100 mana points, but Yunlin remained in a non-combat state, regenerating 8 mana points per second, leaving her mana reserves full. However, she could feel fatigue setting in, making it impractical to continuously produce water-repelling pearls. During her breaks, Yunlin engaged in conversation with Wu Haizhu. As her proficiency in sketching magic patterns grew, the time required to create water-repelling pearls diminished. In just half an hour, she managed to reduce the crafting time to approximately 1 minute, while also limiting her rest periods to 1 minute. With the boon of a perfect luck score of 10, she had never encountered failure. This implies that Yunlin could earn 5 copper coins every 10 minutes, akin to a money printing machine. Naturally, this represents an ideal scenario. Mental acuity was not Yunlin's primary attribute, resting at a mere 9. After crafting over 30 water-repellent pearls, her vision began to blur. "Dear, take a moment to rest and enjoy the scenery outside," Wu Haizhu suggested as she brought over a cup of tea. "Thank you, Sister Haizhu," Yunlin replied, gently massaging her temples. During a previous conversation with Wu Haizhu, she realized that as a female character, she could address her with a touch of intimacy, believing this would enhance the efficiency of building rapport. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. Wu Haizhu's fondness for her had risen to 49 points. As the affinity increased, it became more challenging to cultivate. Yet an increment of 9 points in just over an hour was impressive, far surpassing Yunlin's expectations. Subsequently, the two engaged in each other's company for more than 3 hours, during which Yunlin treated Wu Haizhu to a meal at a restaurant, funded by selling her F-grade water-repellent pearls at 3 copper coins each. In between, she took a break to enjoy the scenery, logged off for a quick bowl of instant noodles, and managed her multiple accounts. Upon bidding farewell to Wu Haizhu, her affinity reached 62 points. Although she incurred a slight loss on the sale of the water-repellent pearls, Wu Haizhu had assigned her 2 quests, making the venture worthwhile. Quest: travel to the scene north of the village and help Wu Haizhu retrieve a long-lost necklace. Reward: common mask, C-grade, and 10 copper coins. Quest: defeat any level 5 boss and present the boss's signature item to Wu Haizhu to demonstrate your prowess. Reward: skill Steel Advanced and 20 copper coins. Having spent a considerable amount of time crafting water-repellent pearls and discovering that the reward for the second quest was the rare skill Steel, Yunlin felt as if she were floating with glee. While Steel appeared to be merely an advanced skill, it was not obtainable through monster hunting or dungeon runs, only accessible through specific NPCs. Indeed, the guidance of fortune had not aired. Unable to contain her joy, Yunlin envisioned the potential of the Steel skill, which could pilfer in-game currency or items from targets, especially after being enhanced by her unique skill Divine Power. As for the first quest, other players might take ages to locate the item, but having accomplished it in her previous life, she knew precisely where to go. Additionally, after deducting the 10 copper coins spent on the meal, she had 230 copper coins remaining from selling 80 water-repellent pearls. Without hesitation, Yunlin invested this sum into acquiring the life skill Pharmacy, along with the necessary tools and materials for crafting health potions. Health Potion: F-grade restores 5 health points per second for 10 seconds upon consumption, selling at 30 copper coins. Mana Potion: F-grade restores 5 mana points per second for 10 seconds upon consumption, selling at 20 copper coins. Strength Potion: F-grade increases strength by 5 points for 10 minutes upon consumption, selling at 100 copper coins. Regardless of whether in reality or the game, the pharmaceutical trade remained a lucrative endeavor. With merely 5 copper coins, one can procure the materials necessary to concoct an F-grade life potion, yielding a profit of 25 copper coins upon completion or a modest gain of 15 copper coins if sold to a pharmacy. However, the alchemical process demands at least 10 minutes of her time, yet with sufficient alchemical tools, she can simultaneously brew multiple potions. Among the 130 copper coins she possesses, 80 were spent on 2 alchemical furnaces, with materials for blood potions and blue potions purchased in quantities of 4, and 10 copper coins allocated for potion vials. Unlike enchanting, she had dabbled in alchemy in her previous life to save costs, achieving the status of an intermediate alchemist. With a hint of audacity, she returned to Wu Haizhu's establishment to borrow the backyard for her alchemical endeavors. Following the brewing and selling of potions, the profits were reinvested into more alchemical furnaces and materials for blood potions, ultimately leaving herself with only 5 vials of each. Her collection of alchemical furnaces expanded to 5, and she also acquired the skills of dissection, smelting, and so on. Skills such as cooking and planting were not on Yunlin's agenda, as she lacked the time to grind for skill experience. She had even opted not to learn smelting and sewing, intending to let her sister take on that learning after they reunited. The skill of dissection was a necessity, as monster corpses do not dissipate upon death. Possessing the dissection skill allows for a chance to obtain materials and a minuscule probability of acquiring items from dissected monster corpses, commonly referred to as looting bodies. However, she intended only to dissect boss monsters, as the materials and items obtained from lesser creatures were not worth the effort. As the sun set over the picturesque seaside, Yunlin rose and stretched languidly. After a quick meal of instant noodles, she would officially commence her adventures, hoping her rebirth had not triggered a butterfly effect that would relocate precious treasures. The maritime region she inhabited lay in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom, where winter nights fell early. It was only past 5 o'clock. Having slept from the afternoon until after 11 the previous night, she did not feel weary. Today, her goal was to acquire treasures within the level 1 to 3 zones and then to defeat a level 5 boss. "See Pearl's sister, I shall take my leave now. I will trouble you again tomorrow," Yunlin remarked, settling her debts for the backyard before bidding farewell to Wu Haizhu. "All right, tomorrow, I shall treat you to a grand feast." Wu Haizhu replied cheerfully, harboring great fondness for Yunlin, the bringer of fortune. Not only did she enjoy the company of a beautiful woman, but she also relished the profits gained from her visits, eagerly anticipating Yunlin's return each day. When Wu Haizhu began tidying up the backyard, her satisfaction grew upon spotting several vials of blood potions on the table. Affinity 74, Affinity 75. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, Yunlin perused the forum for Dawn of the Breaking Day. Ever since she unlocked the hidden class of Dream God, an inexplicable sense of unease had enveloped her, as if her true vocation should not be Dream God, leaving her with a hollow feeling akin to the loss of something profoundly significant. The more she browsed, the more her agitation intensified. What is happening to me? Chapter 7. The official launch and the innate talent Feast of Spells. Yunlin closed her eyes, leaning against the back of her chair, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, she suddenly opened her eyes. Perhaps my talent could provide the answer. Among the professional talents of the Dream God, there exists a skill called dream weaving, which allows her to weave a beautiful dream for the target, inducing a brief state of slumber. In a non-combat scenario, the dream can last longer and she can control its duration. If she does not specifically craft the content of the dream, the target will dream of the desires hidden deep within their heart. When used on herself, there is a slight chance of dreaming about matters related to her, unbeknownst to her. Naturally, the content of these dreams is confined to the game world. Although Yunlin's charm is a mere 8, her luck is at the initial cap of 10, which also guides her decisions. Thus, she suspects that this inexplicable unease is connected to dawn of a new day, and that dream weaving might unveil the answer. "Xiaolin, I feel so foolish. Despite having 10 points of luck, my potion making always fails." Yunming and Yunlin, the sibling duo, engaged in a video chat through the live module of the Dawn of the New Day forum, ensuring that only friends could join the room, rendering it invisible to others. Previously, after Yunming unlocked the Mountain God class, Yunlin advised her to earn 100 copper coins first, then select a life profession according to her preferences, allowing her to generate wealth through crafting items. Yunming chose the life skill of alchemy, yet her failure rate in potion making exceeded 30. In truth, this is the norm. Otherwise, the in-game currency market could collapse upon launch. Yunlin's success rate in item crafting is high, thanks to his memories from past life. Even though he did not grind for enchanting life skill experience in his previous life, the magical patterns he learned are applicable not only in enchanting, but also in his current combat profession as a mage. Hence, he rarely errs when sketching magical runes. "Sister, take your time with the life skills. There is no need to rush. However, you must put more thought into combat. In the early stages, if you rely on physical equipment, I will send you some gear. Furthermore, should other players insist on forming a party with you, feign agreement, but do not reveal your Mountain God skills, just go with the flow." As Yunlin's lengthy admonitions reached her ears, Yunming's smile blossomed, her expression growing increasingly tender. "My little Xiaolin has grown up." Upon hearing this, Yunlin paused momentarily, his body involuntarily trembling, and his eyes instantly welled with tears. He was uncertain of his current emotions. Perhaps it was the sorrow of recalling the moment he witnessed his sister's eternal slumber in his embrace, or the overwhelming joy of seeing his vibrant sister once more. After Yunming departed from him in his previous life, he had spent 2 years in a state of profound suppression, harboring a pent-up breath within him, fearful to release it, lest he abandon the hope of finding a way to resurrect his sister. He could neither let go nor desire to do so. The death of their parents was tied to his very existence. The loss of his sister was also due to him. How could Yunlin ever find solace? "Xiaolin, why are you crying? A true man must not shed tears," Yunming said helplessly, still treating Yunlin as a child in need of comfort. which was one of the reasons Yunlin found it hard to let go of her. Yunming's gentleness fulfilled all of Yunlin's fantasies about mother, while she perfectly embodied the role of a father in their lives, holding their family together. Sister, I am no longer a child, and besides. Yunlin's tears turned into laughter as he contemplated the transformation he would undergo once the game arrived, his smile tinged with a hint of resignation. Would my sister be frightened? He was unsure of how to broach the subject, considering it involved the advent of the game. He decided to wait until she noticed some anomalies before revealing anything. The gamification of Blue Star was not an instantaneous process, and as one of the 100 elite players with unique hidden classes, he was poised to perceive the changes in Blue Star ahead of others. After exchanging a few more words, Yunming suddenly inquired, "Little Lin, I have resigned from my job. Perhaps I should rent a place near you? You needn't subsist on instant noodles anymore." Yunlin felt a warm glow in his heart. He had long contemplated this idea and nodded. "I have already found a few suitable places online. Sister, you could take a look. But there's no rush. In the days leading up to the game launch, the value of in-game currency and items will soar. Additionally, there are many treasures in the wild that can enhance your strength. Just follow your instincts in searching for them. Let's move in a week. By then, you can hire some help to pack, and the entire moving process can be managed by professionals. Moving is no trivial task. It is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, especially considering that he and his sister were in different cities. Had Yunlin unlocked a growth-oriented class like the God of Death, he would have relocated to her city. For the God of Death, time equates to attribute points, and he could not afford to squander it. Every minute of gameplay could provide him and his sister with greater security. All right, I'll heed your advice. On December 15th at noon, Dragon Country time, the game Dawn of the Breaking Day officially launched. The barrier outside the novice village shattered like glass. Countless beams of light descended from the firmament, falling into the wild areas to spawn monsters. A luminous screen materialized before every player, awakening their innate talents. Player, Holy Judgment, renameable, level 00. Innate talent, Spell Feast, S-Class Spell Affinity. Passive when skills consume mana. There is a 50 chance to refund 50 of the consumed mana. I will not believe I cannot defeat you. Passive, every third skill used will critically strike. Spell Carnival. For 10 seconds after activation, all skill cooldowns are halved. Consumes 20 of maximum mana, cooldown of 60 seconds. The Feast Finale. Causes all target talents and skills within a radius of 20 level meters to enter a 1-second cooldown. Skills already on cooldown increase by an additional second, capable of interrupting casting and channeling. No cost. Cooldown of 90 seconds. Has her talent remained unchanged? Previously, Yunlin believed that her talent would transform due to her rebirth. However, she was surprised to discover that her talent still aligned with the mage's Feast of Spells, albeit elevated from a rank to S rank. She found satisfaction in this, as the Curtain Falls was a newly acquired talent skill with commendable crowd control effects. The values of the other 3 talent skills had also seen slight enhancements, compensating for her meager mana reserves. In the next moment, Yunlin suddenly lifted her gaze. She noticed Yu Huang in the crowd, glaring fiercely at her. She nearly forgot about this individual. Today, Yunlin had been utterly preoccupied. Had Yu Huang not approached her, she likely would have overlooked the need to procure Yu Huang's blood for her blade. With this thought, her mind stirred, and the Scythe of Death transformed into its dual blade form. In an instant, she vanished from her original position. Simultaneously, in a novice village located in the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom server, Yunlin gazed silently at her talent skills. Essential for assassination, allowed for increased damage when attacking from behind, teleportation, a 2-second health lock when her health fell below 10, and a melee attack every 7 seconds that dealt double damage while inflicting a bleeding status on the target. It was evident that these 4 talent skills were tailored for the assassin class, as indicated by their names. In contrast, the Dream God leaned more towards crowd control and support. Yunlin's mind conjured the striking figure she had witnessed in her dreams, and her irritation grew. That person wielded dual blades. I was meant to awaken that individual's hidden profession, wasn't T.I. Discovering this truth did not soothe her spirit. Instead, it ignited a simmering envy within her. I will find you. Yunlin clenched her fists tightly, etching Yunlin's silhouette deeply into her memory. Chapter 8. Making a splash and actively displaying power in the vast expanse of the sea. Feather Emperor sensed impending doom as he witnessed Yunlin's sudden disappearance. Initially, he had intended to bide his time, cultivating a cadre of over 10 players before seeking vengeance against Yunlin. However, he was taken aback by Yunlin's unexpected presence in the northern part of the novice village and her acute awareness. A mere glare from him elicited an immediate response from Yunlin, who swiftly pinpointed his location amidst the throng of 30 or so players. Damn, this woman is even more deranged than I am. As Feather Emperor cursed under his breath, he dashed chaotically through the crowd, hoping to disrupt Yunlin's assault while frantically accessing the game panel and incessantly clicking the logout option. Alas, logging out required a 10-second advance notice, rendering him unable to escape instantaneously. Boss, what's wrong with you? His 9 subordinates were bewildered by his sudden panic. Before Feather Emperor could explain, darkness enveloped him in a true sense of obscurity. The luminous moon hanging high above, the moonlit sea, and the surrounding players vanished, leaving him unable to even hear the sound of the tides. Nevertheless, he could still feel the briny sea breeze, indicating he remained on the beach. Saint, do not be too ruthless. Leave a thread for future encounters. I hail from the Liang family of East City. You must have heard of the Huangliang Group, which is our family enterprise. Recognizing the futility of escape, Feather Emperor resorted to intimidation, speaking rapidly, fearing that hesitation would cost him his chance to plead. However, the only response he received was the occasional head that flew through the air, reminiscent of a horror film, even sending shivers down the spine of the madman that he was. Fortunately, these heads dissipated into data code mid-flight. Otherwise, he feared he might have been paralyzed by terror. Now, it is your turn. Yunlin emerged from the shadows. The complete darkness that enveloped the environment was due to her use of the third skill, Domain of the Underworld. A critical hit from an offensive skill meant damage amplification, while a critical hit from functional skill resulted in enhanced effects, as exemplified by the current Domain of the Underworld. However, the enhancement of sustained skill effects was limited. It was only due to the inherent power of Domain of the Underworld that such an effect could be achieved. The Steel skill could also deliver critical hits, increasing the likelihood of acquiring high-grade items and substantial in-game currency. Blood continuously dripped from the Death Twin blades in Yunlin's grasp, and in contrast to their previously unremarkable appearance, 5 slender crimson runes now adorned their surface, signifying 5 instances of life deprivation. Being succumbing to the hand of the god of death felt an overwhelming sense of honor. As the player, Green Mountains and Clear Waters willingly offered 0.1 points of agility in gratitude for the grace of the god of death. As for the announcement regarding life deprivation, Yunlin found it somewhat absurd. Was this not the epitome of nonsensical exaggeration? Moreover, it felt rather juvenile. Perhaps due to the nature of the Death Twin blades, all attributes plundered were agility, resulting in a total increase of 0.5 points. The reason for this meager 0.1 point attribute theft was easily explained. It was to prevent the god of death from indiscriminately slaughtering low-level players and monsters. And the World S will aim to cultivate 100 unique hidden class players, not merely the god of death. She speculated that the probability of triggering life drain when slaying monsters or targets below her level, as well as the attributes of plunder, might diminish. After all, the world will of Blue Star, unlike that of other life planets, was crafted according to the impending invasion of the game's cosmic rules, manifesting in the game known as Dawn of the Breaking Day. Had the Death God class not been heavily restricted, it would have undoubtedly possessed the strength to rival the most formidable beings of the game universe during the previous invasion. However, the unique hidden classes across the 36 planets suffered defeat in the war, revealing the truth of the matter. Yunlin retracted her thoughts, disregarding the coercion and temptations of the Feather Emperor, and activated the effects of her dual blades, teleporting behind him. The blades pierced straight through the heart of the Feather Emperor. -32. The former represented 150 physical damage from the dual blades effect, while the latter was a critical hit, both benefiting from a 200 weakness damage bonus from the Death God's domain. As the dual blades lifted the restriction on attack speed, Yunlin swiftly swiped the blades to either side, inflicting further damage. 18-32. The excruciating pain nearly caused the Feather Emperor to lose consciousness. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he did not experience the same temporary loss of awareness after his health hit zero, followed by resurrection at the Novice Village's revival point. His body showed no signs of dissipating into data code, yet he found himself unable to move, slowly sensing the vitality draining away. In the next moment, he felt something being extracted from within him, leading to a complete loss of awareness. When the life drain talent skill was triggered, the target would not perish immediately. They had to undergo the process of vitality depletion. Creatures who perished at the hands of the Death God felt an immense honor, as the player, Feather Emperor, offered 0.1 points of power and gratitude for the Death God's blessing. The player, Feather Emperor, was filled with murderous intent, hurling insults and threats repeatedly. And the game system determined that this killing did not fall under the active player kill rules. Currently, the player, Holy Judgment, had actively slain 9 players, with the count of slain players set to update daily at 1800 hours in game time. Just moments ago, while Yunlin was lost in thought, she heard the Feather Emperor's incessant chatter, which was precisely why she was reluctant to incur a red name. Though she possessed memories from her past life, she was unaware of the locations of all treasures in the Novice Village. Thus, she had to rely on the guidance of luck. Only when her luck increased to above 15 points could she erase the influence of the red name punishment on her fortune, but under the red name status, she could not raise NPC favorability. Yunlin anonymously listed the novice weapons dropped from slain players for auction, intending to hold onto her copper coins until the price peaked. Typically, upon a player's demise, they would drop 2 to 4 pieces of equipment or items. If the player lacked at least 2 items, they would forfeit game currency instead. Subsequently, she employed the Shadow Stealth skill to enter a state of stealth, canceling Death God's domain, and once again melded into the night, circumventing the other players as she departed the Novice Village, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. What just happened? Are there ghosts in the game? I feel a chill running down my spine. I thought I had succumbed to a sudden death, and I had even mentally prepared myself for my great-grandmother to come and escort me. The players outside the realm of God of Death had largely remained, their surroundings cloaked in darkness, starkly contrasting with the vibrant environment, drawing considerable curiosity. Surely, there could be no supernatural phenomena in the game. Thus, this must be the effect of skill. It seems that within our Novice Village, there exists a player who fortuitously stumbled upon a hidden class. Quick, look at the forum. Someone has revealed information about players with hidden classes. Holy Judgment? That name seems rather juvenile. Could it possibly belong to a mere elementary school student? What is wrong with elementary students? I am one, and I take pride in it, retorted a player who appeared to be no older than 10. Is it possible? How did you manage to enter? During its promotional campaign, Dawn of the Breaking Day indeed emphasized the prohibition of minors from playing. However, stating such rules and enforcing them are 2 entirely different matters. At the resurrection point, the boss exclaimed, "How are we supposed to battle monsters without weapons?" Boss, that woman has put our weapons up for auction. The expression on Feather Emperor's face darkened. In his original plan, he did not intend for too many people to uncover that Yunlin was a hidden class. He aimed to subdue Yunlin first, then offer him a sweet reward to enlist his aid. Upon witnessing God of Death, he realized that the 2 teams he had cultivated were far inferior to Yunlin. And being merely an illegitimate child of the Liang family, he lacked the funds to train a new team. Thus, he divulged Yunlin's hidden class status. Now, he no longer clung to the desire for personal vengeance. He was content as long as Yunlin faced misfortune or demise. Upon hearing that the revealed equipment had been placed up for auction, Feather Emperor hastily summoned the auction page. 10 pieces of equipment were all priced at 500 coins. Veins throbbed on his forehead. An NPC store sold novice weapons for merely 20 copper. The game had officially launched, and working to earn money was no longer viable, especially since Yunlin's pricing was quite reasonable, arguably a fair deal. He had no choice but to send Yunlin a sum of 5,000 coins. Holy Judgment, You best pray that you do not fall into my hands. Feather Emperor gritted his teeth as he purchased the equipment, yet fortune seemed to evade him, for 2 items were snatched away in the process. At that moment, a player suddenly cried out, "Boss! Boss! I've lost 0. 1 agility." What? Feather Emperor summoned his attribute panel and discovered that he had also lost 0. 1 strength. His anger dissipated significantly, and he hurried to delete the post, exposing Yunlin's hidden class from the forum. Alas, it was too late. Numerous players had already taken screenshots or shared the information. "Boss, my grandmother is due to give birth soon. I need to take care of her these days." Meanwhile, beneath the coastal sea, a glimmer of light darted swiftly, skillfully weaving through the monsters, heading directly towards the level 2 area. Wu Haiju's necklace was located in the level 2 zone, and Yunlin was also preparing to hunt level 2 monsters, as defeating higher-level creatures would yield additional experience points and an enhanced drop rate. Chapter 9. Reaping Profits and Encountering Sea Monsters. The item, Wooden Sword, has been sold, and after a deduction of a 5 fee, the remaining 475 yuan will be transferred to the online banking account within 2 hours. Online banking. Account credited with 475 yuan. Balance, 8,950 yuan. Upon seeing the transaction notification, Yunlin did not exhibit much reaction, having experienced this before in her past life. However, she couldn't help but smile sincerely as she recalled her excitement when she made her first fortune in Dawn of the Breaking Day. Back then, it took her a week to earn over 3,000 yuan, and she had been delightfully ecstatic for nearly 2 weeks, with Yunming praising her lively thinking. Now, having earned 5,000 right at the launch of the server, she also had several water-repellent pearls and healing potions up for auction, which she conservatively estimated could sell for over 30,000 in total. The price for healing potions at NPCs was set at 30 copper coins. Yet the auction house had inflated the price to 1,200 per bottle, and Yunlin had hoarded over 20 bottles. The water-repellent pearls could fetch more than 200 each. Closing all windows, Yunlin focused intently on her journey. After a brief passage of over 10 minutes, she entered the level 2 area. Unlike the mere shrimp and crab adversaries of level 1, the level 2 monsters were diverse, featuring not only marine creatures, but also mermen and sirens among humanoid races. The flora was equally varied, showcasing corals radiating with iridescent colors and seaweeds that had morphed into monsters. The transition from level 1 to level 2 felt like stepping into an entirely different realm. Yunlin continued to weave through the monsters, intending to collect quest items and the treasure she knew of before instinctively choosing her path to hunt. However, not long after she entered the level 2 area, she found herself ambushed by a group of sirens amidst the coral. These corals, vibrant and intricate, concealed numerous marine monsters, making them difficult to detect unless one was close. The Worlds had created Dawn of the Breaking Day to facilitate player growth, enabling them to fend off invading foes. Not only had the NPCs been endowed with complete self-awareness by the World's will, but so too had monsters of level 2 and above. Only level 0 and level 1 monsters were intended for players to practice on, and underestimating them would surely lead to regret. Swish, 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 3 water arrows shot forth, trailing streams of bubbles. Yunlin had heightened her vigilance upon entering this coral expanse, and, as she spotted the water arrows, she swiftly stowed away her water-repellent pearls and activated her Shadow Stealth skill, transforming into a shadow before plunging into the coral, using the shadows as cover to launch an assault on her adversaries. As she drew closer, she observed the configuration and attributes of the Siren Squad. Siren, Mage level 2 health points, 200 strength, 17 intelligence, 26 vitality, 20 spirit, 23 constitution, 20 agility, 16 talent. Siren Song, E-grade, chanting the Siren-S song. The melody transforms into notes that drift towards nearby non-friendly units. Targets struck by these notes will be infected by the Siren's song and become entranced, entering a sleep state for 2 seconds. The same target can only be affected once. It consumes 20 mana points and has a cooldown time of 15 seconds. Skill 1, Water Arrow, Conjure a water arrow that swiftly strikes the target, inflicting 160 of intelligence as spell damage. Consumes 10 mana points and has a cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 2. Spell Missile. Launch a slowly moving spell missile that deals 100 of intelligence as spell damage. This skill is considered a normal attack. Consumes 2 mana points and has a cooldown of 1 second. The Sea Siren bears a striking resemblance to the legendary mermaid, possessing a human upper body and a fishtail below, with each appearance strikingly beautiful, rendering gender distinction nearly impossible. Monsters possess innate talents, typically unique to their species, and rare artifacts that can exchange or steal talents may be utilized on them. Furthermore, defeating a monster will only yield the skills that the monster possesses. Among the 4 Sea Sirens, there are 3 mages and 1 knight. The shadow formed by Yunlin effortlessly circumnavigates the Sea Siren Knight, positioning itself behind the Sea Siren Mage on the left. Upon revealing itself, it retrieves the water-resisting pearl, and the Death Twin Blades transform into a scythe form. Strength, 21. The 6 slender magical runes on the Death Scythe are particularly prominent, now converging towards the blade's edge, enveloping it in a layer of black energy as Yunlin activates the domain of the Underworld. While traversing, she had meticulously planned the sequence of skill releases, first employing Submerge into Shadows to close the distance, followed by the Underworld Venom skill, which could not benefit from the I do not believe it cannot kill you talent enhancement, and finally unleashing the enhanced version of Domain of the Underworld, temporarily sealing the senses of nearby enemies. Abnormal damage cannot critically hit. Thus, Underworld Venom does not enjoy the guaranteed critical effect, with 10 luck points augmenting her. The probability of the spell affinity, talent skill returning mana expenditure far exceeds 50, alleviating any concerns regarding mana insufficiency. The Death Scythe falls heavily, severing a small portion of flesh from the Sea Siren's neck. -22-3. 66 poisoned. The Sea Siren emits a muffled groan as a level 2 monster. It possesses considerable combat experience. Clutching its neck, it attempts to distance itself from Yunlin while preparing to chant the song of the Sea Siren. Yunlin, however, would grant no such opportunity, striking again with the Death Scythe. The Sea Siren barely manages to utter half a note before being struck head-on. The talent skill Song of the Sea Siren is forcibly interrupted by the effect of the Death Scythe, sending it staggering back 2 or 3 meters. -43-3. 66 poisoned. Switching weapon forms, Yunlin activates the backstab effect of the Death Twin Blades, teleporting to pursue the Sea Siren, both blades slashing toward the wound on the Siren's neck. -22-8. -3. 66 poisoned. In twin blade form, the damage is amplified by 200 due to weakness. Even without a critical hit, it inflicts only 8 points of damage, yet Yunlin can deal damage at least 4 times per second, maintaining damage output comparable to that of the scythe form. Within 2 seconds, the Sea Siren's health bar depletes entirely. Defeating a monster 2 levels above grants a 100 bonus experience reward. Level 0-1. Yunlin activates the Wraith class talent skill, transforming the still warm body of the Sea Siren into a wraith to fight on her behalf. Wraith Siren, Mage level 2. Abnormal state, undead, unable to recover health independently. The Siren transformed into a wraith, aside from her inability to recover health and gain experience, retained all her attributes, talents, and skills. She commanded the wraiths of the Sirens and charged towards the nearest Siren Mage. Soon, the targeted Siren met her demise in the northwest, triggering the life drain effect. The young god of the underworld, brave and undaunted, dared to confront and conquer foes more formidable than herself. The monster, Siren, paid her the highest tribute, sacrificing 0.3 agility. Yunlin felt as though her 10 toes had nowhere to settle, nearly able to excavate a 3-room apartment. How exceedingly melodramatic. She transformed this Siren into a wraith as well, deactivating the domain of the underworld. With 2 Siren wraiths drawing aggro, the ensuing battle became exceedingly simple. Level 0-4. After vanquishing the final Siren, she also obtained a piece of equipment. Chapter 10. The event commences. The sacred relic of the Siren tribe, low-tier Siren staff, level 2. Inferior quality increases mana cap by 20, intelligence by 5. In each battle, it can negate the effects of 3 Siren Song notes, with effects resetting upon exiting combat. Requirements for use. Intelligence 20, level 2. Its efficacy can only be described as mediocre, given that the flight speed of the Siren Song notes is comparable to that of Magic Missile, rendering it relatively slow and easily avoidable. Furthermore, the number of frontline tanks opting for a magic tank route is exceedingly few. Even if one were to equip this item, the Siren Song can generate at least 10 notes, and the higher the talent tier, the greater the number of notes produced, thus diminishing the impact of negating 3 notes. However, other players might not possess the same level of insight as Yunlin. Yunlin decided to list the low-tier Siren staff on the auction house, opting for a bidding mode with a time limit of 30 minutes. She harbored no fears about nurturing a formidable player, as such equipment necessitating dual requirements of attributes and level could only fetch high prices in the initial days post-launch. By the time players meet the requirements for wearing the item, they may have stumbled upon or purchased superior equipment at a lower price, resulting in the pre-prepared gear languishing in their inventory, or worse, being relegated to a subordinate use. As for equipment that merely requires meeting attribute thresholds, Yunlin would not bother listing it for sale. As the bidding for the low-tier Siren staff commenced, the World Chat channel and game forums erupted. Who is this illustrious figure? To be able to slay monsters at level 2 right after the server launch. Could it be the previously rumored Saint Judgment? The speculation was rife. I wonder if the Saint Judgment would accept apprentices and possibly form a faction. Don't be naive. Saint Judgment is not only a hidden class, but may also possess talents rated S or higher. Players from the novice village where Saint Judgment resides claim she single-handedly annihilated 2 5-member teams in less than 20 seconds. Should Saint Judgment indeed establish a faction, it is likely that only those with hidden classes or S-rated talents and above would qualify for membership. As players flooded the chat, the auction price for the low-tier Siren staff soared. 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. In less than 10 seconds, the price escalated to 18,000. Dawn of the Daybreak is a creation of the world's will, with a quality that far surpasses all games in the Blue Star market. Those who were previously hesitant, upon confirming that the game content aligned with the promotional videos and was not merely a FA-ade of high-quality CG, began to pour into the game. In reality, there is no shortage of wealthy individuals. The same holds true within the game, where affluent players abound. Whether it be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, to the wealthy, such sums are but trifles, insignificant expenditures for a taste of enjoyment, which they deem entirely worthwhile. Thus, the prices of all early game items are driven up by such players. In contrast, after listing her equipment, Yunlin closed the auction house and began to survey her surroundings. The appearance of sirens in groups within this coral cluster indicated the presence of treasures, for it is uncommon for level 2 monsters to congregate in such numbers. Moreover, she herself felt a strong intuition about it. Indeed, not far from the battlefield, Yunlin stumbled upon a seashell resembling a siren, nestled within the coral. Siren's Horn, D-tier tribal artifact. Passive if one possesses this item in the guise of siren. They may command sirens of D-tier and below. If held in any other form, it will draw the ire of the sirens. Horn resounding, active when blown. The horn transforms into the siren's song, luring all sirens within a 5,000-meter radius. Upon discovering this unique artifact, Yunlin felt a twinge of disappointment. However, the siren's horn possessed its own merits. With a potion or item capable of disguising her as a siren, she could traverse the siren's territory with ease and even enlist their aid in battle. Just as she grasped the siren's horn, she noticed 5 sirens approaching from a distance. Humans, relinquish our tribe's sacred artifact, cried the foremost siren, while the 4 behind began to chant the siren song. The seashell in Yunlin's hand quivered slightly. She recognized that many matters could not be articulated through game data. Swiftly, she stowed the siren's horn in her backpack, severing the siren's call to it. Should the siren's horn emit any sound, She would need to prepare for an onslaught from the nearby sirens. Event initiated. Sacred artifact of the Siren Tribe. During the event, players participating cannot log out before death. The Siren's Horn is a crucial item for this event, and the backpack cannot shield it from the Siren's perception. Returning the Siren's Horn to the tribe's leader or vanquishing the tribe's leader will conclude this event. Players engaged in the event will receive rewards proportional to their influence on its outcome. Rewards post-event will correlate with participation levels. Yunlin gasped in astonishment, never anticipating that she would encounter an event so soon after the server's launch. She had wondered how the special item, Siren's Horn, could manifest in the wild. Events are a different form of quest, indeed, a mandatory large-scale mission. Furthermore, events can appear randomly, often lacking any discernible pattern. One might simply pass by and be drawn into an event. Yet, events are time-sensitive. Even if players hide, the monsters will proceed according to the event's progression. Once the monsters resolve their conflicts, the event concludes, and players receive no rewards. Yunlin was unaware of the Siren Tribe's sacred artifact event, as no players from her previous life had ventured to this area at the outset. The event concluded without players' knowledge, given that monsters of level 2 and above possess full cognitive awareness. Conflicts among monsters are normal, and even those of the same species may engage in infighting. She quickly regained her composure. The event notification merely indicated that her backpack could not obscure the Siren's awareness of the Siren's Horn. Not that the horn could not be stored away. The event's difficulty did not seem insurmountable. At least, a full-scale siege by the entire tribe of Sirens was unlikely. Moreover, there were two methods to conclude the event. Utilizing her shadow stealth skill, she could easily approach the Siren Tribe's leader and resolve the matter amicably. Yet she yearned for a grand adventure. An event triggered in a level 2 zone could scarcely involve a level 5 boss. Thus, the leader of the Siren Tribe within the event was merely an elite creature. Given her prowess, it was certainly within her capability to vanquish a level 3 elite foe. Should she choose to return the Siren's Horn to the leader of the Siren Tribe, defeating them again later might not guarantee any valuable spoils. She would remain in these waters for an extended period, and the Siren's Horn held the potential to yield considerable value, making it a risk worth taking. With this in mind, Yunlin consumed a vial of blue elixir and immediately activated Shadow Infiltration, transforming into a shadow as she approached the 5 sirens. Chapter 11. Who is the Fisherman? Unbeknownst to Yunlin and the sea demons, a group of more than 10 mermen lay in ambush amidst the coral near the battlefield. Similar to the sea demons, mermen possess a human upper body and a fishtail below. However, their ears resemble fish fins, and their skin has become keratinized, resembling fish scales. Furthermore, mermen have rugged facial features and muscular arms, signifying their strength-oriented nature. When the world will bestows complete self-awareness upon monsters, they also evolve memories that reflect their character. In this region, mermen and sea demons are adversaries, and the conflict between their tribes has endured for several years. Just yesterday, the mermen captured a pair of sea demon spouses, coercing the female sea demon to infiltrate her tribe and steal the sea demon horn, using her male counterpart's life as leverage. They then spread the news of the sea demon horn within the coral cluster, luring the sea demons to come and search, striking them down one by one. Simultaneously, the merman tribe declared formal war on the sea demon tribe to preempt a large influx of sea demons into their coral territory. Mike, this human is quite remarkable, capable of slaughtering a level 2 sea demon squad at level 0. Will she affect our plans? The merman, named Mike, possesses a unique appearance. With only parts of his skin keratinized, his resolute face bearing a hint of softness. Mike is the offspring of a union between a sea demon and a merman. His mother was deemed a traitor by the sea demon tribe for bearing him, and by the time his father reached the execution grounds, she had already been executed. Consequently, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for sea demons. He inherited his father's strength and his mother's intelligence, and he has not been ostracized by other mermen. On the contrary, he has frequently devised strategies during the confrontations between the mermen and sea demons. This plan, too, is of his design. Perhaps we can witness the downfall of the sea demon tribe without losing a single soldier. as this human remains oblivious to our scheme. Mike's demeanor was calm, clearly having devised a way to manipulate Yunlin. The world did not place all its bets on existing beings, but also created numerous monsters with immense potential. Dawn of the Breaking Day is essentially a game of nurturing. If the monsters were unremarkable, they could not facilitate the rapid growth of 100 unique hidden class players. Growth encompasses not only the enhancement of power, but also the refinement of one's mindset. The first month following the launch of the game marks the novice period for 100 Destined Ones, but after the Blue Star transitioned into a game format, should a Destined One perish in reality and subsequently die again within the game world, their unique hidden class would transfer to the player or monster that killed them. Indeed, monsters can become players through this method, but only by slaying Destined Ones. Killing ordinary players merely increases experience and elevates the monster's rank. Yunlin was neither a Destined One in her previous life nor a Tier 1 player, thus she was not well versed in this aspect. However, she sensed that this incident was far more complex than it appeared, heightening her vigilance as soon as it commenced. Nonetheless, the immediate priority remained the resolution of the 5 sea demons before her. Compared to the previous squad, this group of sea demons included a priest. Yunlin issued commands to the sea demon specters, a beautiful melody resonating as notes soared towards the sea demon squad. She continued to remain in a stealthy shadow form. Although the sirens could sense her location through the siren's horn, her agile prowess reached an impressive 23.7 points when her accompanying weapon assumed its dual blade form. And with the protection of the coral reef, all the siren's attacks missed their mark. It was the same old routine. She revealed herself, transformed her weapon's form, and employed the Underworld poison skill to temporarily sever the siren's senses with the activation of the domain of the Underworld. As the scythe of death swung, a fleeting glimmer of darkness illuminated the surroundings, and the siren priest let out a pained cry, losing 43 points of health. In the next moment, 2 siren wraiths unleashed their water arrow skill, striking the siren priest as well. 63. 63. Within the domain of the Underworld, any target deemed an enemy of Yunlin would suffer damage calculated at 200 of their weakness, regardless of the source of that damage. Despite Yunlin's ability to annihilate a level 2 siren squad, one must not underestimate the strength of level 2 sirens. Were it not for the enhanced domain of the Underworld that could incapacitate their senses, Yunlin would not find combat so effortless. The siren priest attempted to utilize a healing skill to recover, but Underworld poison effectively suppressed any healing attempts. Yunlin delivered 2 additional strikes, slaying the already weakened siren priest, and then systematically eliminated the remaining sirens, who were blindly groping within the domain of the Underworld, with the spell missile from the siren wraith providing supplementary damage. The task did not consume much time. Defeating monsters of a higher level yielded a 100 bonus experience. Level 09, this time after defeating 5 sirens. She looted a water arrow skill book. Water arrow. Learning requirement. Intelligence 15. As a foundational skill, water arrow is not restricted by profession. Any class that meets the learning criteria can acquire it, while advanced skills and above impose such restrictions. As for upgrading professional skills, players must attain a certain level of proficiency with the skill, which will manifest as a skill experience bar akin to that of crafting skills. Yunlin had no intention of selling the water arrow skill book. Its drop rate was significantly lower than that of equipment, and she intended to keep it for herself. After the battle concluded, Yunlin took the opportunity to reflect on the event. Just as she steadied herself, she sensed several pairs of eyes watching her from behind. Her focus had been entirely on the fight, leaving her unaware of the lurking monsters. Her delicate brows knitted in concern, yet she swiftly composed herself. Subsequently, Yunlin waved her hand to dispel the wraith skill, allowing the 2 sirens to return to the embrace of the sea before she melted away into the shadows. After a brief pause, Mike and the merfolk, who had concealed themselves in the darkness, emerged from the coral. Mike gazed intently in the direction Yunlin had departed. His brow furrowed. Though he possessed siren blood, he was ultimately not one of them and could not sense the presence of the siren's horn. "Mike, what are you thinking?" The other mere folk inquired, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. That human was incredibly formidable. It is quite possible that, as you suggested, the human could annihilate the Siren tribe without our involvement. No. Let us return to the tribe, Mike replied absently. Let us go. The leader will undoubtedly be pleased to learn that the humans are causing trouble for the sea demon tribe. 10 mermen departed in a group. Moments latte, ashadu stirat, revealing Yunlin's form. A smirk danced upon her lips. You think to scheme against me? Apologies, but I shall not allow you to succeed. Yunlin was preparing to engage in a far grander game. Chapter 12. The scheme unfolds. Yunlin recalled a tribal ruin located at the juncture of the Level 2 and Level 3 regions in the Northern Sea, which she presumed to be the lair of the Siren tribe. She was also aware of the location of the Mermaid tribe. The monster respawn mechanism in Daybreak was rather unique. It did not revive fallen creatures, but instead generated new ones, which were said to have migrated to commence a new life, while the remnants of the previous monster's existence were not erased. She collected her thoughts and set off toward the Siren tribe. Low-level monsters lacked the means for long-range communication, and the Siren tribe was still oblivious to the fact that the Siren's horn had fallen into Yunlin's possession. The tribe's leader sensed the approach of the Siren's horn and mistakenly believed that a member of the tribe had retrieved the sacred artifact, thereby shifting focus to the ongoing conflict with the Mermaid tribe. 10 minutes later, a siren burst into the chamber where the tribal council convened. Leader. Something is amiss. The Level 3 sirens present wore expressions of displeasure. Speak quickly. Just now, a human came bearing our sacred artifact. 2 young and brash tribe members confronted him, and the human said, the Level 3 sirens were exasperated, wishing to silence the messenger for his vagueness. The human declared that since the tribe did not welcome her, there was no need to return the sacred artifact. She further insinuated that the Mermaid tribe would be very interested in it. Before the words had settled, the siren leader and all the Level 3 sirens rushed out. All tribe members, heed this command. We must prevent the human from delivering our sacred artifact to the Mermaid tribe. The siren leader realized that the siren's horn was swiftly moving away, heading in the direction of the Mermaid tribe. One must understand that possessing the siren's horn was akin to wielding power, compelling even those sirens of lesser rank to obey him. Had he not been preoccupied with the war against the Mermaid tribe, he would have sought the siren's horn himself. Even if the artifact had truly been lost, it would be preferable for it not to fall into the hands of the mermaids. Unbeknownst to him, the Mermaid tribe had already secured the siren's horn, albeit with the intention of minimizing the toll of war due to their greed. Thus, over 100 sirens mobilized, charging toward the Mermaid tribe. Unfortunately, as they neared their destination, they were unable to catch up with Yunlin, nor did they even glimpse her silhouette, for the sirens were primarily mages, tanks, and priests, lacking the agility that Yunlin possessed. Meanwhile, Yunlin, utilizing her shadow infiltration skill, infiltrated the heart of the Mermaid tribe, making her way directly to the grand coral chamber at the center of the tribe. She aimed to create chaos among the mermaids, allowing them no time to react. The spell affinity triggered with a 75 probability for every 5 points of mana consumed per second while in shadow infiltration. Additionally, in a non-combat state, she could regenerate 8 points of mana per second. Thus, without employing other skills, she could maintain shadow infiltration for approximately 45 seconds. Her shadow slipped through the door's crack, silently penetrating the room. Yunlin observed Mike, who was currently reporting, accompanied by 5 Level 3 mermen, while the leader of the Merman tribe was a Level 3 elite creature. She did not hasten to act. Instead, she found a room devoid of mermen, disengaged from her stealth mode, and consumed a vial of blue potion. As her mana replenished to half, she heard cries of alarm emanating from outside, signaling the arrival of the sea witch. There was no time to waste. She retrieved the horn of the sea witch, played the conch boldly, and stepped out of the room, inadvertently encountering the mermen who had just risen to their feet. Merman tribe leader, Level 3 elite, health points, 900 strength, 25 vitality, 30 spirit, 21 constitution, 26 agility, 20 talent. Wrath of the Merman degrade unleashes latent bloodline potential. increasing strength by 25 for the next 30 seconds, after which the user enters a weakened state, suffering 20 more damage and experiencing a 20 decrease in agility. This weakened state lasts until the talent's cooldown concludes. No mana cost, cooldown time 90 seconds. Skill 1, Heavy Strike. Executes a powerful blow against the target, inflicting 150 physical damage. Costs 10 mana points. Cooldown time 6 seconds. Skill 2, Parry. Raises a weapon or other object to completely block the next incoming damage. Costs 5 mana points. Cooldown time 3 seconds. The health of elite creatures is 30 times that of their vitality, and they can regenerate health while in combat, recovering 10 of their vitality per second. Consequently, defeating an elite creature yields additional experience points. La La La, the melody of the sea, which S song, emitted by the horn of the sea, which remained enchanting yet piercing, echoing far and wide. Though the mermen were not particularly astute, they were far from foolish. They charged forward, intent on seizing the conch. Yunlin had meticulously calculated the number of skills she could employ and activated the enhanced version of Domain of the Underworld. She disregarded the level 3 merman and directed her assault towards the only level 2 merman present, Mike. In team battles, it is prudent to eliminate the healer first. If no healer is present, target the most intelligent foe. Yet Mike remained calm. He had anticipated this outcome on his journey back to the tribe, knowing full well that with Yunlin's formidable prowess, she could not possibly be oblivious to the impending threat. His lack of fear towards Yunlin stemmed from his means of retreat. In addition to Wrath of the Merman, he possessed a second talent. Another Me, A grade. Upon activation, leaves a duplicate at the original location while the user teleports to an absolutely safe position. The duplicate can replicate all of the user's attributes, engage in combat, and utilize talents and items below SS grade. Skills below disaster grade cannot discern the duplicate. The duplicate vanishes once its health points are reduced to 0, costs 50 mana points, cooldown time 180 seconds. Monsters cannot perceive the talents of other monsters. And at that moment, Yunlin was in stealth mode. Had she employed Insight, she would have exited stealth, but she had just utilized Insight on the merman leader, leaving Mike's second talent undisclosed. Human, I owe you a favor. Mike harbored not only a deep-seated animosity towards the sea monsters, but also towards the merfolk. Upon returning to his tribe, he refrained from reporting his suspicions, intending instead to use Yunlin's hand to obliterate the merfolk tribe. This course of action had always been part of his grand design. The only difference now was that it had been expedited. And as for the underlying reasons, it was simply because he was neither a sea monster nor a merfolk. In his recollections, he thrived later in life through cunning and strategy. Yet the indelible memories of his childhood torment lingered painfully, rendering any accolades he received futile in erasing those scars. Furthermore, he believed that his mother's demise was also partly attributable to his father and the merfolk tribe. Upon hearing this, Yunlin was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize that she might have fallen victim to Mike's cunning ploy. Yet, one could hardly blame her. In her past life, she had only ranked in the second tier, lacking the privilege to engage with the creatures favored by the world's will, and thus had no inkling of the myriad deceptions that low-tier monsters could conjure. Chapter 13. The conclusion of events and abundant rewards. It appears that my understanding of Dawn of the Breaking Day is far from complete. Yunlin, undeterred by Mike's treachery, reminded herself never to underestimate monsters again, particularly those of high intelligence like Mike. However, she did not leave empty-handed. At the very moment Mike uttered that phrase, her insight ability had also cooled down. Although she had not fully explored the detailed effects of Another Me, she had glimpsed the first half, recognizing that Another Me allowed her to create a copy while she teleported to a position of absolute safety, which was sufficient knowledge. When Mike's detailed attribute panel abruptly vanished, Yunlin understood that the Mike before her was merely a replica. The expanse of the sea is limited, and once I discover treasures capable of exchanging or plundering talents, I shall seek you out. She had set her sights on the talent of Another Me. The ability to plunder talent means one can strip a target of their abilities without any cost, and such treasures are exceedingly rare. In her past life, Yunlin had only heard whispers of them, but had never encountered one. In contrast, exchanging talents requires mutual consent to be effective. However, when a high-tier talent is exchanged for a low-tier one, the superior only needs to offer a single talent skill to acquire the entirety of the inferior's talent. As her thoughts returned to focus, Yunlin consumed another vial of blue potion to maintain realm of the underworld, which ensnared the three-level merfolk present. La la la, it seemed the siren's horn sensed Yunlin's urgency, and the melody of the siren's song soared. The summoned sirens felt an unnameable fury swelling within their hearts. Disregarding the leader's counsel, as they surged into the merfolk's tribe one after another, the sirens retained some semblance of reason, knowing the importance of maintaining their formation. The tank led the charge. The mages unleashed their spells against the approaching merfolk, while the priests healed the tank. Merfolk, being power-oriented creatures, lack agility, and very few choose the path of the assassin. Additionally, the ocean environment severely restricts archery, making it nearly impossible to wield bows effectively underwater. With the high-level combatants of the merfolk ensnared by Yunlin, they found themselves leaderless. Unable to break the siren's formation, many merfolk began to flee. Observing this, the siren leader's anger dissipated. The human race had managed to restrain those three-level merfolk. As long as she could return the sacred artifact, she would no longer pursue the matter. In the center of the tribe, within the coral dwelling, Yunlin opened the door to find the merfolk scattering in terror. She activated Shadow Stealth, transforming into a shadow, and darted to the rooftop of the coral dwelling, promptly shutting down realm of the underworld. From the very beginning, her intent had been to incite a war between the two tribes, allowing her to reap the benefits. However, she could not permit the merfolk to collapse too soon, as that would undermine the strength of the siren tribe. Once the merfolk leader's senses returned, he surveyed the surroundings and ordered his subordinates to search every room. Yet they found no sign of Yunlin, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Let's go. We must first appease those sirens." The merfolk leader, visibly exasperated, hurriedly led 5 three-level merfolk away. Yunlin remained concealed atop the roof, observing the clash between the two tribes. With the appearance of their leader, the panicked merfolk found their resolve and ceased their flight. Yunlin stowed the siren's horn into her inventory, and the sea monsters gradually calmed down. However, the war had already commenced. It could not simply come to an end. Observing that her side had the upper hand, the sea monster leader took the initiative to strike. "You merfolk have pilfered our sacred artifact. If you surrender it and compensate us for our losses." Before the sea monster leader could finish, the merfolk leader could no longer contain herself and interjected, "This matter does not concern us. It was a human who stole your artifact and framed my kin." "You speak nonsense. I can clearly sense that the artifact lies within your grand coral dwelling. That human is merely level 0. How could they possibly contend with your level 3 kind? I believe you are unwilling to return our sacred item." As Yunlin had anticipated, the negotiations between the sea monsters and the merfolk ultimately faltered, leading to an all-out war. She watched with great interest from the rooftop, retreating indoors to consume a blue potion when her mana was nearly depleted, only to re-emerge moments later as a shadow to observe the battle. After more than 10 minutes, the merfolk faced defeat. Yet, the situation for the sea monsters was not much better. From over 100, merely 20 or so remained, most of whom were gravely injured. The sea monster leader's tenacity for war stemmed from the potential rewards. Monsters could gain experience by defeating other monsters, with the possibility of ascending in rank, and he feared he might perish at the hands of the merfolk in the future. This time, he had garnered 43 of the experience. Delegating the cleanup of the battlefield to other sea monsters, he strode towards the coral dwelling, keen to prevent any further contact with the siren's horn. Noticing her mana had fully replenished, Yunlin employed Insight on the sea monster leader. With 435 health points remaining, she calculated that she could defeat him before her mana ran out. Subsequently, she entered a state of stealth, patiently awaiting the sea monster leader's entrance into the coral dwelling. Being merely a level 3 elite monster and not a boss, the difficulty of defeating him was relatively low, even more so than the merfolk leader. As the realm of the underworld unfolded, Yunlin activated the equipment effect of Death's twin blades, teleporting behind the sea monster leader and thrusting her gleaming blades towards his heart. Dash 39. Dash for Dash 3. 78. Poison. She refrained from greedily pursuing further attacks, immediately transforming her weapon into a scythe. With a swift motion, she interrupted the sea monster leader's spell casting, sending him reeling back. Dash 18. Dash 3. 78. Poison. Thanks to the peculiar properties of Realm of the Underworld. No matter how loudly the sea monster leader screamed, the outside sea monsters remained oblivious. Dash 39. Dash 3. 78. Poison. Relying on the repulsion and interruption provided by Death Scythe, along with the healing suppression of the Underworld poison skill, she whittled down the leader's health in under 10 seconds, ultimately triggering the effect of Death Scythe to slay him. By defeating an elite monster 3 levels above her, she earned an extraordinary 550, 150, 400 bonus experience. Level 0, 12, 25. The monster, sea monster leader, offered the highest respect, yielding 0. 8 points of intelligence. The player, Holy Judgment, has slain the leader of the sea monster tribe, fully participating in the progression of the event, achieving a participation rate of 100. The rewards include 5 freely allocatable attribute points, a knowledge note titled Siren Transformation Potion, a special item known as Siren's Blood Drop, and a treasure referred to as 6-colored flower. Upon perceiving the rewards of the event, Yunlin felt that all her efforts were indeed worthwhile. The 5 freely allocatable attribute points, combined with the ability of the 6-colored flower to enhance all 6 fundamental attributes by 1 point upon absorption, essentially equated to a level increase. The difficulty of leveling up in Dawn of the Breaking Day is considerable. One must vanquish 200 level 0 monsters or 134 level 1 monsters to advance from level 0 to level 1. Moreover, the other 2 rewards are commendable as well. Chapter 14. Abnormalities of the Body Notes. Siren Transformation Elixir. The notes detail the insights and processes of a mid-tier alchemist who developed an elixir capable of temporarily transforming into a siren. Knowledge notes are not skills. They cannot be instantly absorbed. Players must grasp the knowledge contained within through their own understanding. In addition to life skills, numerous high-tier combat skills also exist in the form of knowledge notes. Siren Blood Drop. Grade D. Passive. This item is formed from the condensed blood of a powerful siren. When worn, sirens of grade D and below will not initiate attacks against the player. Ineffective Song. Passive. The player has conquered the siren, no longer entranced by the beauty of the siren's song, thus immune to the songs of grade D and below sirens. After digesting the rewards from this event, Yunlin will undoubtedly navigate the low-level siren tribes with ease. The gains from this venture extend beyond the event rewards. The Siren Chief also dropped an item of equipment, which, perhaps due to the event's influence, requires only a minimal attribute for wearing. Siren Hide Bracers, Level 3, Common Intelligence 3, Spirit 3. The hide of the siren is remarkably resilient. Using this equipment to block attacks can reduce physical or magical damage by 5 points. Wearing requirement, Intelligence 10. Yunlin concentrated and retrieved the 6-colored flower, kneading it into a small ball to consume as a wild vegetable dumpling. As she is currently in the gaming phase, attribute enhancements merely translate to numerical increases. However, after the transformation of Blue Star into a game, players can distinctly feel their growing strength, a sensation that is both marvelous and intoxicating. Strength 1, Intelligence 1, Agility 1. Subsequently, she summoned the game interface, allocating 5 free attribute points to her primary attributes of Strength and Agility. 3 points to Strength and 2 points to Agility. Both attributes hold significant importance for her. Hence, she chose to distribute her points evenly. Player, Sacred Judgment, Renameable, Level 0, 12, 25. Class, Underworld Deity, Assassin. Health, 110, 110 mana. 46, 100 Strength, 21. 110. 6. Intelligence. 9. 8 Vitality. 11 Spirit. 10 Constitution, 11 Agility, 20. 8. Although the event has concluded, Yunlin has no intention of halting her endeavors. Her elaborate efforts serve 2 purposes to expedite the resolution of this incident and to transform the Siren Chief into a wraith to assist her in monster farming. Despite not being a top-tier player in her previous life, she has encountered numerous battles, granting her a certain degree of control over the unfolding situation. Yunlin spread her palm towards the reclining Ocean Chief, activating her Wraith-class talent skill. She then set about eliminating the remaining 20 or so sirens. Killing monsters 2 levels higher grants 100 additional experience. Level 0, 13, 25. Killing monsters 3 levels higher grants 150 additional experience. Level 0, 14. On the other side, in the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom server, Yunming found herself in a predicament. Shortly after the server opened, she was forcibly coerced into forming a party by 4 players who seemed oblivious to her protests. No matter what she said, they continued to surround her, insisting that she join. She recalled her brother's advice. If unable to refuse, she should feign compliance and look for an opportunity to log off, waiting a few minutes before logging back in to escape. However, to her surprise, when she logged back in after deliberately waiting several minutes, the 4 players were still there. Unyielding, they provided no chance for Yunming to log off, constantly drawing monsters towards her, forcing her to absorb damage, keeping her in a perpetual state of battle. Xiaolin, what should I do? Yunming was momentarily at a loss for a way to rid herself of her teammates. In truth, there were many ways to extricate herself. It was just that Yunming was too gentle and kind-hearted. Xiaolin replied, "Sister, since they're drawing monsters, you could also lead the monsters to them. You mustn't appear too weak, otherwise, others will continue to drag you into being a meat shield to absorb damage." Xiaolin had witnessed similar scenarios in her previous life in a novice village. In gaming, unless one was exceptionally suited to the knight class, most players would opt for damage-dealing roles, while a small fraction would choose to be priests rather than knights. After all, with the existence of tactile feedback in Dawn of Breaking, being hit could be painful, and few players were sadomasochists. Therefore, many parties lacked a meat shield, especially those with less skilled members, rendering them incapable of effectively battling monsters. Yunming as hidden class, the mountain deity, could only masquerade as a knight, thereby attracting attention. Sister, you. Xiaolin initially intended to advise her sister to refrain from logging into the game for the next half-month until he reached level 20 and could easily elevate her sister's level. However, he reconsidered. In her past life, his sister had always indulged him, and in this life, how could he allow her to tread the same path? Xiaolin, what's wrong? Sister, have you pushed the discrepancy between your game character and real appearance to the extreme? Yes, I've even cut my character's hair short. I hardly recognize myself. For safety's sake, I've also covered the lower half of my face with a cloth. Yunming had previously been puzzled by her brother's insistence on such actions. But upon seeing the auction house items priced in the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, she began to understand. Thus, in addition to adhering to her brother's counsel, she had cut her hair. Were it not for the lack of hair dye items in the game, she would have dyed it as well. Upon receiving her sister's message, Xiaolin finally comprehended everything. Sister, do you wish to embark on adventures in the game? If so, you could seek out the top-tier players in your novice village and subtly showcase your capabilities. Those strong players would undoubtedly accept you, preventing a recurrence of today's events. Most formidable players possessed a sense of pride and typically would not engage in obtrusive behavior, ensuring a fair distribution of loot. As for whether the party Yunming was in would be willing to let her go, Xiaolin held no worries. Unwilling? Then we shall fight until they relent. After all, the god of the Underworld would slay from beginning to end. Reputation? What is it that can enhance attributes and increase damage? After a brief pause, Yunming finally replied, Xiaolin, are you not afraid that I might develop feelings for those teammates and choose not to follow you? Not at all. Should you, dear sister, wish to remain, I shall protect you from the shadows. Yunlin refrained from mentioning her own plan. She could charm her sister and use the fear of the ruffians outside as leverage. Ahem, boys grow into men, but what does that concern her? For the first time, she felt that being a girl was rather advantageous, as it would allow her to stay by her sister's side without reservations in the future. I was merely jesting, Xiaolin. Indeed, I aspire to join a formidable team to hone my combat skills and awareness, so that I may better safeguard you. Yunlin could not bear to part with her sister. and neither could Yunming. Though they were not siblings by blood, their bond surpassed that of most familial ties. Yunming would recklessly shield Yunlin from harm, while Yunlin, after avenging her, tirelessly sought a way to resurrect Yunming. Fully aware of the perils ahead, yet driven by a glimmer of hope, she ventured into that mysterious dungeon. "Sister, I have prepared a surprise for you." Yunlin skillfully diverted the heavy topic. "What is it?" "A secret. The player, Saint's Judgment, has reached level 1, with strength, intelligence, health, spirit, constitution, and agility each increased by 1 point, and has gained 5 free attribute points. With the aid of the Siren S Ghost, Yunlin dominated the level 2 area, leveling up in less than an hour. Plundered attributes: strength 1, intelligence 1, 1, health 1, 5, spirit 0, 6, agility 2. Additionally, she obtained a warrior's weapon, rusty iron sword, a skill book on block, and a piece of kelp treasure that enhances intelligence by 1 point upon consumption. She also retrieved the necklace lost by Wu Haizhu. Treasures typically manifest as mutated natural objects, mostly comprising plants, stones, or springs. Just as she was about to venture into the level 3 area to hunt monsters, an unusual sensation surged within her, followed by a sharp pain in her lower body and an urgent need to urinate. What is happening? Yunlin, unmindful of further thoughts, feared that her recent diet of instant noodles had caused an issue and hurriedly logged off. Upon returning to reality, she was first taken aback, then filled with shock and fear. Have I urinated blood? Chapter 15. The object of reverie is oneself. Yunlin lifted the blanket, only to discover his undergarments stained with blood, accompanied by an inexplicable pain in his lower body that persisted stubbornly. At this moment, he momentarily disregarded the winter chill and the fact that he was clad only in his underwear. Rushing into the bathroom with bare arms to cleanse himself while assessing the situation. This shouldn't be happening. I had consumed instant noodles for nearly half a year without issue. Surely, they are far healthier than the excessive consumption of cheap meals. At most, they lack nutrition but should not lead to such dire consequences as hematuria. Realizing that the symptoms of blood in his urine showed no signs of abating, Yunlin contemplated calling for emergency assistance. In his past life, he had been unafraid of death. Yet now, he found himself gripped by a profound fear of mortality. After all, the path ahead was no longer shrouded in uncertainty. As Yunlin prepared to return to his room for his phone, he halted abruptly upon passing the vanity. For his peripheral vision caught sight of the reflection in the mirror, an image that seemed somewhat at odds with the memory of himself. Although he had exaggerated the deviations in his game character's appearance to the utmost in his previous life, and had since nearly forgotten his original visage over the course of years, he was struck by an intense sensation, akin to a fortuitous omen bestowed by the game. He turned to confront his reflection directly. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. Previously, he had sported a buzz cut, yet now his hair had grown long, with strands transformed into a light lavender hue. How naive I was. The hidden class Wui is favored by the world's will. How could it possibly enjoy the same treatment as ordinary players? Yunlin had considered this before, intending to share the revelation of the game's arrival with his sister only after she noticed some changes. He had not anticipated that the benefits of the game would manifest so soon for the Wui hidden class. Upon realizing this, his thoughts crystallized, leading him to a crucial understanding. Why was it that, after the game's arrival in his previous life, the official authorities of Longwell were not overwhelmed by civilian factions, and were even able to maintain order within their territory? It was evident that players of the Wui hidden class existed within the official ranks, or that one of them had reported the anomalies of dawn of the breaking day. Moreover, it seemed that the official had begun laying groundwork just days after the server launched. Clearly, I must exercise greater caution. Yunlin harbored no desire to join the official ranks, for where there are people, there is conflict. He did not consider himself or his sister to be more cunning than those in power. A moment's carelessness could render them victims. Furthermore, the god of death thrived on slaughter, which was obviously at odds with the official's ideology. How would the authorities regard him? Would they suppress him, or seek to eradicate him entirely? The high-ranking officials were not reincarnated. They were unaware of the future developments. oblivious to the fact that players of the Wui hidden class constituted the primary force against the invasion of the game universe. Were they to realize this, his sister might very well become a pawn to restrain him. In summary, Yunlin resolved to remain utterly concealed before the gamification of Blue Star commenced. Once that transformation took place, the world of the dawn of the breaking day would serve as his sanctuary. In the event of his demise in reality, he could merge into the game world, albeit at the cost of losing his chance at resurrection. He once again considered that becoming a girl might not be such a bad idea after all. If Yunlin's gender had not changed, it would be quite simple for a formidable state apparatus to locate an individual, especially in this era of big data. As for his sister, he harbored no concerns. After all, Yunming had been concealing her strength from the very beginning, and lower-tier players would not possess the skills or special items necessary to perceive the innate talents of others. Reflecting on this, Yunlin accessed the forum to inform his sister of the discovery that the game could influence reality, urging her to exercise greater caution and to never reveal her formidable capabilities. Little Lin, now that many know of your hidden profession, could that lead to trouble? Yunming's foremost concern was her brother's safety. Do you remember when I mentioned wanting to surprise you? Yunlin replied. Previously, when Yu Huang exposed Yunlin, there were no accompanying photographs, as he had intended to recruit Yunlin for his own purposes, thus lacking any screenshots or recordings of him. Consequently, Yunming was unaware that Yunlin was a female character in the game. Upon seeing her in the exposure post, she assumed Yu Huang had simply made a typographical error in his fury. I remember, Yunming responded. Just as she sent her reply, Yunlin forwarded an image of holy judgment, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented, as if her mind were on the verge of crashing. Little Lin, you mentioned that the game could influence reality. So does that mean? Well, sister, you no longer have a brother, but you will gain a sister. My body has transformed to resemble my game character, which is how I realized the game could affect reality. Yunlin refrained from disclosing the truth of his reincarnation, fearing that his sister might inquire about his past life. After a prolonged silence, Yunming finally responded. Following the conclusion of their conversation, Yunlin gazed into the distance with a complex expression. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. It was not that he felt a sense of loss, for he had hardly utilized his previous identity, and he was certainly not regretful. Sighing heavily, he released a deep breath. After nearly 10 minutes, the pain in his lower body subsided, and he was no longer experiencing blood in his urine. He returned to his bedroom, dressed, and then headed to the bathroom. Emerging half an hour later, as he walked, he lightly slapped his own face. How could I behave so bizarrely, addressing myself in such a manner? Of course, he was referring to his identity as Holy Judgment. Next, Yunlin donned a hooded sweatshirt and stepped outside to retrieve the self-heating hot pot and other instant food items he had ordered from a delivery platform. After collecting his takeout, he perused a nearby supermarket, purchasing not only instant food, but also a substantial quantity of apples and other long-lasting fruits. Not wishing to join the official factions, he resolved to minimize any opportunities for them to locate him, thus preparing to stockpile supplies. Moreover, he informed Yunming that he would not reunite with her in the game world until reaching level 30 or perhaps even higher, although he could still move in with her in reality. After nearly 2 hours in the real world, Yunlin finally entered the game. The game, Dawn of Daybreak, did not feature a reward system for being the top player across the server, and he believed that the earnings he had accumulated were sufficient for the time being, so he did not feel he was wasting time. Most importantly, he was aware that there were no other hidden profession players in his novice village, and the other players posed no significant threat. Meanwhile, the vast majority of players with rare hidden professions have reached level 1, and they have also noticed the anomalies of Dawn of the Breaking Day. The fire within Lanlin's heart blazed increasingly fierce. So is her pearly teeth clenched, her entire body trembling. Upon realizing that the game could influence reality, Lanlan no longer suppressed her emotions. Her hatred surged forth like a tightly coiled spring. How could she not feel hatred? Just moments ago, Lanlan had utilized her dream-weaving talent once more to enter a dream, where she witnessed that enchanting figure effortlessly slaughtering hundreds of foes with overwhelming prowess. Compared to the dream god, the stolen rare hidden profession was not merely a notch more powerful. Who on earth are you? Chapter 16. Fortuitous guidance. Having witnessed the formidable power of the underworld deity, Yunlin grew increasingly anxious. She recognized the urgency of identifying the player who had awakened the underworld deity. Otherwise, once the deity matured, she would find herself at a loss. After all, if she could not even contend with it, how could she hope to reclaim the underworld deity class? Although she was currently unaware of how to strip a class, she could at least control the underworld deity to prevent it from gaining strength. Without delay, Yunlin contacted the head of a painting studio affiliated with her family. Hello. Send your most skilled employee to the Lawn family villa in the outskirts. In the game, faint glimmers emerged from the depths of the sea, coalescing into the form of Yunlin. Meanwhile, the lifeless body of the once white sea witch leader twitched and revived. The wraith was not a pet and could not enter the pet space, which meant that each time Yunlin logged off, the wraith reverted to a corpse. Gulp! Water rushed in her nose, draining her of 10 health points. She hastily retrieved a water avoidance pearl and crouched down, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Almost drowned. At that moment, the results of the auction flashed before her. The item, low-level sea witch's staff, was successfully bid at 21,500 yuan, and after a 5-transaction fee, the remaining 20,425 yuan will be transferred to her online bank account within 2 hours. The item, rusty iron sword, was successfully bid at 35,000 yuan, with a remaining sum of 33,250 yuan after the fee, also to be deposited within 2 hours. Players' online bank accounts were safeguarded by the world will. Even the officials could not access players' transaction records or close their accounts. Thus, Yunlin was emboldened to earn money so openly. Although the world will was nurturing a kind of parasitic control, the parasites had yet to be fully contained, and the world would not allow the players, as parasites, to be influenced by external factors. Yunlin allocated her newly acquired free attribute points upon leveling up, maintaining her strength at 3 points and agility at 2 points. Level 10, 125, health 135, 135 mana, 146 strength, 30, 15, intelligence, 15, 1 vitality, 13, 5 spirit, 14, 6 constitution, 12 agility, 28. She had already equipped the merfolk leather bracers, and her intelligence attribute now met the requirements to learn the water arrow skill. Although the underworld deity was an assassin class, the damage of water arrow was inferior to a basic attack. Yet, Dawn's Break was no ordinary game. Skills could counteract enemy abilities and serve practical purposes. The fireball skill could ignite flames, while the water arrow, composed of the purest and most pristine water, was fit for consumption. After orienting herself, Yunlin, accompanied by the Wraith of the Sea Witch leader, ventured towards the Eastern Sea region, a level 3 area. In her previous life, she had heard from other players that this Eastern Sea region contained a unique spring that did not dissolve in seawater. Drinking from it could enhance both intelligence and spirit attributes, but she needed to see it for herself. Even though these two attributes did not significantly enhance her abilities, she was determined not to relinquish them easily. Regardless of where she ventured to slay monsters, it mattered little. As for Wu Haiju's quest, she intended to return to the novice village only after defeating the level 5 boss. Half an hour later, Yunlin spotted a low-lying area emanating a faint blue glow from the spring. There were no luminous corals in sight. The only source of light was that spring. She tested the ground with a foot, discovering the soil was rather loose, undoubtedly concealing numerous monsters beneath the mud. Shadows danced above her head. Go! Yunlin waved her hand, and the Sea Witch leader and 2 newly transformed elite specters advanced slowly from different directions. Meanwhile, she activated her class talent skill, Infiltrate Shadows, transforming into a shadow and merging with the darkness as she swiftly approached the spring. In her previous life, she had encountered treasures associated with springs. Players had to wait a few seconds after touching the spring for it to condense into an item that could be stored in their inventory. The stealth state could not trigger this mechanism, so she relied on the 3 specters as cannon fodder to attract the monster's attention, ensuring she wouldn't be too passive when the spring solidified into droplets. She deliberately instructed the three specters to create a commotion, unleashing their skills, which immediately stirred the surrounding waters. The eerie cries echoed as two bright lights suddenly emerged from the murky, muddy waters, followed by flashes of electricity. Indeed, treasures were not easily obtained. A gigantic electric eel appeared in the nearby sea. Yunlin turned to see a 10-meter-long eel, accompanied by a dozen other creatures, including octopuses, giant crabs, and swift-moving shrimp. Quite splendid. She could prepare a seafood medley. Upon nearing the spring, she did not hastily exit her stealth state, but waited for the monsters to engage the specters. The Sea Witch leader and the three specters fought valiantly, finally igniting the fury of the monsters, who turned to assault the specters. Yunlin silently mourned the three valiant warriors for a brief moment, then activated her innate talent, Spell Frenzy, reducing the cooldown of Infiltrate Shadows by 5 seconds to mitigate her risks. Only then did she reveal herself, simultaneously retrieving the Water Avoidance Pearl. She pointed her finger at the spring, and a countdown appeared above it. 3 seconds. The sea creatures, while not particularly intelligent, were far from foolish. They quickly noticed Yunlin, the little thief. Enraged, the sea beasts rushed back, but Yunlin had her countermeasures. She unleashed Dark Venom and cast Water Arrow, allowing Realm of the Underworld to become the third skill benefiting from critical hits. The Realm of the Underworld unfolded, plunging the dark area into utter obscurity. After leveling up to 1, the radius of Realm of the Underworld expanded to 11 meters, ensuring that even the giant electric eel could not escape. Furthermore, the electric eel's electrocute skill was a small area AoE attack with a lengthy cooldown of 15 seconds, while the other sea creatures were deceived by the specters. As the 3 seconds elapsed, Yunlin acquired 2 droplets of water. Azure Spring. Consuming it enhances intelligence and spirit by 1 point each. She employed Infiltrate Shadows to slip away as a shadow, vanishing into the unsettled muddy waters. As the spring water vanished, the sea creatures erupted in fury. However, after an extensive search, they could not locate the thief and could only vent their wrath upon the corpses of the 3 specters, including the Sea Witch leader. Yunlin observed a moment of silence for a brief 0.001 seconds, distancing herself from the lowland. An inexplicable thought suddenly blossomed in her mind, to witness the moonlight upon the sea. She understood that this was a guiding whisper of fortune, and without hesitation, she swam towards the surface of the ocean. Moments later, Yunlin broke through the water surface. The rumbling of thunder and the howling of wind intertwined, signaling the imminent approach of a tempest. In the next instant, lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the darkened expanse. Yunlin beheld a colossal ship approaching from the distance. Event triggered. Chapter 17. Merchant Ships and Pirates. Event initiation. The Pirate Frenzy. During the event, players participating cannot log out before death. The merchant ship is under siege by pirates. Will you be the savior of the crew, or will you descend into madness and become a pirate yourself? The choice is yours. Eliminate all pirates or locate and seize the treasure to conclude this event. Participants will receive rewards proportional to their impact on the event after its conclusion. Tip: what you see may not be the truth. Once the treasure leaves the merchant ship, the backpack no longer shields the living from sensing it. In her previous life, the sunken vessel she had encountered in the level 3 area was, in fact, this very ship. Yunlin pondered the contents displayed before her. The notion that what you see may not be the truth. Does it imply that there is a traitor among the crew? Or does it suggest that the treasure on the surface is merely a decoy? Perhaps both scenarios hold validity. She turned her gaze toward the direction of the novice village. It was merely about 15 kilometers away from the novice village. Players hunting monsters in the eastern waters might catch sight of this colossal merchant vessel. However, she wondered if any bold adventurers would dare to engage in this event. Although Yunlin had never heard of this massive merchant ship in her past life, such ignorance was reasonable. After all, the existence of treasure aboard meant that it had been deemed extraordinarily rare by the will of the world. Who would readily share such information, even if players did not confront the pirates during this event? They would likely keep it to themselves. Who knows if they might encounter this band of pirates again in the future. Returning to her thoughts, Yunlin consumed 2 drops of Azure Spring. Pillage attributes: Strength 1, 8, Intelligence 1, 5, Vitality 1, 5, Spirit 1, Constitution 0, 8, Agility 4. Her attributes surged once more. Level 122, 5, Health 135, 135, Mana 170, 170, Strength 30, 8, 15, 4, Intelligence 17, 5, Vitality 13, 5, Spirit 17, Constitution 12, 8, Agility 30. Her strength and agility could now rival that of level 4 monsters. For reasons unknown, as Yunlin gazed upon her attributes, she was reminded of the god of the underworld from her previous life. Was it guilt for having taken away another's future? She was certain that no such guilt resided in her heart. After all, the fated ones are favored by the wills of the worlds. Upon failing to resist the invasion of the game, they either lose the powers bestowed upon them by the world's will, reverting to mere mortals within the game universe, or they face extermination. Where then lies the future? Could it be? Suddenly, Yunlin conceived a rather absurd thought. Could it be that the one had sensed a change in their destined trajectory? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, if she could be reborn and rewrite her fate, why couldn't others perceive the deviation in theirs? Yet, she remained unfazed, swimming toward the merchant ship while recalling any information she had about the god of the underworld from her previous life. Unfortunately, her former status had not afforded her any insights into the elusive hidden class. Even the whispers she had heard were exceedingly scarce. However, she was not disheartened. She would meet challenges with resilience. What was there to fear? Could it be that the other party could discover their true identity? Meanwhile, within the confines of the Lan family villa, Lan was intently gazing at a realistic painting. Indeed, it was that very silhouette. This image had been captured by Lan and subsequently sent to her subordinates. Find this individual within 3 days, she commanded, her fingers tapping on the mahogany table. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "This person has awakened a hidden profession and possesses formidable strength. They are likely not an ordinary individual. You should search in this direction, and it will be best to locate her in the real world." Yes, the Lan family, one of the premier elite families in Hangzhou, boasts assets worth billions and industries spanning the nation. Thus, their network of connections is exceedingly powerful. It is not an arduous task to find someone in reality. However, there is a prerequisite. They must first locate Yunlin within the game to narrow their search. Lan was resolute, convinced she would find the individual. To this end, she entered the game and initiated a dream creation to confirm the outcome as she had anticipated, which somewhat eased her mood. Yunlin grasped the ship's anchor and exhaled deeply. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the tumult of raging winds and towering waves. Countless times, she had been struck by the monstrous swells. Even when she submerged beneath the surface, the waves would drag her back up, rendering her shadow submersion ability ineffective against the onslaught. She dared not descend to the ocean floor, for that would only distance her from the merchant vessel. Within those 2 minutes, Yunlin consumed 3 potions and lost 4 water-repelling pearls. Despite her wealth, she still felt a pang of pain. As she approached the merchant ship, she noticed 4 rather rudimentary boats affixed to its hull, and upon closer inspection, she could see that barnacles filled the gaps between the vessels. Barnacles can be utilized in such a manner? Yunlin mused, her knowledge expanded. She boarded one of the small boats and began to ascend the rope ladder left by the pirates. At this moment, the storm had yet to subside. She swayed precariously as she climbed, nearly losing her grip. Ugh, I haven't even boarded yet, and I'm already experiencing severe seasickness. Were it not for the holographic display indicating treasures aboard the ship, she would have certainly abandoned this endeavor. Having never sailed before, she had spent her previous life battling beneath the waves, only returning to land after reaching level 20 via regional teleportation. Her seasickness was quite debilitating, undoubtedly impacting her upcoming battles. After the event concluded, she would likely need a prolonged period to recuperate. Yunlin attempted to use her shadow submersion ability to meld with the ship's surface But the situation improved only marginally. It was truly tormenting. Whoosh, 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 ugh, ugh, ugh. The fierce winds formed a rather unmelodious symphony with her distressing condition, yet it was strangely harmonious. After several tense moments, Yunlin finally boarded the merchant vessel. Before her unfolded a scene of chaos, with pirates and crew members engaged in fierce combat. The pirates belonged to various races: fish-headed mermen, sharkmen, and sea sirens, alongside humanoid creatures covered in dark, slimy substances. The crew, all human, donned identical sailor uniforms. However, in Yunlin's eyes, both sides appeared as adversaries, their health bars a vivid red. Just as the holographic display had indicated, both parties in this affair were enemies. Was that a cuttlefish? Yunlin was quite intrigued by the peculiar humanoid creature and promptly employed the spell, Insight. When confronting monsters, players can directly perceive their race and level. However, to discern attributes, talents, and skills, the use of Insight is essential. Mutated four-clawed inkfish, level 4 elite, health 656, 1050 strength, 29 intelligence, 32 vitality, 35 spirit, 29 constitution, 26 agility, 24 talent. Ink sac degrade, ejects a stored ink sac that explodes upon hitting the target. Inflicting a state of blindness for 2 seconds, stores 1 ink sac every 5 seconds, up to a maximum of 20. Costs 10 mana points with no cooldown. Talent: I am a pirate. A grade: treasure plunder. Passive: when slaying a target, there is a small chance to seize additional gold and items. Ransom: active, frequently traversing the seas. How could one not falter? When health falls below 25, one may expend 25 of total wealth to activate this skill. Entering a state of invincibility for 4 seconds and enhancing agility by 50. No mana cost. Cooldown of 6 hours. Skill 1, Water Arrow. Skill 2, Meditation, passive. Restores 1 mana point per second. Skill 3, Water Blade. Forms a water blade that lasts for 5 seconds. Dealing 120 of intelligence in spell damage to the target. Costs 30 mana points. Cooldown of 10 seconds. This talent. Yunlin's eyes sparkle with excitement as she felt a sudden connection to I am a pirate. She hoped that the treasure would be the kind of riches she had envisioned. Meanwhile, a team of players was approaching the merchant ship. Chapter 18. Another team of players. Yunlin's gaze swiftly traversed the deck, reaffirming her suspicions. The pirates were led by a mutated four-clawed octopus, accompanied by 3 level 4 elite monsters, while the remaining pirates were either level 3 or 4 minions. Among the crew engaged in the battle, there were also 3 elites. And even within the cabin, 2 more elites and numerous crew members were present, along with onlookers. The merchant ship boasted such a lavish configuration. Had it not been for the many traitors hidden among them, how could they have faced the calamity of sinking? Eliminating the visible pirates was not a daunting task. The challenge lay in the fact that the traitors involved were also classified as part of the pirate faction. Should she choose to observe the infighting and intervene only at the last moment, her level of involvement would undoubtedly be minimal. Recalling the bountiful rewards from the 100 participation in the Sea Witch Tribe's relic event, Yunlin resolved to act without hesitation. Even if she faltered, the skill from death to life would provide a safety net. She downed a vial of blue potion, evading the oncoming assault of pirates, and then employed her class talent skill Shadow Stealth to transform into a shadow, infiltrating the cabin in search of the so-called treasure. However, her seasickness persisted severely, causing her to retch intermittently, and on several occasions she nearly lost her stealth. Fortunately, the storm masked her sounds, and the people inside the cabin remained unaware of her presence. Upon locating the cargo hold, which was heavily guarded by crew members, a group of players boarded the pirate ship, preparing to ascend the rope ladder. "Elgo, there's a player aboard, inside the ship structure. That should be the cargo hold," remarked a female player named I Want to Get Rich, whose talent included a radar skill capable of detecting all life forms within 100 meters, indicating their alignment through different colors. NPCs in green, players in blue, and monsters in red. The player known as El Gu halted his ascent, looking down at a stout man below. "Xiao Pang, can you lock onto that player and switch positions?" Xiao Pang shook his head. My talent can only target entities within my line of sight. Elgo pondered for a moment before inquiring, Xiaozhua, where is the cargo hold located? Xiaozhua pointed toward a certain area. Pai-ho, you board the ship and move the rope ladder over there. We will breach the ship directly to access the cargo hold. If you're discovered, immediately enter stealth and flee. Although the treasure is alluring, we must prioritize our safety. This event is inherently an adventurous endeavor. It is acceptable if we ultimately do not secure the treasure, Elga stated solemnly. The 5 members of the squad were all at level 1. Yet their collective strength was sufficient to confront 2 or 3 level 2 monsters simultaneously. Earlier, they had intended to challenge a level 3 monster, but were overwhelmed by 5 level 3 foes, managing to escape only amidst the tumultuous waters. Elga was swept onto the sea by a massive wave, leading him to spot the merchant ship and receive the event prompt. The team members nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the ship's interior, the sole corridor leading to the cargo hold was rigged with traps. The wooden floor was composed of square tiles that appeared inadequately fitted. Yunlin understood that beneath these floorboards lay pressure-sensitive devices, designed to guard against the approach of those who could turn invisible or enter stealth. In the past, after the world of Blue Star transitioned into a gamified realm, contemporary technology was gradually supplanted by the enchanting innovations of magical science. The cost of magical technology was astonishingly low. For instance, the pressure-sensitive device before her required only the widely accessible skill of residual mana. By merely combining 2 wooden planks and a spring, one could create such a device. When the device was subjected to pressure, the distance between the planks would diminish, causing the disparate magical energies residing on each plank to collide, resulting in a brilliant explosion of sound and light. However, this rudimentary magical apparatus proved ineffective against Yunlin, as the shadow formed by her shadow infiltration bore no weight. Concealed by the wall, she stealthily advanced towards the warehouse. The crew guarding the warehouse remained oblivious, engaged in light-hearted banter, unaware of the encroaching shadow. Once I set foot on the island, I shall summon a siren to test whether the tales of their exquisite allure hold any truth. What siren? A merman. Indeed, that is the true embodiment of collagen. Utterly slippery. Goodness, my friend, your taste is rather. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from the warehouse, reminiscent of metal scraping against glass. A jarring, shrill note, while thick crimson smoke began to seep through the cracks of the door. By heavens, how dare these pirates? We must not allow them to seize the treasure. The crew swiftly flung open the warehouse door and surged inside. The footsteps above became frantic, indicating that the entire ship had caught wind of the chaos unfolding in the warehouse. Yunlin inwardly cursed, realizing she was mere moments away from infiltrating the warehouse unnoticed. Her initial intention had been to verify whether the visible treasure was indeed present. If so, she would take it and then ascend to the lookout to observe the crew's immediate reactions, thereby deducing the true custodian of the genuine treasure. Yet, the plan could still proceed, albeit with some adjustments. With a flicker of thought, she transformed her accompanying weapon into dual blades. Agility, 45, with a movement speed of 1.9. Her shadow truly became an ephemeral wisp. Upon entering the warehouse, Yunlin beheld the breached hull, the protective formation shielding the gap, and the players outside the warehouse. It was them. She recognized El Gu, who in her previous life was a member of the most formidable and esteemed team in her novice village. However, she cared not for LGE's reputation. Their interference with her plans was sufficient grounds for her to refrain from aiding the crew in attacking him, which was already an act of considerable benevolence. The formation. As she surveyed the area, Yunlin spotted the treasure in one corner of the warehouse, a metallic chest adorned with resplendent gems. Yet, the treasure lay ensconced within a formation, rendering it inaccessible without breaching the protective array. In this lifetime, she had yet to master skills pertaining to formations and remained uncertain whether her recollections from her previous life could aid her in deciphering it. Familiar with formations, which were derived from magical runes, she pondered that if her past mastery of runes could function without the need for formal skills, then this formation should be child's play. Regardless of the outcome, an attempt was necessary. Activating the domain of the underworld, a corner housing the treasure was engulfed in darkness. Alas, they have accomplices. Upon witnessing the onslaught of numerous third and fourth tier crew members, El Gu and his companions, all of whom were merely at the first tier, promptly leaped into the sea in a bid to escape. As the crew turned back, they beheld the corner shrouded in darkness and hastily plunged into the obscurity. In an instant, as Yunlin's gaze fell upon the formation, she discerned the key to unraveling it. Without hesitation, she unleashed the water arrow skill, shattering a magic rune, causing the other runes to dissipate entirely. Success. Unknown treasure chest. It may contain valuable items. Lacking any discernible tier, it was evidently intended to mislead. Nonetheless, Yunlin stowed the unknown treasure chest into her backpack and swiftly made her way toward the breach created by El Gu and his companions. The formation safeguarding the breach permitted egress but barred ingress. She intended to vacate the cargo hold first and, upon the cooldown of stealth, stealthily proceed to the lookout tower, regrettably missing the opportunity to witness the crew's initial reactions firsthand. The domain of the underworld centered around Yunlin, shifting with her movements. Any crew member entering this domain would lose their bearings, rendering them incapable of obstructing her departure. Splash! After hitting the water, Yunlin exchanged wide-eyed glances with El Gu and the other five. Chapter 19. The true treasure in hand, you have departed from the merchant vessel, and the backpack no longer obstructs the connection between living beings and the treasure. A luminous screen materializes before Yunlin, and in the next moment, over 10 crew members leap into the sea, disregarding the presence of Lu Gu and others, charging directly towards Yunlin. Return the treasure, or face death. I shall return the treasure, but not at this moment. Yunlin activates the equipment effect of Death's twin blades, instantaneously teleporting behind one of the crew members, thus evading the encirclement. As soon as the 5-second cooldown of the shadow infiltration talent skill elapses, she transforms into a shadow, reappearing aboard the merchant vessel, making her way directly to the cabin. Although she cannot witness the crew's initial reactions upon discovering the treasure's loss, Yunlin is certain that returning the treasure will allow her to relish the joy of the crew upon its recovery. Once back on the ship, the game backpack restores the barrier to the treasure's aura, enabling her to reach the lookout tower unimpeded. She casts a glance, particularly focusing on the 2 elite crew members, both of whom exhibit signs of acute anxiety, devoid of any pretense. Is their acting remarkably convincing, or are they not truly elite? I refuse to believe there are no flaws to be found. Yunlin's shadow clings to the top of the wall, confirming that from this angle, she can observe everyone in the lookout tower. She retrieves the unknown treasure chest. With a resounding thud, the chest lands heavily on the ground, capturing the attention of all present, who turn their gazes toward the source of the sound. Upon seeing the lost treasure, the majority of the crew members display expressions of elation, with the exception of the 2. They truly are not elite. Yunlin swiftly identifies the 2 crew members, one at level 3 and the other at level 4. Their smiles appear unnaturally rigid, subtly betraying a hint of disappointment. The appearances of these 2 resemble that of a level 4 elite crew member, and Yunlin quickly begins to piece together the situation. However, to ascertain the truth, she must confirm it with those directly involved. With the effects of the unknown treasure chest already active, she disregards it and allows her shadow to glide along the ceiling until it reaches the heads of the 2 men. As she cancels her stealth state and reveals herself, she activates Realm of the Underworld. Before she even touches the ground, her twin blades are already aimed at the head of the level 3 individual. -36-7. 5. Poison. -66. Immediately following this, she invokes the equipment effect of Death's twin blades, teleporting behind her target to negate the stiffness from landing, then plunges a blade into his back. -66-7. 5. Poison. With a level 3 non-elite creature possessing less than 300 hit points, Yunlin pays him no further mind, pivoting to confront the level 4 crew member. You, how dare you? We are the captain's nephews. The 2 had been standing together, and the level 4 crew member, witnessing Yunlin's 3 strikes that left his brother nearly defeated, trembles in fear. Wish to live? Then hand over that item to me. Yunlin raises her twin blades against the neck of the level 4 crew member, getting straight to the point. I advise you not to harbor any deceitful thoughts. The fact that I was able to steal the false treasure from layers of protection attests to my capabilities. Your captain uncle cannot shield you. Upon hearing this, the level 4 crew member's eyes widen in shock. How? How do you know the treasure in the cargo hold is fake? Yunlin observed 2 to 3 dozen crew members rushing into her territory, and her patience swiftly evaporated. With a fierce swipe of her double-edged weapon, she delivered a lethal kick to a severely injured level 3 crew member. The level 4 crew member clutched his throat in sheer terror, gazing at Yunlin as if she were a terrifying demon. I will get it for you, he stammered, trembling as he reached into his bosom to retrieve a cloth bundle. Upon seeing the cloth, Yunlin's heart raced. She recognized it as genuine treasure. Snatching the bundle, she unfurled it, revealing a red orb as translucent as amber. Blood amberstone. Degrade this item can be placed within a target's body, whose death occurred no more than 10 minutes ago. After 5 minutes, it can acquire one of the target's talent from their lifetime. Ineffective against targets above level 5. Cannot acquire S-grade or higher talents. Racial talents cannot be obtained. The item can only be used once. She had initially thought that merely obtaining the talent exchange stone would justify her efforts, but this unexpected windfall was beyond her wildest dreams. Yunlin stashed the blood amberstone away, kicked the level 4 crew member away, and transformed into a shadow, ready to flee. However, the next moment, an unforeseen change occurred. An invisible wave of energy surged within the lookout tower, abruptly interrupting her shadow infiltration skill, imposing a 5-second cooldown, while other talent and profession skills faced a 0.5-second cooldown. Clearly, this was a skill of the same type as her feast finale. Thieving wretch. The captain, witnessing one nephew dead and another gravely injured, surged forward with eyes aflame, clawing towards Yunlin's throat. The crew members scattered, attempting to encircle her. Although Yunlin was not a top-tier player in her former life, she had experienced numerous life-and-death battles, endowing her with a combat awareness unparalleled by most. Forced into action, she did not hesitate, switching her weapon to scythe form. She activated the dash equipment effect, propelling herself towards the lookout tower's window at double speed. Third uncle, she has the blood amberstone. We cannot allow her to escape, or we shall bear the consequences. What? There are no signs of the treasure chest being opened. How did she acquire the blood amberstone? Someone inquired, confusion evident. Yet, at that moment, no one had the presence of mind to ponder this, for Yunlin had already leaped through the window and fled. Ouch! Despite unleashing a speed of 3. Two skills struck her back. To maintain her combat finesse, she refrained from retreating, her sensory feedback unwavering at a peak of 50. The searing pain causing her brow to furrow. She landed on the deck and rolled aside twice, evading the incoming attacks. Now, Yunlin faced 2 choices: to risk taking the mutated 4-clawed cuttlefish and seize the opponent's "I am a pirate" talent, or to plunge directly into the sea, distancing herself from the merchant ship, thereby concluding this encounter and later seize Mike's talent, another me. When did I become so greedy? Yunlin suddenly realized her growing avarice, desiring to claim all the good fortune for herself while neglecting to consider her own safe escape. The risks of remaining are exceedingly great, should one choose to stay. They would inevitably face the relentless pursuit of crew members, tourists, and even pirates. Another me possesses quite remarkable talents. She consoled herself, yet could not resist glancing back at the mutated 4-armed octopus. It was inescapable. I am a pirate. The allure of such abilities was irresistible. The details of the skills did not mention any limitations, implying that the act of vanquishing players and monsters could indeed trigger plundered treasures, and their ransom could serve as a means of survival. No more thoughts on that. Yunlin vigorously shook her head, attempting to cast aside her covetous desires. Rushing to the edge of the ship, she did not slow her pace, leaping into the sea in a parabolic arc. During her descent, she consumed a vial of healing potion to mitigate the environmental damage to her health. Could it be that they were captured? just before plunging into the water. Yunlin witnessed Brother L and others bound tightly, being dragged by the crew towards the ship, and for a fleeting moment, she felt a pang of guilt. Chapter 20, I suppose it's fate. Event settlement. L and his companions also caught sight of Yunlin, their faces reflecting a shared sense of grievance. In their eyes, had it not been for Yunlin leading so many crew members to leap into the sea, their entire army would not have been obliterated. As for why they did not return to the novice village, it was because, following the official launch of the game, players would face penalties upon death, losing a level, resetting their progress, and dropping equipment and items from their inventory. They decided to wait a little longer. Perhaps there might be a way to extricate themselves? Otherwise, the past 3 hours since the launch would have been utterly in vain. Saint Judge, help us, Saint Judge, help us, the 5 of them cried in unison. As Yunlin plunged into the ocean, losing 12 health points, she solemnly nodded toward L and his group. I shall go rescue you. With that, she dove headfirst into the depths. L and his companions were left in shock. Was this truly the rescue they had anticipated? They appeared even more forlorn, akin to forsaken wives. In truth, they had misjudged Yunlin. She genuinely intended to save them, albeit through a rather unconventional method, by exiting the event's parameters. The restrictions imposed upon participating players would vanish, allowing them to log off. Upon logging back in, players would reappear at their last coordinates. Was this not a form of salvation? L and his companions would endure merely a modicum of torment. Meanwhile, the pursuing crew members, seeing no trace of anyone on the surface, and with the storm escalating, refrained from jumping into the sea in pursuit of Yunlin. Captain, we have captured one of her accomplices. She should return to rescue them, right? The captain cast a cold gaze at L and his group. Take these 5 below deck. I will personally keep watch. Seize the treasure chest for that squid and eliminate the other pirates. Soon, anguish cries echoed throughout the ship's cabin. Oh, Ed, shall we just accept our fate and die? This is just too much. Hold on a bit longer. The event must be nearing its conclusion. When the captain steps out to rest, we can log off. L's face was a portrait of frustration, yet he did not direct his ire toward Yunlin. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Had Yunlin not incited the crew's animosity, they would likely have been slain by now. On the other side, Yunlin reached the ocean floor, and upon confirming there were no pursuers above, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against a massive rock, she felt an overwhelming heaviness in her chest and a fogginess in her head. Her clothing was entirely soaked. During the battle, she had felt little discomfort, but now, with the calm, compounded by lingering seasickness, she felt utterly unwell. Although Dawn of the Breaking Day was set within a gaming context, many aspects mirrored reality. Except for the player's fitted attire, other costumes could be damaged and would become wet and soiled. However, within the game, players could store damaged outfits in their inventory, and upon retrieval, they would be restored to pristine condition. Yunlin found a patch of coral and concealed herself within, shedding her outer garments. Sighing, she gazed at her reflection and felt a wave of melancholy regarding her future form. After discreetly capturing a few images and recording a brief 30-second video showcasing her physique, she donned her now dry attire. Ahem, as long as I refrained from mentioning it, who would suspect me of being a pervert? In her rebirth, Yunlin experienced a profound transformation in her mindset. Having suppressed herself for far too long in her previous life, the moment she relaxed, she rebounded completely, to the point where she could scarcely recognize herself. What is that? Yunlin spotted a shimmering black dot rapidly descending, which she found somewhat familiar. Without hesitation, she activated her shadow stealth talent and swiftly made her way toward the dot. Moments later, she exclaimed, I knew it. I'm a pirate. This talent is truly fated for me. To her astonishment, she encountered a mutated 4-clawed octopus once more. Darn it, she lamented. Having received not a single penny in rewards and having lost so many comrades, this venture had turned out to be a complete loss. The 4-clawed octopus cursed vehemently, spewing ink and frustration, clearly in a foul mood. Its tentacles thrashed violently against the unknown treasure chest. Where on earth should this behemoth be relocated? Observing the scene, Yunlin finally pieced together the events. Initially, she had thought the captain's nephew was merely playing a trick on his uncle, but it now appeared that the captain was the true mastermind behind it all. Would the ship still sink in this lifetime? Would the crew members find their way to the novice village? She did not dwell on these matters. Even if the crew became NPCs in the novice village, they would still be bound by the game's rules and could not act against her. If they remained as monsters, there was even less to worry about. Having consumed a healing potion, Yunlin's health was fully restored, while the mutated four-clawed octopus had just over half of its health remaining. Approaching the creature, she revealed herself, producing a water-repelling pearl to activate her domain. "It's you." The four-clawed octopus widened its beady eyes, retreating while spewing ink, utterly intimidated by Yunlin, as if she were the level 4 and it was merely level 1. Regrettably, once ensnared in the domain of the Underworld, escape was no easy feat. 64 7 5 poison 34. The mutated four-clawed octopus, with over 400 health points, succumbed in less than 6 seconds under Yunlin's assault. Achieving a level 3 kill against an elite monster granted her an additional 550 experience. Level 123. The monster, mutated four-clawed octopus, offered its utmost respect, yielding 1 point of spirit. Yunlin glanced at the unknown treasure chest and then back again. Why not seize the opportunity? Ultimately, she could not resist her greed and placed both the unknown treasure chest and the corpse of the mutated four-clawed octopus into her backpack. The notification screen reappeared. Almost forgot about those 5 individuals. Within 5 minutes, Yunlin exited the area of the Pirates' Revelry event, and the event settlement page materialized before her. Player, Holy Judgment, successfully escaped with the genuine and false treasures, having fully participated in the event's progression, achieving a participation rate of 100. Players, Hero of El Leon. I want to get rich. The 5 players had not contributed to the event's progression, resulting in a participation rate of 0. The rewards include 5 freely allocatable attribute points, a knowledge note titled Borrowing Your Talent, a special item known as a tiny boat, and a treasure, dice fragment, 1 point. Yunlin retrieved the corpse of the mutated four-clawed octopus and placed the blood amber stone into its body. She observed the corpse visibly pale, and only then did she summon the game interface to review the rewards from this event. The note, Borrowing Your Talent, documented the insights and processes of a transcendent enchanter who developed an enchanted stone capable of storing talent skills. This is actually the journal of a transcendent level enchanter. She was utterly astonished. Chapter 21. The Untouchable Prohibition. Avenge the grudge of 2 skills. The classification of life skills is as follows: low tier, mid tier, high tier, master, grandmaster, extraordinary, and entering the sage. In her previous life, Yunlin had never heard of anyone among the 36 life planets who had elevated their life skills to the extraordinary level. Even if such individuals existed, they would be exceedingly rare. Moreover, this was an item capable of storing innate skills. She resolved to dedicate an hour or 2 each day to study this notebook, with the intention of storing several innate skills, such as facing death and living and buying life money, thereby providing herself and her sister with additional assurance. Subsequently, Yunlin turned her gaze toward the other 2 rewards. Miniature boat, a rank Yang fan. Passive when placed in water, this item transforms into an indestructible vessel, equipped with complete living facilities and a recycling system. Set sail. Active, the player may consume 50 of their current mana to link with the miniature boat, which will possess 150 of the player's agility attribute and consume 1 of the player's maximum mana per second while in motion. Dice fragment, 1 point. S-rank, collecting dice fragment from 1 to 6 points grants a complete die. Yunlin's hands trembled with excitement. The miniature boat was undoubtedly a perfect means of transport, suitable for levels 70 to 80 without issue. What thrilled her most was the dice fragment. Even a single fragment held S-rank status, leading her to wonder about the grade of the treasure that could be formed from its assembly. Would it be SS rank? Or perhaps even higher, SSS rank? An SS rank treasure could alter destinies, while an SSS rank effect would be even more formidable. Yunlin did not perceive the rewards from this event as overly generous. Upon reflection, she believed that only individuals like herself, where those who had experienced rebirth could complete it so smoothly. The hidden profession of God of the Underworld was essential, along with the accumulated experiences and combat awareness from a previous life. Had it been another player, they would likely have remained oblivious to who possessed the Blood Amber Stone by the end of the event. As for terminating the event by vanquishing all the pirates, the captain was the true mastermind behind the scenes and would surely be counted among the pirates. The essence of the event was a trial set forth by the world's consciousness. Simply put, the fated ones and players are akin to students, with the world as consciousness acting as the homeroom teacher. The level of participation in the event reflects their exam results and daily performance. For exemplary students, the teacher never hesitates to offer praise and rewards. With a thought, the dice fragment materialized in her hand, the piece conical in shape, with a square base adorned by a striking red dot, as if embellished with blood. Kill, 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 kill. Ah, whoa. The moment her gaze fell upon the red, a series of blurred images danced before Yunlin's eyes. The call to charge, the piercing wails assaulting her consciousness. At that moment, she felt as though she were amidst the battlefield, acutely aware of the brutality of war. Two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks involuntarily. Was this the cosmic battlefield where the 36 life systems resisted the invasion of the gaming universe? A heavy sigh resonated in her mind. From that sigh, Yunlin discerned a profound sense of helplessness, accompanied by a sense of familiarity. Are you the consciousness of the world? She waited in silence for a long while, yet no response came. Yet the recent sigh of resignation has already conveyed a multitude of sentiments. And the silence from the world will signifies that this matter cannot be openly articulated. The intervention of a force more formidable than the game universe. Yunlin's conjecture is not without merit. Rather, it is steered by the world will toward such contemplation, though it must end there. Deeper layers of truth seem to be off-limits, thoughts unable to breach that barrier. In the next moment, she gathered the fragments of the die, and the blurred images along with the cacophony of sounds faded away, along with her speculations. What was I just thinking about? Surely, the amnesia of rebirth cannot be a side effect. Yunlin gently tapped her head, realizing she truly could not recall, and thus let it go. Subsequently, she sought out a piece of coral, stuffing the remains of the four-clawed octopus within, while she reclined on a nearby boulder, emptying her mind. The period of waiting for the blood amber to acquire its talent provided a perfect opportunity to calmly contemplate her future plans. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Lu Gu and the other 3 male players huddled together, weeping openly, while Xiao's was sobbed loudly. Woe is us. We have finally made it through. I believe the grand memory restoration techniques discussed online are utterly ineffective. From now on, no one can pry my secrets from me. Although they had only been imprisoned for a little over 20 minutes, they had danced on the brink of death multiple times, each time their health dwindling to a sliver, only for the ship's priest to restore them completely, preparing them for another round of torment, nearly shattering their spirits. No, when we encounter the Saint's judgment again, we must demand mental compensation. That seems feasible. They claimed this, yet in truth, none genuinely believed it. After all, they had acted with ulterior motives, aiming to seize the treasure before Yunlin. At this moment, Xiaozhua abruptly ceased her sobbing. Lu Gu, a prominent family, is seeking the Saint's judgment. I privately messaged you a screenshot. Upon seeing the realistic depiction of the figure, Lu Gu fell silent. Xiaozhua, you are actually a young lady of a wealthy family. Lu Gu, your focus is rather peculiar. Shouldn't you be contemplating whether to inform the Saint's judgment? The family searching for her is none other than the Lan family of Hangsheng, a billion-dollar conglomerate. Lu Gu remained quiet for a while before replying. How should we notify the Saint's judgment? She has set her account to private. We cannot even search for her, nor can we send an email. Xiaozhua lifted her small head, speaking with pride. I have a solution. The Saint's judgment has been in a shop all day today, and she is sure to return there. We can ask the NPC of that shop to relay a message. As long as the Saint's judgment knows the Lan family is looking for her, she can prepare in advance. As for stopping the Lan family, that is impossible. How do you know so much about the Saint's judgment? You wouldn't happen to. Lu Gu teased. Upon hearing this, Xiaozua's delicate face flushed crimson. You, what nonsense are you speaking? I simply admire the strong, akin to being a fan, and thus I do not wish to see the Saint's judgment embroiled in the struggles of capital. I haven't said anything specific, so why are you blushing? Upon observing the flush on Xiaozua's face, Brother L ceased his playful banter with the young girl and adopted a serious tone. Xiaozua, do you not find this matter peculiar? Why would the Lan family seek Shunkai within the realm of the game? Moreover, they employed a realistic painting depicting only a silhouette. It is evident that the Lan family is utterly oblivious to Shunkai's appearance and information. This situation is devoid of logic. What could be the reason? Xiaozua and her companions scratched their heads, equally perplexed. Shunkai might possess the answer. Cut out. Listening to you is like listening to a monologue. Noticing Brother L was not jesting, the voices of Xiaozua and her friends dwindled. As 5 minutes elapsed, the four-clawed cuttlefish had transformed into dried squid. Yunlin produced the blood amber stone, its hue deepening to a blood red, and immersed it in the seawater beyond the protective sphere of the water avoidance pearl. Blood amber pearl, D-grade, contains the talent. I am a pirate. Click to acquire this talent. Without hesitation, she promptly clicked to use it. Flecks of crimson energy emanated from the blood amber stone, surging into her being, while the once lustrous amber gradually dulled, disintegrating into fragments within 5 seconds. Simultaneously, a game interface appeared, revealing the talent section with I am a pirate, along with the passive ability, treasure plunder, and the active skill, ransom, both values remaining unchanged. Why do I feel somewhat unsettled? Yunlin pondered as she swam toward the surface of the sea. Realization dawned upon her. She must amend the fate of the merchant ship. She believed that a tiny ship, equipped with complete living facilities and a closed-loop system, would surely be no smaller than a merchant vessel. If she could not overpower it, could she not simply ram it to the depths? She could not rest easy at night if she failed to exact revenge for those two skills. Chapter 22. Seizing the merchant ship and slaying the captain. The storm arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. Now, the sea lay calm and tranquil, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, which cloaked the vast ocean in a shimmering veil. Upon witnessing this enchanting scene, Yunlin felt her heart settle in tranquility. Yet, her desire for vengeance remained unwavering. However, she would not be so ruthless as to slay every soul aboard the merchant vessel. Her targets were solely the captain and his nephew. She retrieved the tiny ship. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary white paper boat, but upon contact with the seawater, it began to expand gradually. The smooth surface of the paper revealed intricate patterns that became increasingly pronounced as the vessel grew larger, ultimately transforming into a series of rooms. During the expansion of the paper boat, Yunlin stood firmly upon its still smooth surface. After 10 seconds, the tiny ship ceased its transformation, becoming a colossal vessel over 100 meters in length and more than 30 meters in both width and height, its entirety a rich brown hue. No wonder the tiny ship was merely rated as A-grade. The time required for such a metamorphosis was rather lengthy. Yunlin made her way to the control room where, in addition to the helm for steering, there lay a magical rune stone slab and various control buttons. At the center of the rune stone slab was a recessed palm-shaped slot, the key to propelling the vessel. In her previous life, Yunlin had encountered magical technology, sparing her the need to waste time in experimentation. She pressed her right hand into the slot, and with a mere thought, half of her magical energy surged into the rune stone slab. The engraved runes illuminated as though electrified, emanating a soft blue light. Instantly, countless magical runes floated forth from the slab, swirling around her arm in a graceful dance. Having established a connection with the tiny ship, she would consume 1% of her maximum magical energy per second while navigating. As Yunlin withdrew her hand, the magical runes encircling her arm did not dissipate, but instead formed a translucent conduit linking her and the rune stone slab, ensuring a steady supply of power to the tiny ship. Although magical technology included devices for energy storage, those contraptions required significantly more expensive energy than magical energy, making them unaffordable for lower-tier players. She summoned the map interface to chart her forthcoming course. It had been less than half an hour since she departed from the merchant ship. The captain and his crew would not reach shore too soon, especially with the storm at hand, which would limit the vessel's speed to a maximum of 2 or 3 knots. Once she estimated the merchant ship's current position, Yunlin pressed the button on the control panel representing departure, gripping the helm to steer her course forward. During her voyage, she ascended to the deck and produced the unknown treasure chest. To guard against any potential traps, the moment she opened the chest, Yunlin transformed into a shadow and swiftly distanced herself. As she had anticipated, a cloud of green mist billowed from the chest, clearly a toxic fog. Once the sea breeze had completely dispersed the harmful vapors, she waited for a minute before returning to the chest. Scaleless fish skin D-grade can be used to craft leather armor, resulting in equipment with excellent elasticity. New power potion E-grade, consuming it permanently increases strength by 1 point, but randomly decreases either intelligence or spirit by 1 point. The deduction of intelligence and spirit will escalate with repeated consumption. To her astonishment, the treasure chest contained indeed some remarkable items. Yunlin marveled at the captain's willingness to invest so much for the blood pearl stone. The scaleless fish was a rather rare creature, and its skin could be fashioned into a form-fitting garment that not only conformed to the wearer's physique, but also possessed exceptional breathability, with a soft texture that ensured utmost comfort. The skin stored within the chest was sufficient to craft 3 full sets of equipment, and even if sold to an NPC, it would yield over a dozen gold coins. The currency conversion is as follows: 10,000 copper, 100 silver, 1 gold. Filled with joy, Yunlin placed it in her backpack and then retrieved several vials of the new strength potion from the chest. This item, for other players, consuming the new strength potion required careful consideration, as it directly affected their attributes and physical condition. A decrease in intelligence could lead to foolishness upon the game's arrival, while low spirit could result in fatigue, making it difficult to muster enthusiasm for any task. Although Yunlin possessed the life deprivation talent, she only consumed 2 vials. Strength 1. Intelligence -1. Strength 1. Spirit -2. Having encountered such potions in her previous life, she was aware that the attributes lost would double with each subsequent use. The remaining new strength potions she planned to gift to the alchemist NPCs to garner goodwill, hoping to exchange them for insights into crafting rare potions. Subsequently, Yunlin allocated the 5 free attribute points rewarded from the Pirates' Revelry event, distributing 3 points to strength and 2 points to agility. Strength 38, 8, agility 34, 17. The diminutive vessel boasted an agility of 76, 5, ensuring a swift sailing speed as it reached the designated area within 10 minutes. Despite some deviation, she spotted distant glimmers approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away. 2.5 minutes later, atop the merchant ship's lookout, a crew member seemingly witnessed something terrifying and shouted in panic. "Captain, we have a ship approaching from the side." As Yunlin had not activated the ship's lights, it was only upon her nearing that those aboard the merchant vessel could perceive her presence. However, this tactic was effective solely at lower levels, as higher-tier magical technology often included radar devices. What good is shouting? Accelerate and steer clear. The captain bellowed. The diminutive vessel reached a speed of 43 knots. With no limitations on item speed, Yunlin's maximum movement speed was 1.5 times the standard speed of the small ship. Constructs crafted from magical technology could not achieve such terrifying speed, as the diminutive vessel was a reward bestowed by the world's consciousness. With a thunderous crash, the small ship, impervious to destruction, withstood the impact due to its steel-like hull. The wooden merchant ship stood no chance and suffered severe damage upon contact. After enduring 6 additional collisions, the merchant ship succumbed. "Damn it, we cannot let this ship escape." The captain's words had scarcely left his lips when the colossal vessel before him abruptly vanished. "Captain, that couldn't have been a ghost ship, could it?" The crew and passengers alike were rendered bewildered by this eerie spectacle. Meanwhile, Yunlin had transformed into a shadow, advancing towards the captain with lethal intent. Previously, The excessive number of crew members and tourists posed a significant challenge. Any aggression towards the captain would likely result in an overwhelming retaliation. Even the domain of the god of death could not protect her. However, the current circumstances had shifted, with crew and tourists preoccupied with their own concerns. Coupled with her enhanced attributes, eliminating the captain and his nephew was no longer a formidable task. Upon encountering Yunlin, the captain was taken aback. Yet, Yunlin had no intention of engaging in dialogue. She immediately activated the effect of her death twin blades, teleporting behind the captain and plunging the blades into his heart. She relentlessly targeted the captain's vital points while simultaneously pulling him towards the sea. Her strength surpassed that of the captain, rendering his struggles futile. The battle proceeded remarkably smoothly, with no crew members intervening. Emerging from the water, Yunlin swiftly dispatched the captain's nephew, who was still searching for his uncle, and then transformed into a shadow, disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Dragon Nation server, Yunlin observed the reports from her subordinates with a cold, mocking smile. She had not anticipated locating him so swiftly. It appeared that fate still favored her. Chapter 23. Reflecting on gains and journeying towards level 5 area to conquer the boss, she, along with the player providing information, remarked, "You must be eager to shed the identity of an illegitimate child. Am I correct? I can assist you, provided you furnish me with a clear image of the holy judgment and its physical traits." Mislan. From the outset, the holy judgment has been shrouded in mystery. With my current abilities, it is utterly impossible to unveil its veil. Yu Huang may be a madman, yet he is not foolish. He was willing to offend Yunlin, hoping to leverage the influence of the Lan family, but without a substantial benefit from them. He would never work for free for Lan. Similarly, Lan is not naive. Very well, I will support you in forming a team of 20. Equipment, items, and consumables will be dispatched to you daily. Do not entertain any tricks. You have only 3 days. Should I not obtain what I desire within this time frame, everything I have provided will be revoked, and you shall lose even the privilege of being an illegitimate child. Miss Lan, this is not how one negotiates cooperation. Yu Huang, ultimately just an illegitimate child raised apart, had never encountered the true machinations of high society, and was taken aback by Lan's assertiveness. Remember, you have but 3 days. The funds will be transferred to your account within 10 minutes, and the preparation of equipment and game items will require half an hour. After this, regardless of what Yu Huang had to say, Lan offered no further response. Damn it, you women. Each and every one of you deserves to perish. Yu Huang logged off and proceeded to demolish everything in the room. For over 10 minutes, he wreaked havoc before collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. As the frenzy subsided and reason returned, he realized the peculiarity of the situation. Why would the Lan family expend such considerable resources merely to discern the appearance of the holy judgment? What could their true motive be? Damn it! Yu Huang slapped himself across the face. What kind of pit have I leaped into? Over an hour later, Yunlin had reached level 2 and returned to the sea, utilizing her little boat to travel, preparing to venture into the level 5 area to confront the boss. Although she lost 1 of her mana per second, in a non-combat state, she could recover 20 of her mental attributes mana each second. Additionally, while grinding for experience, she obtained the skill meditation, which restored an extra 1 point of mana per second, alongside newly acquired equipment. The mana recovery was sufficient to sustain her journey while simultaneously enhancing her life skills, allowing her to glean insights from notes, leveraging your talent. Once she established a connection with the little boat, she inexplicably ceased to experience seasickness. In truth, with Yunlin's prowess, she need not exert herself so fiercely to maintain an edge over other players. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an acute sense of urgency. Just moments before logging off, she had perceived an abundance of time. She pondered when her mindset had shifted and quickly pinpointed the crux, dice fragment. Then, she found herself afflicted by forgetfulness. Unlike the previous instance, this time she was certain that upon touching the dice fragment, she would lose memories during the interaction. 30 seconds. What transpired in that half minute? Through various attempts, Yunlin concluded that she would indeed lose 30 seconds of memory. She gazed at the dice fragment, 1 point, for several minutes, unable to discern any meaning from it, ultimately resigning herself to the futility of the endeavor. Pondering further was pointless. Once I gather a complete die, the answers shall reveal themselves. Yunlin summoned the game interface to review the fruits of her labor from the past hour and to ascertain what was still required to conquer the boss. Plunder attributes: Strength 4, Intelligence 3, Health 3, Spirit 3, Constitution 2, Agility 6. During her monster hunting, the talent, I Am a Pirate, manifested, yielding 4 pieces of equipment, 2 of which were of ordinary rarity, and among the 3 skills learned, 1 was also of ordinary rank, specifically a skill belonging to the Assassin class. Necklace of Pearls, Level 4, Ordinary Maximum Mana 20, Intelligence 3, Spirit 5. Crafted from moonshell pearls. This necklace inherits the characteristics of the moonshell clan, restoring 1 mana point per second while worn. Requirements: Spirit 15. The remaining 3 pieces of equipment were weapons that Yunlin could not utilize, so she decided to auction them off after a few hours. Meditation, passive, flow with the current. This skill can be activated while in water, enhancing movement speed by 20 for 10 seconds. The effect ceases upon leaving the water. Consumes 15 mana points, cooldown period of 20 seconds. Wound upon wound. Designate a specific part of the target as a wound and attack rapidly 3 times with a 10-0 attack speed. The first attack inflicts 150 physical damage, the second 175, and the third 200. If the latter 2 attacks miss the wound, they only inflict 150 physical damage. Moreover, each successful hit on the wound applies a bleeding status lasting 10 seconds, dealing 10 strength 10 agility as bleeding damage per second, stacking up to 3 layers. Consumes 20 mana points, cooldown period of 10 seconds. Prior to its enhancement, this skill was known as secondary damage, usable only on a target with an existing wound, inflicting 175 physical damage and applying a bleeding status. The improvement made it significantly more formidable. Additionally, Yunlin discovered a seaweed treasure that could enhance strength by 2 points upon consumption. Upon leveling up, she allocated 5 free attribute points, distributing 3 to strength and 2 to agility. Level 2, 125, health 160, 160, mana 260, 260, strength 49, intelligence 22, health 16, spirit 24, constitution 15, agility 42, 21. My mana pool exceeds my lifespan. Nevertheless, Yunlin harbored no intention of consuming a third, new type strength potion, for it bore a hidden side effect. Excessive consumption could permanently diminish the attributes gained from leveling up, necessitating a period of recuperation to mitigate the repercussions. Contemplating her pleasing attribute panel, she felt a sense of joy, not forgetting to tease the individual searching for her. Looking for me? Try again in your next life. Once I acquire the ordinary mask, no one aside from my sister shall behold my visage within the game. Indeed, upon learning that the individual she sought was the Holy Judgment, Yunlin became aware that her identity within the game had been discovered. However, she remained unperturbed. Subsequently, she commenced accumulating experience in the enchanting life skill in preparation for crafting enchantment stones capable of storing talents. After a span of over 20 minutes, the little boat arrived at the level 5 area. Yunlin rose from her seat, stretching her limbs to invigorate herself. Ahead lay a formidable battle. Elite monsters possessed attributes only slightly superior to those of ordinary creatures of the same level, yet their health was 30 times greater. In contrast, ordinary bosses boasted 1,000-fold health, coupled with elevated attributes, and their skills manifested in various forms. Essentially, they had extensive ranges and swift casting times. Furthermore, bosses were immune to force control and were not bound by attack speed restrictions. The boss she had chosen was a shark, considered one of the more manageable foes in the vicinity. Stowing away the little boat, Yunlin grasped the water avoidance pearl and leaped into the sea. The shark boss resided not at the ocean's depths, but rather near the surface. Yunlin retrieved the carcass of a seal-like creature, slashing its skin to draw blood, thus enticing the shark boss. After a brief wait of half a minute, she discerned a massive shadow emerging in the distance. It was coming. Chapter 24. Yunlin. And the Wind Shark. Wind Shark. Level 5. Lord. Health. 50,000 strength. 40 intelligence. 42 vitality. 50 spirit. 36 constitution. 42 agility. 39 talent. Wind vortex. D level. A 1-second casting time creates a wind vortex at the selected location, lasting for 10 seconds. Targets within the vortex suffer spell damage equivalent to 100 of the caster's intelligence per second and have their agility reduced by 50. If cast in water, the wind vortex transforms into a water whirlpool, reducing the agility of affected targets by 75. Mana cost, 100 points, cooldown, 120 seconds. Skill 1. Water arrow. Skill 2. Flowing with the current. Skill 3. Giant wave. A 1-second casting time summons a colossal wave to attack, dealing spell damage equivalent to 200 of the caster's intelligence to all struck targets while pushing them back. If cast in a water area, the casting time is reduced to 0. 5 seconds. Mana cost, 50 points, cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 4. Spell shield. Upon activation, creates a shield that absorbs damage equivalent to 300 of the caster's intelligence, with a defense value of 0. Mana cost, 10 points, cooldown, 15 seconds. Skill 5. Wind Cannon. Fires a wind cannon that detonates upon hitting a target or reaching its maximum casting distance, dealing spell damage of 150 of the caster's intelligence to all affected targets. Mana cost, 20 points, cooldown, 10 seconds. Exclusive Lord skill. Do you think you can kill me? When a Lord monster's health drops below 20 for the first time, it instantly recovers 10 of its maximum health and removes all negative effects. For the next 60 seconds, the Lord's damage increases by 50. No mana cost, cooldown, 6 hours. The Lord immediately completes its cooldown after remaining out of combat for 60 seconds. The Wind Shark possesses a greater array of skills than other monsters of the same level, and the higher-tier Wind Sharks even develop wings, enabling them to soar through the skies. Due to this, the will of the world has not bestowed upon them excessive intelligence. Before Yunlin lies a juvenile Wind Shark, nearly 20 meters in length, with a single tooth the size of her head, a true behemoth of the ocean. Unlike other sharks, the Wind Shark's body is streamlined, with a significant proportion of its anatomy resembling the wings of a bird, lending it an elegant structure. Though the Wind Shark appears somewhat incongruous, it ultimately exudes a distinct charm that becomes captivating upon further observation. Its call resonates like a summons from the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. Yunlin held the water avoidance pearl in her mouth, ensuring that only her neck remained above the surface. For the water pressure near the surface is not as formidable as that found in the depths, thus minimally affecting her movements. In truth, she possessed a more effective strategy to confront the Wind Shark boss, utilizing a tiny boat to push the creature to the surface, where its juvenile form would be unable to fly, significantly limiting its combat prowess. Yet, Yunlin chose not to pursue this course of action. The monsters fall swiftly, with only the boss presenting any true challenge. She fears that if she does not engage earnestly, the combat techniques and instincts honed in her previous life may soon fade from memory. As for tackling higher-level beasts to create pressure, that approach would be akin to biting off more than one can chew, resulting in diminished efficiency compared to slaying slightly weaker foes. Regularly battling bosses and participating in various events have sufficiently sharpened her combat skills and awareness. The ocean swells as Yunlin unleashes the water arrow skill, inciting the Wind Shark's wrath. The boss possesses the ability to regenerate 20 of its health each second, which presents a significant hurdle. However, she wields the Dread Poison skill, capable of suppressing healing, although the water arrow, being a ranged attack, cannot apply this poison. As anticipated, the Wind Shark plunges into a state of furious rage, its horns shimmering with a green luminescence. The water around Yunlin begins to churn rapidly, forming a small whirlpool. Reacting swiftly, she shifts her weapon to the scythe form, activating the flowing with the current skill, which boosts her agility to 50. 4. She then triggers the Death Sides effect, dash, achieving a maximum movement speed of 4.0. Even as the ocean restricts her movement, she escapes before the whirlpool fully forms. The whirlpool created by Wind Whirlpool is massive, exceeding 20 meters in diameter, and ordinary fish are shredded into bits upon being sucked in. Having witnessed players caught in such a vortex in her past life, Yunlin knows that disorientation ensues, leaving players unable to discern direction. With only 25 agility remaining, escaping the whirlpool becomes a formidable challenge. By the time the skill concludes, players are often left dazed for a minute or two, recovering from the dizziness. During the skill's channeling, the caster cannot utilize other abilities. Otherwise, the casting will be interrupted. Once the Wind Whirlpool talent channeling concludes, the distance between Yunlin and the Wind Shark shrinks to less than 20 meters. The Wind Shark, albeit lacking in intelligence, chooses to unleash a powerful skill. The water on either side of it surges up and down, a visual cue of the giant wave skill. Without this indication, it will be nearly impossible to evade water-based skills. In the next moment, the water surrounding the Wind Shark settles into calmness. Yunlin activates her talent skill, Feast Finale, disrupting the Wind Shark skill channeling and imposing a 1-second cooldown on all its abilities. Her own skills are similarly affected. However, the equipment effects remain unimpeded. As the distance narrows to 7 meters, she transitions her weapon to the dual blade form, utilizing the backstab effect. Yunlin teleports to the Wind Shark's back and activates Domain of the Nether God. The dual blades pierce fiercely into the creature's flesh. -105-56-11. 2. Poison. With swift precision, she withdraws the dual blades and targets the wound, executing injury amplification, gaining a remarkable attack speed of 10.0. Her strikes so rapid that they leave after images. -178-5. In this fleeting moment, Yunlin's damage per second soared beyond 500, yet it merely diminished Wind Shark's total vitality by a mere 1%. However, her objective had been accomplished. The creature's considerable size afforded it advantages, yet also presented certain drawbacks. At this juncture, Yunlin clung to Wind Shark's back, rendering the beast incapable of striking her. With a mournful wail, Wind Shark surged towards the ocean's surface, contemplating a singular method to rid itself of the human clinging to its back, leaping from the water, allowing its weight to crash back into the sea, thus inflicting environmental harm and generating a shockwave. Yunlin, anticipating Wind Shark's intent, continued her relentless assault, striving to inflict as much damage as possible. After a span of over 10 seconds, Wind Shark breached the surface, soaring high into the air. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, creating an enchanting scene reminiscent of a human and a sea creature frolicking under the lunar glow, a truly exquisite tableau. If only the human were not incessantly stabbing at Wind Shark, the moment would have been utterly perfect. Just as Wind Shark was about to plunge back into the ocean, Yunlin activated her talent skill, Submerge into Shadow, transforming into a mere silhouette that glided to the side of Wind Shark. The shadow bore no weight, and thus Wind Shark remained oblivious to her mere repositioning rather than her departure. As Wind Shark re-entered the depths of the sea, Yunlin did not hasten to reveal herself. She awaited the dissipation of Wind Shark's poison state before manifesting once more, casting nether poison upon the creature and resuming her onslaught. By this time, Wind Shark had descended a considerable distance, enduring the pain as it surged once more towards the surface. It lamented, finding this human even more irksome than barnacles, unleashing a torrent of foul curses. Chapter 25. The first announcement across the server. A glimpse of truth. Yunlin once again evaded harm through her skill, Shadow Infiltration. However, the Wind Shark had grown more astute, opting to leap continuously upon the surface of the sea instead of submerging. Due to varying angles, Yunlin experienced fluctuating environmental damage. But fortunately, her previous purchase of over 10 healing potions at the auction house, coupled with the 5-second cooldown of Shadow Infiltration, ensured she would not succumb to the environmental harm. Her average damage per second hovered around 200, and with Doom Poison suppressing healing. The Wind Shark's health diminished at a notable pace, 95. 86. 2 minutes elapsed, and the Wind Shark's health dropped to 65. Had it not possessed the skill Spell Shield, its vitality would have been even lower. At this moment, Yunlin felt a twinge of fatigue. The intensity of such combat exacted a considerable toll on both her physical and mental stamina. She could not afford a moment's respite, lest the Wind Shark cast her aside. Had it been her former self at this stage, she might have only managed to endure another minute or two. Yet now, she had forged a resilient spirit through her trials, rendering this challenge trivial compared to the myriad hardships she had endured in her past life. With a mournful wail, the Wind Shark unleashed its recently cooled talent, Wind Vortex, creating a colossal, rapidly spinning whirlpool upon the surface of the sea, heedless of the potential self-harm. It plunged headlong into the vortex. Dawn's Light lacked any mechanism for friend damage immunity. Both her and her allies' attacks could inflict harm upon themselves. Yunlin chose to engage the Wind Shark boss not solely due to its relative accessibility, but also because of her profound understanding of its kind. The Wind Shark was among the most coveted creatures by players. Capturing one as a pet was tantamount to acquiring a mighty naval vessel. Although her past life had not been particularly illustrious, she had nonetheless reached the second tier and once possessed a Wind Shark pet. She mentally calculated the cooldown of the Wind Shark's Wind Vortex talent. Just before the Wind Shark plunged into the whirlpool, Yunlin transformed into a shadow and darted into its mouth to evade the attack. After the duration of Wind Vortex concluded, she returned to the Wind Shark's back, resuming her previous strategy. Eventually, the Wind Shark's health dwindled to 20, triggering its exclusive boss skill. Do you think you can kill me? However, due to Doom Poison, the Wind Shark did not recover any health. While its damage increased by 50, it was unable to strike Yunlin, who clung to its back. After another 2 minutes, Yunlin finally depleted the last vestige of the Wind Shark's health. Achieving a level 3 kill on a boss monster granted her an astonishing 5,050, 150 for 900 bonus experience. Level 2, 21, 85. The young god of death, brave and unyielding, challenged and triumphed over mightier foes, earning the utmost respect from the boss monster, Wind Shark, and receiving 2 for points in Constitution. Just as Yunlin prepared to inspect the items dropped by the Wind Shark boss, an unexpected event transpired, leaving her utterly astonished. The server-wide announcement resounded. Indeed, it was the unprecedented first announcement in this realm. The player, Saint Judgment, fearlessly faced adversity, single-handedly challenging and defeating a level 5 Lord Monster, earning commendable courage and the reward of freely allocating 5 attribute points, along with the S-grade treasure, Dice Fragment. 5 points, the S-grade special item. This is me, unparalleled me. And a notebook, leather armor crafting technique. The first announcement in the entire server. Yunlin was taken aback. Why had the progression diverged so drastically from her previous life? Surely her rebirth could not have incited such a significant butterfly effect. Suddenly, she felt a fragment of memory surge within her mind, a memory that rightfully belonged to her, yet had been lost. It was as if the will of the world had guided her, leading her to surmise that a force more potent than the game universe had intervened. Damn it, Yunlin muttered as she opened her backpack, discovering 2 dice fragments merging into 1 dice fragment. 1 point, 5 points. However, this was not the time for such musings. She stowed away the belly-up Wind Shark carcass in her bag, then swiftly plunged into the sea to pursue the items dropped by the Wind Shark. Moments later, Yunlin stood on the deck of the tiny boat. Before her lay the Wind Shark's body, along with 3 pieces of equipment, for skill books, a scroll, and a special item and notebook awarded for being first in the server. This is me, unparalleled me. S-grade, the most dazzling presence. Passive, once equipped, cannot be unequipped. All effects that diminish presence become ineffective, enhancing the player's presence, increasing damage by 50 and luck by 20 points, while revealing the attributes of equipped gear and special items. Look at me. Look at me. Align with me. Active upon use. All targets within 500 units are forcibly immobilized and gaze at the player for 2 seconds. Subsequently, monster targets will redirect their aggro towards the player, while non-monster targets will act normally. For the next 10 seconds, The effect of the most dazzling presence is doubled. No cost, cooldown time of 60 seconds. Yunlin's lips twitched uncontrollably. This item resembled a glimmering golden chain, and while its effects were remarkable, it was utterly humiliating. Moreover, equipping "This is me, unparalleled me" would display all equipped gear and item information, essentially attracting hostility. The player's equipment slots included weapon, offhand weapon, upper garment, wrist guards, trousers, leg armor, shoes, rings, necklaces, and bracelets. There were 5 slots for special items. Players must occupy a slot to equip gear or use special items to gain attributes and effects, while those in slots would have their attributes and effects concealed. She suspected that this indescribable entity was targeting her, not equipping it. Impossible. The benefits of a 50 damage increase and 20 points of luck were immense, significantly enhancing monster farming efficiency, increasing drop rates, and even elevating the probability of triggering the "I am a pirate" talent. Sigh. Since subtlety was not an option, she would have to be ostentatious enough to instill fear in everyone. She needed to obtain an invulnerability mechanism and control immunity as soon as possible. Yunlin sighed and continued to examine the properties of the other items. Notes on leather armor crafting. The notes document the insights and processes of an extraordinary tailor in the creation of leather equipment. Contract scroll can be used on monsters with life points below 20, establishing a contract with the target to make it the player's pet. The success rate for elite monsters is only 25, and for lore monsters is a mere 5. A player may have only 1 contracted pet at a time. The skill books include Spell Shield, Giant Wave, Wind Cannon, and Water Arrow. There are duplicate equipment pieces. Both are common grade staves, while another is of superior grade. Wind Whirl Boots, level 5, superior agility 15. When in a whirlwind area or in water, agility 5. Reduces negative effects on agility by 50. Requirements for wearing, level 5, agility 30. It is unfortunate that there is a level requirement. The more Yunlin gazed at the Wind Whirl Boots, the more she cherished them. However, no matter how much she adored them, she would have to wait until tomorrow to wear them. Subsequently, she steered the little boat towards the novice village and employed the dissection life skill to dismantle the corpse of the wind shark. Wu Haiju's second task required submitting an item that signifies the boss identity to complete it. And the most distinctive feature of the wind shark was undoubtedly its fish fins resembling the wings of birds. Additionally, she obtained several materials from the dissection, which could be utilized for crafting equipment, alchemy, and producing enchanting items. Yunlin collected them all into her game backpack. She lay on the deck, gazing absent-mindedly at the bright, starry sky. It seems that my rebirth is also related to that ineffable existence. What was the purpose of that time reversal? Could it be a desire to witness the invasion and the defense against it once more? Yet sometimes, the more absurd the thought, the closer it is to the truth. At this moment, the game chat channel, the game forum, and even online platforms in reality erupted with activity. Chapter 26. The Rising Storm. Thief Skills, is it possible? The official launch has barely lasted 5 hours, and I am still not at level 2. Yet this Saint Judgment has already reached level 5. Moreover, it has slain a level 5 boss. Can virtual reality games truly be exploited? Why can't I find any information about Saint Judgment? I kindly ask any friends familiar with Saint Judgment to convey a message. I am willing to pay handsomely for hacks. Where is Saint Judgment's starting village? In the ocean realm? Goodness, the marine environment poses significant restrictions in combat. I am certain that Saint Judgment has an advantage, while ordinary players might jest. The mood among the other 98 fated ones is decidedly somber. How can Saint Judgment possess such formidable strength? What hidden class has she awakened? If the fated ones were to learn that Yunlin idled away 2 hours after the game's launch, they would likely succumb to despair. There are others who bear an even heavier heart. Upon hearing the first announcement across the server, Lanlan's expression contorted with rage, exuding an aura of low pressure that sent shivers down her teammates' spines. She activated the friend chat channel to send a message to Yu Huang. I'll send you another 10 million. Equipment and items are supplied every 6 hours. Please obtain a clear image of Saint Judgment as soon as possible. Yu Huang, upon seeing the notification of the 10 million transfer, could not muster a smile. Miss Lan, perhaps I should return the money and equipment. Saint Judgment can solo a level 5 boss, while I am merely at level 1, and the players I recruited are also level 1. We likely cannot even approach Saint Judgment. However, once aboard the ship, disembarking is not as simple as it seems. If you wish to withdraw, that is possible. I can call Chairman Liang right now and cancel the collaboration between the Lan family and the Huang Liang group. Miss Lan, I was just joking. Ha! Don't you find me amusing? Yu Huang was on the verge of tears. Lan Lan replied, I hope you won't disappoint me. Furthermore, please compile a list of the strong players in your starting village. You should know what I intend to do. Of course, was the response. Yet, some felt joy for Yunlin. Xiao Zuosho danced with excitement. As expected of my idol, Saint Judgment is the best. In the next moment, Brother L poured cold water on Xiao Zuosho's enthusiasm. Hold your applause. Yu Huang just contacted me. He is offering a high price for your information. It seems the Lan family wishes to recruit more players to confront Saint Judgment. Xiao Zua, does your family have ties with the Lan family? The other 3 teammates looked at Xiao Zuosho with concern. Yes. Xiao Zuosho's face paled instantly. Though Navi, she understood L's words clearly. I can wear a mask. The Lan family 1T recognized me. Brother L shook his head. With only 500 players in a starting village, the Lan family will never allow us, who possess some strength, to remain neutral. We have only 3 options. Be recruited by the Lan family to assist against Saint Judgment, or seek refuge with Saint Judgment, but I doubt she intends to form a faction and is unlikely to take us in. The final option is to temporarily withdraw from the game and wait for the conflict between the Lan family and Saint Judgment to resolve. Xiao Zuosho fixed her gaze intently on Brother L. You 1T withdraw, so you will stand against Saint Judgment, correct? What are you saying, Xiao Zua? Brother Lu doesn't think that way. The other 3, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, quickly attempted to mediate. However, Brother Lu nodded. If the Holy Judgment refuses to accept us, I shall align myself with the Blue family. Xiao Zua, many matters in this world are devoid of right or wrong, or personal preference. To me, the Holy Judgment is merely a stranger. I will not offend those I cannot afford to antagonize for the sake of stranger, nor will I relinquish the benefits that Dawn's break can bestow upon me. After all, I'm not like you. I lack a wealthy background. The esteemed figure of the Holy Judgment must possess a means to resolve our predicament, Xiao Zua murmured. Indeed, the esteemed figure of the Holy Judgment is quite formidable. Let us wait for them to return at that establishment. In truth, she had encountered Yunlin prior to the official launch of the game. While she was admiring the beautiful scenery on the beach, from a distance, she observed Yunlin confronting the 5 members of the Feather Emperor. She had intended to assist, but upon approaching, she found that Yunlin had already vanquished the enemies. She wished to strike up a conversation, yet Yunlin's aura was overwhelmingly cold. Later, as she passed by Wu Haiju's shop, Xiao Zua spotted Yunlin once more, though Yunlin was engrossed in crafting water-repellent pearls, and she refrained from interrupting. Subsequently, they crossed paths on the merchant vessel. Strength embodies allure. Xiao Zua's admiration for Yunlin grew deeper. The young girl was innocent and incapable of betraying her idol. She resolved that if Yunlin could not alleviate her hardships, she would withdraw from the game, thereby ensuring that her family's business remained unaffected. Brother Lu departed with the plump boy and the monkey-like companion. The remaining individual was a priest named Nanmu. Xiao Zua, I will accompany you, Nanmu said, having been one of the first to befriend Xiao Zua in the game. Thank you. Nanmu. Half an hour later, Wu Haiju suddenly opened the shop door, startling Xiao Zua and Nanmu, who were squatting at the entrance. Sister Wu, did I disturb your rest? Xiao Zua asked apologetically. Don't sit at the door. Come inside, Wu Haiju replied, feeling a momentary pang of guilt, having just snuck out to pilfer her dear friend's prized wine. NPCs have their own duties. At least during the initial days of the launch, they cannot abandon their posts. Oh, by chance. Just as Xiao Zua and Nanmu entered the shop, Yunlin returned. Esteemed figure of the Holy Judgment, Xiao Zua exclaimed joyfully as she trotted forward. I have something very important to discuss with you. Yunlin instinctively took a couple steps back, recognizing the newcomer as somewhat familiar. And upon seeing Xiao Zui's clear, bright eyes, She relaxed her guard. What is it you wish to discuss? It had been quite some time since she had interacted with a stranger, and she felt a bit out of practice. Xiao was stepped outside the shop, glanced around, and confirmed that no players were on the street before revealing the Blue family's support for the Feather Emperor's faction, their intentions to recruit more players. In her own dire circumstances, Yunlin remained silent, instead directing her gaze toward Nanmu. Based on her experience in assessing people, she sensed something amiss with him. The information Xiao Zhuo provided was invaluable. Currently, she lacked a method for immunity and control, and should she be besieged by hundreds of players, the situation could turn disastrous. Moreover, Xiao Zhuo piqued her interest, prompting her to resolve to assist Xiao Zhuo in overcoming her immediate challenges. However, it must remain a secret from Nanmu and others. Otherwise, Xiao Zhuo's situation would remain unchanged. She applied to add Xiao Zhuo as a friend, with a note. Do not reveal this. I do not trust the person beside you. Upon reading the note, Xiao Zhuo could not resist stealing a glance at Nanmu. Observing this, Yunlin's lips twitched. This girl. You all sit for a while. I will go submit the task first. Oh, okay. Saint, you go ahead. Yunlin handed the task item, a necklace, to Wu Haizhu. Sister Haizhu, I also managed to hunt a wind shark. Wu Haizhu took her to the backyard, where she produced the shark's fin. Girl, this is it. Wu Haizhu gave her a thumbs up before handing the task reward to Yunlin. 30 copper coins. Ordinary mask, C grade. Steal. Advanced has a high probability of stealing equipment, items, or money from the target's backpack. Consumes 20 mana points. Cool down time, 5 seconds. Learning requirements. Assassin class. Level 20. Power of the Underworld. Allows one to bypass the learning requirements for assassin skills and learn directly. Yunlin was immensely curious about the enhanced effects of the steal, skill, and immediately clicked to learn it, only to have the game interface suddenly appear. Learning the steal skill would attract the attention and ire of the god of thieves, who declared in this world, there's only one thief god, me. The hand of God, from the Underworld? Merely an imitation of my prowess. How could it be compared to mine? The corner of her veiled mouth twitched violently. Is there really such a glitch setting in the previous life? Chapter 27. The hand of God with a smile that could hardly be contained. Yunlin pondered. Should I learn the skill, thievery? Without a moment's hesitation, she clicked to confirm. The hand of God. Passive. Immune to all thievery skills below divine rank. Active. Randomly steal equipment, items, and money from the target in their inventory. Each use guarantees the theft of 10 of the target's money, with a high probability of acquiring 2 items or pieces of equipment at once, and a lower probability of obtaining 3 or more. There exists an exceedingly slim chance of stealing the target's skills and talents. A maximum of 10 thefts can be performed on the same target, resetting after 1 natural day. Consumes 1 point of mana with a cooldown of 0. 5 seconds. Incredulity surged within her. To acquire a divine skill on the very first day of the game's launch was nothing short of exhilarating. Such consumption and cooldown, along with the ability to pilfer skills and talents, truly invincible. Feeling an impulsive thrill, Yunlin was eager to put her newfound ability to the test. Yet, she did not lose sight of her primary objective. She donned the common mask, fully obscuring her face. The common mask with a unique item that, once placed in the equipment slot, ensured that no one could unveil her identity unless she chose to remove it. Subsequently, Yunlin received a 3rd quest from Wu Haizhu. Quest: proceed to the dungeon, Land of Knights, defeat the Lord, the Light Knight, and deliver the Light Knight's shield to Wu Haizhu. Rewards: skill, Shadow Blink. Skill, Heart Extraction, 50 copper coins. This was a level 10 quest, as dungeons only appeared in areas for level 10 and above. She was well aware of the Land of Knights dungeon, notorious for its tank-like monsters, with the boss, the Light Knight, possessing skills to counter invisibility, a true nightmare for assassins. Haizhu, I need to borrow your backyard for a while to discuss a few matters with my 2 friends. Yunlin produced 5 copper coins. Use it for as long as you wish, Wu Haizhu replied, beaming, as she accepted the coins and relinquished the backyard to Yunlin. Meanwhile, far away in the land of Korea, a player known as the Thief God was consumed by a surge of unnameable fury upon witnessing the game interface before him. The Underworld God, player, Shunkai, had learned the divine thievery skill, the Hand of God. Damn it! Why would an underworld god learn a thievery skill? I'm the ultimate thief. The name Shunkai rang a bell. Was it not that player from the server-wide announcement? Very well. Let you bask in your triumph for a while longer. Soon, I shall steal every treasure you possess. Han Jun did not feel intimidated by Yunlin's might. Rather, he was eager to find her. In the small pavilion of the backyard, Yunlin, Xiao Zhuo, and Nan Mu took their seats. Noticing Yunlin wearing the mask, Nan Mu's gaze flickered, hinting at a sense of dissatisfaction. Though he concealed it well, Yunlin discerned his underlying feelings. My instincts were correct. This alleviates my mental burden, she thought, as her hand subtly moved beneath the table, activating the Hand of God skill. Upon acquiring 15 copper coins, the equipment pearl ring, and a mana potion, F grade, Yunlin observed the ring adorning Nanmu's finger vanish into thin air, unbeknownst to him. She couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such was the power of a divine rank. The equipment had simply dissipated without eliciting any reaction from Nanmu. Could it be that the Hand of God possessed hidden effects? As she employed the Hand of God several more times, the items and equipment on Nanmu continued to vanish one after another, yet he remained oblivious, as if nothing had been lost. Upon gaining 21 copper coins, she obtained the equipment, wooden staff, and a life potion, F grade, followed by 15 copper coins. The equipment, tattered robe, and the skill, slow healing, culminating in 19 copper coins, the attire, linen top, and another, mana potion, F grade. Nanmu noticed Yunlin's unwavering gaze upon him, mistakenly believing his performance was lacking and inciting her suspicions. He hastily remarked, "Saint, you must have a way to assist Xiao Zhuo, right?" Grateful for Nanmu's intervention in the awkward situation, Xiao Zhuo looked at him with admiration, only to be struck with shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, Nanmu stood bare from the waist up, with only a pair of tattered trousers remaining, barefoot, stripped of all possessions. You rogue," Nanmu, bewildered, responded. "Xiao Zhuo, are you referring to me? It's you. Quickly put your clothes back on, or get out," Xiao Zhuo exclaimed, covering her eyes. I'm wearing clothes," Nanmu insisted, perceiving nothing amiss from his perspective. Yunlin cautiously interjected, "You are indeed not wearing any," before she could finish her sentence. Nanmu's pupils dilated. Panic etched across his face as he frantically surveyed his surroundings. "Where are my items? Where's my attire? What happened to the copper coins in my backpack?" Yunlin comprehended. The hidden effect of the Hand of God rendered the target oblivious to their lost possessions, rendering reminders from others futile. Only by her own intervention as the caster could the hidden effect be nullified. However, the duration of this effect remained uncertain. Perhaps Xiao Zhuo's earlier exclamation startled Wu Haizhu, who promptly seized a broom and chased the indecent Nanmu out. "You wretched child, how dare you behave so shamelessly in front of a lady? Get out. If I see you again, I shall thrash you." Yunlin discreetly gave Wu Dejia a thumbs up. "Saint, does Nanmu truly have issues?" Xiao Zhuo inquired timidly. "Uncertain. For now, you should leave with him. I will discuss other matters with you privately. Do not disclose that I added you as a friend to anyone, understood?" Xiao Zhuo nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling, reluctantly waving goodbye to Yunlin. "Then, Saint, I shall take my leave. By the way, my name is Zhuo Jingyi. You may call me Jingyi in the future." Yunlin leaned back in her chair, allowing her thoughts to drift. Before acquiring the God's Hand, she intended to eliminate the Feather Emperor and his companions several times, then wait a couple of days before setting off with Xiao Zhuo on the little boat to other novice villages. This strategy would allow her to take revenge on the Feather Emperor through the Blue family, while incurring significant losses for them. In any location, monsters could be farmed to level up, and she was confident that the Blue family could not support a puppet in every novice village. Now, with the God's Hand in her possession, she could seize the Blue family's wealth and resources, which were rightfully meant for her. She felt no guilt whatsoever. Moreover, there was a more pressing reason. Yunlin gazed at the starlit sky. The Blue family had swiftly located her in the game, rewarded with the title, "This is me," unparalleled me, as the top player, along with the enmity stirred by acquiring the steel skill which had drawn the ire of the thief god. At first glance, these three events seemed unrelated, yet they were all contributing to a growing opposition. Was the current situation not thrilling enough for them? She had a strong premonition that if she evaded this time, the next encounter would likely involve the official forces being sent to trouble her. So be it. As you wish. Yunlin was not greedy. There were no free lunches in this world. What if her fate was manipulated? This was merely the price she and her sister had to pay for their rebirth, and it was only temporary. Given the stature of that individual, it was improbable that they would remain focused on her for long. Soon, they would shift their attention to control another's destiny. Yunlin summoned her friend chat channel and sent a message to Xiao Zhua. Outside the shop, Nanmu noticed Xiao Zhua emerging, his expression increasingly grim as he struggled to suppress his anger. Is the saint's judgment not willing to assist you? The saint believes that I am in league with you and feels I am unworthy of aid. Xiao Zhua replied, feeling despondent, though her heart harbored different sentiments. Hooray! Xiao Zhua's performance this time is bound to earn full marks. Rest assured, I will gather more intelligence, she encouraged. The task Yunlin assigned to Xiao Zhua did not demand her to actively seek out information. Rather, it was simply to share whatever she overheard. Moreover, Yunlin would not formulate plans based on Xiao Zhua's intelligence to prevent implicating her. The intention was solely to reassure Xiao Zhua and teach her how to disguise herself. For life was but a stage, and those who could perform fared better than those who could not. In peaceful times, innocence is a virtue, but in chaotic eras, it becomes a double-edged sword. News of Yunlin's return to the novice village spread swiftly, prompting the Feather Emperor, accompanied by over 30 players, to converge upon Wu Haiju's shop, surrounding its entrances. Are we, a bunch of level 1 minions, truly a match for the saint? The Feather Emperor scoffed at the voice that spoke up. All we need is a clear shot of the saint's face. We are not here to kill her. Besides, the saint is a fragile assassin, and it is not impossible for us to take her down. Despite his words, a sense of apprehension lingered within him. Just then, a masked Yunlin adorned with a flashy gold chain reminiscent of nouveau riche style made her entrance into the shop. Hey, where did you get that gold chain? The greedy Wu de Jie exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. The Feather Emperor and his companions were momentarily dazzled. Wow! To everyone's astonishment, a prominent figure announced something rather peculiar. Why do I see information regarding holy judgment, equipment, and items? An S-class special item. A hidden profession's companion weapon. This mask is quite impressive as well. How infuriating. Holy judgment. If you have the courage, come forth. After responding to Wu Haizhu, Yunlin settled into a chair, exuding an air of superiority in the center of the shop. The face concealed beneath her mask was nearly splitting with laughter. She acquired 126 copper coins, obtained the equipment, iron sword, received the special item, spatial bag, learned the skill, charge, and procured mana potion F-class and strength potion F-class. Upon donning, this is me, unparalleled me, Yunlin's luck soared to 30 points. She unleashed God's hand upon Yu Huang just once and managed to pilfer a plethora of treasures. Once more. Chapter 28. My kindness knows no bounds, gaining 152 copper coins. Acquiring the equipment, scaled leggings, obtaining mana potion F grade, and receiving water avoidance pearl F grade. After employing God's hand 10 times on the Feather Emperor, he transformed into a second Nanmu, yet proclaimed, "This is me, the unparalleled me." This significantly augmented Yunlin's presence, capturing the attention of everyone present, to the extent that those beside the Feather Emperor remained oblivious to his newfound vulnerability. Wu Haizhu, however, witnessed the entire spectacle, her lips twitching as she cast a peculiar glance at Yunlin, pondering, is my theft skill truly this formidable? Meanwhile, Yunlin reveled in the exhilarating joy of unearned rewards. It felt utterly delightful. Why toil for mere pennies crafting items when the profits from a single use of God's hand surpassed her earnings from half a day prior to the server launch? Amidst the clamorous cheers of fellow players, Yunlin expended her daily quota of 10 opportunities for growth. She summoned the game interface, revealing 2,836 copper coins, an array of equipment, and an extensive list of skills acquired, with repeated skills transmuted into skill books, including those unattainable by the assassin class. She also procured several unique items. Space Bag. E-grade offers 8 cubic meters of space for storing both game and non-game items. When dropped, items stored within will return to the player's inventory. The Space Bag serves as a layer of insurance, allowing players to secure their in-game currency and vital items, with its effect triggering upon dropping, thus preventing the loss of essential possessions. Spell Aggregator, F-grade when equipped, reduces the casting time by 10. Alas, she lamented the absence of skills that grant invulnerability or control immunity, and the elusive theft of talent skills remained a distant dream. Yunlin speculated that the probability of acquiring a talent skill was exceedingly minuscule. Otherwise, the deities of the underworld and thievery would be invincible. Though the joy of unearned rewards was intoxicating, she adhered to her principles, refraining from exploiting female players. First, to avoid casting doubt on Xiao Zhua, and second, due to a sense of propriety. The farce needed to conclude. Rising from her seat, Yunlin unsheathed the dual blades affixed to her waist and strode purposefully towards the exit. Strength, 55. Agility, 46, 23. Upon reaching the doorway, she activated Domain of the Underworld. With 30 points of luck and still possessing 25 points after turning red-named, the impact was negligible. As for the inability to garner NPC favor for quests, with God's Hand at her disposal, others completing quests for skills and unique items was tantamount to her own gains. Unfettered, she approached the 30-odd players, dismissing any notion of failure. Harnessing the effect of Death's dual blades, she teleported behind the Feather Emperor and struck down with a ferocious blow. -153 unarmed. The Feather Emperor was instantly vanquished. The current player, Saint Judgment, has actively slain 10 players, entering a state of notoriety that lasts for 6 hours, resulting in a reduction of luck and charm by 5 points each, rendering him unable to gain favor with NPCs or accept new quests. Subsequently, for each additional player he slays, this notorious state will be prolonged by 1 hour, refreshing daily at 6 p.m. game time. Those who perish at the hands of the god of death feel an overwhelming sense of honor, as the player, Feather Emperor, sacrifices 2 points of strength in gratitude for the deity's blessing. Upon his demise, Feather Emperor, destitute, drops merely a few potions before dissipating into data code. What sorcery is this? I perceive nothing, nor do I hear any sound. In merely over 20 seconds, Yunlin dispatches all present players. The carnage does not cease here. Wielding a scythe, she activates the equipment effect, Dash, racing toward the resurrection point. Upon the conclusion of Dash, she employs the basic skill, Charge of the warrior class. At this moment, chaos reigns within the resurrection point. Where are my belongings? Why have I lost all my skills? Is the penalty for death truly this severe? Curse it, even my special items have been lost. Why? My attributes have diminished by 2 points. Feather Emperor, what on earth is happening? The players encircle Feather Emperor, determined to seek reparation. His eyelids flutter as he hastily summons the game interface, only to find an empty inventory and a 0 balance, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Is it that he wishes to swoon? The players deny him the chance. Several players shake him vigorously. Feather Emperor, speak up. How will you compensate us? Upon seeing Yunlin approach, his heart sinks completely. I knew this was a pitfall. Curse it, Lon, if you leave me destitute, you shall not escape unscathed. Darkness envelopes once more, and the player's senses are constrained, finally realizing that Yunlin is not to be trifled with. Though it is far too late, the slaughter continues. Player Saint Judgment has actively slain 42 players. Player Saint Judgment has actively slain 43 players, sacrificing 1 points of agility. Yunlin contemplates a solution to instill fear in Feather Emperor and his companions, such that they tremble at the mere sight of her. Given the precedent set by Feather Emperor and his kind, the players in this novice village hesitate to ally with the Blue family. It is one thing to deal with 1 or 2 individuals. Can they truly contend with hundreds? Setting aside the current game phase, even after the game S arrival, the authorities would not permit rampant chaos among factions. It can only be said that Yunlin had not entirely shed her burdens, focusing solely on those charging toward her, reluctant to slay too many. I am still too benevolent. The 8th resurrection of Feather Emperor. Players who have resurrected multiple times. Listen, is this even human language? Saint Judgment, please spare me. I am terrified. The esteemed individual may eliminate us without hesitation. Yet I implore a humble request. Could you possibly disable that skill which deducts attributes? As players hastily gathered at the scene, they swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of the spectacle. It was indeed ruthless beyond measure. Lu Gu stood frozen, staring in disbelief as Yunlin dispatched players as if they were mere livestock, realizing he had grossly misjudged the situation. This could not be. How could you possibly be of such a disposition? Having navigated the complexities of society for over 2 decades, from assembly lines to managerial offices, Lu Gu prided himself on his unerring judgment of character. In his previous life, this talent had enabled him to forge alliances with many ambitious individuals while evading countless knaves, ultimately rising to become the strongest in this novice village. Little did he anticipate there might still be a chance for redemption. Lu Gu turned his gaze toward Xiao Zhuo, only to initiate a private chat with Nanmu. Did Xiao Zhuo inform Sheng Kai about our intention to align with the Lan family? Nanmu, visibly shaken, shook his head in response. Meanwhile, this act of slaughter was broadcasted live on the Dawn of Daybreak game forum. Shockingly, the renowned Sheng Kai has been revealed to be a formidable S-class player. It must be said, the online community is filled with talent. Ever since the announcement echoed throughout the server, the name Sheng Kai has drawn attention, and sensational headlines attract viewership, resulting in an influx of spectators to the live stream. Upon witnessing Yunlin's presence in the stream, viewers eagerly shared the broadcast. In less than half a minute, the viewer count soared beyond 100,000. How could Sheng Kai engage in such merciless annihilation? It's disheartening. I feel a pang of sympathy for these players. What grievances could warrant such brutality? Am I the only one who notices the opulent gold chain adorning Sheng Kai? I happen to wear the same one. Wow, rich guy. Challenge me for 50 to showcase your prowess. Indeed, Sheng Kai possesses a unique sense of aesthetics. Lan family. Just as Lan prepared to descend for dinner, she received a live stream link from her subordinate. Upon entering the link, her steps faltered at the sight before her. Useless, utterly useless. Over 30 individuals, and none dare to resist. Tear off Sheng Kai's mask. Emerging from his study, Lan's father, hearing his daughter's furious tirade, grew increasingly displeased. He opened Lan's door, his voice icy as he inquired. You spent over 50 million in Dawn of Daybreak today and leveraged connections to seek out a stranger. What on earth is going on? Lan Lao Ho. A glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. I believe the prospects of Dawn of Daybreak are exceedingly bright. It represents a new frontier of the era. The individual I sought is a formidable player, and should she join the Lan family, she could yield immense benefits for us. Lan father's expression darkened further. Lan, you have grown audacious. You spin lies with ease, claiming to act for our family, yet not uttering a single truth. As he spoke, Lan father tightened his grip around Lan's neck. The military acquired a substantial quantity of gaming helmets just half an hour ago. You assert that Dawn of Daybreak is a lucrative new venture? Do you truly believe you're the only clever one, while the rest are fools? The military. Chapter 29. Utterly deter players as the talent of Dawn of Awakening manifested. Lan's heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. Previously, she had discreetly inquired among her subordinates about their impressions of the game. Their expressions and responses revealed nothing amiss, as they regarded Dawn of Awakening as a groundbreaking experience. Thus, she was convinced that only players who had awakened the rare hidden class could bring fragments of power from a game into reality during their advancement. She never anticipated that a fool would report such a destiny-altering opportunity to the authorities. Recognizing the preciousness of this chance, Lan kept it from her family, intending to accumulate more power within the game before revealing her hand. At that moment, she could trample over old Deng, her stepmother, and her 2 younger brothers. thereby seizing control of the illustrious Lan family, a conglomerate worth billions. In her previous life, she had indeed accomplished this, and even more ruthlessly, which is why no one knew who the god of the underworld truly was. Still unwilling to speak the truth, Lan Father's grip tightened further. The murderous intent in Lan's eyes intensified, yet her clenched fists suddenly relaxed, followed by a cold smirk. "Do you truly believe what I say?" Lan Father inhaled deeply, releasing her from his grasp. "You must understand that your current status, wealth, and confidence are all bestowed upon you by the Lan family. Dawn of Awakening can influence reality, but for now, the game's power only returns to players of hidden classes. I possess a skill that allows me to glean information pertinent to me, and I have learned that Holy Judgment has seized the powerful hidden class that rightfully belonged to me." Lan realized that this matter could no longer be concealed. With the authorities making such a significant move, as long as old Deng was willing to pay a price, he could uncover the truth. This would only infuriate old Deng further. It was better for her to disclose it herself, for with the protection of the rare hidden class, even if old Deng and the younger brothers were reluctant, they would have to invest resources in her to ensure the Lan family did not fall behind in the impending chaos. Lan Father's face shifted like a painter's palette, his expressions transforming until he finally displayed a paternal visage. "Little Lan, do not blame your father. I act for the sake of the Lan family. I assure you." In the future, listening to old Deng's words, Lan felt a profound disdain. When old Deng welcomed his stepmother from the same affluent lineage, he wore a similarly affectionate demeanor, sharing heartfelt sentiments. And what was the outcome? In the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom server, Yunming was pulled by her teammates to watch a live stream during her break. "Sister Ming, why do you think Holy Judgment is slaughtering players?" Yunming, whose game name was Meng Xiao, had adopted this moniker as a tribute to her adoptive parents, who affectionately called her Little Dream. The modified character was a suggestion from Yunlin, advising her to use different characters with the same pronunciation to avoid future complications. The teammates assumed Yunming's surname was Meng, and since she was the oldest in the team, they addressed her as Sister Ming. They probably initiated the attack on Holy Judgment to seize the first server reward, a high-tier item. Yunming reasoned, naturally biased towards her younger sister. Oh no, her younger brother. Regardless of the unfolding events, her sister could do no wrong. She secretly opened the Dawn of Awakening game forum, navigated to her chat page with Yunlin, and felt elated as she gazed upon the image of Holy Judgment. Upon first receiving this news, Yunming found it somewhat difficult to accept. However, reflecting on how Yunlin would transition from brother to sister, she realized their relationship would undoubtedly become more intimate, free from the constraints of societal norms. Previously, she had refrained from working in the city where Yunlin resided, feeling that her brother had matured and reached the age for courtship. As his guardian sister, she believed it was time for her to gracefully step back, ensuring she would not become an obstacle on his path to happiness. Yet, sisterly interactions presented a starkly different scenario. Gently caressing a photograph of Yunlin's future self, she smiled tenderly. Yunlin deliberately refrained from activating the advanced version of the realm of the Underworld, intending for the novice players in this village to witness the unfolding scene. She even summoned several notorious players from her past to slay. Not only were Yu Huang and his companions struck with fear, but the onlookers outside the realm also grew apprehensive, pondering whether the hidden class awakened by the Holy Judgment might be that of the God of Death. Xiao's was sat there in a daze, evidently shaken, wondering if her idol had perhaps gone too far. Many players, having endured the pain of repeated deaths and the continual loss of attribute points, had become numb, appearing as if they were on the brink of death. Glancing at her teammates, including Lu Gu, she observed the palpable trepidation etched on their faces, tinged with a hint of regret. It dawned on her, and she grasped a profound truth. The slaughter continued relentlessly for half an hour, even after Yunlin vanished like a shadow. Yu Huang and his companions remained seated on the ground, their expressions vacant. The pain was excruciating. Their hearts ached to the point of suffocation. Though they had fallen to level 0, with each loss of attribute points amounting to a mere 0. 1, They had each lost nearly 2 points alongside their equipment, items, and even skills. In stark contrast, Yunlin reveled in an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Attribute plundered. Strength 8, Intelligence 5, Health 5, 1, Spirit 5, Constitution 6, Agility 10. As she had initially surmised, the probability of triggering life plunder through player kills was significantly higher than that of slaying monsters, although Yu Huang and the others, being reduced to level 0, had a limited pool of attributes to plunder. A sense of satisfaction washed over her as she summoned the game interface and navigated to the skill page. Underworld Mark. Passive. All units marked with Underworld Mark will be displayed on the map. Active. Implant a mark on the target that cannot be detected or dispelled. Lasting for 24 hours. Consumes 50 mana points. Cooldown time of 1 second. This skill was obtained from several players she had summoned, with the original skill being Mark. Lasting for 6 hours and capable of being discovered and removed. Earlier, Yunlin had utilized Underworld Mark on Yu Huang and subsequently killed him several times. The mark remained, showcasing the power of Underworld Mark. She planned to implant this mark on all her enemies, striking whenever possible to refresh the mark's duration. Additionally, Underworld Mark held great utility as she plunged into the sea, heading towards the region of the Merfolk tribe. Indeed, she intended to seek out Mike, hoping to steal his other self, talent, through God's hand. Even if she failed, it mattered not. She would leave a mark and return daily to attempt her theft 10 times. With Mike's intellect, he would not succumb to the hands of other players. In fact, he may have already ascended to level 3. Along the way, she employed God's hand against the encountered monsters. The attempts to steal were unsuccessful. Yet she acquired the skill, Water Arrow. The monsters lacked an equipment slot within the confines of the game's inventory. The only items available for theft were skills and talents. Until she reached the Merfolk tribe, Yunlin had not pilfered any talents, but she remained undeterred. Perhaps it was due to the racial talents being impervious to theft, just as Blood Pearl could not strip away racial abilities. Players awakening their racial talents upon commencing the game in Blue Star would experience passive percentage reductions in skill cooldowns and active temporary boosts in damage. Before entering the Merfolk tribe, Yunlin transformed into a shadow, declaring, "This is me, unparalleled me." However, this was ineffective against those effects that diminished her presence. Having no impact on her invisibility and stealth, the shadow glided above the Merfolk tribe, but she did not catch sight of Mike. She closed her eyes, relying on her instincts to select a direction. With 25 points of luck, her intuition served as the finest beacon. In a level 4 region, Yunlin spotted Mike among a group of Merfolk. At that moment, he had reached level 3 and had transformed into an elite monster. Could this be the Merfolk boss from her previous life that had wreaked havoc on low-level players? Regardless, it was of no consequence to her. She planned to remain within a maximum casting distance of God's hand to hide. Should her attempt fail, she would then transform into a shadow and mark Mike. Once the Merfolk squad engaged in battle, Yunlin revealed herself behind a massive rock not far off and activated God's hand. The attempt to steal was unsuccessful, yet she secured the talent, Another Me, A-class. She had reached the current talent cap for her level. Every 10 levels would allow for an increase in talent capacity. Subsequently, upon successfully stealing a talent, she could choose to replace an existing talent or return it. Having never encountered an item capable of plundering talents in her previous life, she was oblivious to this particular mechanic, yet upon reflection, she found it quite reasonable. Moreover, it was not as if one was prohibited from stealing talents. Acquiring superior talents to directly replace lesser ones was entirely feasible. At last, she had stolen talent. Yunlin focused solely on whether her objective was achieved, dismissing any thoughts as to why she had managed to successfully pilfer the Another Me talent. After all, pondering such matters would only serve to complicate her thoughts. She did not spare Mike simply because he contributed a talent. It was merely an incidental act. Following this, she ventured into the level 5 region to grind for experience, while concurrently employing God's hand to seize skills from monsters and bosses. After vanquishing the first boss, Yunlin transformed it into a wraith using her Wraith class talent, making subsequent battles considerably easier. Defeating the level 5 boss would yield the top reward across the entire server. What about the contracted pet? This question suddenly crossed her mind. Chapter 30. The body S transformation. Yunlin struck a small creature, reducing it to a state of near demise, and subsequently retrieved a contract scroll. The arcane symbols inscribed upon the scroll radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, gracefully swirling around the creature before ultimately merging with its essence. An image of a crimson giant crab materialized upon the blank scroll. The contract was a success. The success rate for contracting ordinary monsters stood at a perfect 100%. Contract scroll, giant claw crab. Bound, this item cannot be dropped, stolen, sold, auctioned, or mailed. Players may dissolve the pet contract by destroying this item. Regrettably, no global announcement accompanied this achievement. Yunlin furrowed her brow. Did the contract with a pet not warrant a first-place reward for the entire server? Or perhaps it was necessary to contract a creature of a higher echelon. With this thought in mind, she resolved to tear the contract scroll, abandoning the giant claw crab, and ascended to the surface with her spectral sea beasts, embarking on a journey via the little boat towards the territories of various level 5 bosses. Contract scrolls were rare artifacts, obtainable only from Lord-level monsters. Although the World S will sought to spawn new creatures upon their refresh, the domains of bosses remained relatively stable, as formidable beings tended to seize the most advantageous territories. Unless the characteristics of a new boss diverged significantly from its predecessor, Yunlin could accurately locate the bosses. Defeating a Lord-level monster while being 3 levels higher granted an additional 5,050 experience. The young Reaper, valiant and undaunted, challenged and triumphed over more formidable foes, bestowing the utmost reverence upon the Lord-level monster, Giant Octopus, which yielded 4 health points. Level 2, 82, 65, level 3, 4, level 3, 17, 66, level 3, 32, 92. During this endeavor, Yunlin vanquished 7 lords, acquiring 3 contract scrolls, a feat achieved under the auspices of her 25 luck points, highlighting the rarity of the contract scrolls. Among the 10 lords in the level 5 area, only 2 remained, with monsters refreshing merely once a day. The refresh time in her novice village was set at 6 p.m. She glanced at the clock. Game time, 2:46, Dragon Country time, 20:46. At this moment, Yunlin realized she had yet to dine, though she felt no pangs of hunger. Had these 2 levels bolstered her physical constitution, she intended to utilize the 3 newly acquired contract scrolls before logging off, and should all 3 attempts fail, she would not be disheartened. After all, the announcement for the Server S first achievement would soon emerge, allowing her to take note of that Player S name for future opportunities to procure the treasure. Yunlin chose to contract a Lord-level creature known as a Siren. Should the contract prove successful, the Siren would serve as a formidable ally, particularly as it possessed the ability to venture beyond the ocean, and humanoid pets could acquire life skills. However, the Siren bore a disadvantage. Its stature was not as colossal as that of the marine beast lords, rendering it incapable of shielding Yunlin from attacks, and its skill range was significantly reduced. Yet, Yunlin required no shield to absorb damage. As long as the Siren acted while she was incapacitated, it would suffice. Certainly, should a better opportunity arise in the future, she would not hesitate to make the change. Possessing memories from a previous life, Yunlin understood the art of enhancing the success rate of contracts with lords, which necessitated subduing them without external assistance. She commanded the higher-tier wraiths to retreat and boldly face the sea witch lord alone, with the ability to negate the effects of degrade and below sea witch songs. Yunlin adopted a swift and decisive strategy, reducing the sea witch lord's health to a mere 1 in just over 5 minutes. At 6 health, she discarded her accompanying weapon and unleashed the first contract scroll. The attempt failed. Undeterred, she continued her assault, diminishing the sea witch lord's vitality by another 0.5 before casting the second scroll. Again, the contract failed. The final scroll was employed when the sea witch lord had only 0.01 health remaining. This time success. Contract scroll, sea witch lore bound. The Sea Witch Lord gazed at Yunlin with a mix of surprise and fury, tinged with an air of lament, as if reproaching her for a lack of compassion. Simultaneously, the much-anticipated server-wide announcement echoed once more. Player, Holy Judgment, demonstrating extraordinary prowess, received the affirmation of the level 5 Lord and willingly became a pet, with the reward of 5 attribute points to allocate freely. An S-grade treasure, dice fragment, 6 points. An S-grade special item, earthly aura. This is clearly opulence. And a notebook, enchanting stone crafting technique. The Sea Witch Lord mused, is this truly voluntary? If I refuse the contract again, my health may plummet to 0.001. I despise dancing on the precipice of death. Dice fragment, 1 point, 5 points, 6 points. As before, the dice fragments seamlessly merged, allowing Yunlin to recover a segment of memory pertaining to the cosmic battlefield, though the imagery remained elusive and indistinct. Frustration welled within her, an obsessive desire to complete a die and uncover the full scope of events. Her gaze then shifted to the special reward item. Earthly aura? This is clearly opulence. S-grade golden is sturdy, passive once equipped. The item cannot be unequipped, nullifying all effects that reduce presence, enhancing player visibility, reducing damage from back attacks by 50, and preventing the triggering of abnormal states and weakness damage bonuses, while boosting luck by 20 points and revealing the attributes of equipment and special items. Cloak of Brilliance, active upon use. The player can teleport to any location within 500 meters, causing all targets within that radius to suffer from blindness for 1 second, subsequently transferring their aggro to the player. For the next 10 seconds, the effect of Golden is Sturdy is amplified by 50, no cost, with a cooldown of 25 seconds. Notebook, enchanting stone crafting technique. The notebook details the insights and processes of an extraordinary enchantment master in crafting enchanting stones. Following her acquisition of a magnificent gold chain, Yunlin now possessed a soft golden cloak. She pondered, could the next item be a golden Chelsea? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought of donning such a trendy golden ensemble, prompting an involuntary reaction of goosebumps. With a deep breath, Yunlin expelled the terrifying images from her mind and turned her gaze toward the Sea Witch Lord. Do you have a name? She inquired. Yes, I'm called Lucia, came the reply. Very well. Yunlin entered the name Little Lu in the pet naming section. The Sea Witch Lord responded. All right, as long as it pleases you, master. Yunlin instructed Lucia to guard the corpses of the Sea Beast Lord specters, lest other creatures devour them. Previously, she had attempted to store a specter in her backpack and retrieve it, only to find it could no longer transform back into a specter. This likely constituted a second death. After all, a specter is essentially a being of the undead, and once an undead creature perishes, it cannot be resurrected again. If you are hungry, you may consume one, she remarked before logging off. In reality, Yunlin awoke from her slumber, noticing the familiar crimson hue of her menstrual cycle. Yet the pain in her abdomen was not as intense as before. She felt no sorrow for the impending loss, for she had discovered she could utilize shadow stealth in the real world. There was no cost, but a cooldown of 5 seconds remained. Alas, I am in Star City while the Lawn family resides in Hang City. Otherwise, I could have dealt with them beforehand. As her thoughts settled, Yunlin entered the bathroom. Her hair had transformed to a light purple hue and had grown considerably, resembling a pot lid. Her facial features appeared softer, and her skin had gained a paler tone. It evoked a sweet, peach-like sensation. Sigh. At this rate, by the time I reach level 10, I shall completely resemble the god of the Underworld. How disheartening. Moments later, her melancholy deepened. Simply because. Chapter 31. Shopping for clothes. Accompanying Lucia back to reality, the second brother had succumbed to a profound coma, one from which he could not be revived. Fortunately, Yunlin had already preserved the cherished memories shared with him. How cruel, to leave without even saying goodbye. Yunlin muttered as he tidied up. For dinner, he had consumed a self-heating hot pot and an apple, and after cleaning up, he did not rush to enter the game. Given his pace of leveling up, he would have to don women's clothing by tomorrow, so he needed to consider his options. Yunlin retrieved his phone and opened the body showcase video saved in the backstage of the Dawn of Daybreak forum. The figure was alluring, exuding an air of aloof confidence, radiating the essence of a commanding woman. He couldn't help but recall how such heroines were often depicted in harem novels, adorned in lace lingerie. Should I buy lace? The cute animal designs seem appealing as well, emphasizing a delightful contrast. Suddenly, Yunlin slapped himself. What on earth am I thinking? Why would I wear something so provocative? Am I waiting for someone to flirt with me? I am merely temporarily becoming a girl. Surely, there will be a way to revert back later. He deleted the lace from the search bar and typed in solid color, breathable cotton. What size should I buy? I can't possibly purchase several pieces in an oversized fit. Yunlin found himself perplexed once more, prompting him to search on Douyin for guidance on determining sizes. To his surprise, there were indeed detailed explanations. Comparing himself to the beauty in the video, he inhaled sharply. Is this even scientifically plausible? I do not possess those ample curves, yet I am the same height of 175 centimeters and weigh over 130 pounds. How does my weight decrease as my body appears fuller? He recalled the character statistics in the game. Height 175 centimeters, weight 56 kilograms. Upon further reflection, he deemed these figures accurate. With a smaller head and frame, he envisioned a slender waist and delicate limbs. Once he finalized the selections, he promptly placed an order, expecting delivery by the following afternoon before 4 o'clock. He could simply wear a hooded sweatshirt to retrieve the package, which would not consume much time. Shopping for clothes was a mundane activity. Yunlin felt no trepidation about the authorities tracing it back to him. However, he refrained from overindulgence, only purchasing 3 sets of undergarments for rotation. While he could wear male attire for outer clothing, as he wouldn't be venturing out and would mostly be reclining in bed. As for feminine hygiene products, he could procure those once his sister arrived. It was not urgent, and he was unsure of the options available. Having completed his tasks, Yunlin entered the game. Each time he logged back in, he was met with the bracing salt water. Coughing, she hastily took out a water-repellent bead. To her astonishment, Lucia gently patted her back with an expression of tenderness. In her past life, the pets she had tamed merely obeyed commands and had never exhibited such behavior as Lucia did now. Did I hurt you? I'll be gentler, Lucia said with a radiant smile. Yunlin, what a ridiculous statement. He took out the skills of sewing and pharmacy and placed them into Lucia's embrace. Although the drop rate for these life skills was low, Lucia's high luck had yielded several books. Lucia spoke with a hint of sorrow. Can I not just be responsible for beauty? It must be said that Lucia possesses remarkable beauty. If we were to assign a score on a scale of 100, she would undoubtedly exceed 95. Her appearance and demeanor exude an intellectual charm, yet retain a hint of allure, reminiscent of the girl next door. I must admit, your fishtail is indeed exquisite, and after being cooked, it is sure to be delectable. Lucia, the exchange between a person and her pet is lively and engaging. Yet Lucia dutifully acquires 2 essential life skills. Yunlin waved her hand, summoning the ghostly sea beast lords to stand behind her. Subsequently, she leaned against the ghost and swept through the level 5 area, only striking the monsters when their health was critically low to trigger the life drain ability. The sheer number of sea monsters was overwhelming. After clearing the monsters surrounding Lucia's territory, Yunlin advanced to level 4, while Lucia's experience bar increased by 12%. As long as the pet remains within proximity of the player, it can gain equivalent experience. Likewise, when a pet defeats a monster, the player also receives experience. Upon inspecting her inventory, Yunlin discovered she could assemble a complete set of level 5 equipment, thus sparing no time in the level 5 area and leading Lucia and the ghostly sea beast lords into the level 6 region. Thereafter, she replaced the lower-level ghosts with level 6 ones to maintain her efficiency in monster hunting. Occasionally, she would solo elite monsters or lords to avoid becoming overly reliant on the ghosts, ensuring she retained her combat skills and awareness from her previous life. While Yunlin engaged in monster hunting and leveling up, several significant events unfolded in reality. Each military district of the official forces had half of its troops stationed at dawn of the breaking day. Moreover, the higher-ups held a series of meetings concerning dawn of the breaking day. One of the topics discussed in these meetings was the entity known as Holy Judgment. According to two players with hidden classes who had joined our official ranks, Holy Judgment possessed strength far beyond their own and with the highest tier rewards in the entire server. It was undoubtedly the most formidable force. What is the use of saying all this? Holy Judgment has activated a disturbance prevention, and no one has recorded her appearance. Furthermore, the extraordinary power behind Dawn of the Breaking Day has encrypted players' online banking accounts, rendering communication with her impossible. We remain uncertain if she is even from the Dragon Nation, as many overseas compatriots also opt to enter the game through our Dragon Nation node. Yet, there is a solution. We initially intended to recruit players from every novice village. And at that point, we could assign someone to remain in the novice village, specifically tasked with liaising with Holy Judgment. Additionally, once the recruitment process is completed, we will scrutinize the over 10 million players who purchased game helmets prior to the official launch, filtering out those who may have awakened hidden classes. We must ascertain these players' attitudes towards our Dragon Nation and our official entity. At this juncture, someone suddenly spoke up. According to our department's investigation, shortly after the launch of Dawn of the Breaking Day, the daughter of a family business in Hangzhou began seeking Holy Judgment. This young woman is highly likely to have also awakened a hidden class, and may even possess precognitive abilities. In the face of a national machinery, what is 100 billion group worth? Official personnel promptly arrived at the Lan family. Miss Lan, we have several questions regarding Holy Judgment and would appreciate your willingness to provide some answers. Lan Fu suppressed his anger, glaring at his inept daughter. Despite having a more suitable approach to handle the situation, she chose the most conspicuous one, grabbing a newspaper and leaving. However, he was not Lan and did not understand the unbearable urgency and fury she felt. Upon learning that the military had made substantial purchases of the game helmet for Dawn of the Day, Lan anticipated that officials would seek her out. She had rehearsed her responses numerous times in her mind, thus displaying no sign of panic on her face. The official smiled politely and inquired, Miss Lan, do you know Saint Judgment in real life? I do not. I merely dreamt of her slaying hundreds of players with ease through her in-game skills, which prompted me to have her silhouette captured in a painting. Is Miss Lan seeking to recruit talent, or is there another motive? The official maintained her smile, yet her piercing gaze scrutinized every shift in Lan's expression and demeanor. The authorities were exceedingly cautious regarding Dawn of the Day, sending an interrogation and negotiation expert to engage with Lan. The lines Lan had prepared became lodged in her throat as her gaze flickered, the pale blue energy rippling outward. The Dreamweaver talent skills, dream creation and half-dream, half-awake, activated simultaneously. Aware that her deceit would not fool this official, she resorted to the powers of the game to conjure a dream in which she could deliver the perfect response, all while remaining undetected by the official. Moments later, two officials exited the Lan residence. Sister Zhao, what do you think of Lan's response? Zhao Luman retrieved a disc-shaped device from her pocket, her expression darkening. Did Lan answer our questions? I lost focus 9 times, and the device indicated that the magnetic field was chaotic during the periods she responded, suggesting she employed skills carried over from the game. But why would she do that? I don't know. Perhaps to conceal the truth, or to manipulate us against Saint Judgment. Zhao Luman mused, recalling Lan's answer with a disdainful smirk. How could she be unaware of the enmity between Feather Emperor and Saint Judgment? She truly is an inexperienced young lady. As she spoke, Zhao Luman pulled out her phone and typed, Lan, unique hidden class, has a stubborn and arrogant personality, displaying resistance towards us. Abilities, dream insight, illusion creation dreams. Meanwhile, Lan stood by the windowsill, sipping tea with an air of contentment as she watched Zhao Luman and her companion depart, unaware that her vulnerabilities had been laid bare. In the game, she could indeed create temporary dreams that the target could not perceive, but now, with Blue Star yet to be fully gamified, her skills were unstable. And Zhao Luman was not easily deceived. At 2346 Dragon Country time, Shaolin, are you still awake? Yinming messaged. Yunlin had just leveled up to level 5, yet no server-wide announcement had been made. I was about to log off. How's the team you found, sister? Are they easy to get along with? They're all quite nice, neither putting me in a difficult position nor disdainful of my skills. Sister, let us go offline and chat via livestream. After closing the private chat channel, Yunlin turned to Lucia, but before she could speak, Lucia melancholically remarked, "I do not wish to enter the pet space. There is nothing there, and as a sea creature, I feel quite frightened." Yunlin's lips twitched in response. "Then you may remain in the wilderness area. I hope that upon my return tomorrow, I do not find your remains or bones." Monsters possess the ability to sense the aura of contracted pets, and they harbor a deep-seated animosity towards those pets that betray their kind. "Can you not take me offline with you?" Lucia blinked her large eyes, her face filled with entreaty. "How could I?" Yunlin recalled that after the gamification of the Blue Star in her past life, players could indeed take their equipment, items, and pets offline. Moreover, she had acquired the skills Stealth and Shadows at level 3, so perhaps she could indeed bring this little creature along. "I shall give it a try." As she clicked to go offline, she repeatedly murmured in her heart her intention to take Pet Lucia with her. In reality, before Yunlin even opened her eyes, she heard Lucia's voice. "Is this the world you inhabit? Oh, how does the true you look like this? Be quiet, or I shall stew your fishtail for dinner." Yunlin retorted, her lips twitching. Had she known, she would not have brought this creature offline. She feared she would not sleep soundly that night. Chapter 32. The progress of physical transformation reaches its midpoint. This time, not only did I bring back Lucia, but also the realms of God of the Underworld and Rebirth, along with the attributes of the game, excluding those provided by equipment. It seems that upon fully transforming into God of the Underworld at level 10, I will be able to bring all my items from the game into reality. Yunlin was not surprised by this. After all, the hidden class of Wu is a favored child of the world's will, and it is only natural to have some advantages. Perhaps this hidden class even serves as a prototype for gamification. Yunlin sat up, brushing aside the strands of hair that obscured his vision, gazing at Lucia, who was curiously examining the modern technological marvels within the room. "As you can see, my dwelling is modest, not even a tenth the size of a pet space. And you cannot go out to play, lest you attract unwanted attention." Lucia swayed her colorful fish tail nonchalantly. "My territory is vast, yet I often feel lonely, so the size of my abode is of little concern to me." As she spoke, she poked at the phone, and upon seeing the screen illuminate, her curiosity grew. "What is this? Does your world possess magical technology as well?" "In our world, there is no magic. All the devices in this room are products of modern technology, powered by electricity. You could try this minigame, but please refrain from tampering with other applications while I go take a shower." Yunlin informed Lucia, who was engrossed in the game Candy Crush, after notifying his sister on the Dawn of Aurora forum about his intention to bathe. However, Lucia did not take the phone, but instead stared at Yunlin with longing eyes. "I want a shower too. I feel too salty." "All right, wait until I finish, and then you can go," Yunlin remarked, having noticed the scent of seawater on Lucia, which was not unpleasant, yet not entirely appealing either. Hurry up then." Only then did Lucia take the phone and immerse herself in the game. Upon entering the bathroom and closing the door, Yunlin glanced at his reflection in the mirror. I bear a striking resemblance to Holy Judgment. Now, with shoulder-length purple hair and increasingly gentle facial features, exuding a sense of heroism, and my Adam's apple has vanished, leaving no trace of masculinity. Anyone would assume I am a dashing young gentleman. Looking lower, he noticed his transformation had progressed to a delicate state, as if the pot had ripened and was on the verge of bursting. His physique had undergone a significant metamorphosis, developing an alluring silhouette. With skin that appeared smooth and rosy, he could not resist the temptation to touch it, and he marveled at its softness. "So tender, why do I feel increasingly peculiar?" Yunlin observed the reflection of the person in the mirror, his expression betraying a playful demeanor as he lightly slapped his own face. "Ah, my skin feels even more delicate." He then began to pinch his cheeks, experimenting with various expressions, pouting, scoffing, pouting in mock anger, and shyly smiling, lost in the enjoyment of his own appearance. Just as Yunlin reveled in his self-admiration, a knock echoed from the bathroom door. "What mischief are you up to in there? I can barely stand my own odor. Could you let me wash first?" "Don't rush me. I'll be done shortly." Caught in the act, Yunlin's face flushed a deep crimson, but Lucia remained obstinate in her demands. reigning in his playful demeanor. He swiftly cleansed the bloodstains and tossed the soiled underwear into the washing machine. Just as he was about to open the door and step outside, an urgent call of nature struck him unexpectedly. Crouching down, he found himself astonished by the unfamiliar sensations coursing through him. Could it be that a woman's body was so exquisitely sensitive? Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he tentatively extended a finger, but he reined himself in just in time, wiping it with a tissue before pulling up his trousers and exiting the restroom. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Lucia's teasing smile. Why is your face so flushed? You needn't be so secretive. I can assist you. After all, I am your pet, dear master. Yunlin's lips twitched in irritation. Do you still remember you were a pet? And what's wrong with that? Shouldn't pets be a bit more lively? Or do you prefer the dullness? If that's your fancy, I can certainly play the part, Lucia replied unabashedly. Fine, I concede, but do you still wish to take a bath? Yunlin appreciated having a pet with a spirited personality. Otherwise, she would have reprimanded Lucia when she first jested. In her past life, she had encountered many vibrant pets, yet for reasons unknown. The ones bound to her contract behaved like automatons, rarely engaging with her outside of combat. Yunlin proceeded to introduce Lucia to various toiletries, instructing her on how to use the shower head and adjust the water temperature. Your tail is already slick. Don't apply too much shower gel, or you might slip. Understood. Lucia was already enraptured by the fragrant allure of the shampoo and body wash, completely oblivious to Yunlin's instructions. Returning to the bedroom, Yunlin propped up her phone and opened a live stream on the Dawn of Daybreak forum, then quickly concealed it before locating her sister in the friends list and inviting her into the stream. Xiaolin, is that you? Yunmeng exclaimed upon seeing Yunlin's current appearance, her expression transforming to one of astonishment. Sister, it's me. Every time I level up, my appearance changes in accordance with holy judgment. I reckon by the time I hit level 10, I will resemble my character entirely. Yunlin smiled gently, pinching her own cheek. Yunmeng was captivated. Yunlin's smile was akin to a rare flower blooming atop a lofty peak, breathtakingly beautiful. Even as a woman herself, her heart raced involuntarily. The thought that this exquisite beauty before her was her sister, and that they could share tender moments daily, made Yunmeng beam with delight. Sister? Sister? Are you all right? Seeing her sister lost in thought and smiling foolishly, Yunlin grew curious. I'm fine, just reminiscing about something joyful. What were you saying, Xiaolin? Yunmeng snapped back to reality, realizing her earlier lapse in composure. Her face flushed crimson. Oh, I was just saying, sister, today you just then? A loud crash echoed from the bathroom, as if a heavy object had fallen, followed by a series of peculiar sounds. Wow. Master, please come help me. I can't get up. Hearing a female voice from her sister's side made Yunming's heart sink. Had the day finally come? Xiaolin, you brought a girlfriend home? Yunlin shook her head, ready to explain. It is my contracted pet from the game, a sea nymph. When I logged off, I brought her back to reality. She likely used too much body wash and slipped, unable to rise. I rushed to assist her, and you should meet her later. All right, you go ahead. Yunming secretly sighed in relief. Upon opening the door, Yunlin saw Lucia flailing helplessly on the floor. Irked, she grabbed the shower head, adjusted the water temperature, and directed it at Lucia's fishtail. As for the sight of Lucia's unadorned figure, it stirred no ripples in her heart. After all, she would possess such attributes in the future, and hers would undoubtedly surpass Lucia's. Just rinse off the body wash from your tail. You have such a sharp tongue, yet your mind seems less agile. Lucia pouted, gazing at her owner with a hint of grievance. Aren't you going to help me up? I fear you might seize the opportunity to bring me down as well, Yunlin retorted coldly. Curse be it, you've seen through my intentions enough of this. Hurry up and wash, then get to sleep. Yunlin handed the shower head to Lucia and returned to converse with her sister. With a beaming smile, Yunming recounted her experiences of the day. Xiaolin, I have learned how to attract monster aggro and also how to maneuver effectively. Yunlin patiently listened to her sister's tales. Before long, Lucia emerged confidently, leaning her head towards the phone. Where's your piece of fabric? Hurry and put it on. Yunlin's fist tightened. Lucia rolled her eyes. We're both females. It's nothing of consequence. That piece of cloth has a strong, salty scent, so I plan to soak it to see if the odor dissipates. Yunlin averted the phone camera, exasperated. Choose a garment from the wardrobe and put it on. Oh, Xiao and I feel this pet is somewhat. Yunmeng was taken aback by the earlier scene, yet she hesitated to accuse Lucia of impropriety. Indeed, it is rather unconventional. However, such a unique pet is rare. Yunlin shared her pet's condition with her sister. So, will she be sleeping with you tonight? Yunmeng inquired. Lucia also glanced over, seemingly invested in the question. She can return to her pet's space to sleep. If she prefers not to, she may sleep on the floor. Lucia's fishtail drooped, clearly disheartened. She held no ulterior motives. Rather, since departing from her original tribe, she had not had company and wished to escape the anguish of solitude, which also explained her loquaciousness. Subsequently, Yunlin continued to chat with her sister for over 10 minutes. Will you sleep in the pet space? Or, I shall sleep on the floor, Lucia interjected. Yunlin could not allow Lucia to actually sleep on the floor. She retrieved all the blankets from Xiaqiu and spread them on the ground. Sleep now. Tomorrow, we will be busy. She and Lucia both brought their basic attributes forth. And even in the winter, they felt no chill in their nakedness. All right. Lucia nodded obediently, but once Yunlin's breathing steadied, she crawled onto the bed, carefully inching closer to Yunlin. Yet, she did not draw too near. Once she sensed Yunlin's warmth and fragrance, she peacefully closed her eyes and soon began to snore. Yunlin thought, I long to kick this presumptuous sea witch off the bed. Meanwhile, in St. Judgment Village, the novice village where Yunlin resides, the authorities require players to name their respective novice villages to facilitate communication during the recruitment process. The players responsible for Yunlin's novice village chose the name St. Judgment. Each novice village, once officially recognized, must have at least 10 players, enabling the formation of 2 teams. One team remains stationed at the service point, while the other engages in monster hunting for experience, alternating as necessary. Currently, the 10 newly recruited players in St. Judgment Village are deliberating on who should negotiate with the St. Judgment. A small hand is raised high. I believe I am capable of undertaking this task. The other 9 turn their gazes towards the eager young girl. Xiaozhua, are you certain? Chapter 33. Lucia. Limit your short video consumption. One individual adopted an official tone, saying, Xiaozhua, it's not that I doubt your capabilities, but rather your youth puts you at a disadvantage compared to us seasoned veterans. Representing the official stance in negotiations with the Holy Judgment is an esteemed opportunity, not only allowing one to frequently appear before the Holy Judgment and garner favor from the higher-ups, but perhaps even leading to upgrades and equipment gifts. During this exceptional period, the process for the authorities to incorporate players has been notably streamlined. There is little time for thorough background checks. As long as one's file contains no negative information and there are no instances of player killings, and if their talents meet certain criteria, they can be enlisted. Conversely, should these newly inducted players engage in any disciplinary infractions, the authorities can bypass standard procedures to revoke their status, ensuring they are never hired again. The rationale provided by the authorities for integrating players is to establish order within the second world. They intend to vigorously promote the development of the virtual reality sector, with the inaugural product, Dawn of the Breaking Day, needing to set a precedent of compliance. Thus, there is no need for the authorities to inform the public that Dawn of the Breaking Day could impact reality. It will naturally attract a multitude of individuals eager to participate as players. At this stage, disclosing such matters would be detrimental rather than beneficial, as panic could incite social unrest, ultimately affecting the ordinary populace the most. I recognize that all present are esteemed seniors, but my youth should not preclude me from opportunities. The Holy Judgment is not easily approachable, and I doubt any of you would guarantee your success in dealings with it. In her pursuit of more chances to interact with her idol, Xiaozhua fervently studied relevant knowledge before the meeting, managing to impress others. Stop competing. Look at the group chat. Those interested in this position should sign up, and the final selection will be made by the superiors. One person suddenly remarked, Is it really necessary to be so serious? After all, it's just a game. The Holy Judgment is indeed powerful, but does it warrant such attention from the authorities? If they wish to regulate the behavior of the Holy Judgment, they could simply trace its financial records to uncover its real identity and issue a warning. Why complicate matters? Xiao's would discreetly summon the game interface. Holy Judgment, are you there? At that moment, Yunlin was awakened by Lucia's snoring and was scrolling through her phone, shopping online. Yes, what is it? Big boss. I've been incorporated by the authorities. Xiao's were relayed the entire series of events regarding the official integration of players. Yunlin furrowed her brow, suspecting that the authorities may have begun their preparations in the days leading up to the launch. Yet she had not anticipated it would happen so soon. Moreover, in her past life, the authorities had not engaged in such extensive player integration efforts. Is this due to the conflict with the Lan family and my extensive player killings? Big boss, is Dawn of the Breaking Day truly just a simple game? Xiao Zhuo inquired. Though she was innocent, she was by no means foolish. The Lan family had invested such a significant cost to contend with the Holy Judgment. And soon after, the authorities also intervened, exhibiting an ambiguous stance towards the Holy Judgment, tinged with a hint of appeasement. Otherwise, the selection of a liaison would not have been approached with such caution. How could she remain oblivious to the peculiarities of these events? At that moment, Xiao was suddenly recalled something that Brother LV had once said. Why was the Lan family seeking the Holy Judgment? The Holy Judgment held the answer. Xiao was swallowed hard, her palms moist with sweat, terrified that her idol might soon deceive her with falsehoods. Upon perceiving Xiao's concerns, Yunlin hesitated for but a second before offering an explanation. No, it's simply that this truth is beyond your current grasp. You may need to reach level 20 or even higher. If you genuinely wish to know the details, I can share them. But that truth may prove futile for you at present and could even induce anxiety. She divulged the truth to Xiao Zhuo, not only because of the affinity Xiao Zhuo felt towards her, but also due to the absence of any conflicting interest between them. A casual act of kindness towards a stranger who appeared pleasing. Moreover, once Xiao Zhuo attained authentic recognition from the authorities, she too would uncover the truth. Yunlin merely revealed it in advance. Should Xiao Zhuo grow to be her adversary in the future, she could easily resolve the situation. Well, I shall refrain from asking. Xiao Zhuo replied cheerfully, relieved to find that she had not idolized the wrong person. You should strive to level up and seize the support of the authorities. Perhaps in the future, we might fight side by side. Putting her phone aside, Yunlin heard Lucia's snoring grow increasingly loud and, unable to contain herself, kicked Lucia. However, Lucia showed no response. Was she truly snoring while sleeping in the ocean? Or was she merely unaccustomed to the terrestrial environment, hence the snoring? Lost in thought, Yunlin soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yunlin was roused by Lucia shaking her. Master, I am thirsty. Then go drink some water. Didn't I tell you last night to fetch a cup and get water from the dispenser? Yunlin's morning irritability began to surface. But you were holding onto my arm. Lucia pouted, her tone laced with grievance. Instantly, Yunlin became alert, hastily releasing Lucia's arm, but she felt no embarrassment. Instead, she retorted with conviction, Lucia, how did you end up in bed? I must have been sleepwalking, Lucia replied, equally unperturbed, her expression devoid of any signs of guilt. Fine, aren't you thirsty? Why don't you go get some water? With a flick of her tail, Lucia hopped off the bed and, while waiting for her cup to fill, amused herself with humorous short videos on her phone. Yunlin felt as though she had awakened too abruptly, closing her eyes only to open them again. This isn't a hallucination. Lucia, give me back my phone. Oh, all right, Lucia obediently complied. Yunlin accessed the background settings, relieved to find no trace of the Dawn of Light game forum, and promptly set up an application lock on the game forum app to prevent Lucia from viewing that video of her body showcase. Last night, she had purchased a phone for Lucia, but it wouldn't arrive until the following day. Everything is fine. You may continue playing. Tomorrow, you shall possess your very own phone. Yunlin handed the phone to Lucia and then prepared to freshen up. My master is truly benevolent, she mused with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps you should refrain from indulging in short videos so often. For breakfast, they had egg noodles seasoned with a touch of lard and chili sauce, which were quite fragrant. At the dining table, Yunlin could not help but inquire, Lucia, are you aware that you snore while you sleep? Indeed, I often awaken from the salty spray of the sea, Lucia replied, blinking her eyes innocently, exuding an air of vulnerability. Yunlin sighed. Why must you be so infuriating? I think it may be time for a new pet. Her expression was devoid of warmth. Lucia quickly leaped behind Yunlin, massaging her shoulders with exaggerated fervor. My master, I possess many admirable qualities. Oh, pray tell, what virtues do you hold? For instance, I am a feast for the eyes. Just gazing upon me could inspire you to devour 3 additional bowls of rice. Yunlin's lips twitched in response. The very thought of your thunderous snores renders physical appearance rather trivial in my eyes. Oh dear, my looks are my least commendable trait. However, I excel, and she faltered, as Yunlin watched her intently, nearly causing Lucia to squirm under her gaze. In truth, Lucia's snoring was not particularly loud and remained within her tolerance. Had it been otherwise, she would have banished Lucia to the pet space for the night. She simply was unaccustomed to sleeping beside another person. Indeed, it was a person, not merely a pet. I shan't frighten you further. Hurry and eat. Once you are finished, we shall be busy. Understood, Lucia exclaimed, relief washing over her, as she quickly devoured her bowl of noodles, flashing Yunlin a silly grin. Before entering the game, Lucia disrobed and wrapped herself in a fragrant fabric. Master, I have seen many beautiful garments and videos. Might you provide me with some materials? I wish to sew a few outfits. Very well. I shall procure them during our break. Within the game, as expected, Yunlin was startled by the ocean waves, skillfully retrieving a water-repellent pearl while coughing vigorously, while Lucia diligently patted her back. The game clock read 14:25. Yunlin summoned the game interface, preparing to select new equipment. She had logged off after reaching level 5 the previous night, primarily due to her overflowing inventory of gear and items. Her intention was to both list lower-level equipment for sale and choose items to wear. At that moment, a massive shadow darted swiftly beneath the sea. It seemed that the first formidable adversary of the day had made its entrance. Event triggered. Chapter 34. The Resurrection of the Necromancer. Event initiation. The Resurrection of the Necromancer. During the event, players participating in it cannot log out of the game before dying. Following a tremor, palatial structures emerged from the depths of the sea, enticing various tribes with the treasures they harbored. Unbeknownst to them, this was the burial ground of the necromancer, where the lives of many were claimed, transforming them into the undead. Upon returning to the novice village and informing the village chief, Wang Ming, of the situation, or by vanquishing the necromancer and his undead minions, the event can be concluded. Players engaged in the event will receive participation points based on their influence on the event, and rewards post-event will correlate with these points. Note, please make a decision promptly. The necromancer's power is continuously growing. Furthermore, beings willing to transform into undead have hurried back to their tribes to invite more souls. And by 1800 hours today, the necromancer will possess the strength to break free from his constraints. Yunlin meticulously reviewed the event details, feeling unperturbed as Lucia defended against the approaching monsters. The necromancer. She recalled instances from her past life when she had encountered undead creatures in the sea, remnants of this very event. It appeared to be a significant occurrence, and she pondered the potential rewards. Master, be cautious, it's heading your way. Lucia's imposing figure loomed, and as the control duration of Song of the Siren expired, it was evident that the large sea beast could not be contained. The situation was exacerbated by Yunlin donning 2 special items that augmented her presence, redirecting the creature's aggro towards her. Undead Great White Shark, level 7, elite, such bravery. I had thought it to be a mere boss. In a mere 10 seconds, Yunlin dispatched the creature. Slaying an elite monster 2 levels higher yielded a staggering 500 bonus experience. Level 503. Ascending to level 5 was not arduous. Yet from this point onward, the difficulty of leveling would escalate exponentially. In her previous life, top-tier players required nearly half a month to reach level 20. And Yunlin surmised it would take her at least 10 days. Wraith. As another undead creature approached, Yunlin recognized she was encircled and contemplated switching her equipment while fighting. In truth, she could easily break through to the sea's surface and return to the novice village aboard her indestructible, tiny boat. However, Completing the event this way would undoubtedly yield less rewarding outcomes than her previous two endeavors, and she was eager to confront the necromancer. In her past life, she had slain a boss known for its hidden class, acquiring the awakening stone for that class, which had granted her a hidden profession. Perhaps by defeating this necromancer, she might obtain the awakening stone for the necromancer's hidden class. Wraith skills cannot be used on this target. A prompt illuminated before her, confirming Yunlin's prior speculation. The undead were irrevocably dead, incapable of resurrection. However, the current situation posed no challenge for her. The realm of the Underworld activated, and her fingers danced swiftly, placing all equipment below level 5 from her backpack onto the auction house, while she deftly employed the God's Hand skill against the monsters. 3 minutes later, she donned a new set of gear, significantly enhancing her attributes. Plunder attributes: Strength 20, Intelligence 15, Health 17, Spirit 19. 5. Constitution 16, Agility 24. Scaly Armor Top, Level 5, Excellent Maximum Health 50, Health 5, Constitution 5, Agility 2. Physical or magical damage incurred upon hitting the Scaly Armor Top is reduced by 10 points. Scaly Armor Pants, Level 5, Excellent. Same effects as the top. Scaly Arm Guards, Level 5, Excellent Strength 7, Agility 7. Each attack may increase strength and agility by 1 point, stacking up to 5 layers. Lasting 30 seconds. Scaly Leggings, Level 5, Excellent. Same effects as the Arm Guards. Wind Spiral Boots, Level 5, Excellent. Sharp Bone Ring, Level 6, Excellent Strength 10, Agility 5. The first attack against the target reduces their physical defense by 5 points, lasting until the battle concludes. Sharp Bone Necklace, Level 6, Excellent. Same effects as the ring. Sharp Bone Bracelet, Level 6, Excellent. Same effects as the ring. Yesterday, Yunlin had vanquished numerous bosses, an incalculable number of elite monsters and minions, and with her extraordinary luck, her backpack contained equipment suitable for every class. Health: 468, 520 mana, 226, 315 strength, 144 intelligence, 27 health, 42 spirit, 31. 5 constitution, 41 agility, 128, 64, charisma, 10 to 5, luck, 45, 50 to 5. After triggering all equipment effects, her strength and agility attributes saw a notable increase. Strength, 154. Agility, 143, 71, 5. With her companion weapon in dual blade form, Yunlin's agility surpassed the 200 mark, reaching a terrifying maximum movement speed of 32, allowing her to traverse 2 meters per second in optimal conditions. Her strength and agility even exceeded that of a level 5 boss by over 100 points, primarily due to receiving 4 rewards of free attribute points, with both attributes being primary stats, thus doubling the benefit from level ups and free attribute allocations. Additionally, the life plunder, attribute enhancement, and her top-tier equipment contributed to an ever-widening gap in power. 422, 653. With the 200 damage increase from Realm of the Underworld as weakness effect, the 50 boost from This Is Me, Unparalleled Me, and the damage reduction effects of her equipment, her basic attacks could inflict over 400 points of damage, with critical hits soaring above 600. Not to mention her skills. The damage I inflict rivals that of a top-tier player at level 12 from my previous life. Yunlin felt as though she were soaring into the heavens. The exhilaration of cutting through foes with ease was unparalleled. Achieving a 2-level increase while vanquishing elite monsters grants an astonishing 500 bonus experience. Slaying monsters with a 2-level advantage yields a 100 additional experience. Lucia, witnessing the surge in Yunlin's combat prowess after her equipment change, gulped audibly. Thankfully, I have good sense to have chosen such a formidable master. With over 200 agility, Yunlin possessed remarkable hearing, and she cast a quick glance back at Lucia with a hint of annoyance. Stop slacking off. Hurry and help me collect the dropped items. All right, Lucia, armed with the spatial bag Yunlin provided, diligently gathered the various equipment and items. The spatial bag serves not only to safeguard important belongings from loss, but also fulfills another purpose here. Pets cannot utilize a Player S game backpack. thus relying solely on the spatial bag to collect items. Soon, Yunlin had cleared the nearby undead monsters. Experience increased by 23.5. However, slaying undead creatures does not trigger the lifesteal skill. Where the undead mages. Yunlin submerged herself beneath the waves, searching for the indicated palace cluster. Though the vast reach of large-scale events proved cumbersome. Fortunately, she soon spotted a swarm of mermen. Lucia, you should retreat to the pet space for a while. If you're bored, you can sew some clothes in there. Master, what style of clothing do you prefer? I will craft a few pieces for you. Make whatever you believe suits me best. I understand. Lucia grinned slyly, having caught sight of Yunlin's figure-revealing video while playing on her phone that morning. Yet, she refrained from teasing Yunlin about it, fearing retribution. After sending the chatterbox back to the pet space, Yunlin swiftly transformed into a shadow and pursued the merman. Meanwhile, in the 5th-level training area, Lu Ge sensed something amiss. He noticed numerous monsters congregating towards a higher-level region, prompting him to dispatch Pai Ho to investigate. In the previous life, Saint Execution Village, no players had engaged in this event as it unfolded in the 7th-level zone. Had it not been for the motivation sparked by Xiao's official induction, Lu Ge and his companions would not have been grinding through the night, still online and without rest. Lu Ge was astute. What Xiao's could conceive, how could he possibly overlook? The official recruitment of players was no trivial matter, and it was not merely to maintain order within the game. Before long, a weary Pai Ho returned. Lu Ge, it seems a treasure-laden palace cluster has suddenly appeared in the 7th-level area, and many monsters are flocking there to seek riches. With our current strength, we would only be victimized by the monsters. Lu Ge clenched his teeth. He felt unsatisfied not to investigate the situation, considering the possibility of acquiring high-tier items. I possess 2 items that could ensure our safe escape. This is an opportunity one wished to seize. But we haven't closed our eyes for a day, and it takes about an hour to reach the 7th-level area. Xiao Pang complained. A male player from Xiao's control group echoed his sentiment. Lu Ge, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Health is the foundation of all endeavors, and there is no necessity for such relentless striving. If you choose not to go, I shall venture forth alone. As Yunlin accompanied the group of fishmen, she arrived at the palace complex and, upon discerning the situation within, gasped in astonishment. There were at least 300 undead creatures present, and with those dispatched on patrol, the total could well exceed 700. Is this truly the level of difficulty one would expect from a Class 7 incident? Yet, as she pondered, the prospect of slaying the undead sorcerer and potentially acquiring a hidden class awakening stone made the daunting challenge seem rather reasonable. A bolder notion suddenly took root in her mind. Could it be that such high-difficulty events were deliberately designed for the chosen ones? Chapter 35. The most dangerous place. The safest. The reality aligns closely with Yunlin's conjecture. However, the occurrence is not solely designed for players. It also cultivates formidable monsters, such as Mike from the Relic of the Sea Witch Tribe event, the Captain from the Pirate Carnival event, and the Necromancer from the current event. Even minor events at lower levels may feature extraordinary creatures. Should they evade player intervention and escape unscathed at the conclusion of the event, they will ascend to become the destined ones among monsters. Yunlin decided to investigate the situation further. The multitude of monsters within the palace complex is overwhelming, including Lord-level undead. Given the strength of Yunlin and Lucia, they cannot confront such a vast number of foes directly, and it is unnecessary to eliminate all undead creatures to conclude this event. Transforming into a shadow, Yunlin stealthily infiltrated the palace complex. Following the monsters, she arrived at a grand hall, where she beheld the array capable of transmuting living beings into undead. However, within this hall, there were only 2 level 7 undead servants, both Lord level, without sight of the Necromancer. Could it be that the Necromancer is sealed beneath this hall? After contemplating, Yunlin resolved to observe the undead array for a while. If she could dismantle it, she would thwart the Necromancer's ascension. Primarily, she was uncertain how long it would take to locate the Necromancer and feared that if she drew attention to herself beforehand, the Necromancer would conceal himself even deeper. Thus, Destroying the undead array was the optimal choice. The shadow that was Yunlin gracefully ascended to the top of the Grand Hall. With her elevated agility and remarkable vision, she could discern all the magical inscriptions of the array, even from a distance of 20 or 30 meters. Although her previous encounters with undead arrays were limited, the principles were largely similar, allowing her to reference other arrays that could transform races, albeit requiring some time. She donned a set of cleric gear to increase her mana capacity and mental attributes, enhancing her mana recovery to ensure she had sufficient resources at her disposal. At that moment, in another underground location, the necromancer suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What was happening? With my recovery rate, I could reach level 10 within 3 hours. This decayed seal should pose no obstacle. Why do I feel such unease? As Yunlin pondered how to dismantle the undead array, people from Long will flock to the offline store of Dawn of the Rising Sun to purchase gaming helmets. Just moments ago, at precisely 9 a.m., major official media outlets released announcements pledging strong support for the development of virtual reality technology, frequently mentioning Dawn of the Rising Sun in their articles. The officially recognized new trend of the era, coupled with the real-life videos of the game circulating online and the auction house's market trends, became a hot topic, with players in the comment sections enthusiastically recommending Dawn of the Rising Sun. Even a level 3 gray gear could fetch over 1,000. This game is a boon for us laborers. Moreover, Dawn of the Rising Sun has opened up installment payment options today, and the gaming helmets can be resold, requiring minimal initial investment. Regrettably, I hesitated when I saw the helmet priced at 10,000. Otherwise, I could have commenced earning yesterday. Alas, who could deny it? Nevertheless, it is never too late to embark on this journey today. I fervently hope to awaken a higher tier talent. Many individuals who are not typically gamers are eagerly purchasing gaming headsets, believing that virtual landscapes surpass the beauty of real-world tourist attractions, and they are equally intrigued by the immersive feedback provided by virtual reality. The stark contrast between the official response of the Dragon Kingdom and that of the previous era can be attributed to Yunlin, as well as to Longlon. In the past, prior to the game's arrival, the situation had not escalated significantly. At most, a few hidden-class players would introduce their family and friends into the game. However, in this lifetime, Lanlin's elaborate efforts to seek out the enigmatic Holy Judgment and her substantial investments aimed at suppressing its development within the game have raised suspicions among many. Numerous enterprises, conglomerates, and prominent families have begun to shift their development focus towards Dawn's Break. Additionally, among the 2 individuals who have joined the official ranks of hidden-class players, one is known as the Law God, capable of perceiving the causal relationships of events, though her current level is low, limiting her insight to a mere fragment. She possesses a unique talent that allows her to assess the potential outcomes of events, albeit without knowledge of the underlying processes. The officials, having considered various factors, ultimately reached this decision. At 15:32 game time, Yunlin devoted over half an hour to her research and identified the most crucial magic rune within the necromantic array. She activated her Spell Frenzy talent, having the cooldown of her skills for the next 10 seconds, and then revealed herself to unleash the Water Arrow skill. Such a simplistic and forceful method of dismantling the array is only applicable to lower-tier formations. Higher-tier arrays possess runes that are not easily shattered, and upon being attacked, the array will reconfigure its magic runes. Nonetheless, one must exercise caution even against lower-tier arrays. A single misstep would prompt the opponent to fortify their defenses, leaving no opportunity for further disruption. With a rush, the water arrows shot forth, shattering one of the magic runes. The creatures ensnared within the necromantic array found their transformation process interrupted, and a cascade of damage values erupted above their heads as their bodies visibly withered, swiftly turning into desiccated corpses. In a certain underground palace, the necromancer observed this scene through the eyes of his minion. This level 5 human actually comprehends how to dismantle arrays. However, my formation is not so easily broken. A fierce intent to kill surged within his lifeless eyes. The undead servants within the grand hall stirred. One began to channel a skill, while another propelled itself towards Yunlin with great force. The necromantic monsters swiftly surrounded her, blocking all exits with their bodies, intent on sealing off her escape. A composite array, indeed. Yunlin's delicate visage, hidden beneath her mask, darkened momentarily, but fortunately, she had a backup plan. Earthy? This is nothing short of opulence. As her active effect triggered, she abruptly vanished, and a blinding golden light erupted within the necromantic array. All monsters, whether facing Yunlin or turned away from her, were plunged into a moment of blindness. "Ah, my eyes!" The observing necromancer felt as though his eyes had been seared by the brilliance. As Yunlin entered the necromantic formation, she was unharmed by its sinister effects. For the magical sigil at the point of her teleportation had been shattered by her hand, causing the array to dissipate. Originally, she had selected 4 sigils, yet the area of effect skill, tidal wave, require a moment of channeling and would undoubtedly be interrupted by the necromantic minions and creatures. Even if she were not obstructed, it would be impossible to simultaneously destroy the 4 dispersed sigils. If the first 2 sigils were incorrectly chosen, she could still employ her talent, Life's Bargain, sacrificing a quarter of her wealth for 4 seconds of invulnerability. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her, as the 2 sigils she chose to obliterate were crucial to dismantling the formation. For an array of such magnitude, the necromantic minions would require at least 2 to 3 hours to reconfigure it. Just as she anticipated, a game notification materialized. The necromantic formation has been destroyed. The necromantic minions are of dull wit, and re-establishing the necromantic formation will take 6 hours. The current necromancer has been elevated to level 8. Ah, the momentary blindness ceased after a second, and the necromantic minions, along with numerous undead creatures, lunged toward Yunlin. With a swift motion, she activated her talent, Another Me, leaving behind a duplicate while she was transported to a nearby safe haven. However, she did not expect to find herself in Chapter 36, Fortuitous Luck. Stealing the catastrophic skill of the necromancer in the sealed dungeon. She beheld the necromancer, seething in impotent rage beyond the barrier. Damn it. A mere level 5 human has actually deciphered my formation, and yet they remain unscathed. Necromancer. Level 8. Lord. Health points. 86, 000, 86. 000 Strength. 72 Intelligence. 94 Vitality. 86 Spirit. 93 Constitution. 80 Agility. 65 Talent. Archmage, A-Class. Reduces the casting time of skills by 50. Significantly diminishes the recovery time after casting. Enhances spell damage by 25 and decreases cooldown time by 1 second. Professional Talent. Prelude of the Undead, S-Class. Undead Transformation. Can be used on living beings that have died within the last 24 hours. Transforming the target into an undead and reviving them. Consumes 100 mana points with a cooldown of 1 hour. Undead Servant. Establishes a contract with the undead, reducing the target to servitude and allowing the caster to perceive through the servant's eyes, with a maximum of 2 undead servants. No cost, no cooldown. Essence of the Undead. With this talent, one cannot transform into other races. If the individual is not undead, they will become undead. Increases undead skill damage by 25 and reduces damage taken from undead sources by 50. Undying Undead. Passive upon reaching 0 health. The individual does not truly perish, but enters a state of suspended animation, unable to act or think. After 24 hours, they awaken, resetting levels and attributes during this period. Their body cannot be harmed. Each activation of Undying Undead doubles the duration of suspended animation, with the next duration extending to 572, 864 hours. Skills. The Necromancer possesses a plethora of skills, yet those of advanced rank and above appear grayed out and remain unusable. This is a feature of the Professional Advancement System. One must attain level 20 to undertake the Professional Advancement Quest, which delineates the path of career development. For instance, a warrior completing the Professional Advancement Quest may choose to become a swordsman, knife wielder, gunner, or berserker among other advanced professions. Although hidden professions do not offer further job transitions, reaching level 20 is requisite to learn higher tier skills. Yunlin is able to learn due to the divine power of the underworld, obliterating all prerequisite conditions. Not dying? How then can I extract the awakening stone from the necromancer? Yunlin found herself deep in contemplation. Her gaze soon alighted upon the lengthy string of numbers associated with undying undead, her mind racing with calculations. The necromancer's last period of suspended animation must have lasted 90 years, and considering prior instances, the cumulative duration of suspended animation approached nearly 180 years. It was implausible that he could have lived only to be slain again so swiftly, though Dawn of Daybreak was birthed by the world's will. It encompasses a coherent worldview and set of rules. Lifespan is an inescapable reality for all races. When one's lifespan reaches its conclusion, regardless of strength, they must confront death. This applies to the undead as well. Those below level 100 possess a maximum lifespan of 300 years. As for humans, approximately 150 years. Dragons and other long-lived races have never been seen across the 36 life-star systems, perhaps due to the insufficient level of the world, which hinders the creation of such mythical creatures. Indeed, how could the monsters in the events be invincible? Otherwise, it would be exceedingly unfair to the players. With a thought, Yunlin summoned a spark of energy that coalesced into a vortex, which served as a portal to the pet realm. Lucia poked her head out from within. Are you done? That was quick. Yunlin's lips twitched. I came out to fight the boss. Oh. Lucia emerged, clutching a pile of clothing, red, black, and skin-toned, all intricately laced lingerie. Hee hee. I heard on the internet that sexy girls look good in these outfits. How long did you spend scrolling through your phone this morning? Yunlin's gaze lingered on the lingerie, though she maintained her stubborn demeanor. I don't particularly fancy this style of clothing, but since it's your thoughtfulness, I suppose I'll reluctantly try it on after logging off. Lucia nodded repeatedly, her expression suggesting she found Yunlin's words hard to believe. Yunlin, rarely flustered, flushed a deep crimson, quickly put away. They then conferred on their battle strategy. You tank the damage, and use your healing skills as soon as they're ready. Thanks to Yunlin's extraordinary luck, she had amassed a plethora of equipment and numerous skill books during her monster hunting yesterday. Furthermore, she had mastered the skill God's Hand, allowing her to steal from monsters. She had learned more than 40 skills from Lucia, including the priest's healing spells, but lacked buff skills, as such abilities were restricted to priest classes. The restrictions in this area only affected the undead, and the two of them breezed through the barrier as if passing through a curtain of water, entering the domain that sealed the undead mage. Yunlin immediately activated. This is me, unparalleled me. And rustic? This is clearly opulent. Boosting her luck to 75 points and firmly controlling the undead mage for 2 seconds. Damned human. The undead mage desperately wished to close his eyes. Yet during those 2 seconds, he was compelled to gaze at Yunlin without even a blink. The brilliant golden light pierced his eyes, distorting his already pallid face into a grotesque mask. Seizing the opportunity, Yunlin unleashed God's Hand, frantically, and activated an enhanced version of Realm of the Underworld. Steal failed. Acquired disaster-level skill Calamity, Undead. Acquired advanced skill Undead Sorcery. Upon realizing she had pilfered 2 high-level skills, Yunlin felt a rush of euphoria. Meanwhile, the undead mage's face fell. Human, you dare to steal my skills. I shall flay you alive. Yunlin scoffed coldly. You could try using those skills on me first. Those 2 S-rank golden special items indeed attracted enmity, but Realm of the Underworld could restrict the enemy's senses, making the side effect of attracting hate less impactful in such a small-scale battle. For any skills that were truly unavoidable, Lucia would take the hits for her, while Yunlin maintained her health against the furious undead mage. Despite the necromancer possessing a formidable 86,000 health points, under the relentless assault of Yunlin, whose damage per second exceeded 1,000, his health rapidly diminished. In less than a minute, it plummeted to a mere 23. I cannot perish. The necromancer bellowed in desperation, driven to madness. Alas, the restrictions of the dungeon rendered his minions and undead creatures powerless to assist, severely limiting his capabilities. Bereft of the support of the undead, The necromancer's combat prowess dwindled to less than half. Soon his health fell below 5, ultimately succumbing to the lethal effects of the Death's twin blades. Upon slaying a Lord-level creature at level 3, he was awarded an astonishing 5,050 bonus experience. Level 5, 39-1. As Yunlin anticipated, the necromancer's remaining lifespan was insufficient to sustain the undying undead. His next feigned death, and his body instantaneously transformed into a lifeless husk. Clang, a gray orb tumbled to the ground, a stone capable of awakening the hidden class of necromancer. Players may only possess one class. Yunlin could not abandon his dual hidden class of God of the Underworld for the necromancer. Lucia, do you wish to embrace a skeletal beauty? Lucia crossed her arms, her tail fin thrashing wildly as she swiftly distanced herself from her master. I refuse to become one of the undead. Regrettably, such a precious item would be left for another. Yunlin collected the equipment dropped by the necromancer. As the dungeon's restrictions sensed the necromancer's complete demise, they dissipated. However, the events were far from concluded. Upon the necromancer's death, 2 of his undead minions regained their freedom. He is finally gone. 90 years. That wretched old fool, knowing he could not escape our encirclement, drove us to accompany him in slumber for 90 years. Brother, what are your plans now? Let us return to the land and see if we can find acceptance among the undead. The monsters that had willingly become undead grew anxious. Having anticipated the powerful necromancer's imminent release from confinement, why were they suddenly dispersing? Esteemed emissaries, where is the necromancer? Are you not rallying troops for our master? The old fool we refer to is he. What? The necromancer is dead? The monsters felt as though the sky had fallen. Had it not been for their desire to follow a strong leader, who would willingly transform into such a ghastly visage. The 2 undead minions disregarded the other creatures and hastily left the palace, for they were not necromancers themselves, unable to control the other undead, and thus could not contend with the formidable being that had slain their master. They believed they must flee before it was too late. Yet, they were unaware that the one who had vanquished the necromancer was the level 5 Yunlin, a member of the human race whom they had previously cornered into using his talent to escape. Moreover, other beings were still arriving, and they feared retribution from other races. After putting considerable distance between themselves and the palace, the 2 undead minions exhaled in relief. In the next moment, Yunlin appeared abruptly, and the waters were engulfed in darkness. Meanwhile, the 5 members led by Liu arrived just in time to witness this scene. It was the Holy Judgment. She actually dared to confront 2 formidable bosses simultaneously. Liu, shall we offer our assistance? Or perhaps, the weariness on Nanmu and his companions' faces vanished in an instant, as they all sensed this was a golden opportunity. Chapter 37. The transformative mask. Of course, assistance was to be rendered. Yet, within the team's chat channel, he expressed a contrasting narrative. Stay close to me, he cautioned. The skill Holy Judgment is rather ominous. Once immersed in darkness, our senses shall be dulled. Sight and sound will elude us. Should the boss strike, refrain from retaliating, lest we attract its ire. We shall first assess the situation and remember to call out phrases like Holy Judgment. I am here to assist you. Only act when the opportunity for a decisive strike presents itself. What was his purpose for being here? Was it not the desire to acquire rare artifacts to bolster his strength? Nevertheless, he remained rational, fully aware of the necessity to minimize risk. Understood, exclaimed Nanmu, Xiao Pang, and others, their faces alight with eager anticipation. After all, the chance to vanquish the strongest player, heralded across the server, was indeed thrilling. Alas, their aspirations were commendable, yet reality was less accommodating. Following a half-hour of carnage in the novice village, Yunlin had fully unleashed her potential, indifferent to the morality of others. Anyone who approached without her consent was met with swift retribution. However, Yunlin did not hasten to eliminate El Gu and his companions. These 5, mere level 4 players, brazenly ventured into a level 6 zone, on the verge of encroaching upon the level 7 area, evidently equipped with life-saving artifacts. Was it not a waste to squander such precious items on them? They were better utilized for her own benefit. In the dark, a glimmer of gold flashed as Yunlin activated the effects of 2 golden artifacts, enhancing her luck. She then employed the skill God's Hand on Elga. She acquired 36 copper coins, the skill Parry, the special item Hermit Crabshell House C grade, and the item Mana Potion F grade. She gained 40 copper coins, the skill Wave Slash, and the item Strength Potion F grade. She obtained 37 copper coins, the equipment Pearl Necklace, and the special item Soul Garb of the Abyssal Phantom C grade. Upon surveying the attributes of the items pilfered from Elgu, Yunlin scoffed quietly. So, this was where their confidence stemmed from. Hermit Crab Shell House, C-grade hard shell. Passive can absorb up to 1,000 points of damage. Remain stationary for 60 seconds to reset damage absorption. Sanctuary, active consumes 50 mana points to enlarge the shell house, increasing the damage absorption limit to 3,000 points. Cooldown of 180 seconds. Abyssal Phantom's Soul Garb, C-grade, I do not wish to die. I must escape. Active consumes 100 mana points to unfurl the Soul Garb, rendering the covered target invisible for up to 20 seconds. Cooldown of 1 hour. First, conceal oneself within the shell house to evade combat, then log off, leaving one individual to use the Soul Garb to retrieve the shell house. These 2 special items are quite commendable, Yunlin remarked thoughtfully. Suddenly, a query struck her. Having stripped Namu of all his possessions, why did Elgu and his cohort still dare to provoke her? Did they not fear their life-saving trump cards would be pilfered as well? Elgu had indeed contemplated this aspect. However, he suspected that Yunlin's thieving abilities might be restricted by a daily usage limit, as neither the female players encircling her nor a male player had been robbed at that moment. The male player, a minor character named Zainan Liang, did not experience any loss of items thereafter. Moreover, Luge felt that he had no grievances with Yunlin, and she would not casually employ her thieving skills against him, as it pertained to morality. Yet Yunlin lacked any moral compass. Ever since she acquired the God's Hand, she constantly felt a compulsion to steal, securing 16 copper coins. When Yunlin exhausted the 10 opportunities per day for Luge and his 5 companions, they were scattered by the undead minions in the realm of the Underworld, becoming disoriented within a 30-meter diameter area. How much longer would this skill's duration last? God's Hand had a cooldown of 0.5 seconds, which meant that Luge and the others had been inside for nearly half a minute. Prior to this, Luge had thought that players like Yu Huang were utterly incompetent, as over 30 individuals could not even deal with a fragile assassin. It was only upon confronting Yunlin that he truly grasped her formidable nature. Saint's judgment. We are here to assist. Luge began to speak, only to feel a chill at his neck and darkness enveloping him. 568. You have been slain by player, Saint's judgment. Luge and his companions subsequently resurrected at the novice village's spawn point. Passers-by cast peculiar glances at them, whispering amongst themselves. The sight was indeed disheartening. The officials were right. The order within the game world needed substantial reform. Before long, they were escorted back to the office by an official named Xiao Zhua for a reprimand. Xiao Zhua, it was Saint's judgment who used thieving skills against us, which led to our predicament, Pihu exclaimed angrily. Xiao Zhua lightly tapped the desk with his fingers. According to our investigation, Saint's judgment has never employed thieving skills against innocent individuals. Why would you become targets of such an ability? Zhua Jingyi, you bastard. Xiao Pang slammed the table, glaring furiously at Xiao Zhua. Xiao Zhua set down his pen, crossed his arms, and reclined lazily. What's this? Did I strike a nerve and provoke your indignation? And mind your language. This is not a venue for your unruliness. The little schemer within Xiao Zhua spun around in delight. Xiao Zhua has earned another perfect score after logging off last night, aside from urging her family to enter the game and level up. She had also diligently studied several political films, the kind with commentary. Whenever Yunlin appeared, she would be addressed as Zhuagan Sure. I plan to make life difficult for all of my idol's adversaries. Meanwhile, Yunlin dispatched 2 undead minions within 5 minutes. Player, Saint's Judgment, completed the slaying of the undead mage and 2 undead minions, achieving a participation rate of 100. An anonymous spectator remarked, too reliant on hacks. yet the mind remains quite agile. Rewards included 5 attribute points to allocate freely, a knowledge note, life reversal potion, a special item, transformative mask, and a treasure playing card, Heart 9. Upon encountering this inexplicable prompt, Yunlin's lips curled into a faint smile, as she had anticipated. The reins of fate would soon return to her grasp. However, upon seeing poker, Heart 9, her expression instantly fell. She had believed she would swiftly assemble a die, only to discover that another series had been introduced, as if the creator found her previous experience insufficiently thrilling and sought to toy with her further. Poker, Heart 9. S-Class, collect all poker cards from Heart 9 to Ace, or gather Heart 9, Diamond 9, Club 9, and Spade 9 to receive an unexpected surprise. Transformative Mask, A-Class transformation, passive upon wearing. This item merges with the player's visage, allowing their appearance to change at will according to their desires. Talents and items below S-Class, as well as skills below world-destroying level, cannot penetrate this disguise. Who am I? Activating this consumes 5 mana points per second, concealing all personal information and only shielding talents and items below S-Class, as well as skills below world-destroying level. It evades all inquiries pertaining to causal effects. Causal Law. Yunlin found it rather unsettling to receive the transformative mask as a reward, for causal law appears only at higher tiers. Causal law typically manifests in realms such as foresight, divination, and similar practices, which are beyond the reach of lower levels. Related hidden professions acquire such abilities only after their vocational awakening. Could it be that among the 100 unique hidden professions, some are adept in causal law? With this thought in mind, Yunlin hastily removed the ordinary mask and donned the transformative mask, activating its effect to prevent the creator from discerning her true identity in reality. In an instant, with a mere thought, the transformative mask morphed into a face strikingly similar to Lucia's, save for the eyes which remained unchanged. Yunlin activated the recording function, utilizing it as a mirror. The visage conjured by the transformative mask was flawless, revealing no hint of artifice, as if it were her original face. Lucia, intrigued, playfully poked at Yunlin's face. Master, after this item is retired, may I have it? ISNT, it said that pets resemble their owners. I too wish to take on your likeness. Or perhaps you could take me for a cosmetic procedure that refers to personality. Yunlin corrected. Isn't personality both inside and out? I wish to resemble you externally, as well, Lucia whimsically retorted, eager to cling to her impressively formidable master, ensuring her emotional value was sufficiently abundant. There is truly no need for that. Absolutely necessary. As the two exchanged banter, they journeyed towards the sea, embarking on a tiny boat to venture into a more advanced area for monster hunting. As for the several hundred undead creatures, Yunlin chose to disregard them, for defeating undead monsters would not activate the life plunder talent. In a lavish garden villa within a certain official compound, Zhao Luman reclined on the sofa alongside a voluptuous woman. Little sister, I am enjoying a life of luxury thanks to you, Zhao Luman remarked, surveying the villa's opulent decor with astonishment. From now on, I shall be a homebody, living off your generosity, the voluptuous woman replied with a gentle smile. Sister, please refrain from teasing me. Your significance to the authorities is no less than mine. This woman is Zhao Luman's younger sister, Zhao Luyan, age 24. Just over a year since her university graduation, she possesses a physique reminiscent of a noble lady. Furthermore, she is a gifted individual. Most of her family elders are entrenched within the system, which is why Zhao Luyan promptly reported the anomalies of Dawn of the Breaking Day to the authorities. Of course, she employed her innate abilities beforehand to ascertain the correctness of this action and the potential outcomes. After receiving a favorable answer, she decided to join the official ranks. Sister, I have once again calculated the consequences of two choices, fostering good relations with Holy Judgment or antagonizing them. Additionally, I have analyzed the underlying causes and effects of Lanland's sudden hostility towards Holy Judgment. Zhao Luman pursed her lips, realizing that henceforth, I shall have no secrets from you, my little sister. Zhao Luyan took a sip of tea and then solemnly declared, Sister, I advise the authorities to cease their investigations into the identity of Holy Judgment. She is exceedingly enigmatic. I can only glimpse some extremely vague images, devoid of any useful information, perhaps due to my own level being only at 4. Moreover, she seems capable of sensing the disturbances in causality, which is why I could not glean any further details about her. Really? Zhao Luman straightened her posture, her expression turning grave. Please elaborate on the first two matters. How could they not investigate? The more mysterious Holy Judgment is, the more that faction desires to uncover the truth. Chapter 38. Yunlin. The intellectual elder sister Zhao Luyin pondered for a few moments before speaking in a grave tone. Regardless of whether one seeks to establish amicable relations or antagonism with the sacred tribunal, the official outcome will invariably be unfavorable. To pursue goodwill would alienate all grassroots factions and foreign entities. To foster enmity, however, would lead to a cleansing by the tribunal. Conversely, maintaining a judicious distance from the tribunal, refraining from excessive interference, would yield an optimal resolution for the authorities, hence my suggestion to suspend the investigation. Moreover, Lanlin's significant possession was seized by the tribunal, and through her innate gift, she entered a dream, catching a glimpse of the tribunal's silhouette. Therefore, dear sister, can you still ascertain matters concerning the tribunal through others? Zhao Luman instantly grasped the crux of her younger sister's words. Indeed, but such insights are filtered through an outsider's perspective, which profoundly influences my judgment. Zhao Luyin did not conceal this fact. Zhao Luman then inquired, "Are you aware of what the tribunal took from Lanlan?" She aimed to discern whether the tribunal was also present in Hangsheng. We cannot cultivate goodwill, nor can we foster enmity, and that faction will undoubtedly continue its investigation, possibly employing various tactics. To avert the situation from deteriorating, it is imperative to locate the tribunal before that faction does, thereby preventing them from having any opportunity to engage with the tribunal. Sister, Zhao Luyin remarked, the tribunal requires neither your assistance nor mine. She saw through her sister's motives for posing the question. Are you suggesting that what Lanlan lost pertains to something within the game, rather than any tangible interaction in reality? Indeed, but my level is too low to comprehend the specifics. After departing from the garden villa, Zhao Luman reported truthfully to her superiors, without a hint of concealment. It was her duty. Soon, the upper echelons of the authorities convened another meeting. What was the outcome? The two factions remained steadfast in their opposing views. One faction advocated for a conciliatory approach, asserting that as long as players did not engage in harmful actions against Longhua or indiscriminately slay other players, interference was unwarranted. They even prepared to extend assistance to the strong, hoping to recruit them. The other faction, however, contended that turbulent times were approaching, while uniting all possible forces. They must also eliminate potential risks, adopting a hostile stance towards Longhua and the authorities, closely monitoring those with ambiguous attitudes. Lanlan served as a living testament to this. After Zhao Luman had labeled her as resistant to the authorities, the higher-ups in Hangsheng subtly informed Lan's father of the situation, leading him to enlist her into the military camp to shield the Lan family from official suppression. Puffing heavily, Lanlan collapsed onto the grass after finishing her morning exercises. With the emergence of dawn of the breaking day, the soldiers' training hours have been reduced, resulting in intensified training regimens. As a new recruit, even with her game attributes carried into reality, Lanlan found herself utterly exhausted. Having been dispatched here before dawn, it was only now that she had the time and energy to contemplate. Why? She mused that after revealing her unique hidden profession, her family, regardless of their envy, would undoubtedly support her. Why then had she suddenly been cast into the military camp to endure hardship? Could it be that my talents were discovered yesterday? After much contemplation, Lanlan could only arrive at this possibility. However, the dream I wove was undeniably flawless. Even Old Ding and the others deemed the dream to be real. How did those two manage to uncover the truth? It can only be said that Lanlan suffered from a limited perspective, much like the Feather Emperor, having never witnessed the true brutality of high society's struggles, fell into the fiery pit. Furthermore, Lanlan had never dealt with interrogation experts and was unaware that Zhao Luman was a top-tier specialist in that field. A fleeting moment of distraction is quite ordinary for an average person, yet Zhao Luman could never allow herself such a lapse, especially not 9 times during a single conversation, corroborated by a magnetic field detection device. Saint Judgment. It is all because of you. Lanlan could not make sense of it all, attributing everything to Yunlin. Joining the military camp could present an opportunity. If I could befriend a few well-connected soldiers, I would have not only the support of the Lan family, but also additional formidable allies. Lan's father shared this sentiment, as the military camp chosen for Lan housed several individuals of considerable stature. Moreover, the Lan family had not abandoned the Feather Emperor as a pawn. After all, players could not venture to other novice villages, and although the Feather Emperor was somewhat ineffectual, supporting other players might not yield better results than what the Feather Emperor provided. Additionally, the Lan family could maintain complete control over him. Within the game, Yunlin enjoyed a tranquil existence, having spent an hour defeating monsters and reaching level 6. Lucia had achieved level 6 the previous day and was now just shy of level 7. During the break, Yunlin busied herself gaining experience for her enchanting skills aboard the little boat. Master, why not try on these outfits to see if they fit? Lucia inquired with a playful glint in her eye. I'll try them on when I log off for dinner, Yunlin replied, reluctantly diverting her gaze from the lace lingerie. At that moment, Xiao was sent a message. Saint Judgment, I have some good news for you. What is it? From now on, I will be your liaison with the officials. Yunlin furrowed her brows, disinterested in excessive interaction with the authorities. Yet in the next instant, her expression softened as she realized she had been mistaken. Avoiding the officials was not the only way to distance herself from them. If she continued to evade them without confrontation, the authorities might suspect her allegiance was not with the Dragon Kingdom or that she could be some sort of fugitive. This would only lead the officials to employ more methods to seek her out. Yunlin endeavored to recall her past experiences with the officials before arriving at a resolution. All right, I will return to the novice village. It will take about half an hour. Xiao Zhua, make sure to perform well and do not let any other official players know that we have already become friends. She intended to sell some equipment to the officials to demonstrate her stance, but only those items that required a specific level to wear, and certainly not any of significantly higher level. My acting skills have improved tremendously. Xiao Zhua recounted how she had made things difficult for Lu Gu and the others. This girl, truly deserving of my admiration, Yunlin thought with a smile. She completed the remaining few water-repellent pearls, and a game prompt materialized before her eyes. You have been promoted to intermediate enchanter. Just as she had managed to break formations without studying skills related to formation, her efficiency in acquiring life skill experience surpassed that of her previous life, reaching several times that of an ordinary player. However, this extraordinary advantage could only assist her in swiftly elevating her life profession to the intermediate level. For in her past life, her expertise lay in sewing, while her proficiency in other life professions remained at a mere intermediate standard. Summoning the game panel, she sought the newly unlocked recipe for the teleportation stone. The F-grade teleportation stone could transport her to any location within a 1-kilometer radius. Yunlin consumed a bottle of mental potion to enhance her mental attributes, thereby increasing her focus and alleviating fatigue. Meanwhile, Lucia busily brewed potions at her side. Each time Yunlin crafted a teleportation stone, Lucia would offer her a shoulder massage and share jokes to uplift her spirits, maintaining a balance of emotional support without excessive flattery. Often engaging in playful banter with Yunlin, Yunlin observed all of this keenly. Upon witnessing Lucia's vibrant personality, she had decided not to replace her pet, though she refrained from disclosing this to Lucia, fearing the audacious sea sprite might become uncontrollable in the future. Nevertheless, she vowed to treat Lucia with sincerity, nurturing their bond as friends and perhaps even as family. The primary reason was that as her pet, Lucia could never betray her. Even the mere thought of treachery would be suppressed by their contract. If it were a player, gaining her trust would be utterly impossible. After more than 20 minutes, Yunlin had crafted 3 F-grade teleportation stones and 14 E-grade ones. the latter having a maximum teleportation distance of 2 kilometers. At that moment, the little ship had also navigated to a level 4 area, and she returned to the novice village using only 8 E-grade teleportation stones. In Dawn of the Rising Sun, there were city return scrolls, but only high-level enchanters could create them. According to the trajectory of her previous life, it took half a year after the game began for enchanter players to ascend a high rank. Yunlin inquired with a passing player and successfully learned the location of the service point. As she walked down the street, she faintly overheard several players whispering about her. Wow. The Saint's Judgment expert is actually a warm-hearted big sister type. Too bad those 2 rather tacky special items cannot be unequipped. The expert appears to have no elegance whatsoever. The expert's pet is also so beautiful. I want to get a sea sprite as a pet too. Previously, Yunlin had used the chameleon mask to create a face resembling Lucia's by 80%, but later felt it was inappropriate to have a player and pet so alike. She made some modifications, yet due to her physique, it still resembled the girl next door look. Do we capture a clear shot of Saint's Judgment? We did. Now we can consider it a task accomplished. Chapter 39. Fong Ming Group adorned with the Death Twin Blades. Yunlin's agility surpassed 200 points, rendering her senses exceptionally sharp. She distinctly overheard the conversation. Lucia, stay put while I fetch you some oranges. With that, Yunlin activated the effect of her golden cloak, instantly teleporting into a nearby alley. Sure, I haven't tasted oranges yet. Lucia initially beamed brightly, but soon felt an unsettling sensation. How could oranges possibly be harvested in the sea? Oh dear. She recalled the absurd memes circulating on the Blue Star Network, her tail flicking in irritation as she pouted. You actually want to play the role of my father? In the alley, Yunlin unleashed the realm of the Underworld, employing the skill God's Hand on the 2 players before her. It was merely a casual attempt. Yet to her surprise, both individuals were new users who had not yet fallen prey to theft today. Which faction do you serve? Answer honestly, or I shall reduce you to level 0, and each time I encounter you thereafter, you shall meet your demise. The God's Hand skill required 10 seconds for 20 thefts. Otherwise, Yunlin would not waste her time here. We serve the Blue family. One of them stammered, their gaze evasive. Yunlin's tone turned icy. Is that so? I shall inquire with Yu Huang shortly to see if he has any knowledge of your existence. And no, we are not with the Blue family. We are affiliated with the Fong Ming Group. The other quickly corrected himself. Just as the words left his lips, the 10 seconds elapsed, and with a swift motion, Yunlin dispatched them both in an instant. The name Fong Ming Group darkened her expression. Once a formidable force in the Dragon Kingdom, it was one of the most powerful civilian factions in her previous life, the only elite group without a hidden profession to safeguard it. Fong Ming Group was, in fact, her nemesis. After awakening her hidden profession, Yunlin had joined Fong Ming Group alongside her sister, brimming with ambition, leading a team that had scarcely known defeat. However, she soon found herself targeted by Fong Liang, the chairman's nephew. During a dungeon raid, Fong Liang and his comrades, who had fought alongside her in the past, suddenly turned against her, seeking to eliminate her and usurp her hidden profession. Fortunately, she had retained a portion of her strength and managed to counterattack, though her sister sustained serious injuries while protecting her. Shortly after exiting the dungeon, the siblings faced relentless pursuit from Fong Ming Group, fleeing for 2 long months. With no evidence of Fong Liang's intent to kill her and seize her hidden profession, coupled with Fong Ming Group's influential connections, they could not secure official protection. It was not until they reached Port City that the pursuers finally relented. Yet, Fong Ming Group did not cease their vendetta. They publicized the details of Yunlin's hidden profession, rendering the siblings' lives in Port City increasingly perilous. Ultimately, during a coordinated ambush, her sister sacrificed herself to shield Yunlin, meeting a tragic end. The calamity that befell the siblings in their previous life bore over 80 of the blame on Fong Ming Group. Nevertheless, Yunlin would not spare those factions and players who had conspired against her and her sister in Port City. In due time, I shall seek retribution. The Blue family may be distant in Hang City, but the Fong family resides in East City, a journey I could complete in a night. Perhaps I might even eliminate Yu Huang in passing. Stepping out of the alley, The murderous intent on Yunlin's face dissipated, transforming her into the gentle, understanding older sister figure. Lucia gazed at Yunlin with a hint of melancholy. Do you truly wish to become my father? It's not entirely out of the question. Yunlin's lips twitched. What about your moral compass? Moral compass? What on earth is that? Can it offer some guidance? Can it unveil skill books? The two resumed their playful banter as they quickly arrived at the official temporary office. Xiao Zuo and 4 other official personnel stood at the entrance, evidently aware of Yunlin's return to the novice village, and had inquired about the office's location. Saint Judge, it is a pleasure to see you again. Xiao Zuo maintained a professional smile, extending his hand. At this moment, his mind was abuzz with thoughts. Wow, my idol is truly stunning. Resembling the gentle, neighborly older sister, devoid of any pretentiousness. Is this what they call an understated presence? I can shake hand with my idol. How wonderful. It's a pity it's in a game. If only it were in reality, I could go days without washing my hands. You are Xiao Zuo from Brother L's team? I never anticipated that after a single night, you would join the official ranks. Yunlin smiled lightly as she shook Xiao Zuo's hand. I've heard that the official team has also entered the game dawn of the breaking day. I came to inquire whether the officials are accepting game equipment. If I sell it to other players, it may very well become a weapon against me. So I believe selling the equipment to the officials would be a more prudent choice. Simultaneously, she communicated privately to Xiao Zuo. Make sure to relay my exact words to your superiors. Her inquiry was a subtle test of the official's stance, as their response would directly influence both the quantity and quality of the equipment available. Chapter 40. I said it wasn't intentional. Do you believe me? I need to consult with my superiors. Saint Punishment, please come in and have a seat for a moment. Xiao Zuo, seemingly oblivious to the private conversation, courteously invited Yunlin into the room. The official personnel coordinating with Xiao Zuo belonged to the upper echelons of the neutral faction. The information reported by Xiao Zuo, alongside a recording from another individual, was displayed on the multimedia screen in the conference room. Is she threatening our officials? How do you discern that she is making threats? It is quite clear that she is stating if we do not direct our weapons against her, she is willing to cooperate and sell us high-level, premium-grade equipment. No. I cannot feel at ease without her disclosing her true identity. She is the most formidable player. If an ill-advised person or group provokes her without our oversight, she might annihilate them in reality. How will we handle that? Are you aware she is the most powerful player? Do not be fooled by her gentle demeanor. If we press her too hard, she will surely turn against us, and we may find ourselves in a situation far worse than a mere mess. We would become a mess. I believe we should heed Comrade Zhao Liuyan's counsel. Comrade Zhao Liuyan is unfamiliar with Saint Punishment and possesses a high level of ideological awareness, ensuring she will not excuse Saint Punishment's actions. I think maintaining a normal trading partnership is advisable. The official factions debated for 4 to 5 minutes, ultimately failing to reach a consensus. This is rather typical. Even a small family can harbor multiple opinions, let alone a nation. All right, let us agree to cooperate for now and observe Saint Punishment's future conduct before deciding how to approach her. What do you all think? No one opposed. In the game, Yunlin handed over all low-quality and ordinary-grade equipment classified as level 5 and below, along with basic skill books, to Xiao Zuo, requesting a receipt before departing. She felt no disappointment. Rather, her resolve not to join the official faction was solidified. The factional disputes were more severe than she had anticipated. The conciliatory faction sighed deeply upon reviewing the list of equipment and skills. Alas, this child is more astute than we imagined. Regrettably, we have pushed her away. The faces of the hardline faction were equally grim. Yunlin was signaling that she would not engage in deep cooperation with the officials in the future, opting instead to maintain a superficial trading relationship to indicate she would not be adversarial towards them. However, they should not expect any valuable offerings. The youth is so impatient. We only made her wait for 5 minutes. Upon reaching the beach, Yunlin admired the beauty of the dusk and suddenly scooped up a handful of sand, throwing it at Lucia. You ambushed me. I am an assassin. Isn't ambushing a standard tactic? Yunlin chuckled as she deftly evaded the sand thrown by Lucia, then activated the backstab equipment effect. teleporting behind Lucia and showering her with sand. Subsequently, she unleashed the realm of the Underworld, impairing Lucia's senses until Lucia was reduced to tears. Wah, you're playing dirty. Ha! Yunlin laughed heartily, patting Lucia on the shoulder before reclining beside her. Lucia pouted, tossing sand onto Yunlin, soon burying her body beneath the beach. An act Yunlin did not resist. What are you pondering? Yunlin inquired with a gentle smile. I was contemplating that while I cannot be your father, I can certainly be your mother. Lucia's lips twitched, nearly inciting the wrath of the sea demon. No more jesting. I am seriously considering when to exact revenge. Your enemies over there? Indeed. I shall assist you. As a lord, I can shield you from many threats. You ought to focus on your beauty. I cannot entrust other matters to you. Rising, Yunlin patted Lucia's shoulder once more and retrieved a teleportation stone, activating it. The teleportation rune unfurled beneath her feet, gradually solidifying. Lucia choked momentarily, feeling as if struck by a boomerang. I truly can help. Lucia grasped Yunlin's hand earnestly, her words devoid of flattery or insincerity. I understand, but your assistance would only heighten my exposure risk. Rest assured, I will act only when I am entirely confident. Oh, very well. Upon teleporting 10 kilometers from the island, Yunlin utilized a tiny boat to continue their journey. Subsequently, she guided Lucia through level 9 areas for training, encountering no further incidents. Yunlin focused on delivering the final blows to monsters, while Lucia targeted the weakened Lord-level wraiths. Once a certain number of monsters within the same or higher tier were vanquished, one would ascend to the next tier. Lucia was merely an ordinary lord, with a plethora of tiers still to traverse. Mid-tier, high-tier, regional lord, catastrophic, world-destroying, holy, and divine. Although wraiths were considered friendly units, Lucia mentioned that defeating them could slightly enhance her progression, for even the legs of a mosquito are meat and should not be wasted. After all, when Yunlin defeated a boss, it would inevitably trigger her life theft talent. She could hardly allow Lucia the glory of vanquishing a boss herself. While grinding for levels, a message arrived from Xiaozhua. Saint Judgment, thanks to you, I have been officially recognized by the authorities. They revealed the truth to me, and I am currently quite anxious, sob. My next task is to gather information on all players in Saint Judgment Village. Upon reading the message, Yunlin immediately grasped the official's intentions. She opened a private chat with her sister. Sister, the authorities are preparing to filter players who might possess the hidden class of No 2. Someone will likely come probe you in the next few days. Try not to appear overly nervous. Just maintain a calm demeanor. Understood, Shaolin, Yunmeng replied. Additionally, I have scheduled a housekeeper and moving company for the day after tomorrow. I have already signed a contract online for the apartment below yours. Does that work for you? Yunming's urgency in relocating stemmed from her fear of her sister being led astray by Lucia. Of course, sister, you have no idea how I crave the delicious meals you prepare. I dream of them every night. Yunlin was also eager to see her sister and, upon learning they would reunite soon, felt immense joy, acknowledging that her longing for food was merely a pretext. Even if she were to completely transform into a woman tomorrow, her thought processes would remain distinctly masculine, and her way of expressing emotions would naturally be subtle. If she were a girl, she would undoubtedly exclaim, Sister, I miss you so much. I want you to hold me while I sleep. All right, from now on, I will cook for my little Lin every day. Yunmeng felt a sense of being needed, which brought her joy. The two sisters exchanged a few more words before concluding their conversation. Yunlin glanced at her private chat with Xiaozhua. She was aware that she was utilizing him, yet the world is not merely black and white. As long as she did not actively harm Xiaozhua and refrained from exposing the information he provided, could this not be mutually beneficial? Xiaozhua, you are now an official staff member. Do not forget to adhere to the principles. I would dislike it if you faced disciplinary action for violating them. This was a friendly reminder, also a play on emotions. Xiaozhua replied, Boss, I understand. I will definitely be cautious from now on. That incident shouldn't count as a mistake, right? I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Besides, this matter cannot remain concealed. Gathering information is not something that can be done in secrecy. Once you all commence your work, every player will be aware. Xiaozhua added, "That is good. That is good." Yunlin continued grinding monsters until 7 p.m. in-game time, 1 p.m. in reality, before logging off. This time, she did not experience any bleeding incidents, and she also acquired several skills, including God's Hand. She wondered how effective God's Hand would be in reality. Yunlin recalled the protagonist from an anime, who consistently succeeded in stealing from female targets, unable to suppress a silly grin. She decided to try using it on Lucia. She managed to steal a salty strip of cloth. "I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me?" Lucia shot Yunlin a resentful glance, then removed the space bag from her mouth, pulling out one piece of lingerie after another. Chapter 41. Lucia. Please do not act this way, stealing skills from level 10 monsters. Currently, Yunlin is unable to bring equipment back to reality, so she devised a clever plan to store the items in a spatial pouch, which she would then carry back with Lucia. It proved to be a feasible solution. Yunlin was not particularly concerned about losing the spatial pouch. After all, her unique hidden profession comes with privileges. Even if it were lost, she believed the will of the world would return her belongings. Unfortunately, the accompanying weapons, along with 2 S-grade golden special items, are bound to her game character and cannot be placed in the spatial pouch. Besides bringing back the undergarments crafted by Lucia, she also managed to procure a variety of processed seafood, thus liberating herself from the monotonous diet of instant noodles lacking in nutrition. "Master, what do you think of this blue outfit?" Lucia, tired of the tattered cloth, held up a sea blue lace lining against her chest for comparison. Yunlin's lips twitched slightly. It was clearly too large. To be honest, despite repeatedly reminding herself that she is also a girl now, she could not help but conjure some healthy images in her mind. Nevertheless, these were merely fleeting thoughts. She harbored no other intentions towards Lucia, such as the normal psychological response. If she were to react with no emotion at all, that would be abnormal, indicative of either a complete lack of interest or an extreme femininity. "Too large. This is clearly my size." Lucia pouted defiantly. "I'll wear it for you." With that, she dashed into the bathroom to take a quick shower and change into the sea blue lining. It really is too big," she admitted, clearly overestimating her own confidence. "But who is Lucia?" she stubbornly asserted. "It must be that my figure has changed since arriving here." Yunlin responded nonchalantly, then proceeded to take her own shower, taking the opportunity to assess her body's changes. It appeared that she would not be able to try on those clothes today. Her current size was still inferior to Lucia's, only a B cup. Afterward, Yunlin placed the processed seafood into a pressure cooker to steam, reminding Lucia not to tamper with the gas before donning a hooded sweatshirt and mask to step out and retrieve the items she had ordered for next-day delivery. With no phone to occupy her time, Lucia found herself wandering around the house, exploring here and there, and soon arrived at the wardrobe. "I didn't notice last night, but why are all the clothes in her wardrobe male? Not a single piece of women's clothing? Even the bitter tea set is for men. Is this her peculiar preference?" Upon Yunlin's return, Lucia teased her about this discovery. After a moment of hesitation, Yunlin decided to reveal the truth, realizing she would not be changing her pet anytime soon and had no need to hide it. "What?" Lucia was momentarily stunned upon discovering the truth, taking a while to regain her composure before circling around Yunlin. "Can you tell me what it feels like to be a man?" Lucia's curious nature shone through as she blinked her big eyes at Yunlin, resembling an inquisitive child. Yunlin rolled her eyes. "That's rather presumptuous of you. Come on, just tell me." Lucia leaned in closer, eager for an answer. The sirens are undoubtedly captivating, particularly Lucia, who, as a lord, feigns fragility, delivering a stunning blow to Yunlin at close range. With a swift motion, Yunlin pushed the teasing siren aside, her smile radiating confidence. "Once I regain my masculine form, I shall demonstrate it through my actions." Initially, she intended to frighten Lucia, but to her surprise, Lucia's eyes sparkled even brighter, her tail swishing gracefully, the vividly colored scales below her waist trembling as if on the verge of unfurling. She understood the significance of this gesture. Lucia, noticing Yunlin, quickly avert her gaze. Her cheeks flushed. Lucia raised her head, her expression one of confusion. "Master, why is your face turning red?" Lucia, of course, intended to tease Yunlin and had no real intention of revealing those scales. Subsequently, Yunlin assigned Lucia the task of cleaning the toilet. "Oh no, master, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again." After lunch, returning to the game, while Lucia occasionally made jokes during monster hunts, she refrained from discussing Yunlin's personal matters. Meanwhile, Yunlin continued to engage in playful banter with Lucia, already anticipating her teasing when she contemplated revealing her thoughts. She gently set aside the notion that her tolerance of Lucia was merely a sign of affection, understanding that intimacy between close companions inevitably involves flirtatious exchanges, much like the conversations between brothers discussing a skilled technician or the chats among female friends. To avoid such topics could only suggest that their bond was not yet fully developed. Due to their pact, Lucia regarded her as her closest confidant. Thus her behavior was understandable. Yunlin believed that once she fully embraced her feminine identity, she might even initiate a conversation with Lucia about the experience of being male, though at present, she felt unable to do so in Lucia's presence. At around 4 p.m. Dragon Country time, both Yunlin and Lucia had reached level 7. The little boat was heading towards the level 10 zone. Each 10 levels marked a significant threshold, with level 10 monsters possessing only basic skills. Yunlin planned to utilize the God's Hand skill to acquire goods, thereby enhancing both her and Lucia's combat prowess before tackling the Knight's Homeland dungeon. The payment for the equipment and skills sold to the official had already been dispatched, amounting to over 2 million. The Dawn of Daybreak featured a recharge function, allowing real money to be converted into in-game currency, thus mitigating the risks associated with mail transactions. Yunlin calculated that the prices were above the average in the auction house. However, this would not alter her stance towards the officials. In her previous life, she had witnessed the fierce rivalries among factions, far exceeding the scale of conflicts between two top powers, with many elite factions involved. Had it not been for the neutral gunslinger aligning with the conciliatory faction, the struggle would have inflicted irreparable damage to Dragon Country in a short time. While en route to the level 10 boss territory, the factions from Blue Star, having set their sights on her, spent half a day investigating, only to find that Sanctuary did not exist in reality. Sanctuary had always shunned the spotlight. It was evident she had altered her appearance using skills or special items. It is not entirely certain. When creating a game character, each part can be fine-tuned by 5. However, with complete adjustments, the game character will still differ significantly from one's true appearance. In the Fong family manner, Uncle, have we not yet determined the true identity of Holy Judgment? Fong Liang, with a cigar pinched between his fingers and his leg restlessly shaking, appeared quite like a wayward scion of wealth. Fong Qiming chuckled. "Xiao Yang, have you taken a liking to that young girl? You seem quite invested in her." Among the 3 brothers of the Fong family, only Fong Liang remains as the sole male descendant. Fong Qiming, devoid of the ability to procreate and with no children of his own, holds traditional views and is reluctant to pursue artificial insemination or in vitro fertilization. He would never entrust their vast estate to adopted children or daughters, thus placing significant importance on Fong Liang as the family's only male heir. In a previous life, Fong Qiming was aware of Fong Liang's intent to kill Yunlin to seize a hidden profession, and he had even prepared several rare treasures capable of stripping hidden professions for Fong Liang. Nonchalantly, Fong Liang remarked, "She is not worthy to be the next matriarch of our Fong family, but it is quite enjoyable to play with her." Upon hearing this, Fong Qiming merely furrowed his brow slightly, not reprimanding or correcting Fong Liang's thoughts, clearly not holding Yunlin in high regard either. "Just wait a little longer. I have used a few favors. By tomorrow noon at the latest, I should have a response. You should be cautious then. Holy Judgment could assist our Fong Ming group in transforming swiftly. Do not push her to seek refuge with the authorities." Although Fong Qiming sensed the peculiarity surrounding Dawn of Daybreak, the Fong family lacked a unique hidden profession, preventing him from uncovering the truth. Nonetheless, he possessed greater resolve than other power holders and had recognized the potential of virtual reality games beforehand. Shifting the focus of Fong Ming Group's development towards Dawn of Daybreak, much earlier than many other forces, which contributed to the group's ascent to a top-tier power in a prior existence. Little did they know, the authorities were unable to locate Yunlin, and the Fangming group was destined for decline. In the level 10 region, the human race exclaimed, "Do not go too far." The Fishman Lord, with a head resembling a tuna, witnessed his skills vanishing one after another, leaving him with only 4. He erupted in fury, his body convulsing as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Meanwhile, Yunlin chuckled. This tuna fishman was an assassin-type creature, and its skills naturally aligned with that class. Acquired skill, Instant Kill. The skill, Instant Kill, has been transformed into Phantom Storm. Theft Fail. Acquired skill, Invisibility. The skill, Invisibility, has been transformed into Phantom. Chapter 42. New skills, each more extraordinary than the last acquired skill, Backstab Damage Increase. Backstab Damage Increase has been transformed into Weakness Collapse. Theft Fail. Acquired skill, Counterattack. Skill Counterattack has been changed to Wrath of the Underworld. Yunlin summoned the game interface, swiftly perusing the effects of her new skills. Invisibility initially allowed for a maximum concealment of 10 seconds, during which any attack or being attacked would break the invisibility. In contrast, Shadow of the Underworld and Infiltrate Shadow have no duration limit. However, Shadow of the Underworld renders the body invisible but cannot bypass size collisions like a shadow nor traverse treacherous terrains. Nevertheless, activating the Shadow of the Underworld skill grants immunity to all counter-invisibility measures, and one remains hidden from abnormal damage and continuous health loss. It consumes 5 mana points per second, and upon exiting the Shadow of the Underworld state, incurs a cooldown of 5 seconds. Shadow of the Underworld Storm. Instantly enter Shadow of the Underworld state, dashing at supersonic speed to a designated location, creating a blade shadow storm that lasts for 2 seconds and spans 10 meters in width. All targets struck by the blade shadows suffer 150 physical damage, with a maximum of 2 instances of damage per second to the same target. Using this skill on a target does not break the Shadow of the Underworld state. It consumes 50 mana points and has a cooldown of 15 seconds. Backstab Damage Increase is a passive skill that enhances damage by 20 when attacking the target's back. After enhancement, Weakness Collapse elevates weakness damage fluctuations to between 50 and 225. Simply put, even if Yunlin's attack merely grazes the target's hair, it can inflict half damage, with the weakness damage of Wrath of the Underworld similarly increased to 225. Counterattack allows one to negate a force control or mental control, subsequently enhancing agility by 10. Wrath of the Underworld is considerably more formidable. It can only be activated when one is under control, purging all control states and negative effects, granting immunity and invincibility for the next 5 seconds, alongside a 25 boost in damage and agility, with a mere 10-second cooldown. Yunlin immediately unleashed these skills upon the owner of the lost property. After a day of development, her attributes saw a significant enhancement, and her damage rivaled that of top-tier players at levels 17 and 18 from her previous life. Plundered attributes: Strength 42, Intelligence 32, Health 38, Spirit 37. 6. Constitution 36. 8. Agility 45. Combined with the attributes provided by her equipment, her strength soared to 208 points, and her agility reached 279 points while equipped with Death's Twin Blades, further amplified upon triggering the equipment effects. 589, 940. She executed the Shadow of the Underworld Storm skill, her figure flickering as she instantaneously shifted from the front of the Merman Chief to its rear. With a flurry of blade shadows manifesting from thin air, they launched a ferocious assault on the Merman Chief and the surrounding waters. The speed of the blade shadows was astonishing, evading any possibility of escape, and their power was truly fearsome. Coral and giant boulders were effortlessly cleaved apart, leaving the Merman Chief with a multitude of wounds appearing in an instant. 1001, 1558. The leader of the fishmen was utterly bewildered. Had this human truly pilfered skills from his own essence? He could only manifest a single shadow of a blade. Ultimately, he departed this world without comprehending the enigma. A level 3 triumph over a lordly beast granted an astonishing 5,050 additional experience. Current level 792. Sacrificing 4 points of agility. Yunlin had discerned the principles governing the life plunder talent. The plundered attribute was calculated as monster level 1, 0, 1, with elite monsters yielding double and bosses yielding quadruple. Regrettably, bosses were scarce and widely dispersed. At present, she was unable to solely hunt bosses for leveling. She surmised that only upon crafting high-tier teleportation stones could she attain such a feat. She transformed the Fishman leader into a wraith to serve her, then proceeded towards the entrance of the knight's homeland instance. Along the way, she repeatedly employed God's hand, and by the time they reached the instance, both she and Lucia had acquired over 30 ordinary level skills. While it was possible to learn foundational and ordinary skills from other professions, many lower-tier skills were encumbered by professional restrictions, such as the priest's buff spells, the knight's shield for damage reduction and taunting control, and the assassin's stealth and invisibility, among others. The entrance to the instance bore resemblance to an energy vortex leading to the pet's space, albeit radiating a crimson energy. Only after conquering the instance would it transform to a cerulean hue. Unlike conventional online games, instances did not vanish post-clearance. Players could enter to gather materials and admire the scenic landscapes, with the monsters within respawning akin to their wild counterparts. Lucia, should I find myself ensnared by taunts and besieged by monsters, you must carry me away, Yunlin cautioned. God of the Underworld's fury has a 5-second window of vulnerability, and those nights tend to congregate. The domain of the Underworld may limit senses but does not render foes blind. The risks remain considerable. While her damage rivaled that of players at level 17 or 18, she remained, at her core, a fragile assassin, only slightly sturdier than her peers, yet still far inferior to the knights. Against a throng of 10-level knights, her diminutive frame could scarcely withstand the onslaught. Chapter 43. The Land of Knights. Under the shadow of darkness, Lucia, a lord-level entity with substantial vitality and immunity to taunts, effortlessly assists Yunlin in evading danger. After a brief discussion of tactics, the duo steps into the energy vortex. You have entered the normal difficulty dungeon, Land of Knights. Dungeons are categorized by difficulty levels, ranging from easy to hard, normal, adventure, hard, warrior, nightmare, hell, and world. The greater the difficulty, the stronger the monsters within and the larger the map area. World-level dungeons manifest only in the Starsea region after level 100, while prior to level 20, only normal dungeons are available. Following a momentary daze, a vibrant expanse of greenery greets their eyes, and the rich aroma of grass fills their nostrils. Master, the air here is delightful, Lucia exclaims joyfully, frolicking like a child on a spring outing. Yunlin smiles gently. Let us rest for a moment. The Land of Knights dungeon comprises a quaint town and sprawling meadows, boasting a picturesque environment. With no time constraints for the dungeon, and having not visited such a pleasant locale in quite some time, Yunlin relishes the opportunity. Dungeons in the Starsea are usually desolate ruins or decaying worlds, and since her rebirth, she has been submerged in darkness. A few minutes of respite would hardly disrupt their journey. Although no server-wide first rewards have been issued in her previous life, she can surmise the likely candidates. The forthcoming server-wide first rewards would likely include achievements, such as the first to clear a dungeon, the first to reach level 10, the first to complete a class advancement and awakening, the first to tame a mount, and the first to establish a guild, among others. Currently, the leading players are only at level 5, and other destined players cannot match her monster hunting efficiency, peaking at level 6. Thus, no one can contest her claim to the server's first dungeon completion and level advancement. After playfully enjoying the meadows for 4 or 5 minutes, Yunlin and Lucia proceed towards the town, closely followed by the Tuna Merman leader and other wraiths. The wraiths are capped at Yunlin's level +2, which provides her with considerable confidence, as she can simultaneously engage in combat while converting new wraiths. However, as an assassin, she must approach for direct strikes. In the dungeon's monsters, being humanoid or resembling humans, possess significantly higher intelligence than sea beasts, leading her to acknowledge the potential for unforeseen mishaps. Upon nearing the town, Yunlin notices several mines adjacent to it, where resources for forging heavy armor are located. Halt! Nearly 10 knights charge out from the town. Our town does not welcome strangers. We ask for your understanding. The knight's attention is primarily captured by a colossal sea turtle among the wraiths, whose large size makes it easily visible from a distance. Yunlin realizes that attempting to assassinate amidst a throng of knights would be impractical. A frontal assault is the optimal strategy. The giant sea turtle serves to isolate the battlefield, while the other wraiths can be utilized to disrupt the clustered knights. She casts Insight toward one of the knights. Knight, level 10, normal dungeon, health, 1360 strength, 115 vitality, 136 constitution, 124 agility, 34 talent. Skills within the dungeon. The knights belong to various races, each possessing distinct talents, which contributes to the complexity of a strategy, Knight's Homeland. Skills include passive abilities that restore health during combat, shield usage to mitigate damage, enhance personal defense, and taunt enemies, among others. Upon their first encounter, Yunlin's delicate hands began to tighten and relax repeatedly. A manifestation of the skill, God's Grasp. Theft fail. Acquired skill, Taunt. Acquired skill, Shield usage. The stolen skills are akin to currency. If not taken, it would be a missed opportunity. The knightly monsters quickly detected the theft of skills, glaring angrily at Yunlin. Do you dare to glare at my master? The colossal sea turtle slowly shifted, revealing Lucia behind it, her formidable wave already taking shape. The sea, which is a mage-type creature, and as a lord level, Lucia's skills are enhanced. Thus, Yunlin directed her to adopt a mage's path. A towering wave, 5 meters high and 20 meters wide, surged forth, instantly scattering the lined-up knights, and the nearby town structures suffered unintentional destruction, crumbling into ruins. Yunlin waved her hand, and the merman chief and other specters surged forward, engaging the knights in a fierce battle. Gripping dual blades, she maneuvered through the chaos of the battlefield. Killing dungeon monsters with a level advantage of 3 grants an additional 200, 150 experience. Killing elite dungeon monsters with a level advantage of 3 grants an additional 600 experience. Sacrificing 2 points of strength. The strength of dungeon monsters surpasses that of wilderness creatures, hence the experience gained from their defeat is significantly greater. The attributes plundered by the life deprivation talent follow suit. This batch of knights was swiftly eliminated, yet more than 20 emerged from the town, with additional knights appearing from the flanks. Among them was the dungeon boss, the Light Knight. Yunlin utilized her insight skill to perceive the Light Knight's anti-invisibility ability. Darkness Unseen. Passive. Anti-invisibility level 2. Active. Upon use, reveals all units within a 100-meter radius. Invisibility level own anti-invisibility level. They're cloaked, hidden, etc. for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Before class advancement, both players and monsters possess an initial invisibility level of only 1, which can be enhanced through equipment, items, and skills. The anti-invisibility level can also be improved in a similar manner, yet starts at 0. However, Yunlin harbored no concerns. The Shadow of Death skill grants immunity to all anti-invisibility tactics. Furthermore, she possesses various resistance levels, elemental levels, and elemental resistance levels. Excellent skill. I shall take it. Yunlin activated the effects of 2 extravagant special items to enhance her luck. The current game time is past 10 o'clock in the evening, and the red name status was refreshed at 6 o'clock in the evening, with initial luck restored to 10, with the enhancement of 80 points in luck. The skills of the Light Knight boss were consecutively lost, finding their way into Yunlin's backpack. Acquired the skill Darkness Unseen. The skill Darkness Unseen has been transformed into Dark Control. Yunlin gasped in surprise, not expecting such a delightful turn of events. Darkness Unseen is a universally applicable skill for all classes, while the description of God of the Underworld's power merely states that it is an improved assassin skill. She contemplated a possibility. Those who walk the same path often have a deeper understanding of it. Perhaps this anti-invisibility skill was indeed created by assassins, which is why it falls under their category. Dark control, passive units entering a state of invisibility or stealth using talents and special items below SSS level, or skills below divine level, are rendered invisible to players. How reassuring. Previously, Yunlin had been concerned about how to guard against formidable assassin players. But with dark control at her disposal, she need not worry about other Blue Star assassins, save for those few destined ones among the assassin class. At this moment, Yunlin and her companions had been surrounded by 40 to 50 knights. Damn thieves. Return my skills. The handsome visage of the Light Knight twisted in rage, clearly infuriated. How could he not be? He originally possessed 8 skills, and now only 2 remain. What future does he have left? Chapter 44. You don't understand, sister. This is fashion. As the words of the Light Knight fell, a taunt skill landed upon Yunlin. A crimson glow enveloped her, rendering her body rigid as she advanced toward the knight beside the Light Knight. Without hesitation, Yunlin activated the Wrath of the Underworld skill, a surge of gray energy erupting from within her, dispelling the taunted state. Simultaneously, she commanded a legion of wraiths to charge toward the Light Knight. Quick! Protect Lord Light Knight. As Yunlin anticipated, for elite monsters and over 10 ordinary knights formed a protective barrier around the Light Knight boss. The Land of Knights was a formidable challenge. In her previous life, numerous level 11 teams attempted to conquer it without success. Players spent 2 entire days devising a strategy, which revealed that the Light Knight boss was both fearful of death and pain. By initially dispatching agile assassins or archers to attack the Light Knight, they could distract the 4 elite monsters and some ordinary knights. Players could gradually eliminate the ordinary knights, provoking the boss, who would then only send a few ordinary knights to chase the players, allowing them to confront both the boss and the 4 elite monsters simultaneously. With sufficient patience, they could clear the dungeon merely by accumulating time. Lucia, unleash your skills. Leaving a brief remark, Yunlin surged towards the nearest knight. All right, I pledge to fulfill the task. Lucia puffed out her chest, promptly releasing water arrows, electrical strikes, and ice spikes to restrain the throng of knights surrounding the boss. Roaring, the giant turtle wraith served as a barrier on the battlefield. Another level 9 strength type, Lord Wraith, rampaged through the fray, scattering the formation of knights time and again. Seizing the 5 seconds of immunity and invulnerability, along with the effect of, "This is me, unparalleled me," Yunlin unleashed all her skills. The blades whirled with fury, even as ordinary knights employed the shield up skill to mitigate damage. They could not withstand the onslaught for more than 2 seconds. 926-1383. The screams of agony echoed incessantly. Within a mere 5 seconds, over 20 ordinary knights fell, half of them succumbing to the Wraith Storm skill, while Lucia's skills, combined with the Wraiths, claimed several more lives. Just as the effect of Wrath of the Underworld dissipated, the Light Knight took notice. The gray energy surrounding her had vanished. He hastily employed his taunt skill, attempting to draw her in for the kill. His taunt skill was intercepted by Yunlin, leaving him no choice but to delegate the task. For he yearned to personally punish this accursed thief. Affirmative. Once more, Yunlin found herself shrouded in red energy, the scene repeating itself. Gray energy surged forth again, granting her a second round of immunity and invulnerability. Previously, during her usage of Wrath of the Underworld, she had activated the talent, Spell Frenzy, having the cooldown of all skills. Damn it! Such a perverse immunity skill on no cooldown? The Light Knight's face contorted further in frustration. 15 seconds into the battle, only the Light Knight and the 11 knights encircling him remained within the dungeon. Master, please do not lose your composure. As Yunlin surged forward, enveloped in a radiant red glow, Lucia swiftly embraced her from behind, playfully teasing her in the process. Yunlin's lips twitched slightly. For the next 5 seconds, she endured a barrage of mockery. Had she not removed her strength-enhancing gear, Lucia might not have been able to restrain her. Once the cooldown for Wrath of the Underworld concluded, she re-entered the fray. As time progressed, the battle became increasingly manageable. In less than a minute, the 4 elite knights protecting the boss were vanquished, leaving only the light knight to face her. How can you be so powerful at level 7? The light knight exclaimed, desperation evident in his voice. Please don't kill me. His face transformed with every passing minute, ultimately leading him to kneel before Yunlin, a testament to his fear of death. Yunlin maintained her icy demeanor. The noise was unbearable. She swiftly wielded her dual blades, delivering 6 strikes per second. -988, -616. Defeating a level 3 dungeon boss grants an additional 5,100 experience. Successfully challenging and completing a normal dungeon at level 3 yields an extra 150 experience. Level 736. Sacrifice for 8 points of constitution. Upon defeating the Light Knight boss, a shield, a piece of armor, and a wooden treasure chest dropped. Aside from man-made treasure chests, only dungeon bosses yield such rewards. Opening the chest could provide random equipment, skills possessed by the boss, and high-tier materials from the dungeon. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed across the entire server. Player, Saint's Judgment. Brave and cunning, single-handedly challenged and completed the dungeon at level 7, receiving 10 attribute points to allocate freely, an S-grade treasure, poker, diamond 9. An S-grade special item, you don't understand, sis, this is called fashion, and a notebook, alchemy techniques and insights. Upon seeing the name of the special item, Yunlin's mouth twitched uncontrollably, a sense of foreboding washing over her. This peculiar item might prove to be more outrageous than the Golden Chelsea. With trembling hands, she accessed her inventory. At first glance, oh, it's just a golden gauze dress, thank goodness. On a second look, am I seeing this correctly? What is that pattern on the dress? By the third glance, I must be mistaken. And finally, wearing this outside would surely lead to my demise. You don't understand, sis. This is called fashion, was indeed a golden gauze dress, but its varying shades formed an obscene gesture. To make matters worse, its effects were. They weren't even attempting to be subtle, were they? You don't understand, sis. This is called fashion. S-grade golden threads are still gold. Passive once worn, it cannot be unequipped. All effects that reduce presence are nullified, increasing the player's visibility. Damage taken while wearing this item is reduced by 30. And it prevents the triggering of abnormal states and weaknesses. It also boosts luck by 20 points, revealing the attributes of both equipment and special items. Fashion Guru, passive charm effects are enhanced by 1,000, compelling those captivated by your allure to inquire about your fashion choices. What do you think of this garment? Proactively, it compels all nearby targets within a radius of 500 to voice their innermost, unfiltered opinions. Subsequently, the pattern illuminates, inciting the ire of all targets. For the next 20 seconds, the effect is amplified by 100, with no cost and a cooldown period of 60 seconds. Her initial charm value was already at the maximum of 10 points. Once she adorned this extraordinary accessory, even passing dogs might inquire about her ensemble. Yunlin covered her face in embarrassment. But what else could she do? Refusing to wear it was out of the question. After all, her current visage was not her true appearance, and she had lost the face of sacred judgment. What did it matter to her, Yunlin? She clicked to wear it and mischievously activated the item S effect. Lucia, what do you think of this outfit? Lucia's face contorted in discomfort. It's so uncouth. I must keep my distance from you to prevent others from realizing I am your pet. Yunlin smiled brightly. Wonderful. Chapter 45. Lucia, have you fallen into the toilet? Lucia sensed a chilling aura, and as she was momentarily dazzled by the golden finger, a shiver ran down her spine. However, her reflexes were quick, and she hastily sought to rectify the situation, her expression radiating indignation as she pounded her chest. Whoever you are, get out of my body at once. How wicked of you to attempt to sabotage my relationship with my master. The outfit my master wears is perfectly suited to my heart. How could I possibly find it unrefined? As she spoke, Lucia kept her head down, daring only to steal glances at Yunlin. After all, the effect of you wouldn't understand. Sister, this is called fashion, clearly stated that all targets must answer with utmost sincerity. Seeing Yunlin still smiling, Lucia adopted a different strategy, feigning ignorance and merely grinning foolishly at her. Yunlin patted Lucia's shoulder. All right, I'm not angry. I know my outfit is terribly outdated. Even if the attire is outdated, it cannot overshadow your heroic and majestic aura, nor can it conceal your stunning beauty. Lucia's desire to survive was palpable. Yunlin twitched her lips. Ah, there is truly no need for such theatrics. She then gathered the fallen props and proceeded to extract the highest grade ores from various mines. After spending over 10 minutes playing with Lucia in the instance, she departed. At that moment, the World Chat channel, the Dawn of Breaking forum, major platforms, and numerous group chats were ablaze with activity. I thought instances only appeared in level 10 areas? Is that correct? Hey buddy, I've been grinding for so long, and I can only avoid a level 5 boss. Yet you say, Divine Judgment, soloed a level 10 instance at level 7? Truly, competing with others can be infuriating. Who can contact Divine Judgment for me? Ask if they need any leg accessories. I'm willing to pay extra, even to join in marriage. What the hell? Brother upstairs. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such things, yet you have the audacity to say it out loud? As the saying goes, a person without shame is invincible. Ancestor, you little wretch, I never said that. Foreign players were likewise discussing Yunlin, albeit their words were laced with negativity. Once cross-server teleportation is unlocked, Mema Zilong shall bring Divine Judgment down from their pedestal. The top server rewards are only meant for players from our little sun country. Damn it, in our Korean comics, we often use the term Divine Judgment. Divine Judgment must be one of our citizens traveling to Dragon Country. How dare you little sun, folks, lay hands on our nationals? Ha! You Koreans still borrow from the language of Dragon Country. It's a wonder you have the audacity to show your faces. At that moment, Yunlin had just completed an event. Initially, she was gleefully checking the rewards for the original event when she heard the server announcement, causing her expression to fall dramatically. Clenching her teeth, she muttered, Damn, Divine Judgment. If it weren't for you stealing my profession, I would have been the one to claim the top server reward. For now, I'll let you revel in your glory for a while longer. Once I complete enough events on my own, my strength will surely surpass yours. Yunlin learned from Yu Huang that Yunlin had reached a collaboration with the authorities. Realizing that it would be challenging to confront Yunlin before the chaos ensued, she entered the game with the ambition to rapidly enhance her strength. After numerous attempts employing the dream creation talent, she finally uncovered the solution to independently complete events. She shared this revelation with old Deng, who, despite his constant lamentations about his own difficulties, ultimately transferred 200 million to her. With this substantial sum, Yunlin recruited over 100 players in her novice village to assist in seeking out events. As for leveling up through monster grinding, other players took on that task. She merely needed to deal the final blows to the weakened creatures. Currently, Yunlin was just shy of half the experience required to reach level 6. Yet she had accumulated a considerable number of freely assignable attribute points from various events, along with treasures that directly enhanced her stats, allowing her attributes to rival those of level 8 assassin-type monsters. With 3 more talent exchange stones, she would be able to transform all her talent skills into those suited for the Dream God class. During one event, Yunlin obtained a talent exchange stone, trading one of her talent skills for the complete talents of a special monster, thus unlocking a new realm of gameplay possibilities. After reclaiming that formidable class, she could revert her talents back using the same method, but for now, her pursuit was the perfection of the Dream God profession. As night fell, at 22:56 Dragon Country time, Yunlin, now at level 10, relentlessly farmed bosses and dungeons in the level 11 region, exhausting the teleportation stone she had crafted during her breaks, and finally reached level 9. She had not encountered any events during this time. She speculated that the region's triggering events would not exceed the average player level by much, yet she was unconcerned. Progression beyond level 10 would slow considerably, narrowing the gap between her and other players, which might lead to more event encounters. She certainly would not waste time searching low-level areas for events. However, thanks to her extraordinary luck, she discovered several treasures that directly boosted her attributes. After logging off with Lucia, Yunlin noticed that her game panel had returned, except for her starting weapon and 3 extravagant unique items. All equipment and special items could be freely retrieved and stored in her backpack. All talents and skills were at her disposal, although potions and crafted items from life professions appeared in a gray state, rendering them unusable. Just as I suspected, once I reach level 10 tomorrow, I should be able to access all game items. Yunlin immediately donned the shape-shifting mask to obscure her real-world identity from causal detection. In truth, she was eager to try out a special playstyle ahem, just to mold her appearance as she pleased. How cool is that? As Yunlin sat up, she noticed Lucia staring intently at her. What's wrong? You're not planning to use my face, are you? Lucia's remark was nothing short of startling. Ahem. Yunlin choked on her own saliva, her face turning crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? I wear this to shield against causal scrutiny. Lucia raised an eyebrow, wearing a knowing expression that conveyed her understanding. Yunlin contemplated the moment when she would log in tomorrow, eager to pour the new power potion into Lucia's mouth, hoping to render her a bit foolish. She hesitated, reluctantly removing the chameleon mask and presenting it to Lucia. Did you not say you wanted to use it? Here you go. The laws of causality no longer seemed relevant. After some reflection, she reasoned that the holy judgment belonged to the realm of the game. Thus, the laws of causality should not apply to my reality. Lucia flashed a cunning smile, her expression betraying her triumph. Her initial intent was merely to acquire the chameleon mask, and she had not anticipated that her casual remark would actually come to fruition. What my master says makes sense, so I shall go take a shower now with that. She swiftly seized the chameleon mask and darted into the bathroom. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Lucia, did you fall into the toilet? Yunlin had already bid her sister good night over video, yet Lucia was still not finished, and she was eager to check on her own transformation. Chapter 46, a complete transformation today. I seem to have perspired excessively. I'm almost done with my shower. The sound of Lucia's intermittent voice emanated from the bathroom. Yunlin's lips twitched, instantly surmising the nature of Lucia's activities inside, yet she refrained from interrupting. Turning towards the balcony, she collected her undergarments from the midday wash, holding each piece before her chest, contemplating. During her previous offline moments, she had already sensed the unparalleled weight of her new form. However, Lucia's interjection had temporarily quelled her desire for exploration. After a video call with her sister, she now officially scrutinized her magnificent bosom. I should be able to manage this, right? Yunlin swallowed hard. In truth, embracing her gender transition was not as daunting as she had anticipated, especially since it bestowed upon her formidable strength. Moreover, her transformed body, initially, she had experienced a fleeting sense of bewilderment, but after using the restroom last night, any lingering uncertainty dissipated. Humans are, by nature, sensory beings, often preferring the familiar over the novel. Yunlin had already cast aside the image of her former male self. As for reverting to that form, that could wait. It is well known that postponing something often signifies its lack of importance. Gradually, she began to accept her new identity as a woman, though her thoughts remained anchored in a male perspective. Her curiosity and eagerness to explore this new realm merely served to satisfy her own desires. She had no intention of fully embracing femininity or seeking a partner. Before long, Lucia emerged from the bathroom, her face flushed crimson. She averted her gaze, unable to meet Yunlin's eyes, clearly burdened by guilt. You didn't just use my face, did you? Yunlin inquired with a smile. Lucia's expression faltered, and she hastily shook her head. No, I didn't tea. I truly didn't tea. An explanation is often a veil for concealment, and concealment is but a manifestation of truth. Yunlin seized several sets of undergarments, reclaiming the transformative mask from Lucia's countenance. Lucia hung her head. Who could blame the master for her ethereal beauty and celestial allure? It is merely human nature for me to respond, thus a cascade of flattering phrases bombarded Yunlin's mind, causing her lips to twitch before involuntarily curling into a smile. Regardless of gender, all enjoy compliments, and Yunlin was no exception. Nevertheless, she reproached Lucia. Henceforth, you are forbidden from using my face. This is a command. Otherwise, I shall procure a more obedient pet. Observing Lucia nodding in agreement, Yunlin chose not to dwell on the matter further. As for Lucia's thoughts, They were inconsequential. She had made her stance clear, ensuring that Lucia would not overstep in this regard in the future. Upon entering the bathroom, Yunlin shed her loose-fitting men's shirt. Her alabaster form was revealed in the vanity mirror. She had fully embraced her transformation, attaining the E grade for a particular item. With a graceful figure and skin as smooth as jade, even her keen eyesight could only discern the faintest down. Donning the transformative mask, the white visage swiftly became translucent, merging seamlessly with her face. With a mere thought, her features momentarily blurred, transforming into that of the amiable older sister figure from the game. The attire appeared somewhat mismatched with her physique. Within the game, the equipment and costumes concealed her form, leaving only her most prominent features visible, thus rendering the image of the neighborly older sister quite harmonious. However, in her current state, her slender figure evidently lacked the essence of that archetype. After several changes, Yunlin ultimately removed the transformative mask. Although her natural visage exuded an air of aloofness, the contrast was rather striking. Perhaps she would don the mask again when it came time for her to dress up. Subsequently, she embarked on a fashion showcase, switching between numerous sets of lingerie, delighting in the visual feast as the sole audience member. The final stage involved familiarizing herself with her new physique. Before proceeding, Yunlin suddenly recalled that the game interface had returned with her to reality. She promptly summoned the game's holographic display and navigated to the settings, locating the sensory feedback threshold, adjusting it to 200. Remarkably, it was indeed adjustable. Indeed, the maximum sensory feedback threshold in Daybreak was set at 200, initially intended to challenge players in simulated combat and swiftly enhance their combat skills and awareness. This setting could only be adjusted to 200 within the confines of simulated combat, while the in-game maximum stood at 50. As reality had yet to undergo gamification, Yunlin surmised that numerous game functionalities might be unrestricted, and her assumptions proved accurate. A wave of intense sensations surged within her, crashing through her entire being and flooding her mind. In but an instant, every part of her body felt electrified, leaving her in a state of exquisite tingling. This section has been omitted for brevity. Upon emerging from the bathroom, 2 hours had already elapsed. As she approached the bedside, Yunlin found herself gently slapping her own cheeks. She wiped away the remnants of milk from her lips, remnants of the pre-sleep indulgence, and gave herself another smack. Had she known the second bottle of milk would lead to this, she would have abstained. Now, she was uncertain when slumber would come, chiding herself for greed. Drinking milk before bed was typically a commendable habit, yet she had overindulged. Although the dairy products from the monsters in the game world surpassed the current flavors, the present offerings possessed their own unique charm, which had tempted her beyond resistance. Particularly, the recently released electrolyte milk left her in a state of delightful tingles even now, an effect that future dairy products would lack. Master Lucia approached her. It was then that Yunlin realized Lucia had not yet retired for the night. Meeting Lucia's teasing gaze made her cheeks burn even more. It was only natural. It was a human sentiment. I understand. Lucia's eyes curved into crescent moons. Master, I am well versed in these matters and can impart knowledge you may not possess. During these 2 hours, Lucia had gained a deeper understanding of the thought processes of the inhabitants of Blue Star through social media and AI searches. No need for that. And so, the two engaged in conversation until dawn broke. One could only say that Yunming had a keen eye for people, foreseeing that Lucia would lead Yunlin astray, though she remained oblivious to the fact that her sister was inherently mischievous. Both Yunlin and Lucia possessed high spiritual attributes, and after merely 3 hours of sleep, they were brimming with vitality. Upon waking, it was already past 9 in the morning. The two hastily freshened up, had breakfast, and then delved into the game. Meanwhile, the situation in Sacred Judgment Village underwent a dramatic transformation. Nearly half of the players were absorbed by various factions. Some sought to establish a cooperative alliance with Yunlin, while others aimed to impede Yunlin's growth. Can these items truly slay the Sacred Judgment? A player known as Chicken Brother was troubled, clutching a compass artifact. He and his teammates had been contracted by a joint venture, and today marked their first mission, to eliminate the sacred judgment. This compass artifact was provided by the joint venture, and, once activated, could swiftly create a composite formation, enclosing the area and inflicting continuous damage with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Moreover, it should be effective. There was no discussion of formations on the forums. And among the NPCs in the novice village, none of the 20-something level characters were formation masters. It was evident that such skills would only manifest at higher levels. As long as we ensnare the sacred judgment with the formation from the compass, the likelihood of vanquishing her remains substantial. Kuan brother, do not hesitate. Defeating the sacred judgment rewards 1,000,000. Chicken brother gritted his teeth. All right, hire someone to keep an eye on Wu Haiju's shop, and let us not stray too far from the novice village. In the empire of the setting sun, the cartel family, Moss gestured towards the distant familiar, who respectfully presented a glass of red wine. How are the arrangements progressing on the sacred judgment front? The familiar bowed slightly. My lord demon god, all is in order. As soon as the sacred judgment returns to the novice village, 3 teams will converge to eliminate her. Excellent. Moss, a professional demon god, possessed the unique ability to contract players, rendering them as obedient familiars. His current limit for familiars stood at 1, increasing by 1 for every 10 levels he ascended. Chapter 47 Apologies. We mistakenly thought it was a speed bump. Moss was originally just the child of a servant from the cartel family. But after bringing his talents into reality, he turned the current head of the cartel family into his familiar. From that moment on, he acquired both wealth and power. Utilizing the cartel family's connections and vast fortune, he amassed many unique items, significantly enhancing his monster-slaying efficiency. However, Moss's leveling speed still lagged behind Yunlin's. After all, Yunlin had a substantial entourage of wraiths, and she engaged in battles against foes of higher levels and tackled dungeons. Moss had set his sights on Yunlin because he coveted the coveted first prize for the entire server, thus orchestrating this scheme with the cartel's assistance. Holy judgment! I eagerly await the day when you grovel at my feet, Moss remarked, taking a sip of red wine, a sinister smile gracing his lips. It can only be said that he was indulging in a delusion. In the game, Yunlin received a message from Xiaozhua. Xiaozhua, boss today. Several individuals have been lurking near Sister Haiju's shop. They seem intent on dealing with you. Understood. I will remain vigilant, she replied with a cold chuckle. It seemed she had not been ruthless enough in her actions. How dare they harbor such thoughts against her? Did they truly believe that wealth was easily acquired? Yunlin was well aware that these individuals were undoubtedly being handsomely rewarded by certain forces. Otherwise, they would not dare to seek their demise. Nonetheless, she did not dwell on the matter, for a more pressing concern awaited her. When she returned to the novice village to complete her quest, she would simply eliminate this band of miscreants, sending them back to level 1. She wondered whether Brother L and his companions had indeed spoken the truth in their past life. The formidable team from St. Judgment Village, which included Brother L, had become the most powerful group, primarily due to Brother L's keen judgment and their acquisition of an S-grade treasure within a level 12 dungeon, which had elevated Brother L's talents to S-grade, far surpassing those of other players. This information had inadvertently slipped from Pai-Ho while boasting, and although he later denied it, Yunlin suspected there was a high probability that it was true. Even if it were false, it would merely amount to completing a regular dungeon. Opportunities for talent elevation were plentiful. She knew of at least 10 locations where such treasures existed. On her way to that dungeon, Yunlin transformed a level 12 and a level 11 Lord-class Wraith, in addition to 18 elite Wraiths, all at level 12, making for an exceptionally luxurious configuration. However, the Wraiths were no longer her greatest trump card. With the increase in her level and luck, the activation of her life deprivation talent had become increasingly frequent. Coupled with the consumption of numerous treasures, all her attributes experienced a remarkable surge. Attribute Plunder, Strength 92, Intelligence 83, Health 88, 8, Spirit 82, Constitution 86, 6, Agility 100. Life Points, 1888, 1888, Mana Points, 1030, 1030, Strength, 295, Intelligence, 104, Health, 143, 8, Spirit, 103, Constitution, 130, agility 282, 141, luck 90. With such formidable attributes, complemented by various damage enhancements, Yunlin's prowess rivals that of a top-tier level 20 player from her previous life, making the challenge of a level 12 dungeon akin to slicing through vegetables. You have entered the normal level dungeon, Forest Lake. This dungeon features a basin topography, with Yunlin and Lucia positioned at a high vantage point, allowing them to survey the surroundings below. At the center of the basin lies a small lake, which harbors an island adorned with several wooden cabins. It is evident that the resources within this dungeon reside on the island in the lake. "Master, it reeks here," Lucia exclaimed, pinching her nose with one hand while waving the other to disperse the foul air. The forest lake presents environmental damage in the form of miasma, which inflicts a continuous loss of 1 life point per second. Yunlin retrieved an F-grade detox pearl. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, dispersing the thin miasma, though the odor lingered. "Just hold on a little longer. I will be quick." After their heartfelt conversation the previous night, the bond between her and Lucia had deepened significantly. What once was merely friendship now blossomed into a sisterly camaraderie, allowing for casual banter. Lucia pouted, muttering softly, "You speak so passionately, yet you won't even let me touch anything." Yunlin, with her keen hearing, shot Lucia an incredulous glance. "Why would I let you touch me? Aren't all you women from Blue Star fond of close contact?" "I'm not a genuine woman," Yunlin retorted. Did she truly wish for such intimacy? Not particularly. However, she preferred to avoid entanglements of the heart. Her sense of responsibility dissuaded her from frivolous pursuits, prompting her to focus on more pressing matters. Once she mastered skills from the magical technology branch, she would possess ample means to address her own needs, rendering romantic entanglements unnecessary. "Humph. Then I shall seek out Sister Yun Meng for that," Lucia haughtily declared, pouting. "We'll see if she pays you any mind." As the two approached the island in the lake, they encountered a horde of wraiths, swiftly vanquishing the monsters. Slaying the dungeon's creatures at a level exceeding 3 granted 200 additional experience points, while defeating elite monsters yielded a staggering 600 bonus. Sacrifice 2. 8 points of strength. Level 988. Upon reaching the lake's edge, Yunlin cast the little boat into the water and boarded with Lucia and the wraiths. She intended to use the little boat to charge towards the island, scattering the monsters present. Setting sail, the little boat, bolstered by 634 points of agility, reached the island in under 20 seconds, obliterating the wooden cabins and launching the creatures within into the air. Lucia leaned over the side of the boat, grinning widely. "Alas, my apologies. We mistakenly believed it to be a speed bump. What compensation is required? You may convey that to my master, the King of Hell." Yunlin's lips curled in disdain. "You ought to spend less time on Doin." The creatures of the island, the elves, lifted their heads, glaring at Lucia with palpable anger. In the next moment, terror washed over the elves' faces. 20 wraiths plunged into the lake like dumplings, as the small island was already occupied by the diminutive vessel, leaving the elves to battle in the waters, unable to contend with the oceanic beasts. Before long, Yunlin vanquished the boss. Achieving a level 3 kill of the dungeon's lord monster, she earned an astounding 5,100 bonus experience. Successfully challenging and completing the normal dungeon at level 3 awarded her an additional 150 experience. Level 917-6. Sacrifice 5. 6 points of agility. Retrieving the diminutive vessel, Yunlin transformed the elven boss into a wraith, then made her way to the center of the island. From a distance, she beheld a bay of verdant waters. All else upon the island lay in ruins, save for this pristine pool, which clearly harbored treasures. She extended her hand into the water. Whoosh! A whirlpool materialized at the center of the emerald pool, and gradually the waters began to lose their hue. 10 seconds later, a droplet of emerald liquid began to rise slowly. Chapter 48. Talent Advancement. Golden Chelsea received Spring of Life, a grade, upon consumption. It enhances the maximum health and mana limits by 100 points each and allows the selection of one talent of a grade or lower, elevating it by 1 tier. Indeed, it was a boast to elevate a grade to S grade. Yunlin extended her hand to grasp the spring of life, deliberating whether to promote another me or I am a pirate. Each option bore its own merits. She believed that promoting another me to a higher tier would grant her a permanent doppelganger. Otherwise, the title of the talent would be a misnomer. Conversely, advancing I am a pirate would undoubtedly enhance the probability of acquiring higher tier items and perhaps even unveil similar new skills. Ultimately, Yunlin opted to elevate the another me talent, for her current luck was exceedingly high, rendering the effects of I am a pirate significantly diluted, its impact not as formidable as she had envisioned. Maximum health limit 100, maximum mana limit 100. The A grade talent, another me, has ascended to S grade. Another me, S grade. Passive when the doppelganger or player sustains damage. 10 mana points may be consumed to swap the positions of the doppelganger and the player, with a maximum distance limit of level 1,000 meters and no cooldown. Active, create a doppelganger that possesses 100 of the player's attributes and all skills. The doppelganger and player share the game inventory, level experience, talents and items of SSS grade or lower, and skills below the catastrophic grade cannot see through the doppelganger. The player may choose whether to link the doppelganger senses. The doppelganger disappears upon reaching 0 health, and any equipped gear, special items, or costumes will return to the player's inventory. This consumes 20 of maximum mana, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. It proved that Yunlin's choice was exceedingly astute. The A grade, another me, merely served as a mere decoy, while the S grade truly embodied the essence of a doppelganger, capable of utilizing skills and accruing experience. One could speculate that at SS grade, it might replicate talents and, at SSS grade, replicate equipment and special items. She deemed this highly plausible. In the next moment, a small portion of her mana bar diminished, and a faint blue energy surged forth from within her, gradually coalescing into another version of herself beside her. The doppelganger mirrored her initial appearance in the game, clad in coarse linen garments. Yunlin adorned the doppelganger with a common mask and 4 other special items that were not particularly useful but boasted decent effects. Before selecting a set of equipment for herself, she attempted to link the doppelganger senses, discovering that she could only attain its visual and auditory perceptions. While tactile sensations were absent, it seemed that this talent needed to be advanced to SS grade to unlock its full potential. Is that gameplay serious? Lucia gazed at Yunlin's doppelganger with a hint of envy. Not serious at all. You can return to the pet space to sleep tonight, Yunlin replied unabashedly. Though the doppelganger lacked substantial sensory feedback, she could control its actions. Cough. However, she had a premonition that the results might not align with her expectations. Lucia wore a face full of melancholy. The fickle woman. Last night, I was still your sweet little darling, and today I have transformed into Madame Cow. Yunlin patted Lucia's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Very well, I shall call you out when I go to sleep. Lucia's expression grew increasingly melancholic, resembling an abandoned young wife. Shortly thereafter, Yunlin endeavored to control the clone in battle, only to realize the immense difficulty. It was far more complex than merely multitasking. Before long, she felt an overwhelming fatigue, depleting her mental energy significantly. It was less efficient than the automatic combat she experienced at the A-grade level. It would be challenging to fully command the clone's actions until her mental attributes surpassed 500. With the clone dismissed, she returned to monster hunting and dungeon grinding, intending to reach level 10 before returning to the novice village to complete her quests. With no events or interruptions from other players, Yunlin successfully reached level 10 around 1 p.m. in Dragon Country time. A server-wide announcement resonated. The player, Holy Judgment, triumphed over all, becoming the first to reach level 10. Rewarded with 10 attribute points to allocate freely, an S-rank treasure, poker, club 9, an S-rank special item, rubbing, the steps of wealth, and a notebook, craftsmanship, and insights of magical technology. Upon seeing the name of the special item, Yunlin's anxious heart finally found peace. As she had anticipated, the golden Chelsea had arrived. Rubbing, the steps of wealth, S-rank wealth overflowing. Passive once equipped, cannot be unequipped, negates all effects that reduce presence, enhances the player's visibility, increases overall movement speed by 40, boosts luck by 20 points, and reveals the attributes of equipped items and special objects. Hidden shoe slot. Passive prevents the wearing of shoe-type equipment, but allows the association of one shoe from the backpack, disregarding wearing requirements to gain the attributes and effects of the associated equipment. Dazzling dance. Active perform a specific dance, compelling all targets within a 500-meter radius to watch the player's performance for a maximum of 10 seconds, subsequently drawing aggro from all targets during the next 20 seconds. The effect of wealth overflowing is increased by 100, no cost, cooldown time of 60 seconds. Yunlin found some comfort in the effect of hidden shoe slot, albeit just a little. She understood that the moment she returned to the novice village would mark the beginning of her social demise. Ha ha ha! Lucia could not contain herself upon witnessing Yunlin's ensemble, bursting into laughter. Master, your outfit is unbeatable. Yunlin smiled. Did you not say you wish to become like me? Very well. Later you can sew a few golden garments for yourself, and drape a golden skirt over your fishtail. Lucia's smile vanished, her throat tightening, only to be struck by the returning boomerang of her own words. Chapter 49. The awkward Lucia. Seeing Lucia falter brought great delight to Yunlin. She took out 3 playing cards, the Red Heart 9, the Diamond 9, and the Club 9, examining them closely. Their design was identical to the playing cards found on Blue Star, save for the cosmic starry pattern on the reverse side. Unlike the dice fragment, she had not acquired any memories or information upon receiving these 3 cards. How swiftly she had gathered all 3. Yunlin speculated that her next reward would certainly not be the Spade 9, but rather another card face or suit. Or perhaps that indescribable entity might grant her an already possessed card. Before she could stow away the cards, a game interface suddenly materialized before her. The player, punching the Welfare Institute, received card, Spade 9. Yunlin was momentarily taken aback, only to soon grasp the implication of this notification. From the very beginning, the Lan family had inexplicably sought her out after the game launched, and the subsequent rewards had all been of the hate-absorbing variety. Now it was clear that, as she had surmised, a hidden hand was perpetually sowing discord. However, she felt no urgency to seek out this player named Punching the Welfare Institute, lest she alert them to her intentions. Moreover, she needed to reach level 20 to unlock the regional teleportation feature. Relying on her little boat to traverse the journey was impractical. What if the other player was on the mainland? Yunlin etched the name, Punching the Welfare Institute, deeply into her memory before promptly retrieving her little boat to return to the novice village. In addition to completing her tasks, she wished to see if she could maximize Wu Haiju's favorability. The rewards for the final task from every NPC were quite generous. Even the novice village's NPCs offered at least an intermediate skill or a reward of equivalent value. You don't understand, sister, this is called fashion. This could amplify charm effects tenfold, and given Wu Haiju's fascination with beauty and wealth, it should not be difficult to gain her complete favor. During her voyage, Yunlin diligently crafted teleportation stones, while Lucia, with a morose expression, stitched together a garment of golden hue. Master, may I not wear it? Lucia clung to a flicker of hope. Yes, Yunlin replied nonchalantly. Lucia glanced at her master, then at the half-finished garment in her hands, uncertainly inquiring, really? I truly can avoid wearing it? Yes, I can bear the embarrassment alone. Yunlin had initially made that remark to tease Lucia, having no intention of forcing her to wear the same dowdy attire. She planned to acquire better special items and then have her clone use God's hand to remove these special items. This is me, unparalleled me. Although special items could not be unequipped, they could still be dropped or stolen, making their removal not particularly challenging. However, she currently required the powerful attributes provided by these items. As Lucia had aptly stated, reputation and morals held little value. Strength was the ultimate truth. On the other side, Lanlin's hand trembled slightly as she clutched card, Spade 9. She had not anticipated that successfully completing a major event would yield an S-grade treasure as the top reward for the entire server. Clearly, dreaming of information through her dreamer talent was indeed beneficial. She was beginning to feel reluctant to abandon her dream god profession. Yet, unbeknownst to her, had it not been for an ineffable presence intervening, She would never have dreamt of acquiring such detailed information at her current level. After all, the greatest strength of the Dreamweaver profession lies in its ability to control the battlefield, and the mere hint of causality contained within the Dreamcraft talent pales in comparison to the prowess of the law deity, Zhao Luyan. As for the reason behind such actions, does one truly need justification? After more than half an hour, Yunlin and Lucia teleported directly to the backyard of Wu Haiju's store via the teleportation stone. You need not be so extravagant, Yunlin remarked, casting a speechless glance at Lucia, who was adorned in a golden lace underlay, a gown of shimmering fabric, and a large gold chain around her neck, even sporting a pair of golden Chelsea-style shoes on her fishtail. I, Lucia, am a woman of my word. Is this not merely the attire of a nouveau riche? I can pull it off, Lucia proclaimed, lifting her chin with a touch of pride. Yunlin pursed her lips, then do refrain from wearing a mask. Lucia, pretending not to hear, strode ahead into the store. Upon entering, Yunlin immediately sensed several gazes upon her, yet she paid them no heed, focusing instead on delivering her task to Wu Haiju. Girl, your outfit is quite impressive, Wu Haiju exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, and immediately engaged Yunlin in a discussion about fashion. Under the influence of a tenfold charm effect, Wu Haiju's fondness for Yunlin's sword. The process unfolded even more smoothly than Yunlin had anticipated, but she had no intention of cultivating relationships with other NPCs. Traveling back and forth to the novice village would be an egregious waste of time. It was only through the teleportation stone that she could return so swiftly. Relying solely on the small boat would have taken at least an hour and a half. Additionally, she could not learn the advanced skills of other professions, rather than squander time on tasks for skill books. It would be far more efficient to steal skills from monsters in the level 20 area. Although the world of Dawn of the Rising Sun replicated Blue Star, it was not an exact replica, but rather a tenfold expansion, which is why the novice village area is so vast. After completing her task, Yunlin acquired 2 advanced skills, Shadow Step and Heart Piercer. Following enhancement through God of the Underworld's power, both skills became immensely powerful. Shadow Step originally allowed the user to teleport beside a target and create an illusion capable of replicating the next skill used by the player, along with executing 3 basic attacks. Post-enhancement, it transformed into Shadow of the Underworld, allowing the creation of 2 illusions lasting 5 seconds. Capable of replicating all skills employed by the player and performing basic attacks as well. It consumes 50 mana points and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. Shadow of the Underworld is indeed a formidable burst skill, capable of doubling her output within 5 seconds. Heart Piercer delivers a powerful strike dealing 300 physical damage, with a chance to cripple the target, slowing their actions by 25 for 2 seconds. Massacre inflicts 400 physical damage, guarantees crippling the target, and if the target's health is below 20, there's a 20 chance of delivering a fatal blow, though it is ineffective against boss monsters. It consumes 100 mana points and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. With these 2 skills now at her disposal, I can venture into the level 15 area and secure that treasure, especially since several of the monsters guarding it possess commendable talents. Yunlin suddenly devised her next plan. Upon reaching level 10, her talent ceiling elevated to 4, granting her an additional talent, which was a significant enhancement. Wu Haiju's final task also resided within the level 15 region. Task: proceed to the Magic Flute Pirate Guild, defeat the Lord Magic Flute, and reclaim the rare dual blades stolen from Wu Haiju. Reward: special item Black Robe, B grade, skill Retreat and Scathe, and 100 copper coins. Starting from level 15, boss monsters have a chance to drop summons, which are essential for establishing a guild. Sister Haiju, the master said you might appreciate these garments. Lucia retrieved a complete set of golden attire from her spatial pouch. Unlike crafted equipment, attire holds no attributes, and the process of creating garments requires little time. Lucia had fashioned several sets on her way back, intending to present one to Xiao Zhuo as well. Haha, the girl is thoughtful. Wu Haiju was delighted and promptly donned the outfit. While Yunlin and the others discussed fashion with Wu Haiju, the shop was surrounded by players, leaving no room for escape. When did Holy Judgment return to the novice village. Have Brother Kuin and the others come back? With our little Karamis, we cannot possibly deter holy judgment. It won't be long. Brother Kuin said he'd arrive in 2 minutes. I both disdain and envy her attire. Don't you find it strange? Clearly, holy judgment could leave right after completing the task, yet she lingers here chatting with NPCs, seemingly waiting for us to gather. Many players recalled the harrowing sight of Yunlin slaughtering players the other day, involuntarily shivering, yet they had already been compensated and could only brace themselves to remain. Chapter 50. Steal, steal, steal. Kill, kill, kill. Do not panic. The day before yesterday. It was a time when the authorities had yet to regulate the gaming environment, and with our numbers exceeding 100, the officials could not possibly allow the holy judgment to massacre us. Indeed, the officials would not turn a blind eye. No sooner had the words left my lips than 5 official players approached. What are you all gathering here for? Disperse at once. However, these players exhibited a paradoxical stance. They sought the protection of the authorities for being slaughtered by Yunlin, while simultaneously desiring the officials to refrain from intervening in their confrontation with Yunlin. We merely wish to discuss some game-related matters with the esteemed holy judgment. Faced with a multitude of players, the 5 official players appeared exceedingly insignificant. They felt a sense of trepidation, although an announcement had been made regarding the regulation of the gaming environment. The actual circumstances within the game resembled a village in the mountains, where players would treat the officials with kindness when pleased, but could turn hostile without warning, showing no regard for their authority. After all, there were no laws governing the gaming world. Did one risk jail time in reality for confronting official players within the game? Players believed that if the law did not explicitly prohibit it, it was merely a trivial matter, seeing that they could not deter these players. The 5 officials hastily messaged Xiaozhua, who was out leveling up by slaying monsters, urging her to persuade Yunlin to vacate the novice village promptly. Xiaozhua, esteemed holy judgment, do you intend to slay all these players back to level 0? As a devoted admirer of Yunlin, Xiaozhua held great confidence in her abilities. Upon learning that Yunlin could stealthily return to the novice village, she understood that Yunlin was capable of handling the situation against the hundreds. Well, if they wish to kill me for commissions, they must bear the consequences of failure. Otherwise, any Tom, Dick, or Harry would think they could target me in the future. A few minutes later, several teams wielding powerful items arrived. Seeing Yunlin engaged in idle chatter with Wu Haizhu, Brother Ji, with impatience, remarked, Holy Judgment, as the #1 player in the entire server. Do you dare to hide in the NPC shop? If you have the guts, come out and fight. The NPCs were at least level 20. While the highest level player in Holy Judgment Village had just reached level 7, they dared not storm into the NPC shop to commit violence. Yunlin cast a casual glance, noticing that the leading players were adorned with spatial bags, and a smile tugged at her lips. It seemed the gathering was complete. Without waiting for a response, she simultaneously activated the effects of 4 magnificent special items. A flash of golden light illuminated the arena, accompanied by the resonant strains of a dance tune. Lucia's lips twitched, caught between laughter and restraint, her expression a masterpiece that nearly brought her to the brink of injury from holding back. Wu Haizhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. So cool, so stylish. Meanwhile, the players outside, momentarily blinded by the golden light, emerged from their state of insomnia only to be enveloped by the realm of the underworld, failing to witness Yunlin's elegant dance. Upon reaching level 10, the radius of realm of the underworld expanded to 20 meters, covering a vast area. Yet, the discordant melodies echoed like thunder in their ears, involuntarily conjuring images of Yunlin's graceful movements in their minds. Damn! Yunlin's face and skin flushed crimson, akin to a feverish state. It was utterly mortifying. Fortunately, a mere 3 seconds of effort is sufficient to activate the effect of friction, the stride of the wealthy. With a stroke of luck at 160, she promptly employed the skill spell Revelry, having the cooldown of all her skills for the next 10 seconds. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she wielded the Hand of God skill 4 times per second. She acquired the special item Spatial Bag, F grade, the equipment Greatsword, and the skill charge. Moreover, she obtained the special item Formation Compass, C grade, the equipment wooden armor, and the skill parry. She also acquired the skill heavy strike and the talent innocuous, B grade. These players were evidently wary of Yunlin's thievery skills, carrying not even a single copper coin. However, it is impossible to confront Yunlin without equipping oneself, and skills and talents cannot be unequipped. The 160 points of luck proved invaluable, allowing her to pilfer a talent right from the outset. Although Yunlin was not entirely pleased with this talent, she chose not to return it to its rightful owner. Instead, she would keep it temporarily, ensuring that it would vanish completely when she replaced it later. What nonsense is this about leaving a thread of hope for future encounters? The reality is that if one does not go to extremes, others will perpetually test your limits. Goodness, how could this skill have such an extensive range? Was it not stated that it only exceeded 10 meters? She had been careless. Do not panic. After all, Holy Judgment is merely a fragile assassin. The players had prepared in advance, aware that Yunlin's skill could suppress their senses. They were only flustered for a moment before disregarding Yunlin, who was still within the confines of Wu Haiju's shop, unleashing various skills and special item effects in her direction. The same was true for the others. As Hand of God possessed an effect of bewildering targets, he appeared to be striking at thin air, wildly swinging at nothingness. Yet, the genuine attacks still found their mark. However, they struck Lucia, who had activated Magic Shield, rendering the attacks of level 6 or 7 players little more than a mere tickle to a level 10 lord. Had Yunlin not been concerned about damaging Wu Haiju's shop, all those attacks would have gone amiss. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, the leading players found themselves utterly stripped of their equipment, skills, and special items, with 2 unfortunate souls even losing their talents. This was not the end. Once Yunlin confirmed the placement of 22 specters at the novice village's resurrection point, the slaughter commenced. As soon as a player revived at the resurrection point, the specters would spring into action to eliminate them, leaving no chance for escape or logout. 1327-2002. With a single strike, she felled a child. Even a level 6 knight player had less than 1,000 health, let alone those of other classes. Sacrificing 7 points of strength. These players initially attacked Lucia, and Yunlin's killings did not count as active player kills. Within the realm of the Underworld, the cries of despair echoed as player after player fell like chaff before Yunlin's scythe. Run! Do not enter that darkness. How could it be? Did not Kuin and his companions possess formidable special items? Damn it, Holy Judgment must be using hacks. Players outside the domain, sensing the dire situation, scattered in panic. Yet, Lucia is not one to be trifled with. She unleashed her skills in rapid succession, claiming numerous victims. The streets descended into chaos. Where are those officials? Hurry! Command, Holy Judgment, and her pet to cease their actions, or I shall report you. The 5 official players had long since logged off, leaving the office unattended. This is the stance of the authorities. With their resources, how could they be unaware of the cartel family backing these hired players? Fearing that the situation might escalate and disrupt future operations, the officials had already apprehended these players in real life. Initially, the officials intended to dissuade players from targeting Yunlin. But after learning of Yunlin's intentions from Xiaozhua, they abandoned the matter. Although several escaped, there remained a considerable number of players trapped at the resurrection point, all displaying expressions of despair. Level 12 boss. Level 12 elite monsters. Holy Judgment, I was wrong. Please spare me. I promise I will never dare again. The response they received was the fierce onslaught of specters. Yunlin, wielding dual blades, approached leisurely. The gleaming golden ring on her middle finger radiated her disdain towards these individuals. To be fair, her attire no longer appeared outlandish. Instead, it exuded an aura of dominance. Chapter 51. Kill Count. 6,550. Sacred Judgment. If you release me, I can divulge who seeks your demise. The cacophony of pleas for mercy fell upon deaf ears as Yunlin, seemingly unfazed, teleported to the resurrection point and activated the realm of the Underworld, resuming her massacre. Even though slaying lower-level players yielded scant rewards and attributes, every little bit counted, and inflicting discomfort upon these players was a source of amusement. You have actively slain one player. You have actively slain 444 players. You have actively slain 3,648 players. You have actively slain 6,550 players. The carnage persisted for over half an hour, with Yunlin unleashing her skills as they became available. Thanks to the newly acquired area damage from Shadow Storm of the Underworld and the ability to create phantoms with Shadow of the Underworld deity, the efficiency of player elimination surpassed that of the previous day's slaughter by a significant margin. Sacred Judgment. You are a heartless specter, merciless in your killings. Retribution shall surely find you. Return the attributes you took from me. Ah, what sorcery have you employed, Sacred Judgment? Restore my talents and skills. How can I play without them? Abba, Abba. The sensory feedback of Dawn of the Breaking Day was set to a minimum of 10. Even when players adjusted it to the lowest setting, they still endured excruciating pain upon death. The players were consumed by rage, some even becoming delirious, with others fainting and being forcibly logged out. Yunlin dispatched the last few players to force logout, her expression impassive as she sheathed her dual blades. Master, please take a moment to rest. Luca thoughtfully borrowed tables and chairs from a nearby shop, preparing food and drinks from the game. On her way back to the novice village, Yunlin logged out once, discovering that not only could she utilize life skills and their products in reality, but also that eating in the game provided a sense of satiety in real life. This meant that meals could be resolved within the game. The same applied to using the restroom or bathing. She could even enter a state of sleep with a mere thought, seamlessly transitioning into the game. Thank you. Yunlin grasped the cup, her hand trembling violently, causing water to spill. The sensations from these two slaughters were starkly different. In her previous encounter, she had never forced players to log out, so she felt little impact. However, this time, dozens were forcibly logged out, and a few appeared utterly dazed. Was it resistance? No. In her past life, she had indeed taken lives, and the count was not insignificant. At this moment, she felt exhilaration. The thrill of power and dominance was intoxicating. Had she not retained memories of her former self, she might have followed the same path as in her past, the Underworld deity, leaving a trail of death in her wake. Taking lives not only provided profound emotional gratification, but also enhanced her own attributes. Why not kill? Why not kill more? Master. Luca grasped Yunlin's hand holding the cup, her eyes filled with concern. A subtle smile graced Yunlin's lips. I am fine, just taking it slow. As she spoke, the fierce glint in her beautiful eyes and the tension in her brow gradually dissipated, transforming her once more into the gentle, understanding older sister. Meanwhile, discussions surrounding Yunlin's indiscriminate slaughter of players surged across the internet like a tempest. How outrageous! The Holy Judgment has gone too far. It is merely a game, after all. Conflict among players are quite normal, yet they have resorted to nearly driving players to madness. Just yesterday, the authorities announced their intention to rectify the gaming environment. Why have they not intervened to halt the Holy Judgment? Could it be that the Holy Judgment is a perpetrator of violence? How terrifying! Player safety must be prioritized. We must voice our concerns for those affected. A cacophony of opinions flooded the scene, with forces such as the Cartel family and the Fongming group stepping in to manipulate the narrative, attempting to position Yunlin as the adversary of all players. However, not long after the situation escalated, the authorities released evidence implicating several joint ventures in hiring players to assassinate the Holy Judgment. At this stage, the term Holy Judgment has become exceedingly sensitive, with all mentions of it in calls and chat logs being meticulously documented. The evidence provided by the authorities is not merely hearsay. It consists of reports from executives of these joint ventures who were appalled by such conduct. In summary, the might of the national machinery is beyond imagination. This is precisely why Yunlin sought to collaborate with the authorities to clarify her stance and intentions. Should she oppose them, the authorities might very well investigate every individual who has ever set foot in a Dawn of Awakening offline store or ordered a gaming headset online. Even if surveillance footage were obliterated by the will of the world, the authorities could still conduct visits one by one. Although this method may seem rudimentary, it proves effective. Good heavens! A bounty of 1 million for slaying the Holy Judgment. I understand that Dawn of Awakening is a new frontier of the era. But does it warrant such madness? Can investment and returns truly be proportional? You cannot fathom the extraordinary strength of the unique rewards for the top player. If the Holy Judgment were to sell such an item, even at a price of 100 million, there would certainly be eager buyers. It's utterly insane. Yet, I still believe the Holy Judgment has gone too far. Their opponent has not even succeeded, so why act so ruthlessly? Damn it. May you also find yourself on the receiving end of a bounty. Meanwhile, Yunlin casually browsed a few posts while exchanging banter with Lucia, making her way to the official office, which had been besieged by players. She is not ungrateful. The authorities have clarified her situation, and it is only right that she resolves this matter that arose due to her actions. On the other hand, within the game, Moss erupted in fury upon hearing the news. This marked the first setback he encountered since taking control of the cartel family. Damn, a bunch of worthless fools. Once I reach level 10, I shall turn the Prime Minister into my minion. I refuse to believe that the Holy Judgment and the Dragon Kingdom's authorities would dare to oppose us, the Empire of the Setting Sun. Chapter 52. New Talent. Rapid Strike. As for those inept individuals, despite acquiring numerous powerful special items, they were unable to inflict any damage upon the Holy Judgment. I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Mose is not a magnanimous person. He harbors intense resentment towards Yunlin for seizing the top prize in the entire server. And he despises the authorities for clearing Yunlin's name of any rumors, as well as the incompetence of the players in the Holy Judgment Village. Unfortunately, he possesses strength but lacks vision. The Dragon Kingdom's officials, upon discovering that the cartel family was the mastermind behind this matter, promptly initiated an investigation into the cartel family. It was not long before anomalies within the cartel family came to light. The current head of the family had adopted the child of a servant. Moreover, he was utilizing the family's network to aid his adopted son in progressing within the game. This was evidently irregular. The officials from the Sunset West Mountain Kingdom also commenced their investigation. Moses' ambition to transform the Prime Minister into a familiar would ultimately remain a mere fantasy. Soon after, at the Fong Ming group, Fong Qiming, pale-faced, gazed at the three officials seated across from him at the conference table. He was baffled. His network had remained intact for over a decade without issue, so why had the authorities conducted a surprise audit on the group's tax matters? Without even a hint of warning, he was drenched in sweat. Gentlemen, could this be a misunderstanding? The three officials maintained their professional smiles. There is no need for Mr. Fong to be anxious. We are merely conducting a routine check. Your group, being a major taxpayer in East City and having provided over 100,000 jobs for the populace, is indeed a conscience of our city. We trust that your group has no issues regarding taxation. Fong Qiming wiped his brow. The apparent accounts were, of course, in order. His concern was not about uncovering any discrepancies, but rather about the potential severance of his network. This signified that he might have committed an act contrary to the authorities' interests, drawing the attention of high-ranking officials. As for the nature of that act, he had no inkling at the moment. Surely, it could not be due to purchasing a stream boost just an hour ago against Holy Judgment, could it? One could only say that the impact of information disparity was significant. Although Lan Lan was furious with Yunlin, the Lan family had not taken any action in this matter. Meanwhile, within the game, upon arriving at the official office, Yunlin utilized the God's Hand ability 10 times on the players blocking the entrance, informing them that she could rapidly return to the city. If they continued to obstruct her, she would not hesitate to unleash a massacre once more. 22 high-level wraiths advanced forward, effectively persuading the solitary players to retreat. Lucia cheerfully handed a set of golden attire to Xiaozhua, stating, "This set is identical to what the master is wearing." An hour later, the little ship sailed upon the tranquil sea. Lucia, through her study of the notes from an extraordinary alchemist, elevated her alchemical skills to the intermediate level, allowing her to craft E-grade potions. Meanwhile, Yunlin's experience as an intermediate enchanter also increased significantly, and it would not be long before she ascended to the advanced level. She was currently engrossed in deciphering the notes on magical technology, craftsmanship, and insights. Even without learning the skill of magical technology, her recollections from her past life, combined with the notes from an extraordinary inventor, enabled her to become a novice inventor after just a few minutes of observation. Master, could you assist me in customizing a device? Upon learning that Yunlin had become an inventor, Lucia's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a smile, Yunlin replied, "An entry-level inventor cannot create anything remarkable. I shall craft a few fully functional creations once I ascend to a higher tier. Do tell me what functionalities you envision." Lucia teased, nudging Yunlin playfully. "I have yet to determine the specifics. I shall reveal them in due course." After their light-hearted exchange, Yunlin resumed her study of the notes on the crafting and insights of the enchantment stone, eager to produce the stone capable of storing talents. In the Dragon Kingdom, it was a little past 4 in the afternoon when they arrived at the level 15 area. Unlike the previous zones, the waters of this area were abuzz with activity, dotted with numerous small islands, one of which housed the Magic Flute Pirate Guild, a guild Yunlin had previously participated in conquering. A level 1 guild could accommodate up to 200 players, and the same was true for monster guilds. Consequently, a substantial number of players were required to band together to conquer and defeat the guild's boss monsters. As the probability of obtaining a summoning order was significantly higher than that of wild bosses, along with additional rewards, Yunlin summoned the game interface to review her attributes. Plunder attributes: Strength 122, Intelligence 113, Health 119, Spirit 113, Constitution 116, Agility 132. Having defeated over 500 players had elevated all her attributes by approximately 30 points. My current strength remains insufficient to challenge the Monster Guild. I must first acquire that treasured item. The treasure she referred to was an S-grade item, Sea Swordgrass. Upon absorption, it would permanently enhance her critical strike rate by 5 and critical strike damage by 10. Before reaching level 30, no equipment would feature critical strike-related attributes, underscoring the immense value of this treasure. Although it only increased the critical strike rate by 5, her high luck meant that even a 1 critical strike rate could often yield critical hits. Should the rate rise to 6, her frequency of critical strikes would undoubtedly increase, significantly enhancing her monster-slaying efficiency. Upon reaching the waters where the Sea Swordgrass was located, Yunlin replaced her 22 specters with level 15 sea beasts, diving beneath the waves. She utilized her memories from a past life to locate the Sea Swordgrass. The plant resembled a sharp, long sword, emitting a faint, cold light. No information? In Yunlin's eyes, the Sea Swordgrass appeared as an ordinary plant, devoid of any displayed information. Could it still be immature? Must I wait a few more days? Such a scenario was not uncommon. She had witnessed peculiar plants transform into treasures after several days in her former life. Nevertheless, her journey was not in vain. 4 formidable monsters with exceptional talents had gathered in the vicinity. Swift Mantis Shrimp, level 15, Lord, Health 300, 000, 300, 000 Strength, 285 Health, 300 Constitution, 280 Agility, 296 Talent. Swift Punch, B grade. Strike like the wind. Passive significantly reduces the stiffness and recoil from close-range physical attacks. Attack, attack, attack. Active upon activation. Total attack speed increases by 40 for 10 seconds. Consumes 100 mana points, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. King of the Giant Claw Crab. Level 15, Lord. Talent: Armor Shredder Claw, B grade. Armor Shred, passive inflicts physical damage to the target at close range, reducing the target's physical defense by 20 for 5 seconds. Mighty Armor Shred, active delivers a powerful strike, inflicting 240 physical damage to the target and reducing the target's physical defense by 50, lasting until the end of combat. This effect cannot stack, consumes 20 mana points, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Additionally, there is another boss and several elite monsters, each with distinctive talents. But what piqued Yunlin's interest were the talents of the Swift Mantis Shrimp and King of the Giant Claw Crab. Despite being merely B-grade talents, she had ample means to elevate them to S-grade and beyond. Such S-grade talents provide a substantial boost to combat capability. In her previous life, the Fist God relied on a powerful technique to deter numerous formidable opponents. Yunlin instructed the Spectre to guard her while she activated Realm of the Underworld and unleashed the effects of 4 extravagant special items. A flash of golden light illuminated the dim ocean depths, followed by the resonant melody of magical friction. Buffed. Ha ha ha. With no outsiders present, Lucia felt no need to consider Yunlin's feelings and burst into laughter. Yunlin shot Lucia a ghostly glare, and after completing a 3-second space step, she successively activated the talents of Spell Carnival and God's Hand. That failed. Acquired skill, Fist Strike. Acquired skill, Continuous Punch. Acquired talent, Swift Punch, B grade. The number of talents has reached the current level cap. Would you like to replace an existing talent? Yunlin clicked confirm, replacing the talent she had stolen from an unknown player. ZZZZ. Unlike players, God's Hand seemingly lacked a confounding hidden effect on monsters. Perhaps it was unnecessary. As the swift mantis shrimp realized its talents and skills were gone, emitting a shrill cry. Immediately, the king of the giant claw crab and other monsters surged forth. But their targets were neither Yunlin nor the specter, but rather the swift mantis shrimp. Chapter 53, Guild. Neither dream nor illusion. Barbie doll replicas. In any realm or era, the principle of the survival of the fittest remains an immutable truth. Yunlin refrained from hastily engaging in the fray. She utilized the 10 opportunities to siphon the abilities of the king crab and another boss, effectively depleting their skills and significantly diminishing their combat prowess. In the absence of abilities, a boss merely becomes a mere source of health, posing no threat to her. She entered the arena accompanied by 22 specters. This talent indeed suits me. Yunlin felt her attack movements becoming increasingly fluid, with a notable reduction in stamina consumption. Her dual blades unleashed afterimages, inflicting 8 standard attack damages per second. Midway through the battle, a game interface materialized before Yunlin. The skill Dark Poison had ascended to level 2. The advancement of combat skills typically results in numerical enhancements, and Dark Poison was no exception. Its damage boost rose from 10 strength and 10 agility to 12, with the duration extending to 11 seconds. The maximum level for skills is 10. Players can elevate their skills by frequently utilizing them, and after completing career advancements and awakenings. Profession-related skills will automatically progress by 1 or 2 levels. In contrast, the elevation of lower-tier skills from other professions presents a greater challenge than that of one's own profession, as achieving the maximum level of 10 is arduous without the appropriate advanced notes. Such a structure is inherently more logical than merely accumulating levels through skill books. After all, the Blue Star adopts the established rules of the game universe rather than merely replicating the settings of Blue Star's online games. Of course, there are distinctions. The game universe does not possess NPCs. However, the NPCs within Dawn of the Rising Sun are unable to impart high-level skills to players. They serve merely as alternative conduits for players to acquire game resources, akin to elder figures in the game universe. Defeating a Lord-level monster 5 levels above grants an additional 5,150 experience. Level 10. Sacrificing 4 points of strength. Yunlin transformed the swift mantis shrimp into a specter, rendering the ensuing battle devoid of uncertainty. Upon vanquishing the king crab, a bronze token fell to the ground. The summoning order for creating a guild is bronze, the legion order for establishing a legion is silver, and the dragon command for founding a city is gold. Indeed, dragons exist within the game world, albeit as earth dragons and flood dragons, living as long as the undead. After clearing the surrounding monsters from the sea swordgrass, Yunlin clicked to use the summoning order, eager to discover whether founding a guild would also yield a server-wide first reward. She named the guild Neither Dream Nor Illusion. Although Yunlin had returned to life for several days and was quite certain she was not trapped within a phantasmic dungeon, a lingering anxiety resided in her heart. The reality did not disappoint her, as a server-wide announcement echoed forth. The player, known as Saint Judgment, has already exhibited a leadership demeanor, capable of vanquishing a level 15 lord at level 10. She has now established the guild, Neither Dream Nor Illusion, and as a result, she is rewarded with 10 attribute points to allocate freely, an S-grade treasure dice fragment, 2 points, an S-grade special item spatial ring, and a notebook detailing the techniques and insights of smelting and forging. Regarding the announcement's content and the potential animosity it might incite, Yunlin expresses her accustomed indifference. As long as the authorities comprehend her lack of intent to establish herself as an independent leader. As for provoking the envy of other players, she remains unperturbed. To her surprise, the special item awarded this time is remarkably ordinary. Spatial Ring, S-grade. It contains an independent space measuring 64 meters by 64 meters by 64 meters. Capable of storing game items and any non-living entities, this item cannot be dropped. How utterly peculiar. Yunlin still finds it somewhat unsettling. Dice fragment, 1 point. 2 points, 5 points, 6 points. With the addition of yet another dice fragment, a certain memory in her mind becomes clearer. She sees herself in the cosmic battlefield. Azure, Saint Judgment. Level 152, she also glimpses her adversaries, but Sirius level 151, Fairy level 151. Sirius, Fairy. How could they be my future foes? Azure is the name of Blue Star beyond its realm, while Sirius, Fairy, and Blue Star all belong to the 36 life star systems tasked with repelling the invasion of the game universe. The being who reshapes time. A chill runs down Yunlin's spine as she suspects that this entity not only wishes to witness the invasion and the defense against it once more, but also desires to observe a conflict among themselves. Indeed, after successfully repelling the invasion of the game universe, the GameStar Sea constructed by the united wills of the 36 worlds becomes yet another game universe. With the absence of external threats, then, but why allow us to foresee the future? Is it a disdain for concealment? Even if we are aware of the future, will we still comply with the predetermined course? Sigh. This is not a concern for me at present. Yunlin shakes her head, retracting her thoughts. She summons the game interface and opens the guild module. A level 1 guild can enhance the luck of all members by 1 point. Joining the guild as an enchanter will unlock the crafting technique for base teleportation scrolls, allowing the use of this item to teleport directly back to the guild base, though it cannot cross regions. Upon death, members will resurrect at the guild's revival point rather than at the novice village or town revival points. Furthermore, joining the guild as a builder enables the construction of offensive and defensive structures. Once Blue Star transitions into a gamified state, she plans to develop the guild further. After the onset of gamification, all nuclear and weapons of mass destruction on Blue Star will become inoperative, allowing her to no longer hide from the authorities. She can rely on the guild structures to protect herself and her sister. She will ensure that no other guild members encroach upon her and her sister's living quarters. And at that time, she will expand the guild base, establishing an inner and outer city as needed. Of course, these are matters for another time. Yunlin set the guild to not accept any applications and left 3 Lord-level wraiths, including the Swift Mantis Shrimp, to guard the yet-to-mature sea swordgrass. She took Lucia and the other wraiths to hunt monsters in the surrounding area. Upon joining the guild, players would have a guild prefix displayed before their names. Thus, she refrained from inviting her sister into the guild. At that moment, players were astonished by the server-wide announcement. What the hell? Didn't they say that every 10 levels marks a watershed moment? Monsters above level 10 not only see their growth attributes increase exponentially, but their skills are all of the ordinary grade. How could Saint Judgment, at merely level 10, defeat a level 15 boss? I can't even handle a level 5 boss. Isn't this outrageous? Bro upstairs, have you reflected on what you've been doing these past 3 days? Have you made an effort to grind monsters and level up? Have you diligently completed NPC quests? If not, don't come here with your complaints. Worship the Great One. Please open up guild applications. I'm delicate and easily toppled. Sob, miss. The Great One is a female. And so what? Are we not allowed to be affectionate with each other? Oh, the lilies of my homeland have bloomed. Yunlin trembled with anger, recalling how she had independently completed over 10 significant events within just a day and a half, with hundreds of players assisting her in luring weakened monsters for her to slay. Yet, she had only gained half the experience needed for level 8 and was still no match for a level 10 boss. After all, Dream God was a crowd control class with insufficient damage output, and the players she had hired had given their experience to her. leaving her lagging behind. Facing a level 10 boss would only result in annihilation. This simply wouldn't do. She needed to cultivate a powerful team. Meanwhile, Mose had it tough. The officials of the Sunset West Mountain Kingdom summoned him back. After various amicable negotiations, he ultimately agreed to cooperate, but had to remain in a specially designed room until the officials selected the task objectives. In his previous life, Mose's development had been smooth. Without the allure of the first server reward hanging over him, he had opted for a more conventional growth strategy, gradually encroaching upon the cartel family, though it was said that wealth could sway anyone. The first server reward was simply too enticing. Players took screenshots or recorded videos for Yunlin, capturing her equipment and the attributes of her special items. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many factions positioning themselves in St. Judgment Village. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had convened yet another meeting centered around St. Judgment. Yet the various factions still failed to reach a consensus. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Dragon Kingdom time, Yunlin leveled up to 11 before logging off. Now, having exited the game, the wraiths remained unaffected, and the sea sword grass had Lord-level wraiths to protect it, sparing her any undue concern. During this time, she also mailed a batch of level 7 low-grade equipment and skill books to Shaozhua, netting over 3 million in sales. Master, did you forget something? Lucia said with a hint of melancholy. Yunlin donned her hooded sweatshirt. I haven't forgotten. I asked the courier to place my phone in the delivery locker. Lucia's expression changed like flipping a book, and she playfully blew Yunlin a kiss. I knew Master treats me the best. Stop joking around. I'll leave a mask for you. Hurry and freshen up. Obediently, Yunlin returned home with her phone in hand. Noticing that Lucia had yet to finish her bath, she decided to employ her talent known as Another Me, practicing her ability to control her duplicates. For her, these duplicates proved invaluable in both combat and daily life. It seems I must change into a different outfit. Much like dressing a Barbie doll, she began to select and change the attire of her duplicate. This outfit is splendid, and this one is rather extravagant. Suddenly, Yunlin felt a tickle at the tip of her nose, and a trickle of blood began to flow from her nostrils. Chapter 54, Simulated Battle. Gradually entering the realm, Yunlin did not hastily wipe away the blood from her nose. Instead, she connected to the sensory perceptions of her clone, gazing at herself through the clone's eyes. No matter how lewd her actions appeared, they did not tarnish her ethereal elegance, akin to a flower blooming on a lofty peak. As she observed her own reflection through the clone's gaze, she felt an insatiable itch within her. Is this right? My goodness, am I becoming increasingly perverse? Yunlin lightly slapped herself across the face. Then, she continued to scrutinize her own image. Being gazed at by such a beautiful clone made her feel a tinge of shyness. Yunlin considered herself a genius. How long had it been? She had already devised a method of play. Lucia emerged from the bathroom after her shower and was met with this bizarre scene. She glanced at Yunlin, then at the clone, and suddenly a bold idea sprouted in her mind. Master, could you sever the sensory feedback from the clone, allowing me to take it back to the pet space? Lucia's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she stared at Yunlin. Yunlin's lips twitched. Truly, birds of a feather flocked together. No wonder she felt a connection with Lucia. It turned out they belonged to the same peculiar category. Oh no, the same kind of eccentricity. She pointed towards the bed. Lucia, overjoyed, immediately leaped onto it. Master, do you mean I don't have to return to the pet space and can stay here with your clone? Yunlin, exasperated, smacked Lucia on the head. What I mean is, everything exists in dreams. As she spoke, she tossed a phone, already equipped with Douyin and other commonly used apps, to Lucia. Here, you can use this phone. Before she could finish her sentence, Lucia adeptly picked up the phone and opened the browser. Goodness. Lucia, Master, I only wanted to copy a few URLs. Lucia pleaded with an innocent expression. Yunlin's lips twitched uncontrollably, her composure slipping away. Whatever, let be. How'd I forget the resources in my browser? Well, copy away. Yunlin sighed, feeling despondent as she took the clone and a dozen outfits into the bathroom. During their rest from monster hunting, Lucia had crafted numerous styles of clothing for her: professional attire, casual wear, and even those meant for private moments. Once they settled with the clone, she took a deep breath and initiated simulated battle, adjusting the sensory feedback threshold to 200 to swiftly enhance her combat skills. To achieve comprehensive improvement, Yunlin continuously altered the equipment and special items worn by the clone, adapting to various burdensome sensations. As the battle progressed, she gradually found her rhythm, becoming increasingly adept at maneuvering the clone, and the combat grew more intense. Under such pressure, she soon found herself drenched in sweat, her body weary and drained of strength. However, the clone, limited only to auditory and visual senses, remained tireless. Under her command, the clone relentlessly launched assaults, simulating her own dire circumstances to devise counter-strategies, ensuring she would not falter in the face of future challenges. She commanded the replica to pin her down and employed various offensive techniques. This simulated battle significantly enhanced Yunlin's abilities. Before dismissing the replica, she rewarded it with a cup of bedtime milk. Dressed in a black lace nightgown suitable for home, Yunlin sat at the table, drying her hair while engaging in a live chat with her sister. Xiaolin. Yunming gazed at the stunning beauty across from her, who exuded a more feminine allure than herself, and at Lucia, who stood behind, chuckling foolishly while holding her phone, hesitating several times to speak. Chapter 55. The Magic Flute Pirate Guild Sister, what's wrong? Yunlin asked, slightly perplexed. Yunming hesitated. She couldn't possibly admit that she barely recognized her own sibling. For reasons unknown to her, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards Yunlin. She silently resolved that, after moving in, she would spend more time with her sister to prevent their bond from becoming distant. In nothing, I calculated, and I should arrive at your place by around 6 p.m. tomorrow. Xiaolin, you can come down for dinner at 8. Yunming understood that her sister was not suited for public appearances, and as she had arranged for a housekeeper to tidy up, there was no need to trouble Yunlin for help. Yunlin smiled brightly. Sister, when you come up, I'll cook for you. Even in her red name status, she consistently maintained a lucky streak of 86 points. The monsters she defeated and the treasure chest from dungeon bosses yielded resources for her culinary skills. Moreover, her past experiences with various trades allowed her to easily whip up F-grade dishes. Though F-grade is the lowest tier, the ingredient from the game world rendered them delectable compared to the food from Blue Star. Hearing this, Yunming's expression softened even more. My little Xiaolin has truly grown up. The sisters chatted for over half an hour and exchanged goodnights, only to find it was already past midnight. Stop playing and go to bed, Lucia pouted. I'll watch a bit longer. What are you so engrossed in? Yunlin asked. Curiosity piqued as she glanced at Lucia's phone screen, her face flushing with embarrassment. What is the point of watching so many couple videos? You don't even have a partner, Yunlin remarked. Lucia looked at Yunlin with eager anticipation. Master, you're the best. If you ever encounter a split-class talent again, could you help me get one too? Yunlin felt a strange sense of guilt for potentially leading Lucia astray. Once my sister has one, I'll get you one too. Hee hee. Lucia, thrilled by Yunlin's promise, rolled about on the bed like a delighted child. After a brief slumber, Yunlin and Lucia awoke just past 3 a.m. The higher their spiritual attributes, the less time they needed to rest. However, this benefit, like agility, would diminish progressively. They entered the game directly, consumed a light meal, and resumed their quest to defeat monsters and clear dungeons. Though both Yunlin and her pet were brimming with mischievous thoughts, they understood the importance of prioritizing their growth and strength. Dedicating just 1 or 2 hours each day for relaxation was sufficient. However, after reaching level 10, the difficulty of leveling up increased significantly. Yunlin had spent 7 or 8 hours yesterday just to progress from level 10 to level 11. Today, she estimated that after a full day of grinding, she might barely reach level 12. Yet, leveling up was not her sole method of becoming stronger. Her life drain talent continuously siphoned attributes from others. Particularly after reaching level 10, her situation evolved. When her attributes changed, her body experienced corresponding sensations. For instance, upon an increase in strength, she could distinctly feel her physical power augmenting. Although similar feedback had been present before, the intensity of the sensations was markedly different now. To put it simply, previously it was a simulated tactile feedback, whereas now it is a genuine sensory experience. Consequently, she has become somewhat addicted to the sensations generated by the life deprivation talent's plundering of target attributes. Around 9 a.m. Dragon Kingdom time, Yunlin detected that several Lord-level wraiths, including the swift mantis shrimp, had entered a state of battle, indicating that the sea sword grass should be mature. She hurried back with Lucia. Once I absorb the sea sword grass, I shall venture to confront the Magic Flute Pirate Guild. Having departed from a novice village yesterday, coupled with this morning's endeavors, she had nearly spent 12 hours grinding. The life deprivation talent had augmented all her attributes by approximately 20 points. In addition, when advancing from level 10 to 11, her strength, intelligence, and 4 other attributes had each increased by 2 points, while her bonus-free attribute points had risen to 10. She donned her level 11 equipment and consumed some treasures that enhanced her attributes, resulting in a further surge in her capabilities. Plundering attributes: Strength 148, Intelligence 133, Health 140, Spirit 136, Constitution 132, Agility 155. Player: Sacred Judgment, Renameable, Level 11, 36. 5. Health 2750, 2750 Mana, 1375, 1560 Strength, 418 Intelligence, 160 Health, 225 Spirit, 156 Constitution, 210 Agility, 390, 195. Yunlin's attributes surpassed those of monsters of the same level, with her strength and agility even exceeding that of a level 15 boss. Furthermore, her rates had all been upgraded to level 15 lords, making it a simple task to conquer the Magic Flute Pirate Guild, which boasted 200 monsters. With the assistance of 24 lord-level wraiths, she effortlessly acquired and absorbed the sea sword grass. Critical hit rate: 6. Critical damage: 60. The juice of the sea sword grass resembled aloe vera, taking on a jelly-like consistency that melted in the mouth. Yet its flavor was akin to that of cucumber. The world of the Dawn of Daybreak game is rich with diversity. In her previous life, she had even tasted meat-like plants. The island housing the Magic Flute Pirate Guild was not far from this maritime expanse, and Yunlin reached it in just over 10 minutes aboard a tiny boat. Had it not been for the boat lacking the effect of rub-rub, the steps of wealth, it would have been even swifter. Lucia gazed toward the island and noticed that the cluster of buildings was still quite distant from the beach, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed they could not simply crash into it. Clearly, Lucia was reminiscing about the strategies employed during the conquest of the Forest Lake dungeon. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to a smaller island nearby. Master, let's first collide with that little island. Yunlin's lips twitched slightly. How had this sea nymph developed such peculiar habits? She resolved that Lucia must not be allowed to engage with transportation in reality, lest misfortune befall someone. Yet, she did not reject Lucia's proposal. Although such behavior was rather unethical, it was indeed a means of stress relief. The small island was home to a watchtower belonging to the Magic Flute Pirate Guild, and there were over 10 monsters present. Upon sighting the massive vessel charging toward them, they all displayed expressions of terror. Amidst the clamor, they faintly heard cries, seemingly exclaiming, "Oh no, we can't stop. Please act as speed bumps." The monsters wore expressions of utter disbelief, thinking how absurd it was to be considered mere obstacles. The intellect of level 15 monsters was notably high, and they were not mere sprites, but rather adept aquatic creatures. How could they possibly remain stationary to be struck? One by one, they plunged into the sea, while the diminutive vessel merely collided with a watchtower upon reaching the shore. Witnessing this scene, Lucia scoffed, finding it rather dull due to their lack of cooperation. Yunlin summoned the Death Dual Blades, instructing, "Let us finish our task before indulging in play. You can hide behind the Lordess Spectre and cast your spells. Just be cautious not to overextend yourself." With that, she leaped into the ocean, leading 24 specters along with her. She was quite curious about the rewards for conquering the Magic Flute Pirate Guild. In her previous life, the rewards had been claimed by the team led by El Go, who had not disclosed the specifics, indicating that the rewards were indeed substantial. Oh, Lucia responded, stowing the diminutive vessel into her spatial ring before diving into the water. A series of rapid, resounding knocks echoed from the main island, as a multitude of sea monsters, including sirens, octopuses, and merfolk, poured forth from the buildings. The sea erupted in tumultuous waves, with marine beasts bobbing up and down. The Magic Flute Pirate Guild was not only home to humanoid monsters, but also housed dozens of sea creatures. In her previous life, players had failed to conquer the Magic Flute on 2 occasions, primarily due to their ship being overturned by these sea beasts, causing chaos as players fell into the water, rendering them no match for the 200 monsters. Ultimately, it was a stealthy assassin who managed to reach the island and construct a guild resurrection point, allowing all players to teleport to the island using the base teleportation scroll, leading to their eventual success. Just moments ago, the sea beasts had attempted to capsize Yunlin's vessel, but they could not catch up to the diminutive vessel, which boasted an astonishing agility of 878 points. Who dares to invade my Magic Flute Guild? A delicately featured male sea monster glared fiercely at the surface of the water. Chapter 56. A smooth strategy. As the words fell, 24 Lord-level phantoms emerged from the depths of the sea. D involuntarily took 2 steps back, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. Who could remain unafraid in the face of such a formidable sight? In his guild, only he and 2 vice presidents held Lord-level status. And now, 24 Lord-level foes had appeared. MOD felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Unfortunately, the game rules forbade such an escape. Lord-level monsters could not voluntarily leave their territory. However, the higher the level and rank of the Lord monster, the larger its territorial range. For someone like MOD, his territory extended to a radius of 5 kilometers. As for ordinary and elite monsters, they had no territorial restrictions. Those 5 kilometers could be deemed neither too small nor too vast. MOD realized that while he might evade the initial assault, he could not escape indefinitely. It would be better to confront the challenge head-on, especially since he was unwilling to abandon the hard-earned gains of his endeavors. The other monsters were also intimidated by the 24 Lord-level phantoms, hesitating on the beach and some even retreating. Brothers, follow my lead. Although they possess 24 lords, we outnumber them, and victory remains within reach. Do you not aspire to ascend in rank? This is a prime opportunity, MOD implored, spending considerable time convincing the timid ordinary and elite monsters to return. Meanwhile, Yunlin was wreaking havoc in the sea. While aboard the ship, she had consumed an E-class potion crafted by Lucia, boosting all attributes by 10 points. Following the activation of her equipment's effect, both her strength and agility experienced significant enhancements. Strength, 448. Agility, 420, 210, with an impressive 86 points in luck. Her 6 critical strike rate enabled Yunlin to deliver devastating blows, effortlessly transforming a level 15 sea beast with over 3,000 health points into seafood within mere moments. Defeating ordinary monsters 4 levels beneath her granted her an additional 200 experience, while dispatching elite monsters yielded a staggering 600 bonus. Her efforts resulted in the sacrifice of 6 points of health. The efficiency of the 24 Lord-level phantoms in slaying monsters paled in comparison to her prowess. Lucia, meanwhile, played a supportive role, casting healing spells on the phantoms and assisting Yunlin in collecting the spoils of fallen creatures. The sea beast stood no chance against Yunlin. The true power of domain of the Underworld lay not only in its ability to suppress the senses of targets within its confines, but also in rendering those outside oblivious to the situation within, making it impossible for them to ascertain Yunlin's precise location. They were equally wary of inadvertently harming their allies with misplaced skills. Finally, the sea beast boss of the MOD Pirate Guild arrived, a colossal ice-blue orca measuring 20 meters in length. It is well known that orcas are among the most intelligent marine animals, and it quickly discerned that the domain of the Underworld centered around Yunlin. The ice-blue orca opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a skill. While it could not see what transpired within the domain, Yunlin had a clear view of the situation outside. She struck the seal monster before her with one swift blow, then unleashed the Shadow Storm skill, hurtling towards the ice-blue orca at supersonic speed. The speed was akin to instantaneous teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Yunlin had dashed behind the ice-blue orca, accompanied by two shadowy figures. With a whoosh, hundreds of blade apparitions materialized from the depths of the sea, mercilessly slaughtering the monsters within this aquatic realm. Utilizing the equipment effect of the Death Twin blades, she teleported onto the back of the ice-blue orca, with the two phantoms closely following her. The massacre began. The strikes inflicted critical damage, as the echoes of her attacks also dealt devastating blows, accumulating over 30,000 damage in mere moments. Meanwhile, the ice-blue orca had just completed the casting of its skill, freezing the waters where Yunlin had previously stood. With a mournful cry, the ice-blue orca, in pain, attempted to dislodge the insufferable human clinging to its back. The scene echoed Yunlin's previous encounter with the level 5 wind shark boss, but this time, the creature's movements were more refined. Had it been any other player, they would have been thrown off effortlessly. However, Yunlin was no ordinary player. She commanded Lucia to employ control skills on her, fulfilling the prerequisites to activate Wrath of the Underworld, granting her immunity to control effects and an indomitable body, rendering environmental influences ineffective upon her. The phantoms, lacking substance, were similarly unaffected by the surroundings. Inflicting additional injuries, she unleashed her skills in rapid succession during the phantom's active duration, subsequently activating her talent, Rapid Punch, increasing her total attack speed by 40. With dual blades in hand, her normal attacks, initially capped at 8 per second, surged past 10. Yet, despite the ice-blue orca possessing a hefty health pool of 290,000, it could not withstand Yunlin's staggering damage, rapidly dropping to a critical state within 10 seconds. It emitted a chilling wail, attempting to summon the magical flute and another vice president for aid, but alas, Yunlin would not grant it that reprieve. 24 Lord-level wraiths had already ensnared the magical flute and the other boss. With a final, mournful cry, the ice-blue orca's health was obliterated. The 4th level kill of a Lord monster granted her an extraordinary 100 bonus experience. Level 11, 42, 75, sacrificing 4 points of intelligence. With 24 Lord-level wraiths dividing the battlefield, Yunlin faced little pressure, systematically clearing away the minor and elite foes. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, she ascended to the beach, the once cerulean waves now tinged crimson, littered with remnants of flesh, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Only the magical flute, another boss, and 5 elite monsters remained of the magical flute pirate guild. Though 10 of her 24 Lord-level wraiths had fallen, Lucia had claimed the lives of 8, and with some wraiths transformed, her losses were negligible compared to the enemy's. Presently, the magical flute was encircled by the wraiths, gazing at Yunlin in sheer terror. "Do not slay me. I willingly offer myself as your pet. I possess far greater strength than the siren beside you, and can provide you with more substantial assistance." It must be noted that the magic flute wields 2 talents, Magic Flute B-level and Siren Song C-level, and at level 15, indeed surpasses Lucia in prowess. My Master Wu Lucia immediately transformed into a pitiful and endearing creature, appearing both sorrowful and obedient. Yunlin found it amusing and playfully tapped Lucia's head. "Rest assured, I shall not abandon you until I discover a creature more deserving of a thrashing than you." Lucia's expression turned to one of shock. "Master, your taste. You actually prefer mischievous pets. Does that mean I can truly be myself from now on? I guarantee that whenever you see me, you'll want to hit me." Yunlin's lips twitched at her words. Her intention was to convey that in her previous life, she had not encountered a pet more vivacious than Lucia. Hence she would not replace her. Little did she expect that this audacious siren would take her words as encouragement. She pursed her lips. "You may certainly try and see if I will strike you. Human, perish." The magic flute suddenly erupted in fury, breaking through the encirclement of wraiths alongside another boss, its demeanor resembling that of a madman, the notes it played akin to a sinister melody. The effects of Magic Flute and Siren Song were similar, both being control-type talents that plunged nearby targets into a state of confusion, prompting them to attack aimlessly. Yunlin seized Lucia's hand and hurled her into the sea, swiftly employing Wrath of the Underworld to dispel the chaotic state. The confusion was not an enforced control, and the boss was not immune. She did not wish for Lucia to stab her in the back. Ah, master, woo-woo. Lucia executed a perfect 4.5 somersault in the air before gracefully landing in the water without causing a single splash. Yunlin refrained from rushing in, waiting until the duration of the magic flute talent had elapsed before approaching to vanquish the magic flute and the other boss. Subsequently, she transformed the magic flute into a wraith and commanded, "Lead me to your treasure trove." The additional rewards for conquering monster guilds were not directly deposited into the players' bags. Players were required to search for them. In her previous life, it took Lu Ji's team quite some time to find them within a village, and she was unaware of the specific locations of the rewards. Although the wraith lacked memories from its past life, it retained some instincts. A treasure trove was certainly a place the magic flute frequented. As she anticipated, upon receiving her command, the magic flute immediately changed direction. Chapter 57. The Growth Treasure. Azure Crystal Yunlin trailed behind the magic flute, navigating around the village until they arrived at a hillside, where she spotted a cave behind a dirt slope. What was happening? Yunlin felt somewhat bewildered. She was certain that in her previous life, Elgu and the others had not scoured the back mountain, as he had been resting in the area between the village and the hillside at that time. Could there be an unexpected discovery? Following the magic flute into the cave, they had not ventured far when the magic flute abruptly halted before a rock wall. Was the treasure hidden within? The magic flute stiffly nodded in affirmation. Yunlin stepped forward, drawing a war hammer, and struck the rock wall with force. With the magic flute only possessing residual instincts, it was futile to inquire about the mechanism's location. Brute force would be more effective in breaking through. Bang, bang, bang. With over 400 points in strength, after a dozen strikes, she breached the wall. Inside lay a dark passage, from which faint sounds of flowing water could be heard. Yunlin extended her right hand, gathering energy to form a fireball. She had mastered all the skills available to her, including those of a mage. Truth be told, her current damage output with mage skills surpassed that of mages of the same level. As she entered the dark passage, her heart raced with anticipation. Fortune had surely guided her here. There must be an extraordinary treasure concealed within. The treasures within the novice village were not necessarily of low rank. In her previous life, she had heard official players recount tales of encountering SS-grade treasures during their return to familiar grounds. "My master, what kind of treasure do you think it is?" Even Lucia felt a tinge of nervousness. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a prized possession. After an exhaustive 5 or 6 minutes, they finally reached the end of the passage. Before her lay a pale blue cavern, where an array was etched onto the ground, and within the array floated a pale blue crystal, absorbing energy from the air. Azure Crystal, a grade, allows the selection of one A-grade talent for promotion. This item can grow. It does not disappear upon use. It does not disappear, and it is a treasure that can grow. This was the first time Yunlin had encountered such a type of treasure, and though initially surprised, she quickly understood upon seeing the name. Named Azure. Yet, she soon found herself in a quandary. Why was there no visible growth progress? She felt that utilizing the Azure Crystal on the "I am a pirate" talent seemed unworthy. What if the Azure Crystal grew to S grade in a few days? Furthermore, according to the description of the Azure Crystal, upon reaching SSS grade, it might allow for the advancement of an SSS grade talent or enhance the strength of a talent, possibly even adding a new talent skill. In any case, she was reluctant to use the Azure Crystal just yet. Yunlin approached the array, attempting to discern the secrets that would enable the Azure Crystal to grow. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she had only been a novice in the study of arrays and could not see through its complexities. It must be left here to grow. She quickly contemplated the feasibility of establishing a guild stronghold on this island. The interregional teleportation array was located in a level 20 town, not too far from here, and she would soon advance to become a high-level enchanter. With the use of teleportation scrolls, she could easily come and go, but it would be another burden on her sister. Yunlin raked his fingers through his hair and then opened the private chat channel with his sister, conveying the matter of the Azure Crystal and inquiring whether she wished to visit the maritime realm. rather than tormenting himself with inner turmoil. It was far better to articulate the situation clearly. In truth, Yunlin had fallen into a misunderstanding. For Yunmeng, the most significant person was Yunlin. Otherwise, in her past life, she would not have resolutely shielded him from harm nor insisted on sharing both triumphs and tribulations with him. Moreover, she could hardly consider her current companions as friends, were it not for Yunlin's suggestion to keep their relationship concealed within the game for the time being. She would have eagerly aimed to reach level 20 to unlock the regional teleportation feature and surprise her younger brother in his area. Friends could be found anywhere, and with chaos looming on the horizon, she understood that fewer friends in tumultuous times could be advantageous. One could never tell when a friend might betray for the sake of game resources. What need was there for grievances? Little Lin, let us establish the guild there. I have yet to behold the sea myself. These past few days, hearing you speak of its beauty has stirred a longing within me. Sister, I shall come to fetch you then. Having decided to make this island their guild stronghold, it was imperative to commence construction today, for she had Lucia and 24 wraiths at her disposal for assistance. However, before that, Yunlin instructed the magical flute to continue guiding them to retrieve the rewards hidden within the village, as the rare-tiered dual blades belonging to Wu Haiju had yet to materialize. Chapter 58, Constructing the Guild. Encountering the feathered monarch, the magic flute guided her into an unassuming wooden cabin, where she unearthed an iron chest hidden beneath the bed. Yunlin forcefully pried the chest open. Heart of Murderous Intent, level 20, rare. Talent exchange, stone, grade B with the consent of the target. 1B grade or lower talent can be stored in this item, allowing another target to choose a talent or a higher grade skill to exchange with the talent within this item. Fate coin. Upon use, one may select a value from a talent skill, causing the chosen value to randomly reset, fluctuating between a decrease of 50 to an increase of 50. Each player may use it only once. Before use, consider whether Lady Luck will smile upon you. There were 2 talent exchange stones, but they held little value for Yunlin, who picked up the fate coin. The coin's 2 sides were adorned in black and gold, each intricately engraved. The gold side depicted a figure revered by many, while the black side illustrated a figure trampled by the masses. How intriguing. No wonder Lu and the others remained tight-lipped about the rewards. It turns out this was the prize. The fate coin indeed possesses the power to alter one's destiny. Should a player be fortunate, it equates to an elevation in talent. However, this is not a mere enhancement of talent grade. When the augmented talent reaches SSS grade, it will surpass other SSS talents significantly. In her previous life, Yunlin had heard other players mention the fate coin. Players with an initial luck rating below 10 had a diminished probability of receiving enhancements from the coin, even if they later improved their luck. As noted in the details of the fate coin, only those with an initial luck score of 10 would enjoy the favor of Lady Luck. Of course, one could seek out a player with the awakened Goddess of Luck profession to gain a luck buff, slightly increasing the chances of enhancing their talent with the fate coin. Summoning the game interface, Yunlin reviewed the attributes of her talents. Spell Feast, Another Me, I Am a Pirate, and Rapid Strike. Life Harvest was a professional talent she had already tested. After using the fate coin, she could not select professional talents, only those of her own. After surveying her options, her gaze settled on the active effect of the Another Me talent. The copy possessed 100 of the player's attributes. If enhanced to 150, the clone's combat prowess was unimaginable. However, she shook her head. With only a single opportunity to use the fate coin, and given her current strength, it would be wiser to reserve it for a higher level. Perhaps she could attain even more formidable talents. Stowing away her equipment, Yunlin began the construction of the guild's stronghold. Prior to this, she ventured into the sea and replaced the wraiths with colossal crab sea beasts. The Lord-class wraiths were not squandered either. She had Lucia finish them off, hastening her advancement. Subsequently, she instructed the 24 wraiths to dismantle the wooden houses in the village, transporting the timber to the hillside above the molten cave. The specters are tasked with arduous labor, while she and Lucia merely need to harness the power of their construction skills to transform the edifices into guild buildings, endowed with both offensive and defensive capabilities. In less than half an hour, a formidable wall measuring 50 meters in length and 10 meters in height, along with 8 watchtowers, was erected. Subsequently, Yunlin crafted several magical technological devices of an offensive nature and installed them within the watchtowers, thereby further bolstering the guild's defenses. Standing atop the walls, she gazed at the dark passageway within the guild, feeling an unsettling sense of insecurity. It appeared prudent to clandestinely venture to the level 20 town to acquire formation skills, as well as to expedite her ascension to a high-level enchanter. For formations to maintain their efficacy over time, players must continually expend mana or place energy-storing items within the formations, a task only high-level enchanters can undertake. As for formations capable of autonomously regenerating mana, such arrangements require the expertise of a high-level formation master to establish. After constructing several wooden cabins and a resurrection point within the guild, Yunlin did not hasten to depart. It was now past 11 o'clock in the Dragon Kingdom, and there were less than 30 minutes until the Daybreak event would commence. With the demise of the Magic Flute Pirate Guild, new monsters were set to spawn in this area, and she was uncertain whether new monster guilds would emerge. In her absence, the current guild would be utterly defenseless against the assault of level 15 monster guilds. Coincidentally, both she and Lucia were feeling famished. Yunlin took a bite of the meat and grimaced at the overpowering fishy taste. What kind of meat is this? It tastes so pungent. She noted the various ingredients in the dish, and the broth was quite savory, realizing that Lucia had not intentionally made it unpalatable, which left her somewhat perplexed. Lucia raised her hands innocently. "Master, did you not express a desire to taste the flavor of a siren's fishtail? This meat is from the Magic Flute's fishtail. I have never tasted siren's fishtail myself, so I had no idea it would be so fishy." Yunlin pursed her lips. "I believe the quality of the meat influences the taste, and as you are a female siren, the texture must differ from that of the Magic Flute." "Master," Lucia looked pitiful. "I can eat this, but could we perhaps try a different preparation method? For example," at that moment, a message from Xiaozuo arrived. "Big shot. My superior asked me to inquire if you have any extra summoning orders for sale." Yunlin shot Lucia an exasperated glance before responding to Xiaozuo. "Yes. The friendship price is 20 million each." She was not subtly refusing the official request. Rather, the summoning orders were inherently valuable. With her constant luck of 86 points, she had spent 13 hours grinding in the level 15 area and dungeons, resulting in the annihilation of a monster guild, yet she had only obtained 8 summoning orders. In her previous life, the initial auction price for summoning orders had reached a staggering 66 million. 1 point of luck was crucial in the early stages of the game, and the guild stronghold served as a vital hub, significantly reducing players' travel time between the novice village and monster areas. Yunlin believed she would not lack for funds in the future. Thus, selling the summoning orders at a lower price to the official as a gesture of goodwill seemed a worthy investment, though she would not sell them all. 20 million. Xiaozuo was taken aback by the price. Is this really the friendship price? To Little's was astonishment. The higher-ups instructed that Yunlin should purchase as many as she desired, even willingly increasing the price to a staggering 40 million for a single piece. This, of course, was a reasonable price calculated by Zhao Luyan through the laws of causality. The authorities were aware that Yunlin intended to offer a favor, yet they did not wish for this favor to be excessively grand, thus reducing the originally set price of 50 million to merely 40 million. Ultimately, Yunlin sold 2 pieces of the summon order, and within a minute, the funds were transmitted to Little Zhuo's email. Gazing at her balance, Yunlin experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. In her previous life, during the early stages of the game, she had nearly wept from poverty on several occasions. Now, however, wealth was but a string of numbers to her, and whenever she wished, she could effortlessly elevate that string to 9 or even 10 digits. "Master, do you wish to consume me?" Lucia playfully leaned in closer. "I shall first refine your flesh before indulging," Yunlin replied, raising her fist to strike at Lucia's tail. She did not exert her full strength, targeting only non-lethal areas. And as a boss, Lucia was resilient. Although she scurried away in a frenzy, her health bar remained largely intact. "Oh dear, master, spare me." After resolving their lunch, The gaming session progressed to 6 in the evening, heralding the respawn of monsters. The tranquil sea surface erupted into towering waves as monsters continuously surged onto the island. Yet among them, only a single boss awaited. Yunlin dedicated over 10 minutes to vanquishing all the invading creatures, subsequently earning another piece of the summon order. Following this, she engaged in further monster hunting and dungeon runs, replacing all 24 wraiths with Lord-level guardians to protect the guild before finally returning to the novice village to complete her quest. Upon reaching the level 8 area with her small boat, Yunlin encountered a familiar face, Yuhuang. Since the massacre from the day before yesterday, she had not seen him, and she was surprised to discover that, despite missing some attributes, he had risen to level 7 in just 2.5 days. It appeared that the Lan family had invested significantly in him. Yu Huang and his companions assumed that small boat was an NPC vessel, paying little mind as they engaged in casual chatter aboard their small craft. Brother Liang, considering the Lan family is lavishly supporting us, what do you think will happen if we fail to deliver results? One player suddenly inquired. Yu Huang's expression turned solemn, bearing little resemblance to his former exuberance. Chapter 59. The Theft of the Frenzied Blood Talent. The grudges of the Feathered Monarch resolved these past few days have been profoundly vexing for him. Following his recent failure against Yunlin, the Lan family not only refrained from retracting their previous investments, but instead escalated their financial commitments. They even conveyed to his father that he was a promising talent, leading to his return to the Liang family, where he was afforded the lavish lifestyle of a true scion of a noble house. Yet, he understood this was merely a tactic employed by the Lan family. He was being thoroughly maneuvered. The thought of the Lan family abandoning him sent a shiver down his spine. His father would forsake him, the illegitimate child, while his half-siblings would relentlessly close in, leaving him no chance of resurgence. The Feathered Monarch clenched his fists resolutely. We shall not fail. Holy Judgment is human. She must possess weaknesses. Those two might just capture Holy Judgment's attention, and with our combined efforts, we shall surely ensnare Holy Judgment. Yunlin's 2 brutal slaughters of players had made it abundantly clear that direct confrontation with Yunlin was futile. Thus, he devised a plan. He sought out the most appealing male and female avatars in the novice village and lavishly bribed them to ensure they would encounter Yunlin there. Captivating my eye, a beauty trap? How intriguing. As she stealthily approached the Feathered Monarch and his companions, Yunlin happened to overhear this conversation. Curiosity piqued. She wondered who the individuals chosen by the Feathered Monarch were, and whether they could rival her own beauty, not out of vanity, but from a place of confidence in her appearance. Even the guise of a neighborly older sister she currently donned was that of an exquisite beauty. Yunlin revealed herself, activating the domain of the Nether God and the effects of 4 luxurious special items, elevating her luck to 161 points. A masterstroke. She acquired 168 copper coins. The equipment refined iron greatsword, the special item spatial bag grade F, the skill charge, and the item life potion grade F, among others. She received 175 copper coins, and the talent Frenzy Blood grade A. Yunlin was taken aback to discover she had managed to steal the Feathered Monarch's talent. After a brief hesitation, she opted to replace Rapid Strike grade B. While Rapid Strike suited her well, it was not particularly rare and could be found again in the future. The Frenzy Blood talent, however, significantly enhanced her combat prowess. Frenzy Blood, grade A Blood's Gift, passive for every 1 decrease in health. Strength is increased by 0. 5. Bloodburst. Active consumes 50 of current health, entering a state of invincibility for the next 10 seconds, with no sensory feedback, cooldown time of 30 seconds. The Frenzy Blood talent perfectly aligned with the Berserker class. In her previous life, the Feathered Monarch had reached level 20 in the town area, relying on the flawless synergy of his talent and class to stand on equal footing with Lugu, who possessed an S-grade talent. Had it not been for the Feathered Monarch's reckless nature, which led him to offend those he ought not to have, he might have emerged as a formidable powerhouse. Yunlin intended to utilize this talent temporarily, should she encounter Rapid Strike or a talent more suited to her in the future, she would not hesitate to relinquish frenzied blood. After all, an assassin playing with low health was akin to courting death, was it not? Slaying monsters is manageable, but when facing players, the blood frenzy talent is unsuitable for her. Yunlin purely aims to obstruct the path of the Feather Emperor, in both past and present. The Feather Emperor has always been her adversary. She will not underestimate her enemy merely due to their perceived weakness, especially since the Feather Emperor is not as unhinged as in a previous life and has even learned to employ beauty as a strategy. Who knows? The Feather Emperor may thrive in this life. She cannot allow such a possibility to unfold. It is a sacred judgment. Damn it! Wasn't the sacred judgment supposed to provide her with a swift return to town? Why, then, is she present in an area for level 8? They are oblivious to the fact that Yunlin also spends time crafting teleport stones each time she returns to the novice village. Half of the journey relies on a tiny boat. After leaving the Feather Emperor and his 5 companions isolated, Yunlin swiftly facilitates their return to the novice village. You have actively killed 5 players. Moments later, upon resurrecting in the novice village, the Feather Emperor's eyes widen in shock, and he collapses backward, devoid of strength. It is over. Everything is over. After death, the bewildering effect of God's hand dissipates, and the Feather Emperor finds his talent bar utterly empty, feeling as though the sky has fallen. Sacred judgment. A raging fire ignites within his eyes as he bellows. His 4 teammates, equally indignant, condemn Yunlin. How could she, being the strongest in the entire server, not feel ashamed for robbing the weak? Damn, all my perfect equipment is gone. Meanwhile, Yunlin, having stowed away the tiny boat and exited combat mode, employs a teleport stone to return to the novice village with Lucia. Oh! As she hopes to encounter those 2 beauties, she refrains from teleporting directly to Wu Haiju's shop. Passing by the resurrection point, she notices the Feather Emperor slumped on the ground, his eyes devoid of life. Sensing that this fellow seems almost lifeless, she decides to lend a hand. Thus, she kills the Feather Emperor once more, reducing him to level 0. The Feather Emperor glares furiously at Yunlin. You, what about me? Yunlin strikes with a blade, severing him from his head. How dare you treat me this way? Initially, the Feather Emperor intends to confront Yunlin, but as he recalls his own actions, his voice diminishes. Yunlin scoffs coldly, choosing not to waste any more time, and turns to leave. Sacred judgment. It is your fault that I perished. I have lost my talents. The Lan family. The Lan family will surely not spare me. Isn't this a consequence of your own making? Yunlin continues on her path without pause. Just then, Brother L and his 5 companions pass by the resurrection point, overhearing the Feather Emperor's words. Their expressions shift drastically as they anxiously glance at Yunlin, but upon realizing she pays them no mind, they breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to Brother L and his companions, Yunlin has already utilized God's hand on Brother L 10 times and has stolen his talent, although she chooses to return it. To her, Brother L and his group merely offended her. There is no deep-seated grudge, and thus, there is no need to strip Brother L of his talent. However, she will still extract a bit of interest from them in future encounters. Upon entering Wu Haiju's shop, Yunlin retrieves the Killing Heart Twin Blades, completing the quest and receiving the special item, Black Robe, and the skill, Retreat and Scathe. Black Robe, B-level Knight Integration, passive stealth level 2. Invisible upon activation. Enter a stealth state lasting up to 20 seconds. Picking up items and taking damage will not exit stealth. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown period of 10 minutes. Intermediate skill Retreat has been learned. Skill Retreat has been changed to No Retreat. No Retreat. Passive, when the player's damage to a target exceeds 50 of the target's maximum health. The target's movement-based talents and skills are sealed. Active, when the player's health drops below 50 or when controlled. The player can select one target within sight to swap positions and states, including current health and mana percentage, buffs, debuffs, and control effects. Consumes 10 mana points. Cooldown period of 5 seconds. This skill, a fusion of counterkill and defensive measures, truly befitting an intermediate skill. while Yunlin was chatting with Wu Haizhu. A message arrived from Xiaozhua. Big Shot, I heard you returned to the newbie village. Can I come play with you? I'm chatting with Sister Haizhu. Should be here for another 10 minutes. From now on, Yunlin would not frequently return to the newbie village. Wu Haizhu was the NPC she had interacted with the most across 2 lives, so she planned to spend more time conversing with her, allowing herself to rest as well. Not long after, Xiaozhua, accompanied by a male and a female player, entered the shop. Noticing Yunlin glance at the other 2 players, Xiaozhua introduced. Big Shot, these 2 are your fans. They knew you returned to the newbie village and asked me to bring them to meet you. Yunlin smiled faintly, but her words were icy and piercing. You both are indeed good-looking, but regrettably, you do not catch my eye. With her high agility and keen senses, she had already determined upon their entrance that these 2 were sent by Yu Huang. The expressions of the 2 players changed, but they understood the necessity of maintaining their facade. Otherwise, they would surely be reduced to level 0 by Yunlin, potentially losing their talents and skills. Saint Judgment, what you said, Before they could explain, Yunlin transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing behind them in the blink of an eye, and their heads were severed by her dual blades of death. 2362, 2343. You have actively killed 19 players, sacrificing 7 points of spirit. After the 2 players dissipated into data code, Xiaozhua finally came to his senses. Big Shot, this. Chapter 60 Xiaolin has now transformed into a girl, someone you can embrace. We shall discuss this later. Yunlin made a grand entrance with her opulent cloak, instantaneously teleporting to the resurrection point, dispatching the 2 players back to level 0, rendering them destitute. Upon returning to the shop, she relayed the scheming of Yu Huang to Xiaozhua. These individuals are utterly despicable, always plotting against the esteemed ones. Xiaozhua pouted indignantly. At that moment, Lucia interjected. Xiao, what about the golden set I gifted you? Why haven't you donned it? Do you not fancy it? Xiao beamed as she retrieved the luxurious outfit, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure. Of course I like it. This is the same style as the esteemed 1S. However, I must not let anyone discover that I am an admirer, or I might lose my current position. After chatting with Xiao and Wu Haizhu for a brief period, Yunlin utilized the base teleportation scroll to transport herself and Lucia back to the guild base located in the level 15 area, resuming their monster hunting and dungeon clearing endeavors. As evening approached in Longhua at 6 o'clock, both players ascended to level 12, yet they were in no hurry to log off. Instead, they busied themselves preparing dinner at the guild base. The ingredients were quite substantial, and the confines of reality felt too cramped for them to maneuver freely. The dishes prepared by the chef counted as items, and consuming certain meals could restore health or mana. Even the ordinary dishes could be stored in the space ring to be taken back to reality. Yunlin and Lucia had both acquired the culinary skill, and within less than half an hour, they had prepared 8 dishes and 2 soups. Before logging off, Yunlin sent a message to her sister. Sister, you can come up for dinner now. No more than 2 minutes after returning to reality, there was a knock at the door. Until that moment, Yunlin had felt relatively calm, but now a wave of anxiety washed over her. Upon opening the door and seeing her sister's gentle expression, she felt her eyes and nose prickling with emotion. Sister, Yunming closed the door softly, rising slightly on her toes to pat her younger sister's head. At that moment, Yunlin could no longer contain herself and leaped into her sister's embrace. Sister, I have missed you so much. Memories from her past life flickered in her mind like slides. Battling monsters together, the joy of acquiring suitable equipment for their respective classes, the warmth of their shared lives, and the poignant moments of protecting one another and feeling the pangs of injury. And finally, the despair of witnessing her sister closing her eyes forever in her arms. Yet, Yunlin held back her tears, unwilling to let her sister sense anything amiss. She had already lost her composure once. Should she cry again, her sister, knowing her well, might connect the dots with recent events and uncover the truth. The burden of hatred was hers alone to bear, and the quest for vengeance would commence tonight. Yunlin emerged from her sister's embrace, firmly grasping her hand as they made their way to the dining table. "Sister, come and taste my culinary skills." As she gazed at her sister's back, Yunming felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity wash over her once more. Perhaps Xiaolin has matured significantly over these past 6 months. Lucia, beaming with delight, helped Yunming pull out a chair from under the dining table. "Sister, although we have met before, allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Lucia, and I am a master's pet." "Hello, Lucia." Yunming extended her hand and shook hands with Lucia. After dinner, the two sisters sat on the sofa chatting, while Lucia took on the role of a helper and went to wash the dishes. "Xiaolin, have you felt any discomfort since you became a girl?" "No, everything is normal, though I'm still somewhat unaccustomed to my female body." Yunlin gazed at her sister, and after feeling the warmth of her sister's embrace once more, she wished to be held by her forever. In their past lives, they were siblings, and after entering high school, their bond had become less intimate than it was in childhood. Following the arrival of the game, each embrace signified that one of them had sustained serious injury. It was not that she harbored any unusual thoughts. In her childhood, she regarded her sister as a mother figure, cherishing the maternal love conveyed through her sister's embrace. Now that she had matured, she recognized her sister as just that, her sister, but she still yearned for the warmth that comes from familial love. In her previous life, as a boy, she felt satisfied with a mere pat on the head or shoulder from her sister. Now, as a girl, she believed she should be able to seek more warmth from her sister. Yunming understood her sister's thoughts and smiled gently. Xiaolin is now a girl and can embrace her sister. Chapter 61. The tender embrace of Sister Yunlin lay blushing in her sister's arms, greedily absorbing the warmth that enveloped her. How delightful! Half an hour later, the sisters, accompanied by Lucia, delved into the gaming world, slaying monsters and leveling up, only to wash up and prepare for rest past 11 o'clock at night. "Sister, may I sleep with you tonight?" Yunming inquired hesitantly, a sense of unfamiliarity emanating from her younger sister stirring unease within her. She feared that the distance between them might grow, unbeknownst to her. This unfamiliarity stemmed from the fact that Yunlin was a visitor from 5 years in the future. The concept of rebirth was far more fantastical than the arrival of a game, and such a phenomenon was, in fact, quite normal. Of course, Yunlin did not refuse. She had already come to terms with her new identity as a girl, and her longing for her sister's warmth rendered her acceptance effortless. Moreover, she had shared a bed with Lucia for 3 days. Rejecting her sister's offer would surely lead to disappointment. It would not be too late to seek vengeance after her sister fell asleep. Yunlin devised a plan to utilize her shadow stealth ability to transform into a shadow, then hitch a ride on the high-speed train from Xingqing to Iching, a journey of merely an hour and a half. In her previous life, she had conducted thorough investigations into the Fong Ming group and the Fong family, hoping for the day she could avenge her sister. Even though the surface area of Blue Star had expanded 100-fold following its transformation into a game, she remained confident in pinpointing the current location of the Fong family estate. Eliminating Fong Qiming and Fong Liang would take but an instant, and she could return home before dawn. Yunming smiled brightly. "I'll head downstairs to take a shower first." "MHM." Once Yunming departed, Lucia approached. "Master, where shall I sleep tonight?" Observing the sisters' camaraderie, she surmised that they would share a bed every night henceforth. Yunlin cast a sidelong glance at Lucia. "You can sleep on the floor or return to your pet space. Tomorrow, I'll widen the bed for you to join us." At her words, Lucia's lips curved into a smile. "I knew Master wouldn't leave me all alone." "All right, hurry and freshen up. Let us avoid any mishaps today." "Understood." When Yunlin emerged from her shower, Yunming had returned, dressed in her pajamas. Initially, Yunming had contemplated renting a 2-bedroom apartment so that they could reside together without the hassle of constant movement. However, she worried that moving could expose her sister's identity, attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Thus, she opted for a 1-bedroom unit. Gazing at her sister clad in lace pajamas, delicately drying her hair, Yunming was momentarily entranced. The sight of her sister, resembling a breathtaking beauty emerging from a bath, left her heart racing, despite knowing that this enchanting figure was her own sibling. "Sister? Sister?" Yunlin waved her little hand, pulling Yunming back from a reverie. "Little Lin, allow me to help you dry your hair. Yunming suggested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That would be wonderful, sister. Yunlin beamed, wrapping her arms around her sister's, nuzzling her small face against her sister's delicate shoulder, reminiscent of an adorably needy kitten. After an embrace that lasted for half an hour, she fully embraced her identity as a younger sister, without a trace of longing to revert back to being a boy. She discerned no benefits in returning to her former self, especially since it would preclude her from being held by her sister. Why would she wish to change back? Many endeavors are challenging at their inception, yet once she accepted her new role as a sister, her transformation in demeanor and behavior came naturally. In truth, Yunlin was merely reverting to the manner of interaction she shared with her sister during their childhood. Of course, she would only display her endearing side in front of her sister. Her demeanor with others remained unchanged. As the sisters basked in their warmth, Lucia's untimely snoring interrupted the moment. Let us also retire for the night. Yunming gently stroked her sister's little head. All right. The sisters embraced and fell asleep, with Yunlin feeling the comforting warmth of her sister's embrace, a sensation that brought her immense peace. Once her sister's breathing became steady, she transformed into a shadow and departed for the high-speed train station. Today, having attained level 12, she could bring her accompanying weapon back to reality. With the enhancement of the Death's twin blades, Yunlin's agility soared to an impressive 660 points, translating into a maximum movement speed of 478. The shadow, created by infiltrating shadows, bore no mass, allowing her to move without depleting her stamina, achieving a maximum speed that was essentially her permanent speed, reaching a staggering 170 kilometers per hour. In just over 20 minutes, she arrived at the high-speed train station, waiting for a little over 10 minutes before boarding the train to E-City. As times evolved, so too did the vibrancy of nightlife. By 2030, Longhua had initiated late-night high-speed train services, with speeds surpassing 400 kilometers per hour. After more than 2 hours at the Fong family manor, Fong Qiming gazed at the night sky, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, the ashtray before him overflowing with butts. Since discovering that the intricate web of relationships he had maintained for years had collapsed, he had remained in his study, pondering which of his actions had provoked the authorities, and discreetly inquiring about prior connections. It was only tonight that Fong Qiming received a response, one he deemed the most improbable: buying black market streams, Saint's judgment. Initially, he found the revelation absurd, merely a game. However, as he connected this incident with the recent significant actions taken by the authorities and delved deeper into thought, a wave of perspiration enveloped him. Was Dawn's awakening truly just a virtual reality game? At that moment, Fong Liang returned home after a night of revelry, mumbling to himself as he entered the villa, "What a bore! None of those gentle and refined types can compare to Saint's judgment." Upon noticing the light in the study, he hurried there, knowing his uncle was still awake. "Uncle, is there still no news about Saint's judgment?" Before he could finish his crude remarks, a figure clad in black robes suddenly appeared before him. In an instant, a glint of cold steel flashed within the room, a short blade slicing across his neck, followed by another piercing his heart. With dual fatal wounds, Fong Liang succumbed instantly, his lifeless body vanishing into thin air. Just as he was about to reprimand his nephew, Fong Qiming was rendered utterly bewildered by this shocking scene. As Fong Qiming uttered but a single syllable, the figure cloaked in black flickered, and simultaneously, he felt excruciating pain in his neck and heart, followed by a sudden darkness that enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Like Fong Liang, his corpse also vanished. The figure in black was none other than Yunlin, who had come seeking vengeance. The body was secured within a spatial bag. She had arrived over 10 minutes prior, meticulously inspecting every corner of the study to ensure the absence of surveillance before taking action. Had there been cameras, complications would have ensued. Aware of the myriad investigative techniques employed by the authorities, Yunlin meticulously cleaned the splattered blood and set several bookshelves ablaze, transforming the study into a raging inferno, thereby obscuring the incident as a mere unsolved mystery. Subsequently, she melded into the shadows of the night and departed from the Fong family estate. This was merely the initial step in her quest for revenge. Once the blue star transitioned into a gamified state, she would address the remaining members of the Fong family. If she were to eradicate the entire Fong clan in one silent night, suspicion would inevitably fall upon her. However, the murder of two individuals would hardly constitute a major case, likely remaining beneath the notice of higher authorities. Regarding the bodies of Fong Qiming and his nephew, Yunlin found a secure location to log into the game, discarding the bodies into the maw of a sea beast. Items from the real world could also be transported into the game through spatial artifacts, such as spatial rings and bags. As she journeyed back to Star City, Yunlin reflected on the assassination, acknowledging its numerous flaws, yet she felt no regret. Allowing the Fong Ming group to ascend to the pinnacle of power as in her previous life would render any future actions futile, as the authorities would surely intervene. Once Blue Star became fully gamified, she would no longer fear the officials, yet there was no need to sour relations. By dawn, shortly after 5 o'clock, Yunlin returned home. At that moment, both Yunming and Lucia had already risen, observing her sister bustling about in the kitchen. The icy demeanor that lingered on Yunlin's face melted away completely as she dashed into the kitchen and playfully embraced her sister. "It smells so good. How did you know I crave tomato and egg noodles today?" Meanwhile, the authorities had cordoned off the villa within the Fong family estate. Chapter 62. The aftermath of the Fong family. Hidden side quest. As Yunlin made her move, it was already past 3 in the morning. The majority of the Fong family members and servants had long since retired for the night, and it was inconceivable that a smoke detector was installed in the study. Moreover, the construction materials used in the Fong villa possessed excellent fire resistance. By the time anyone detected the fire, the study had already transformed into a charred ruin, devoid of any clues. Furthermore, the villa was solely inhabited by members of the Fong family, and there were no surveillance cameras within the premises. "Captain, we found no footprints in the villa other than those of the Fong family and the servants. It is plausible that the perpetrator is an acquaintance. However, the whereabouts of Fong Qiming and Fong Liang remain a mystery, as the surveillance in the estate failed to capture either of them or the assailant," reported the lead investigator, who was privy to certain truths regarding the dawn of Daybreak. He scrutinized the surveillance footage from the time of the incident and inquired, "Did you observe any fluctuations in the footage while reviewing it?" "No, everything appeared normal," came the reply. The captain was aware that players releasing skills in reality could disrupt the magnetic field, thus affecting the surveillance footage. However, he was unaware that if the distance was considerable, the footage would remain unaffected, and the prolonged use of skills would have little impact on the magnetic field. "Go and inquire among the Fong family members if there are any hidden chambers or passages within the villa." Yet, how could the Fong family divulge the existence of secret rooms and passages? After all, they concealed numerous unsavory secrets. Furthermore, Fong Qiming's 2 brothers and other relatives exhibited little concern over his demise. With his death, such a vast fortune would undoubtedly fall into their hands. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have reasonable grounds to suspect your involvement. Please accompany me to the station for questioning." The captain, having solved countless major and minor cases, sensed from the Fong family's reactions that delving deeper into this case could unearth even more significant revelations. "On what basis? We did not commit this act. Why are you apprehending us instead of pursuing the actual culprit?" "This is utterly nonsensical," protested the members of the Fong family, none of whom were willing to cooperate. Ultimately, only 2 elderly individuals remained unapprehended. Shortly thereafter, a search warrant was issued, exposing the darkness concealed within the hidden chambers of the Fong family to the light of day. The disappearance of Fong Qiming and his nephew became a mystery, leading many to speculate that Fong Qiming was merely executing a clever ruse. Meanwhile, Yunlin, the architect of this chaos, was engaged in monster slaying within the game. She never anticipated that her actions against Fong Qiming and Fong Liang would lead to the downfall of the Fong family. Even if she were to learn of the consequences later, it would evoke no emotional turmoil within her. On this day, Yunlin and Lucia ventured into the level 17 area to slay monsters and clear dungeons, targeting high-level Lord-class wraiths. They encountered a dungeon known as Forest Lake, but alas, this time they did not acquire the spring of life that could elevate their talents. Dungeons do not possess exclusivity. In her previous life, Yunlin had encountered 2 adjacent dungeons with identical names, environments, and monsters, yet the resources yielded were not necessarily the same. During their escapades, she once again encountered a creature endowed with the rapid punch talent, decisively discarding the blood frenzy talent. The rapid punch talent proved to be far more comfortable to wield. As for the original possessor of the blood frenzy talent, Yu Huang, his current predicament was precisely as he had surmised. Despite Yu Huang's fervent attempts to conceal the theft of his talent, the other players were not oblivious. Noticing his continuous lack of skill usage, his former subordinate inquired about the situation. The term former subordinate is apt, for this individual had progressed significantly and reported Yu Huang's anomalies to the Lan family, speculating that his talent might have been pilfered by the Holy Judgment. Consequently, this subordinate usurped Yu Huang's position. In the real world, Yu Huang faced his own trials. He had been expelled from his home by Liang Fu, and his half-siblings relentlessly pressed him. He and his mother were no longer even afforded the privilege of residing in their previous house, forced instead to spend the night beneath an overpass. Holy Judgment. Time is a fickle mistress. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Once I reclaim my standing, you shall pay dearly for your transgressions. At that moment, a passerby overheard Yu Huang's words and scoffed derisively. The continuation of the phrase, do not underestimate the impoverished youth, is, do not underestimate the impoverished middle-aged, followed by, do not underestimate the impoverished elderly. In the face of death, the deceased hold the greater significance, the tears of tomb raiders. Young man, it would be wise to secure a stable job soon, lest you find yourself unable to afford even a grave or a coffin in your old age. Yu Huang's face flushed with rage, turning a deep shade of purple. As the clock struck past midnight in the Dragon Kingdom, Yunlin vanquished the monsters near the guild stronghold, logged off with Lucia, and shared a meal with his sister, only to repeat the morning's routine in the afternoon. Fortunately, with Lucia's company, he found the experience far from tedious. Master, I feel as though I am on the brink of advancement, yet something holds me back. Could it be a flaw in my physique? After defeating a Lord-level wraith, Lucia suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation. Do not fret, you are merely at level 12, likely not having met the requirements for the next tier. Are there any higher-tier lords in the level 17 area? Yunlin was aware that mid-tier lords would only emerge at level 20, yet he refrained from stating it outright. Lucia, somewhat disheartened, lamented, leveling up takes so long. When will I finally have legs? Do not rush, that day is not far off. Yunlin recalled that once a siren advanced to a high-tier lord or reached level 50, she would gain the ability to transform into a legged form. When that time comes, I shall allow you to showcase your newfound form. Lucia chuckled mischievously. Yunlin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Who would desire to admire your form? I can manage quite well on my own. The two exchanged playful banter as they approached the dungeon. This sensation, I have not felt it in a day. Ever since she had encountered the azure crystal at the Magic Flute Pirate Guild the previous day, Yunlin had experienced a streak of bad luck, encountering not even a single ordinary treasure. Without hesitation, she led Lucia and the Wraith into the dungeon. As the disorienting effects of the teleportation subsided, Yunlin beheld an endless expanse of black ocean. Entering Hidden Dungeon, Sea of Silence, normal level. A hidden dungeon. It appears all my luck had been reserved for this moment. The locations of hidden dungeons lack predictability, and they vanish upon completion. Even if not cleared, the monsters will be swept away when they respawn. Furthermore, hidden dungeons are unique in nature. Correspondingly, they yield precious game resources and are sure to produce treasures. The Sea of Silence. Yunlin had never heard of this hidden dungeon in her previous life, and she found herself curious about the treasures it might hold. Could it possibly be the awakening stone of the necromancer? The necromancer manipulates corporeal undead, while the death mage governs incorporeal souls. In her past life, she had heard whispers that the hidden dungeon of the Land of Silence yielded the awakening stone for the hidden class of the necromancer. The mere difference of one character in their names sparked her imagination. As for the awakening stone of the necromancer, she was uncertain who it would be suitable for. and she certainly did not wish for a hidden class awakening stone to come her way. Although Yunlin was planning to develop a guild in the future, her recruitment of players was merely to meet the upgrade requirements of the guild, rather than to cultivate her own power. In the next moment, dungeon monsters appeared, which brought her a sense of relief. Ninka Tribe, Poison Ink Octopus Level 17. The Poison Ink Octopus was pitch black. If one did not observe closely, they might mistake it for a denizen of the Black Continent. Unlike other octopuses, its bodily structure was more human-like, devoid of tentacles. Yet its skin was riddled with pockmarked suckers, occasionally oozing ink. Both Yunlin and Lucia were covered in goosebumps, their sanity levels skyrocketing. Master, could it be that the waters of this sea are composed entirely of their ink? Lucia could not help but swallow hard. It should be. The innate ability of the poison ink octopus was toxic ink, causing the ink it secreted and the ink produced by its skills to possess permanent toxicity. Any target tainted by their ink would suffer poison damage amounting to 5 of their intelligence per second. With the poison ink octopus at level 17 possessing an intelligence of 380 points, this translated to 19 points of poison damage. No wonder this dungeon was named the Sea of Silence. Neither flora nor fauna could withstand such potent toxicity. Ha ha ha! So, it is merely a cowardly human and a sea witch. If you dare not enter our territory, you might as well scram. The poison ink octopuses emerged one after another, but they only dared to spew insults from within the inky waters as Yunlin stood behind her 14 Lord-level wraiths. All at level 17. Yunlin raised an eyebrow slightly. Am I giving you face? She simply wished to avoid bathing in the saliva of other beings. It was not that she could not conquer the Sea of Silence dungeon. Suddenly, the gleaming golden aura from her luxurious 4-piece set surged forth, her luck skyrocketing to 160 points, and she promptly activated her Spell Frenzy talent, having the cooldown of all skills used within the next 10 seconds. She unleashed her God's Hand skill relentlessly upon the throng of poison ink octopuses. The reason the poison ink octopuses could thrive in the ink-laden sea was not due to their immunity to poison, but because they possessed a passive skill that mitigated some poison damage. Poison resistance. Passive reduces poison damage by 20 points, acquiring the poison resistance skill. Theft fail, acquiring the ink blob skill. Each time she successfully stole poison resistance, Yunlin would switch targets. Those poison ink octopuses, stripped of their skills, instantly turned a deep purple-black, their pockmarked skin becoming even more pronounced, causing her and Lucia to shed goosebumps in abundance. Ah! You thieving wretch! May you meet a wretched fate. Quickly restore our skills. The poisoned octopus men, unable to mitigate their toxic injuries, were forced ashore. Fully aware of their grim fate, they ceased to fear the Lord-level wraith behind Yunlin and launched an onslaught against her. Meanwhile, the octopus men yet to be ambushed retreated into the depths of the sea, too apprehensive to surface again. Yunlin deftly evaded the incoming attacks, dispatching the octopus men with ease, 2 swift strikes for each. Defeating a hidden dungeon monster at level 5 grants an additional 450 experience, 250-200, contributing 2 points of spirit. The experience gained from slaying hidden dungeon monsters is twice that of ordinary dungeons of the same level and difficulty, and the completion experience mirrors this. Yunlin surveyed the vast expanse of ink sea. Remaining in the ink would cost her 19 health points per second. Ordinary players lacked God's Hand, and even if they were fortunate enough to slay a few octopus men, they might not acquire the toxin resistance skill. The ink sea could not be too deep, otherwise ordinary players would have no chance of clearing it. With this in mind, she commanded her 14 Lord-level wraiths to enter the ink sea and attack at will. As she anticipated, the maximum depth the wraiths could reach was merely 5 meters. Entering the sea, that was out of the question for her. She would just have to forego some attribute harvesting. After all, she had no desire to immerse herself in ink. The low, mournful howls of the wraiths resonated with the anguished cries of the octopus men. On the shore, Yunlin and Lucia leisurely set up a barbecue, grilling authentic squid tentacles and cuttlefish. The octopus was unpalatable, so they resorted to its relatives to provoke the octopus men, achieving a similar psychological torment. In less than 5 minutes, a multitude of poisoned octopus men gathered, initiating a group counterattack against the Lord-level wraiths. Lucia took a bite of the squid, her face alight with satisfaction. "Master, let us hunt more squid monsters in the future." "That depends on luck," Yunlin replied, putting down the grilled squid and maneuvering her 14 Lord-level wraiths closer to the shore. Suddenly, a burst of ink shot toward her. She tilted her body slightly, evading the attack. "Human, do you truly wish to oppose my kin?" An ancient voice emerged from the ink sea. With a splash, Lucia unleashed the tidal wave skill. The clear wave, upon contact with the ink sea, turned black, yet its effectiveness remained unchanged. The wave propelled the octopus men hidden in the ink sea into view, revealing the dungeon's boss. The wraiths were immune to force control, but not to knockbacks or slow effects. "Lucia, control me." "Certainly." Once ensnared, Yunlin activated the no-retreat skill, swapping positions with the octopus boss, and instantaneously employed the shadow dive, talent to transform into a shadow, avoiding the ink entirely. In the game, she enjoyed the effects of Golden Chelsea, enhancing her movement speed by 40, reaching a terrifying maximum speed of 669. In less than a second, she returned to the shore, while the octopus boss was already restrained by Lucia. Yunlin unleashed Shadowstorm, swiftly closing the distance to the octopus boss. The realm of the god of the Underworld unfolds, preventing the adversary from fleeing, followed by the invocation of the skill God's Grasp. Acquired the skill Toxin Resistance. Acquired the skill Waterblade. Theft unsuccessful. The skill God's Grasp has been upgraded to level 2. Chapter 63. A significant step ahead of other players, the poison abnormality level increases. At last, it has reached level 2. Yunlin felt a surge of joy within her. Although the skills modified by divine power do not display their grade, one can infer their rank through the effects of the skills. The passive ability, God's Hand, grants immunity to all theft skills below the divine tier, clearly indicating its divine nature. As the skill grade increases, so too does the proficiency required for leveling up. Therefore, whenever she encounters a monster, she employs God's Hand and casually uses it on Lucia and the Wraith, leading to Lucia's salted cloth strips vanishing frequently. Casting aside the octopus boss, Yunlin summoned the game interface to examine the upgraded effects of God's Hand. Once within her domain, escape was nearly impossible, particularly for smaller targets. God's Hand, level 2 passive. Active. Randomly steals equipment, items, and money from the target in their backpack. Each use guarantees a minimum of 20 of the target's money, with a high probability of simultaneously stealing 2 pieces of equipment or items. A lower probability of stealing 3 or more, and a very small chance of acquiring the target's skills or talents. The same target can be stolen from a maximum of 15 times, resetting after 1 natural day. Consumes 1 point of mana, cooldown time of 0. 45 seconds. Aside from numerical changes, Yunlin also noticed a golden hand icon appearing beside the octopus boss's identifier, along with the notation 1515. Without needing to ponder further, she understood this to indicate the number of thefts possible from the target. Truly, it is a divine skill, and leveling up just once has augmented its power so significantly. Yunlin felt a newfound clarity coursing through her. The unfortunate octopus boss was once again met with God's Hand, clearing out its original array of over 10 skills, leaving only its attributes, talents, and exclusive boss skills on the attribute panel. Had it not been for Poison Ink being a racial talent, it would have faced dire consequences. Ah, curse human thief. The octopus boss seethed with impotent rage, spewing a torrent of ink from its mouth and suckers. Yet its sensory limitations rendered it incapable of hitting Yunlin with even the ink. The ensuing battle was one of overwhelming dominance. Yunlin activated the Shadow of the Underworld skill, conjuring 2 phantoms, and unleashed an onslaught of skills. Carnage. -10395. -10395. -10395. Underworld Poison and Injury Upon Injury were released simultaneously. -2126. -150. Poisoned. -125. Bleeding. -4320. -375. Bleeding. Were it not for injury upon injury, allowing a maximum of 3 layers of bleeding, Yunlin could have stacked 9 layers through her 2 phantoms. However, the abnormal damage was merely an embellishment, as the primary source of damage remained her skills. The octopus boss possessed 500,000 health points, yet could not withstand such tremendous damage. Within a minute, its health bar was completely depleted. Upon defeating a hidden dungeon's Lord-level monster at level 5, an extraordinary bonus of 150 experience points was bestowed, comprising 250 plus an additional 900. Currently, I stand at level 12 with 86 progress, having sacrificed 8 points of spirit. However, upon vanquishing the boss, no notification of dungeon completion materialized. This dungeon undoubtedly presents a challenge. I can only imagine the time and potions a typical level 17 party would expend to conquer it, likely depleting their resources entirely, necessitating the presence of formidable allies. Unperturbed, Yunlin refrained from hastily dispatching the octopus minions and instead retrieved a spear to pry open the corpse of the octopus boss, eager to inspect the spoils. Among the loot, she found toxin pill escrade. Consuming it enhances physical constitution, increasing poison resistance and toxicity levels by 1. Additionally, there were 3 pieces of commendable quality equipment at level 17 and several miscellaneous items. There were no skill books, as Yunlin had already pilfered all the skills the octopus boss could drop. She picked up the 3 toxin pills, resembling a traditional herbal remedy. The rewards from hidden dungeons are indeed bountiful. The initial levels for both abnormality and resistance are set at 0. For every level the abnormality exceeds the target's resistance, it boosts damage and duration by 20, and vice versa. As a member of the assassin class, God of the Underworld would eventually acquire numerous poison-related skills, and the toxin pill would significantly elevate her poison resistance. Goodness, Master, you can actually stomach such foul concoctions? Lucia approached, immediately detecting the acrid odor of the toxin pill with evident distaste. Shall I procure some mermaid milk to dilute this wretched smell? Yunlin twitched her lips. The audacious sea nymph was becoming increasingly bold. Mermaids are merely a type of sea nymph, after all. It goes without saying that Lucia wouldn't know where to find mermaid milk now. No need, are you truly not interested, Master? Mermaid milk has a sweet and sour flavor that would surely mask this putrid odor. 3 minutes later, Yunlin wiped away the lingering white residue at the corner of her mouth. Don't misunderstand. The instant food and snacks I previously purchased are stored in spatial ring, including yogurt. Lucia pouted, gazing at Yunlin with a sorrowful expression. Do you truly find me repulsive, Master? You'd rather consume industrial milk from your world than are you asking for another slap? Yunlin raised her eyes. What? Am I going to be struck again? Lucia's face lit up with delight and anticipation. Yunlin dismissed Lucia's antics and allowed a specter of the sea beast to carry her as she ventured into the inky waters to eliminate the remaining minions. Upon achieving level 5, one can slay hidden dungeon monsters to earn an additional 450 experience points. Moreover, upon successfully completing a normal level hidden dungeon at level 5, one is rewarded with an extra 300 experience points. Current level, 12, 97, 65. Transitioning from slaying monsters at level 3 to level 5 has significantly accelerated Yunlin's leveling efficiency. She believes that by the end of today, she will surpass halfway to level 13, and by level 15, she shall venture into the level 20 zone, where dungeons unlock greater challenges and mid-tier bosses await. She estimates that she can reach level 20 in less than 10 days. She instructed the Spectre to scour the ink sea, which resulted in the discovery of 2 treasures. The first, the Toxic Resistance Kelp, Grade A, grants the consumer an elevation of 1 level in poison resistance, with each player permitted to consume this particular treasure no more than twice. The second treasure similarly enhances the poison anomaly level by 1, also limited to a maximum of 2 consumptions. Current poison anomaly level 4, current poison resistance level 4. Subsequently, Yunlin exited the dungeon, re-entering the embrace of the ocean. The energy vortex that served as the dungeon entrance vanished in the blink of an eye. Master, Lucia began, but Yunlin immediately discerned the siren's intent to speak. I have no interest in drinking. Please refrain from bothering me. Lucia was momentarily taken aback. Humph. Others crave what they cannot have. If you refuse to drink, you may find it unavailable in the future. Yunlin, somewhat irritated, playfully smacked Lucia on the head. Put aside your complaints. An opportunity to elevate your innate talent has presented itself. A female siren boss approached them. Ever since acquiring the talent exchange stone yesterday, Yunlin had contemplated assisting Lucia in advancing her talent. The talent exchange stone does not restrict its application to racial talents. Yet she understood that only talents of the same name could be exchanged. Otherwise, the stone would be rendered useless and the stored talent would revert to the target. Throughout her journey, she had encountered numerous siren bosses and elite monsters possessing the C-grade talent of siren song. But utilizing the talent exchange stone to convert to a C-grade talent would be an extravagant waste, given that it is effective only for B-grade talents. As for the requirement of the target's consent to use the talent exchange stone, that posed no significant challenge. Chapter 64. Dragon God Ingqin, Gun God Yanqing. Angel God in less than a minute. The female sea monster boss, bruised and battered, was pinned against the coral reef at the ocean's depths by Lucia. Will you agree to exchange talents with me? Lucia's demeanor was nothing short of arrogant, her hands relentlessly twisting the flesh at the sea monster's waist. Reminiscent of the infamous Rome Mama, the female sea monster boss glared at Lucia with indignation. I will never bow to a traitor of my kind. If you have the guts, just kill me. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would never have sought amusement in this manner. Yunlin remained silent, merely delivering a gentle strike each time the sea monster's health recovered to 2,000 points, denying her any chance for respite. 5 minutes later, the female sea monster boss's face contorted in agony. If I agree, will you let me die swiftly? I do not slay those who have served their purpose. Yunlin replied, in return for your sacrifice, I shall protect you. As long as you perform well, I will help you find a worthy master and assist you in leveling up, even granting opportunities for your talents to advance. Although Yunlin was not a cruel person, she felt a fleeting pang of compassion at the sight of the sea monster's suffering. The creatures in Dawn of Daybreak were imbued with life and spirit. She had never engaged in the wanton slaughter of monsters. Yet, she had made an exception this time, wishing to spare the female sea monster boss's life. If her sister was unwilling to contract the sea monster, perhaps little Zwo could take her in. If all else failed, they could keep the sea monster at the guild's island base. Indeed, the boss could not leave her territory, but this limitation was not insurmountable. External forces could break it. But I do not want to be a traitor. The female sea monster boss gritted her teeth, her resolve wavering. Suddenly, Lucia transformed into a confidant, embracing the sea monster. Sister, what could possibly be more important than living? Moreover, with Lucia's persuasion, the psychological defenses of the female sea monster boss crumbled entirely, and she consented to the talent exchange. Yunlin kept her word, leading the sea monster onto the little ship, forcibly escaping the territorial restrictions and placing the sea monster outside the guild's stronghold, should the boss refuse to heed her advice and attack the guild's base. Yunlin would return at once. Sister, if you find yourself bored, feel free to explore the nearby waters, but I hope you will not squander your master's goodwill. Lucia embraced the sea monster once more, weaving a web of persuasion that left the sea monster bewildered. In truth, there was sincerity in her words. If she could improve her relationship with the sea monster, it might blossom into something more. Having soothed the sea monster, Yunlin employed the teleportation stone, taking Lucia to the level 18 area for further advancement. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, the official announcement heralded the arrival of the third destined one, the Dragon God Ingqin. Upon awakening to the Dragon God class, Ingqin was bestowed with a companion dragon, which had now grown to over 10 meters as he reached level 10. As the companion dragon was not classified as a pet, it could not enter the pet space, and many skills of the Dragon God required collaboration with the dragon, making it impossible to conceal. He was swayed by the officials' promises and formally joined the organization, becoming the leader of the Dragon Group. The Dragon Group is a newly established department composed of players endowed with extraordinary talents or awakened hidden professions, representing the pinnacle of the official forces. Yanqing. You have been part of the dragon group for several days now. Why not aspire to become the leader or deputy leader? Qin inquired, gazing curiously at the cold woman before him, who was diligently polishing her spear. He was genuinely intrigued that Qin, despite awakening a rare hidden profession, seemed indifferent to the pursuit of power and content with merely being a member. It's too much trouble, Qin replied without raising her head, continuing to caress the spear. What a peculiar individual. If she finds it troublesome, why join the official organization at all? This time, Qin did not ignore Qin. She lifted her head, revealing her strikingly beautiful yet frosty visage. I have no one to protect anymore, and I do not wish to squander my strength. So I choose to safeguard all the people of Long Kingdom. Qin was taken aback by her response, as he detected no hint of insincerity on Qin's face, which made him feel somewhat ashamed. On the surface, it seemed that the worlds will had not meticulously selected the fated ones. However, the reality was quite the opposite. NPCs are creations of the world's will. If the world's will were dissatisfied with a player, it could easily prevent the NPC's favorability from increasing. Moreover, the selection of rare hidden professions also held its own intricacies. For instance, Lan appeared foolish and wicked, yet she possessed an unyielding determination for power, willing to overlook everything to acquire it. Thus, in her previous life, she became the god of the Underworld. Character was not within the purview of the world's will, especially as the world teetered on the brink of being engulfed by the gaming universe. It could hardly concern itself with the stability of the situation. However, the current circumstances have changed. With a certain individual intervening, the invasion of the gaming universe is bound to fail, compelling the world's will to contemplate longer-term developments. Furthermore, Yunlin had not lost the memories of her past life, leading the world's will to deem her as a person of significance. Yet, the truth was far more complex. The illusionary dungeon that Yunlin had entered was born from the collision of two universes. It did not belong to the 36 life star systems, nor to the gaming universe. The individual discovered Yunlin only after retracing time and finding the other players trapped within the dungeon, but they decided to retain these variables for the sake of amusement. Meanwhile, in the empire of the setting sun, Angel, are you here to kill me? Moss exclaimed warily as a large breach opened in the specially designed room he occupied, revealing a six-winged angel hovering outside, adorned with a radiant halo. I'm not here to harm you. Rather, I seek your collaboration. I have now taken control of the Vatican's Holy See, and the next phase of my plan requires your assistance. Time swiftly passed, and it had been 6 days since the dawn of the game, Breaking Dawn. Yunlin had reached level 15, and her profession as an enchanter had been elevated to a higher tier, unlocking the crafting method for return scrolls. She prepared to venture to a level 20 town to acquire skills related to formations. The town, akin to the novice village, featured certain NPCs offering low-priced life skills, with formations and magical technology categorized as part of life skills. Lucia, will you accompany me to the town? Or would you prefer to stay behind and tend to the home? Sister Chow finds herself in solitude, and it is quite dreary. I shall remain to keep her company. Lucia entwines her arm around the neck of the female sea siren boss, nearly burying her face in the latter's shoulder. The siren boss bears a name of Dragon Kingdom origin, Chao Jing. This is not surprising, as the ancient mythological texts of the Dragon Kingdom, such as the Shanhai Jing, also recount tales of mermaids. Chao Jing gently nudges Lucia's head, only to realize that she cannot budge at all, feeling somewhat awkward as she speaks. Lord of Sacred Judgment, it's quite all right. Most of the time, we are not at the base, so having Lucia accompany you is beneficial. Yunlin employs a return to city scroll, channeling energy to construct a teleportation array beneath her feet. The return to city scroll allows players to teleport to the nearest city, town, or novice village. The guild base is situated in a level 15 area, closer to the level 20 town. Chapter 65. Who is the charlatan? Lucia, I have suffered heartbreak, as the 5-second teleportation guide concluded. Yunlin materialized at the teleportation point of the level 20 town. The teleportation point was guarded by NPCs, requiring players to pay a fee of 10 silver coins to utilize the teleportation array. However, The NPCs paid no heed to the players who arrived. Upon entering the new area, the map updated. The game interface materialized, revealing the surrounding map of the town. The town was situated on a vast island, which boasted several level zones. Unlike the orderly arrangement of the novice village, these level zones were irregularly distributed, varying in size and level. The highest level zone on this large island reached level 49, while the lowest, at level 0, was nearby. The vicinity of the town encompassed a 10-kilometer radius of level 20 zones. In summary, the area was a labyrinthine complexity. The conditions of the surrounding seas mirrored this intricacy. In the future, as Yunlin ventured forth to hunt monsters, she would inevitably encounter other players, albeit that would still be a matter of over 10 days. She departed from the teleportation point and perused the wares of various shops, clearing the shelves of all available life skill books. Yunlin left some for other players. Having merely explored a quarter of the town, she purchased 5 copies each of life skill books pertaining to formations, magical technology, alchemy, and mining. Her rationale being that acquiring excessive quantities served little purpose, as life skills did not level up through books alone. Should she eventually find worthy companions among the players, she would not nurture more than 3. Furthermore, it was impractical for one individual to master all life skills. There simply was not enough time to amass experience in them. Just as Yunlin contemplated returning to the guild's stronghold, a voice abruptly called out from behind. "Young friend, please hold." Turning to see an unkempt elder NPC, known as Zhang San, a wave of recognition washed over her. What the? Zhang San? Isn't he the very NPC who deceived over 100 players? In her previous life, Yunlin had heard tales of an NPC named Zhang San in a neighboring town who had swindled countless individuals with notes on advanced skills. The notes were indeed authentic, containing detailed information, yet not a single person could comprehend the skills outlined within. It seemed that Zhang San had likely conned many NPCs in this town as well before absconding. The world will intervene only when selecting the fated ones, granting NPCs their autonomy thereafter. Apart from their inability to directly attack players, NPCs were capable of numerous cunning maneuvers. Yunlin quickened her pace, attempting to evade Zhang San. However, he was surprisingly swift, making escape impossible. "Old man, I perceive your remarkable potential. You are surely suited to learn my skills. Our destinies are intertwined. This notebook, which contains my insights on the Mystic Shadow Step skill, is available for 20 gold coins. 20 gold coins? Why don't you just rob me outright?" Yunlin's lips twitched at the audacity of Zhang San. She reflected on how exorbitant his demands were. Completing a level 15 quest in the novice village yielded a mere 1 silver coin, while level 20 quests in the town offered a maximum of 10 silver coins. Even when selling materials, the total would not exceed 20 silver coins. The most valuable material she had acquired was the scaleless fish skin, which could fetch around 13 gold coins, but she intended to keep it for herself, as reaching level 20 would enable her to craft a set of rare-grade leather armor comprising 5 pieces. Alas, dear friend, your words are misguided. My skill, Shadow Step, is undoubtedly worth 20 gold coins. Just look. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gentle breeze swirled around Zhang San, and his movements became remarkably enigmatic. Although his speed appeared unhurried, it created afterimages, clearly indicating he was deliberately restraining his pace. "Wait, what did you say your skill was called? Young lady, how can you be so hard of hearing at such a tender age?" "This is my self-created skill, Shadow Step." Zhang San gazed at Yunlin with pity, raising his voice several octaves. Yunlin refrained from clarifying, instead straining to recall what she had heard in her previous life. She remembered that Zhang San's deceptive skill was not called Shadow Step, but rather Wave Step. At that time, players had mocked those who fell for the trick, saying, "Wave Step is an ancient lightness skill, and in this age of dwindling magic, it is only natural to struggle with understanding it." "Old man, is your Shadow Step reliable? I see you possess extraordinary talent. You shall surely grasp Shadow Step within 3 days and master in 10. Zhang San stroked his disheveled beard, feigning profundity. Yunlin pursed her lips, feigning difficulty. "Old man, you see, I am merely at level 15 and rather financially constrained. Since you deem it fated, why not gift me, Shadow Step, to foster a benevolent connection? She was not wasting time. Rather, she felt a profound instinct that Shadow Step could be enhanced by divine power and would prove to be an immensely powerful skill. Yet, she would not squander her resources. Zhang San's lips twitched. How extraordinary to encounter someone even more deceitful than himself. He strategically cleared his throat. Ahem, well, fostering a benevolent connection is acceptable. But Shadow Step is the culmination of my life's work. How many coins can you offer, young friend? You need not mock me, for I possess merely 20 silver coins. If you find the price unsatisfactory, then it seems I am fated to remain estranged from Shadow Step. Yunlin's face fell, sorrow evident as she lowered her head. Zhang San consoled himself internally, recognizing that 20 silver coins were better than nothing. After all, the notes he had compiled were merely foundational. He could easily transcribe them in half an hour. It was unlikely this girl would truly comprehend them. Seeing her distress, he resolved to forge a benevolent bond with her for the sum of 20 silver coins. Yunlin retrieved a cloth bag from her spatial ring, tossed in 2,000 copper coins, and swiftly snatched the notes from Zhang San's hand, utilizing a base teleportation scroll to create a teleportation array. Upon witnessing the hefty bag of copper coins, Zhang San's lips twitched again. Wait, young lady, do not depart just yet. I have yet to tally the coins. Zhang San waved his hand in futile pursuit, but Yunlin had already been teleported away. Why do I feel as though I have been deceived by this girl? Zhang San scratched his disheveled hair. At the guild base, as soon as Yunlin returned, Lucia rushed over and clung to her arm, weeping. Master Sob, I have suffered a heartbreak. When did your romance even begin? Yunlin's lips twitched slightly. Lucia sniffed. A secret crush counts as a romance too. Chapter 66. Arranging the formation and proceeding to the level 20 area. What is this? Did Chao Jing reject your confession? In my opinion, you were a bit too hasty. You've only known each other for a few days, and it's perfectly normal to face rejection. Yunlin found herself somewhat intrigued. I didn't confess. It was Sister Chao who saw through my intentions. Lucia, with a face devoid of tears, clearly wasn't truly heartbroken. Yunlin pushed Lucia away with a feigned look of disdain. Your intentions are too obvious. Without genuine feelings, merely seeking closeness, how could anyone possibly accept you? I have genuine feelings. You genuinely desire to be close to Say, don't you? Yunlin rolled her eyes and stuffed the books on formations and magical technology into Lucia's arms. Let us set aside the matter concerning Say for now and focus on arranging the formation. The magical technology skill set is a reward for you. Lucia's expression changed in an instant. Master, you are truly kind. I just happened to set my sights on a few styles of toys from Blue Star. When I have the time, I'll modify them and present the finished products to you. Let us discuss that when you advance to a higher tier inventor. The length of the walls surrounding the guild base is 50 meters. To protect the entire base, the formation's radius must be at least 36 meters. And several different large formations must be arranged. Defense, attack, illusion, and concealment. Aside from defense and concealment, the other two formations need to be expanded. Otherwise, they would be ineffective. The enemy would already be at the walls, rendering the attack and concealment formations virtually useless. It is indeed a monumental task. Yunlin instructed Lucia to arrange the formation alone while she crafted condensing stones capable of storing magical energy. A single condensing stone, grade D, can hold 10,000 points of magical energy. These stones can also serve as energy sources for magical technology devices, making the crafting process rather intricate. With her current proficiency in enchanting, it would take her nearly 10 minutes to produce one. In the novice village where I reside, there aren't any particularly powerful players, so establishing a single attack formation will suffice for now. After some contemplation, she decided to activate only one large formation, while ensuring the other three were prearranged for emergencies. By the evening in the game, the two had finally completed the formations. Yunlin summoned the game interface, accessed the guild page, and integrated the four large formations into the guild's offensive and defensive module. Fire Feather Formation, Level 1 targets without the guild token entering the formation will be subjected to attacks from fire feathers. The current attack frequency of the fire feathers is twice per second, dealing 500 points of magical damage. Formation radius is 100 meters in a non-combat state. The formation consumes 10 points of magical energy per second, while in a combat state, it consumes 100 points of magical energy per second. We must expedite the leveling of the formation master. Upon seeing the consumption of the fire feather formation, Yunlin felt a wave of pressure. It takes 10 minutes to craft a single condensing stone, grade D, and yet it can only sustain the fire feather formation in combat for 100 seconds. Higher tier formations typically possess the ability to autonomously store and recover magical energy. Infusing the condensation stone with magical energy posed no significant challenge. One could siphon the blue essence from the wraiths, as they were incapable of regenerating their health, yet their magical energy knew no bounds. Yunlin filled 10 condensation stones, placing them upon the crucial magical sigils of the 4 grand formations, but she refrained from activating the array. After all, her ability to remotely control the wraiths allowed her to occasionally manipulate the formation, ensuring its efficacy without the unnecessary expenditure of condensation stones. Before departing, she crafted a token, a so-called guild insignia, which she entrusted to Chao Jing. Carry this token with you, and you shall be shielded from the array's attacks or influences, Yunlin instructed. Just days prior, she had discussed Chao Jing with her sister, Yunming, who expressed a willingness to accept Chao Jing as a pet. Given Chao Jing's commendable behavior in recent days, Yunlin deemed it appropriate to bestow the guild insignia upon her. However, Chao Jing remained barred from entering the guild stronghold. The azure crystal was simply too vital. Until Chao Jing was officially recognized as her sister's pet, Yunlin would maintain her vigilance. If only there were a way to expand the pet capacity, Yunlin mused. In the next moment, a rumor from her previous life surfaced in her mind. It appeared there might indeed exist a treasure capable of augmenting the pet slots. Alas, during her past life, she had barely ranked among the second-tier players, obtaining a hidden class only after reaching level 70. Hence her knowledge of the novice village and towns was primarily secondhand. In a neighboring town, a player had once been granted the opportunity to contract a second pet. Yet that individual, consumed by hubris and believing himself the chosen one, opted to bind a mid-tier boss, the outcome of which was all too predictable. She pieced together the whispers of her past. While this did not directly increase her pet capacity, it could still prove immensely beneficial. Though it wouldn't resolve her concerns regarding Chao Jing, the opportunity to contract a second pet would certainly enhance her standing. At that time, Lu Gu and his companions were merely at level 26. Once she reached level 20, she intended to explore the 24 to 28 level region and dungeons outside that town. Chao Jing, undeterred by her rejection of Lucia, gazed at Yunlin with a gentle expression. Thank you, Lord Saint's judgment. I will keep a vigilant watch over the guild for you. Indeed, Yunlin nodded, activating a return scroll to teleport with Lucia to the level 20 town, preparing to hunt monsters in the level 20 area beyond the town. I wonder if I might claim the server's top reward today. The level 20 area was known to host mid-tier bosses and adventure-level dungeons, which, following the typical patterns of online games, would undoubtedly yield the server's highest accolades. However, in her previous life, Dawn's Break had not secured a first place, thus casting doubt on her certainty. She retrieved a teleportation stone, Daybreak, casually selecting a location far from the town, aware that bosses would not linger near the settlement. The maximum teleportation range of a D-rank stone stretched 4 kilometers. It must be said, with a constant luck rating of 91 points, Yunlin was extraordinarily fortunate. Randomly teleporting, she found herself face to face with a boss. Quite literally, as it turned out, the crimson gold heterochromatic tiger, intending to enjoy an early slumber that night, was taken aback when 2 oblivious little creatures leaped onto its face. Roar! The resounding roar of the tiger reverberated through the night sky, causing Yunlin and Lucia to perceive it as thunder crashing in their ears, leaving their minds in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, after 2 days of development, Yunlin experienced a significant enhancement in his attributes and quickly regained his composure. He grasped Lucia's hand and activated the skill Shadow Storm, retreating at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, though displacement skills cannot carry others. Shadow Storm is not a displacement, but rather grants a brief surge in movement speed. Oh, Master, you are moving too swiftly. I can hardly endure it. As soon as they halted, Lucia collapsed onto the ground, retching violently. As a legless mage, she had never moved at such a pace, and it was only natural for her to succumb to the experience. Yunlin promptly returned Lucia to her pet space. Come out when you're ready. With the passage of time spent together, their exchanges had become increasingly casual. He then turned his gaze towards the boss. Golden Red Heterochromatic Tiger, Level 20, Intermediate Lord, Chapter 67. The Golden Red-Eyed Tiger, a beauty of numbers health points. 1, 0, 20, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 20. 0, 0, 0 Strength, 470 Intelligence, 485 Vitality, 510 Constitution, 480 Agility, 500 Burn Level 1, Burn Resistance Level 2. Talent, Dual Cultivation of Physical and Magical Arts, Grade B. Passive, inflicting physical damage on a target enhances the damage of the subsequent spell by 25. Inflicting spell damage increases strength by 25 for the following 5 seconds. Each effect has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Active, for 30 seconds, passive effects are free from cooldowns, and the effects are amplified to 50, costs 100 mana points, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Skill, Lord Exclusive Skill. Do you think you can kill me? When a mid-tier Lord monster's health drops below 25 for the first time, it instantly restores 15 of its maximum health and removes all negative effects. For the next 60 seconds, damage is increased by 75. The health of a mid-tier Lord is 2,000 times its vitality attribute, and it can regenerate 50 of its vitality per second. Its skill casting is swifter and its range broader. Level 20 monsters possess additional attributes, including abnormal levels and resistance levels. Certain monsters may also have stealth levels and counter-stealth levels. If the level is 0, it will not be displayed. The Golden Red-Eyed Tiger stands a towering 7 to 8 meters tall and stretches nearly 20 meters in length, a true behemoth. Its left eye gleams gold, while the right glows red, with fur that alternates between golden and crimson. Under the moonlight, the golden fur radiates a dazzling brilliance, resembling countless golden needles, while the tips of the red fur occasionally flicker with flames. Roar. The Golden Red-Eyed Tiger lets out another thunderous roar, its presence as the king of beasts unmistakable. Birds, animals, and even monsters in the nearby forest flee in terror. While other players might tremble before such a creature, Yunlin had previously slain numerous formidable beasts, including adult wind sharks reminiscent of the mythical Kuanpung and over 10 river dragons. Thus, any fear of wild beasts had long since dissipated. Noticing that the human before it remained unfazed, the Golden Red-Eyed Tiger felt its dignity was being challenged and became utterly enraged. Its red fur ignited, transforming into a roaring inferno. The tiger opened its mouth, and a fireball with a radius of half a meter formed instantaneously, crackling with explosive sounds as it hurtled toward Yunlin. It possessed a total of 16 skills, evenly split between physical and magical abilities. In the face of the Golden Red-Eyed Tiger's onslaught, Yunlin's expression remained unchanged, even letting out a few clicks of his tongue. Why wasn't he an assassin-type mid-tier boss? If it were, I could have several more powerful skills. Unlike players, monsters do not need to complete quests for class advancement. As long as they meet the level requirements, they gain advanced skills, with their foundational and ordinary skills also enhanced. Yunlin activated the effect of the heroic cloak, teleporting to the side of the Golden Red-Eyed Tiger, while simultaneously unleashing Realm of the Underworld and employing the effects of 3 other special heroic items, elevating his luck to 161 points. Now at level 15, her area of influence has expanded to a radius of 25 meters, rendering the colossal Golden Red Heterochromia Tiger boss unable to ensnare her. She merely wishes to prevent the creature from witnessing her graceful dance. Although the Golden Red Heterochromia Tiger cannot perceive Yunlin within the realm of the Underworld, it is still immobilized by the effects of the lavish special item, its mismatched eyes wide with astonishment. The compulsion to remain stationary enforced by the luxurious four-piece set is not a form of absolute control. The boss cannot evade it. After enduring 3 seconds of social mortification in her mind, Yunlin skillfully maneuvers while employing the God's Hand skill. Now, capable of engaging in simulated combat with her duplicates, she hones her combat techniques and awareness, allowing her to confront monsters with effortless finesse. Acquiring the skill Rain of Fireballs. Acquiring the skill Powerful Stomp. Theft failed. After depleting all 15 opportunities of God's Hand, the golden-red heterochromia tiger retains only 8 of its 16 skills. Roar. The golden-red heterochromia tiger's fury intensifies. Yet its agility pales in comparison to Yunlin's, and its ranged spells fail to strike her. It can only unleash its wrath upon the trees in the forest. Sizzle. Sizzle. In an instant, the forest is ablaze. Lucia, come forth and assist. Yunlin shatters several enchanted stones that provide a temporary boost to her attributes. Windwalker Stone, degrade upon use, increases total movement speed by 15 for 60 seconds. Tenacity Stone, degrade upon use, increases physical damage by 10 for 60 seconds. Low-tier enchanted stones can only augment fixed attribute values, while Yunlin, now a high-tier enchanter, crafts stones that enhance attributes by percentages. Moreover, 3 days have elapsed since the assault on the Pirate Guild, during which her attributes have significantly improved. Plundered attributes: Strength 336, Intelligence 330, Health 336, Spirit 332, Constitution 334, Agility 345. Her equipment has also been upgraded to superior quality at level 15, with her footwear boasting a level of 19. Additionally, she has absorbed numerous treasures that enhance her attributes. Player: Holy Judgment, renameable, level 15-0-0-5, Health 5390 mana, 3751 3800 Strength, 724 Intelligence, 374 Health Points, 469 Spirit, 370 Constitution, 454 Agility, 690, 345. One can only say it is a manifestation of numerical beauty. Were it otherwise, the Underworld deity would not be the most formidable profession. In truth, the Fated One's profession inherently bears growth attributes, enabling primary attributes to exceed double their ordinary benefits. Thus, the attributes of fated individuals are seldom low. Presently, Yunlin's maximum movement speed stands at 5.36, which, after various enhancements, can reach a staggering 8.57. The golden-red heterochromia tiger can only trail behind her in the dust. Lucia emerges to extinguish the flames. With a single tsunami skill, the inferno is swiftly subdued. The cooldown for the skill, Shadow Storm, has elapsed, prompting Yunlin to alter her strategy and confront the enemy directly. 2 phantoms materialize beside her, and in an instant, they vanish along with her. When they reappear, they are positioned behind the golden-red heterochromia tiger. A multitude of blade shadows emanates a chilling luminescence, illuminating the forest, while the ground beneath has been charred black. The sound of slicing fills the air as the blades wreak havoc, severing withered trees into fragments and inflicting numerous wounds upon the golden-red heterochromia tiger. Yunlin promptly activates the equipment effect of Death Dual Blades, teleporting onto the back of the golden-red heterochromia tiger and unleashes her talent, Rapid Punch, significantly amplifying her attack speed, releasing all damage skills within a mere 2 seconds. The tiger bellows in agony, suffering a remarkable 12 reduction in its health within those brief moments. The most infuriating aspect for it is that this human executes a full set of skills and then retreats, denying it any opportunity for retaliation. This is solid ground, not the sea. Yunlin has no intention of remaining on the back of the formidable beast for the sake of inflicting basic attack damage. The sensation of being rolled around on the ground by such a colossal creature is far from pleasant, a fact she is acutely aware of from her past life. With a level 4 poisoning anomaly, while the golden-red heterochromia tiger possesses a resistance level of 0, the shadow poison skill, enhanced by this disparity, extends its duration from 11 seconds to 19.8 seconds. Just as the poisoning state is about to end, Yunlin's next set of skills becomes available once more. Frustration mounts within the golden-red heterochromia tiger as it realizes it cannot contend with Yunlin. In a fit of rage, it charges toward Lucia. Do you have no sense of reason? I have kindly extinguished the flames and safeguarded your territory, yet you repay kindness with enmity? Lucia quips before entering the pet space. 4 minutes later, the health bar of the golden-red heterochromia tiger is completely depleted. Upon hearing the server-wide announcement, Yunlin's anxious heart finally finds respite. Chapter 68. A sensation among all players. Yunlin seems to have gone mad, achieving a remarkable feat by defeating a mid-tier lore monster at level 5. An extraordinary 10,150, 250, 9900 additional experience was gained level 15, 7, 65, sacrifice 10. 5 points of strength. The player, Holy Retribution, single-handedly vanquished a level 20 mid-tier lore monster in just 5 minutes, showcasing commendable prowess. As a reward, 20 attribute points were granted for free allocation, alongside an SS grade treasure card, Diamond 2, an SS grade special item, white gloves, and a note, insights on formation research. Yunlin initially twitched at the corner of her mouth. Although the previous server-wide announcement had drawn ire toward her, it lacked such detailed exposition. This time, it even noted the time she spent defeating the level 20 mid-tier boss. However, upon seeing the contents of the rewards, her expression shifted dramatically. Drawing ire is splendid. Please continue to help me attract more ire in the future. The server's first reward for level 20 is SS grade. Could it be due to the class advancement? Upon reaching level 50 and awakening the class, would the server's first rewards thereafter all be SSS grade? Yunlin boldly speculated while not forgetting to open her bag to examine the details of the rewards. Card Diamond 2, SS grade collecting hearts 2, diamonds 2, spades 2, and clubs 2 will yield an unexpected surprise. It seems quite similar to the hearts 9 cards. Is it merely a difference in the reward tier upon collection? In just 4 days, I shall reach level 20, and at that time, I shall see what unexpected reward awaits. Yunlin was already aware of the location of Fist of the Orphanage and knew who was behind it. Yunlin had recently been making quite a stir, competing with numerous players for bosses and dungeons in her novice village. There were many voices condemning her on the forum, rendering it unnecessary for Yunlin to expend effort in investigating. However, since Yunlin resided in the easternmost part of the Dragon Kingdom server and Yunlin in the south, a round trip would likely take several days. Yet, by the time she reached level 20, her mental attributes would undoubtedly surpass 500 points, allowing her to leave a clone to guard the guild stronghold. Recalling her thoughts, she continued to inspect the rewards. White gloves, SS grade lightweight. Passive total attack speed increased by 50. Timeless elegance. Active consumes 10 of maximum mana to activate for the next 10 seconds. The player is immune to all effects that reduce attack speed from SSS grade talents, special items, and divine skills below, and can still perform normal attacks even while under control. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. What a revelation. Attacking while controlled? Truly elegant. Yunlin promptly removed the shape-shifting mask and donned the white gloves, elevating her maximum attack speed from 442 to 663. She stored the other special items in her spatial ring for Lucia to utilize. Yet, Yunlin could not part with the shape-shifting mask, at least until the gamification of Blue Star. She would wear it to prevent her true identity from being unveiled by the laws of causality. She felt no hesitation as she tucked away the white gloves. After preparing to steal the Black Spade 9 from Yunlin, I plan to have the clone gradually remove the special equipment that exuded such extravagance from itself. I hope that the upcoming top server reward would include a special item that enhances luck. Yunlin utilized the Wraith talent skill to transform the golden red-eyed tiger into a wraith. Suddenly, Lucia exclaimed, "Stand up." Yunlin remained silent. Meanwhile, players across the server were left in utter bewilderment upon hearing the announcement. The Holy Judgment has reached level 15? The strongest player in our novice village is only level 12, and she defeated a mid-tier boss while being 5 levels under. Even more astonishingly, it took her less than 5 minutes. Wasn't it said that level 20 is a significant threshold? How could she possibly breach it? Ugh. My uncle's friend claimed that the holy judgment is absolutely invincible. This is utterly surreal. Just moments ago, we were celebrating our team's victory over a level 10 boss. And now you tell me that the holy judgment has penetrated the level 20 area? Oh, great holy judgment. Please open the guild application feature. I only need to join and take a screenshot before I leave. With that screenshot, I could boast for an entire year. Which era are the brothers above living in? Are they unaware of photo editing? Not only did the ordinary players react strongly, but the Fate Bearers did as well. The current highest level Fate Bearer is the Gun God, Yunlin. Apart from sleeping 4 hours a day and taking an hour to eat, she spends all her time grinding monsters and clearing dungeons. Yet she is only at 14 level with 10 experience. Despite being just 1 level behind Yunlin, the actual gap had already widened by day. Yunlin frowned slightly, clearly displeased. The capabilities of the Holy Judgment are indeed formidable. His intent was not malicious. He was merely feeling a touch of envy. Yunlin raised her gaze. She was indeed powerful. And so what? Did you wish to challenge her in a duel? Yunlin felt quite vexed, as Yunlin only spoke half-heartedly. My spear is meant solely for the enemy, and she is neither my foe nor an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. Yunlin continued to polish her long spear. Yunlin was momentarily at a loss for words. Fine, let us head in for the meeting then. On the other side, Yunlin was dining within the game world when she heard the server-wide announcement and furiously overturned the entire dining table before her. Damn it, she has grown stronger again. Due to the Dream God controlling the battlefield, her output was not on par with other hidden classes, and she had only recently leveled up to 13. I cannot allow her to become any stronger. Is there any way? Surely a way must exist. Yunlin's eyes were bloodshot, her teeth gnawing at her fingers as she seemed to be on the verge of madness. I must remain calm. While I truly cannot contend with the holy judgment, what about her family? Once her identity is exposed, I am certain I will uncover her weaknesses. Before that, I must gather more alliances. Yunlin immediately logged off and submitted her enlistment application to the military commander, urging her father to leverage connections. However, after her flurry of efforts, her application was rejected on the very same day. The reason was none other than the evaluation from Zhao Luman regarding Yunlin. Damn it! Yunlin was on the verge of madness, unable to enlist formally. The offspring of affluent families persistently believed that they belonged to different social strata, and she was compelled to remain in the military camp. It was suffocating, immensely suffocating. She felt as if she might explode. In the game, with a golden red-eyed phantom tiger clearing the way, and elite monsters of level 20 continuously joining the ranks of the phantoms, Yunlin found slaying monsters increasingly effortless. Additionally, she had pilfered several advanced skills from the assassins among the creatures. Chapter 69, New Skills. Bloodline Treasures, Divine Blessing of the Underworld. Buff increases overall attack speed and movement speed by 20 and enhances normal attack and skill damage by 25. Consumes 10 mana per second. Enters a cooldown of 5 seconds upon exit. Shadow Ambush. Generates 3 phantoms that assault the target from different directions, with both she and the phantoms capable of inflicting 200 physical damage. The phantoms created by Shadow of the Underworld can also generate an additional 3 phantoms, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Deadly Strike inflicts 500 physical damage on targets in a disabled state, ensuring death if the target's health is below 20. This effect can also be triggered if a boss's health drops below 7. 5, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Passive Anomalous Power of the Underworld applies to both poisoned and bleeding states, allowing for an additional layer to stack, increasing abnormal damage by 20 and extending the duration by 2 seconds. Blade of the Underworld hurls 3 blades infused with dark energy, each capable of dealing 200 physical damage, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Warriors, mages, and assassins, after completing their basic vocational advancement, each have 4 advanced classes available for players to choose from. For instance, warriors can become swordsmen, berserkers, brawlers, or gunmen. Mages can choose from archmages, elemental mages, battle mages, or summoners. Assassins can select shadow spirits, who focus on agility, star butchers, who emphasize explosive power and strength, hiders, who utilize hidden weapons, or blood toxins, who specialize in abnormal damage. Hidden classes typically acquire skills that align closely with two conventional vocational paths, allowing them to refine the skill forms. And some hidden classes can only learn and enhance skills from one specific vocation. However, the unparalleled hidden class can learn skills from all vocations. Yet, they are limited to a single buff skill. Once the first is enhanced, the buff skills for the other three vocations become inaccessible. I had underestimated the combat potential of the unparalleled hidden class. Yunlin encountered a level 20 mid-tier boss once again, dispatching it in just over 2 minutes. It seemed she could afford to take greater risks. She had already gathered materials to craft a level 20 rare grade set, alleviating concerns about not having gear upon reaching level 20. Thus, she resolved to venture into higher level territories. Yunlin summoned her map and recalled the rumors she had heard in her past life, searching for locations that might harbor powerful treasures. In her previous life, it seemed that the Feather Emperor had ventured south to hunt monsters, acquiring a treasure that could facilitate talent advancement. How high was his level at that time? The memory was too distant, and many details had faded. It was impossible to recall every single event with clarity. Was it level 23? Yunlin found a level 23 area in the southern part of the island, situated over 50 kilometers from the town. She commanded her wraith to slay monsters while she sat atop the back of a giant turtle, crafting teleportation stones. With Lucia present, she did not need to collect the spoils herself. The monsters defeated by her wraith could also be transformed into wraiths, though life drain could only be triggered if she personally dealt the killing blow. However, the probability of triggering it on minor creatures was relatively low, making the outcome inconsequential. As she traversed the basin, Yunlin suddenly halted her actions, for that familiar sensation had returned. Was there an extraordinary treasure hidden within this basin? Due to the unique topography, she retained a certain impression of this basin. Although in her previous life she had never heard of any opportunities here, she believed in the guidance of fortune. Of course, this guidance was not akin to a beacon lighting the way. Rather, it merely instilled in her a sense that treasures lay nearby, the exact locations of which she must discover on her own. Her companion, Lucia, seemed to sense something as well, grasping Yunlin's arm with one hand while pointing towards a particular area of the basin with the other. It feels as though something is calling to me from there. Yunlin paused, taken aback. Are you certain? Lucia nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I can feel the energy surging within me. It's undoubtedly a treasure that will facilitate my transformation. Upon hearing this, Yunlin began to discern the nature of the treasure hidden within the basin. Bloodline treasures, such as these, possess the ability to elevate monsters of the corresponding races to higher tiers. The greater the tier of a monster, the more arduous the ascent to the next tier becomes. And the same applies to pets. Furthermore, from level 20 onward, the areas ranging from level 20 to 29 refresh every 2 days, while those from level 30 to 39 refresh every 3 days. Starting from level 50, the refresh interval increases by 2 days for every 10 levels. There simply aren't enough bosses available to facilitate the ascension of pets. Additionally, once lower tier and elite monsters become pets, they can no longer advance in tier. However, bloodline treasures can resolve these two issues. Yunlin jested. Why do I feel that you are mistaken and that it's merely the result of your pent-up energy over the past few days? Lucia had spent her recent days in close proximity to Chao Jing, even clinging to her during their rest periods, leaving little time for anything else. It was precisely for this reason that Chao Jing was certain Lucia harbored ulterior motives towards her. Lucia shot Yunlin a playful glare. Master, you're so annoying. Yunlin rolled her eyes. In her view, Lucia possessed no charm whatsoever. Just days prior, Lucia's unrestrained demeanor might have stirred something within her, but now, no matter how fervently Lucia burned, she was completely unfazed. After all, she was far superior to her own clone. Lead the way, she commanded. All right. Lucia eagerly bounced ahead, her mermaid tail swaying behind her. With the escort of 2 mid-tier Lord-level wraiths, the pair made their way unimpeded to the heart of the basin. After defeating a mid-tier lore monster that was 5 levels below them, they received an additional 10 150 experience points, and sacrifice 10. 5 points of spirit. Level 15, 22-5. Following the defeat of the boss in the basin, Yunlin utilized her talent, Another Me, to create a clone. It was then that Lucia sensed the treasure lay beneath the ground, prompting the three of them to search for an entrance leading underground. Ultimately, they discovered a stone slab etched with magical runes amidst the underbrush. "Little brainwave, it's you," Lucia exclaimed, striking a playful pose as if to throw a pokeball. Yunlin couldn't help but twitch her lips. This sea nymph truly was. The claws of the golden red-eyed tiger wraith relentlessly struck the rune stone, quickly breaking the formation and shattering the slab to reveal a hidden passageway. Yunlin and Lucia ventured inside. After more than 5 minutes, they arrived at the ruins of a palace deep underground. The subterranean space was vast, stretching 4 to 5 kilometers in length and width, with a height of 100 meters. In addition to the architecture, there are numerous shattered statues of sea nymphs. Many of these statues have transformed their fish tails into human-like legs, appearing indistinguishable from humans, yet their gills remain beneath their ears. Lucia also possesses gills, though they are concealed by her long hair. "Master, I've found it," Lucia exclaimed as she discovered a sea nymph skeleton within an ordinary abandoned building, alongside a solitary droplet of water on the ground. Tears of the ancient sea nymph, grade A, containing the essence of the ancient sea nymph lineage. These tears can be absorbed to elevate one's status. Yunlin waved her hand to disperse the dust within the room. "Your tears can last for so long. Mine dry up instantly." Perhaps this ancestor did not wish for the ancient sea nymph lineage to fade away and employed some skill before passing, she mused. Lucia carefully stowed away the tears of the ancient sea nymph, her face radiant with joy. "Sister Chow will surely change her mind upon receiving my gift." Upon hearing this, Yunlin pursed her lips, surprised that this audacious sea nymph was so infatuated. This simply would not do. She reached into Lucia's embrace, retrieved the tears, and placed them in Lucia's mouth. "Do not let this infatuation consume you. Otherwise, I shall have to consider acquiring a more sensible pet. Are you not an inventor now? Create more devices to entertain your pets. It would be far better than getting entangled in emotional turmoil." Yunlin delivered her admonition, while Lucia beamed with delight. "Master, you touched me. How embarrassing. We are both women. What is the harm in a little touch?" Yunlin recalled Lucia's previous lament about not crying after a breakup and realized she had been played by Lucia. No wonder Lucia had placed the tears of the ancient sea nymph there. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. Lucia choked momentarily, the words almost escaping her lips, before hastily shifting the subject. "Master, I'm feeling rather warm. My tail itches." Noticing Lucia, akin to a boiled shrimp, her skin flushed and steam rising, Yunlin remained poised to strike. "So, that does not prevent me from delivering a proper thrashing. Then, Master, please be a bit forceful." Yunlin pondered what to do. "If I don't punish Lucia, I shall feel unsatisfied. Yet, if I do, I fear it may only please her." Chapter 70. Lucia ascends to high-rank lord and secures the top reward in the entire game. Would the management dare to punish her? First, a good thrashing. Then we shall see. Yunlin's fists fell in rapid succession, a blur of motion, yet mindful of Lucia's transformation. She refrained from striking her tail and only lightly pounded her arms, akin to playful banter. Lucia's tail danced with fervor, and their rhythms inexplicably synchronized. After more than 10 minutes, Lucia's metamorphosis reached completion. Upon summoning the game interface, Yunlin was momentarily taken aback by Lucia's current attributes. A high-rank lord, an S-class talent, and an additional A-class talent? Pet, Little Lu, high-rank lord. Talent 1, Song of the Siren S-class. Chanting the Song of the Siren. The melody transforms into notes that drift towards all nearby units. Non-allied units struck by the notes fall into a slumber lasting 3 seconds. Allied units receive a 20 damage boost for 10 seconds. This effect can only apply to the same target once. Costs 200 mana points. Cooldown of 20 seconds. Talent 2, Ancient Siren, A-class. Upon release, it can influence all targets within a 50-meter radius. altering the target's perception of oneself to become their most desired or trusted figure for 2 seconds. Cost 500 mana points. Cooldown of 60 seconds. Lucia's overall attributes have significantly improved. Her level 15 comparable to a level 17 boss. Her health points soared to an astounding 3,000 times the usual. Truly a formidable tank. Furthermore, her tail had now transformed into legs, a splendid siren now playfully admiring her newfound form. Master, would you care to indulge in a little play? Lucia beamed, tilting her chin towards Yunlin. As she spoke, she activated the ancient siren talent, causing Yunlin to perceive her as a reflection of himself. In that moment, Yunlin felt an itch at the tip of his nose, and blood flowed uncontrollably. When it comes to allure, Lucia reigned supreme. After all, during their simulated combat, Yunlin could never replicate Lucia's enchanting demeanor. However, once the 2-second duration of Ancient Siren elapsed, she immediately reverted to her indifferent expression, feigning nonchalance as she wiped away the blood and stubbornly remarked, "You can't do that." Lucia, with a playful smile, inquired, "Master, who did you just see?" "Take a guess." "It must have been Sister Yundream then." Lucia returned to the ground, bruised and battered, following Yunlin. "From now on, you mustn't use the Ancient Siren talent on me, or you shall forfeit your clone abilities." "Oh, all right. I understand," Lucia sobbed. Subsequently, after Yunlin crafted a sufficient number of teleport stones, he ventured to the level 23 area in search of treasures that could elevate his talents. The D-class teleport stone had a maximum range of 4 kilometers and could not directly transport to the destination. The intermediary area could not be of too high a level to avoid complications, necessitating a detour that consumed a considerable number of teleport stones. The Fountain of Life within the level 12 dungeon was A-class, and perhaps in a previous life, the Feather Emperor obtained treasures of S-class. Yunlin eagerly anticipated the transformation that would accompany the ascension of her talent to SS rank. A level 23 monster possessed attributes approximately 180 points higher than its level 20 counterparts. Yet for her, it merely meant an additional strike. Soon, Yunlin arrived before the entrance of a level 23 dungeon. Unlike dungeons below level 20, upon stepping into the energy vortex alongside Lucia, they did not immediately enter the dungeon. Instead, they found themselves in a chaotic realm. Dungeon, Grassland, level 23. Normal difficulty, 100 ordinary monsters, 10 elite monsters. 1 lord monster within the dungeon. Adventure difficulty, 150 ordinary monsters, 15 elite monsters, 1 mid-tier lord monster, with enhanced attributes for the creatures. Please select difficulty. Difficulty selection was only available for standard dungeons. Hidden dungeons invariably presented the utmost challenge for the current level. For instance, a level 20 hidden dungeon would be at adventure difficulty, while level 40 would be hard difficulty, level 50 warrior difficulty, level 70 nightmare difficulty, level 90 hell difficulty, and level 100 and above world difficulty. Naturally, Yunlin opted for adventure difficulty. The Grassland dungeon was the most common type, and she had navigated it countless times in her past life. Upon entering the dungeon, Yunlin immediately swept Lucia into her arms, leaping onto the back of a golden red-eyed tiger spirit. Master Lucia's eyes sparkled. "Don't misunderstand. I'm merely concerned you might be trampled by a rabbit." Suddenly, several red-eyed rabbits appeared where they had previously stood. The red eyes were not characteristic of the dungeon's monsters. Rather, these enormous grassland rabbits were driven by hunger. Although the dungeon was named Grassland, it was essentially a vast expanse of gravel, likely once a grassland that had been devoured by the gluttonous giant rabbits. The grassland giant rabbit boasted gray fur, and aside from its notably elongated limbs, it bore no difference from ordinary rabbits. Grassland giant rabbit, level 23, adventure dungeon. Health, 7,270 strength, 680 vitality, 720 constitution, 690 agility, 750 talent, speed, grade B. Upon activation, total movement speed increases by 50 for the next 10 seconds. After the duration ends, total movement speed decreases by 25 until the talent cools down. Consumes 50 mana points. Cooldown time, 25 seconds. Having just been chastised, Lucia was now considerably more subdued. no longer clinging to Yunlin's waist. Master, the rabbits are so adorable. Why don't we take them all back for a feast tonight? Sound good. The grassland dungeon was as ordinary as can be, and endowed with the experience of countless completions from her previous life, along with her ample damage capabilities. Yunlin subdued the plump grassland giant rabbit boss beneath her feet in under 20 minutes. Upon reaching level 8, players vanquished intermediate lord-level monsters in the adventure-level dungeon, achieving an astounding 400 additional experience, 409, 900, 100. Furthermore, upon successfully completing the adventure-level dungeon, Prairie, at level 8, they garnered an extra 450 experience, 450. Current level, 1548. They sacrificed 12 points in agility. Concurrently, an announcement echoed across the server once more. The player, Holy Judgment, at level 15, completed the 23-level adventure dungeon, Prairie, in an impressive time of 19 minutes and 31 seconds without sustaining any damage, showcasing remarkable prowess. Thus, they were rewarded with 20 attribute points to allocate freely, an SS-grade treasure card, Heart 2, an SS-grade special item, Mount Bell, and a notebook, Insights on Formation Advancement. Yunlin couldn't help but twitch her lips. Perhaps next time, you could also announce the details of my battles across the server. This is simply too provocative. As she anticipated, the chat channel and online platforms erupted with activity, inundated with countless messages. Damn, it's one thing to defeat a level 20 intermediate boss in 5 minutes. But Holy Judgment is no longer even pretending to clear the level 8 dungeon without taking damage. Who would believe she's not a cheat? Chapter 71. Lucia. Master, do you wish for me to serve as your mount? In truth, it is not entirely impossible. The game balance of Dawn of Daybreak is rather abysmal. The majority of top-tier players are still grinding in the level 13 area, while Holy Judgment can effortlessly conquer level 23 dungeons without sustaining any damage. Are other players even allowed to partake in a game? Where are the game developers? Why do they not step forward and address this? Many are unwilling to accept this state of affairs. Following the official announcement to vigorously promote the development of the virtual reality industry, an increasing number of individuals have entered the world of Dawn of Daybreak. From initial skepticism to the eventual phenomenon of it smells good, in just a few short days, players have begun to regard Dawn of Daybreak as their true second world. Consequently, numerous players feel that Yunlin's extraordinary power disrupts the game's balance, thereby jeopardizing their interests. This time, there is no need for any conspiratorial individuals to incite dissent. The internet became rife with calls to resist Holy Judgment, demanding that the game developers ban Holy Judgment's account, threatening collective abandonment of the game otherwise. In the case of a typical online game, such an overwhelming tide of opposition would undoubtedly compel the developers to yield. However, Dawn of Daybreak is no ordinary game. Is the will of the world required to intervene and clarify matters? The Dragon Kingdom's officials have come to terms with the situation and understand why Zhao Luyan initially made that suggestion. They have merely maintained a basic level of cooperation with Yunlin, purchasing some equipment of level 10 or so, without further investigation into Yunlin. Yet, officials from other nations are restless. In the United States, damn it, our nation's strongest can only solo a level 15 boss. Yet this Holy Judgment can single-handedly tackle level 23 dungeons. This individual cannot be allowed to remain. Otherwise, the future of the Dragon Kingdom will surely dominate the entirety of Blue Star. Have the infiltrators within the Dragon Kingdom's government relayed any messages? None. Ever since they began gathering information on the fated individuals residing within the Dragon Kingdom, they have fallen silent. Perhaps they have already been secretly executed by the Dragon Kingdom's officials. Curse it. Contact that angel from the Vatican and request the use of moss for a while. Boss, you mean to? He. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Good steel should be used on a good blade. What is the point of controlling a few small nations? The President of the United States remains oblivious to the fact that this decision will eventually manifest upon him. Setting aside the bizarre effects of various equipment and special items within Dawn of Daybreak, fated individuals do not reveal all their capabilities. Moreover, Once a fated individual learns a skill, what may have initially been a mediocre ability can be transformed into a divine technique. At this stage, bullets pose no threat to the fated individuals, and grenades can merely inflict minor injuries upon them. Of course, the President of the United States is unaware of these dynamics. As the two fated individuals who have joined the use government each harbor their own agendas. In the game, a mount bell? This era has introduced a mount module. In truth, Yunlin finds this unsurprising. The differences between past and present are vast and numerous. Mount Bell, SS grade passive. Utilizing this item does not occupy a special item slot. It possesses a spatial area of 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. Activating this ability allows the player to select a beastly creature with a death time of less than 60 seconds. Upon activation, the target is immediately resurrected and a pact is formed, transforming it into a mount for the player. The player may possess a maximum of 2 mounts simultaneously. These mounts will level up alongside the player. While mounts cannot learn skill books, they will autonomously unlock corresponding abilities as they level up and promote. The player may form a contract with a maximum of world-destroying level lord monsters and can dissolve the mount contract at any time. This action consumes 10 points of mana, with a cooldown period of 1 day. Yunlin held the bell, gazing curiously from side to side, utterly fascinated. Suddenly, Lucia spoke up. "Master, the siren does not belong to the beast category, thus does not meet the criteria for transformation into a mount. However, if you truly wish to ride me, it is certainly possible." As she spoke, Lucia's face flushed crimson, and with a shy bite of her lip, she turned her back to Yunlin and curtsied, swaying her newly sprouted tail. "Did I say anything?" Yunlin exclaimed, lifting her foot and sending Lucia sprawling far away. She did not seize the opportunity to claim the prairie giant rabbit as a mount, as one could only contract a pet once a day. Any leniency would only be afforded to creatures like the golden red heterochromia tiger. After stowing the corpse of the prairie giant rabbit in her bag, Yunlin noticed a trove of loot beneath it. Her gaze lingered upon a pair of shoes resembling rabbit paws. What a splendid find! Rabbit shoes, level 23, rare agility 68. When moving, there's a 10 chance to trigger a swift effect, enhancing total movement speed by 15 for 10 seconds. This effect does not stack, only the highest value applies. When on land, total movement speed is increased by 5. Requirements: level 23, agility 500. The Golden Chelsea can disregard the wear requirements for shoe equipment, gaining attributes and effects merely by association. Additionally, there were 3 other pieces of rare equipment, though Yunlin found them unsuitable. However, there was one intriguing item: rabbit claws. Fluffy and resembling adorable knitted gloves, they possessed a soft, comforting texture, perfect for use during simulated combat. Subsequently, Yunlin sought the game resources of this dungeon, which turned out to be merely a type of ore rather than a treasure. Upon exiting the dungeon, she continued her search in the level 23 area. To her dismay, despite having reached level 16, she could not find any treasures to enhance her talents. Was the treasure unripe, or was it not located within the level 23 region? Closing her eyes, Yunlin contemplated a possibility. Could it be that the feathered monarch encountered the treasure on its way to level 23? The thought intensified a feeling within her. Summoning the map, she deduced the most probable route the feathered monarch might have taken. Before long, she arrived at a cliff in the level 21 area. At that moment, a message from Yunmeng arrived. "Little Lin, it's quite late. You should get some rest in the game." The sun had just risen, indicating it was around 7 a.m., while in reality, it was 1 a.m. "Sister, you should sleep. I estimate I will need another half hour," Yunlin replied, as she was certain that treasures existed near the cliff, but searching would require a considerable amount of time. Chapter 72, Another Me. The talent once again advances. A tremendous enhancement. After replying to her sister's message, Yunlin gazed down at the precipice. Below, it appeared as an endless abyss, devoid of a visible bottom, invoking an inexplicable chill within her. Could it be that the feathered monarch, akin to a protagonist from a novel, accidentally plummeted off the cliff and landed at the entrance of a cave, therein discovering an opportunity? The more Yunlin pondered, the more she felt the development was utterly glitch. She surveyed her surroundings, but did not spot any rock goats or geckos, creatures adept at climbing cliffs. It seemed she would have to expend some teleportation stones. Previously, while grinding her enchantment life skill experience, she had crafted a considerable number of F-grade teleportation stones, which she had not utilized much in recent days, leaving her with a stockpile. With her high agility and keen eyesight, Yunlin quickly discerned a platform large enough for a single person to stand upon, calculated the distance, and used a teleportation stone to transport herself there. As she descended, the environment grew increasingly dim. However, both she and Lucia could unleash fireballs and other fire-based skills, briefly illuminating their surroundings. Sensing a touch on her back, Yunlin gritted her teeth. "Lucia, if you move recklessly again, I shall cast you down." The platform was quite small, only accommodating one individual. Thus, Yunlin would release Lucia from her pet space only after each teleportation, allowing the audacious sea demon to perch upon her back. Monsters capable of flight only appeared in areas of level 30 and above, though Yunlin's current damage output sufficed to slay level 30 creatures. She lacked effective means to deal with flying adversaries. Lucia's head rested on Yunlin's delicate shoulder, grinning mischievously. "Master, I cannot help it. You are simply too fragrant, and my body reacts instinctively." "Am I truly fragrant?" Yunlin mused, curious as to why she could not detect any pleasant aroma emanating from herself. "Indeed, you smell delightful." Master Lucia giggled dreamily. Ignoring Lucia, Yunlin teleported 5 more times, ultimately discovering a cave 300 meters down the cliff. She looked up at the precipice, exclaiming, "That feathered monarch had remarkable luck in his past life, but alas, he was a madman. Had it been any other player who fell off the cliff, they would undoubtedly succumb to the environmental damage. However, the Berserker class possessed a skill that could lock their health for 2 seconds. With that, Yunlin strode confidently into the cave. Lucia followed eagerly, her demeanor oddly cheerful, perhaps due to this being her first experience with a piglet, wanting to flaunt it to other creatures, or perhaps influenced by some video she had seen, believing that flaunting the piglet would render it more plump and perky. Within the cave, no monsters were present. As they ventured deeper, Yunlin's sense of foreboding intensified. Truly, this was a glitch trope of cliffside opportunities. Soon, they reached the deepest part of the cave. The walls were embedded with crimson crystals, which occasionally oozed strands of red energy, flowing toward a vibrant red plant on the rock face. Blood crystal, a grade this item can absorb the energies of the world, converting it into vitality and storing it. Players may utilize this item to restore health. Stored health 555-1000. Blood Spirit Herb. S rank nurtured by the power of vitality. Consuming it can enhance vitality by 50 points and allows the selection of 1 talent of S rank or below to be upgraded. How astonishing. Truly, it is a fortuitous find beneath the cliff. Even though Yunlin has encountered numerous treasures, she is still taken aback by the Blood Crystal and Blood Spirit Herb. She inflicted a wound upon herself, causing over 1,000 points of damage, and then retrieved a blood crystal to use. Each second, it restores 50 points of health. Moreover, multiple blood crystals can be utilized simultaneously. The blood crystal is, without a doubt, a life potion that can be replenished infinitely. There are more than 30 of them here, which explains why the Feather Empress has grown increasingly audacious. Yunlin gathered all the blood crystals into her backpack and then unearthed the Blood Spirit Herb. Before even taking a bite, she was met with an intense metallic scent. "Master, do you need mermaid milk?" The conspicuous Lucia appeared at the opportune moment. "I am accustomed to drinking milk before bed. I'll pass on the mermaid milk," Yunlin replied with a sidelong glance at Lucia. Lucia, noticing Yunlin's grand demeanor, hesitated. "Then, when you drink your bedtime milk tonight, could you share a bit with me?" "Drink your own," Yunlin retorted, snatching the spatial ring from Lucia's finger and extracting a pot along with various ingredients to eliminate the fishy odor and enhance the aroma. She ignited the flame and began to saute the Blood Spirit Herb. It is no trivial matter to destroy a treasure, and cooking will not impair the efficacy of the Blood Spirit Herb. Vitality 5. Vitality 5. Please select the talent to be upgraded. Yunlin squatted on the ground, retching. The Blood Spirit Herb, while seemingly infused with fragrant and spicy seasoning, released a potent blood scent upon the first bite, lingering long after. Trembling, she raised her hand and chose the talent Another Me. S-rank talent Another Me has been upgraded to SS rank. Another Me, SS rank I. Passive can consume 100 mana points to swap the positions of the clone and the player, with a maximum distance limit of level 2000 meters. No cooldown. I. Active create a clone that possesses 100 of the player's attributes, their talents, and all skills. The clone and player share the game backpack and experience points. The clone can select another profession. Once the clone becomes a hidden profession, all subsequent clones will be of that hidden profession, and the player can use the skills and talents of the clone's profession. Consumes 50 of maximum mana, cooldown of 30 minutes. After reviewing the upgraded attributes of the talent, Yunlin's eyes sparkled. This is equivalent to possessing a second profession, is it not? I have been troubled by the lack of a place to use the hidden profession Awakening Stone, Necromancer. Although she is an assassin, her primary attributes are strength and agility. The life deprivation talent has also significantly enhanced her intelligence attribute. Yunlin immediately activated the Another Me talent, generating a clone. Has the sense of smell been unlocked? As soon as the clone formed, Yunlin noticed this phenomenon. With a radiant expression, she joyfully fed the clone, for it pertained to her ability to advance more swiftly in the simulated combat. Should the clone unlock all its senses, she would gain the capacity to endure a doubled. Rather, to withstand a doubled burden. Furthermore, the simulation could elevate the sensory feedback to an astonishing 200, resulting in a formidable quadrupling of pressure. Under such intense training conditions, it would be a challenge not to experience rapid growth. The taste and touch senses were unlocked as well. Lucia gazed enviously at her two masters. How she wished for that. Shortly thereafter, Yunlin retrieved the gray orb that had dropped from the slain necromancer and offered it to the clone. The clone had awakened the hidden class of necromancer. Chapter 73. The Fortress of Defense. Heart-to-heart conversations among sisters as the game interface materialized. A translucent talent appeared beneath the Death God, class ability, Life Harvest, the Necromancer, talent prelude of the Undead S-class. When a clone utilizes awakening items from other hidden classes, it will replace the Necromancer class. The talent skill that piqued Yunlin's interest was Undying Undead. Undying Undead passive. The duration of the next feigned death state lasts for 24 hours. The clone's feigned death count is separate from that of the player. Recreating a clone will also extend the feigned death count. Upon reading the final annotation, she leapt up in excitement. This was astonishing. She believed that the talent of Another Me deserved to be classified as SSS level. If S level could replicate her innate talents, could SSS level replicate the equipment and special items she possessed, or perhaps create additional clones? Yunlin fervently hoped for the latter, as she anticipated acquiring more powerful equipment and special items in the future. Items she could not utilize herself could be bestowed upon her clones, which would yield even greater enhancements. Moreover, she yearned to experience what it felt like under six-fold or even eight-fold pressure. Regrettably, the previously acquired catastrophic skill, calamity, undead and undead sorcery were currently unattainable, as Death God's power merely circumvented the learning conditions for assassin-type skills and did not apply to mage-type skills. Furthermore, clones were incapable of replicating her class talents and exclusive skills. Upon becoming a necromancer, the clones' appearances underwent significant transformation. Their skin lost its color, and their already slender figures became even more emaciated, exuding a skeletal beauty. Yunlin did not disdain the appearance of her clones in this state. The clones were better suited to play the role of adversaries. The shape-shifting mask could only alter their visage, not their physique, and she had always felt that the previous simulated combat was insufficient. Of course, she did not relish being tormented by others. Rather, she enjoyed being challenged by different versions of herself. Coughing lightly, Yunlin took her time to log off, opting instead to use the base teleportation scroll to return to the guild stronghold with her clone and Lucia. Immediately, she discarded the corpses of two level 23 intermediate bosses, simultaneously activating the necromantic transformation talent a skill that allowed the transformation of living beings that had died within the last 24 hours into undead. She initiated the process. The transformation into undead differed significantly from that of becoming a wraith. Wraiths bore little resemblance to their original forms, whereas the two bosses, upon becoming undead, appeared as if their flesh had been hollowed out, their massive bodies shrinking considerably. Their vacant eyes gradually regained focus. With a low growl, the two bosses surveyed their surroundings, seemingly bewildered by their resurrection. Yunlin commanded her clone to activate the Undead Servant talent skill, channeling mana into energy and condensing it into 2 contracts. Agree to the contract, or face death. Upon hearing Yunlin's voice, the 2 formidable bosses shuddered in fear, their gazes darting towards her. Upon encountering Yunlin's icy stare, they hastily acquiesced to the pact, becoming the undead minions of her replication. They had no choice. The thought of enduring Yunlin's torment a second time was unbearable, and upon their resurrection, they had come to appreciate the preciousness of life. Naturally, they were unwilling to embrace death once more. With the presence of the replication and the 2 mid-tier level 23 lords guarding the guild's stronghold, Yunlin felt a profound sense of relief. Even if every player in St. Judgment Village were to reach level 15, breaching her guild's defenses was an impossibility. Yunlin arranged for the 2 boss minions to keep Chao Jing company, alleviating her boredom, before she logged off with Lucia, who was still boasting about her legs, and the little creature, Pippi. Upon returning to reality, she found her sister in the kitchen preparing a late-night snack. "Sister, why are you still awake?" Yunlin asked, wrapping her arms around her sister from behind, resting her head on her shoulder. Yunmeng smiled tenderly, pinching her younger sister's cheek. "I haven't had barbecue in ages and was craving it, so I couldn't sleep." "Huh? Sister, did you make this just because I mentioned wanting barbecue at noon?" Yunlin feigned disappointment. "You little rascal," Yunmeng chided playfully, blowing on the freshly fried skewers before feeding one to her sister. "Hee, sister, you're the best sister in the world." The 2 siblings shared a warm moment over their late-night feast. Meanwhile, upon returning to reality, Lucia hurried to the bathroom, borrowing a transformative mask from Yunlin. Shutting the door, Lucia chuckled mischievously as she donned the transformative mask to alter her appearance, retrieving her magical technological device she had crafted in her spare time. Then, no wonder the inhabitants of Blue Star often exclaimed about legs playing for years. What a sensation! After Lucia finished her grooming, Yunlin entered the bathroom to commence her daily simulation combat training. The feedback was a staggering 200. With her talent having advanced to SS grade, the replication had grown stronger, and Yunlin herself had made significant progress over the past few days. The exchanges were fierce, both she and the replication drenched in sweat. In addition to their routine battles, Yunlin had the replication mimic various creatures, such as the prairie giant rabbit and the jungle cheetah, to hone her adaptability against beastly bosses. By linking all the senses of the replication, she greatly enhanced her willpower. All in all, the 2 hours of simulation combat today yielded even more remarkable results than in previous days. To reward her efforts, she and the replication indulged in 2 glasses of bedtime milk simultaneously, a moment of pure satisfaction. It is well known that enjoying sweet beverages after intense activities like running is an exquisite pleasure, and this was no exception. She had even added strawberries and other delightful fruits, along with cream, to her milk, creating a new layer of flavor. Just past 4 in the morning, Yunlin finally returned to bed. As soon as she lay down, her sister enveloped her in an embrace. "Sister, you're still awake?" Yunlin asked, feeling a pang of guilt. Yunmeng lightly flicked her sister's forehead. Being curious about novel things is perfectly normal, but one must not become overly engrossed. MMHM. Yunlin felt her cheeks flush. Her sister seemed to know everything. How embarrassing. Let's sleep. Yunmeng understand her sister, for this is a common aspect of human nature, a fundamental need of the body. She gently pats her sister's back. "Sister, silly girl, don't overthink it. I've been through this. I comprehend such matters." Yunmeng finds it amusing as she senses the warmth radiating from the little head nestled in her embrace. "Have you forgotten? It was I who taught you those fundamental truths in the past." This revelation makes Yunlin even more bashful. I haven't forgotten. Although my feelings for my sister are purely familial, recalling those childhood mishaps still brings me embarrassment. Yunming tenderly brushes her sister's hair and softly inquires, "Little Lin, have you fully embraced your new identity as my sister?" Then, can little Lin give her sister a kiss? I see that other sisters often bestow sweet kisses upon their siblings. Like Yunlin, Yunming also yearns to receive more affection from her kin, devoid of ulterior motives. Many sisters even bathe together and help each other scrub their backs. She does not dare to wish for such intimacy, but a kiss on the cheek feels like a hopeful anticipation. Yunlin did not expect her sister to make such a request. Chapter 74. Open your heart. The Blue family's lackey pays a visit last time. It was when Xiang was merely 5 or 6 years old. She lifted her head from her sister's embrace, gazing up at her with a face full of anticipation, no longer fidgeting, and gently placed a kiss upon her sister's cheek. Then, she quickly nestled her head back into her sister's arms. "Sister, is this all right?" Yunlin asked softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. Yundream tenderly caressed her little sister's head. "Of course, little Lin, let sister kiss you too." "No, that's not necessary." Yet, despite her words, Yunlin was filled with eager anticipation. Soon after, she cupped her sister's small face and placed a deep kiss upon her sister's forehead. Sister reflecting on her past life, Yunlin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in her current existence. How delightful it was to be a girl in her sister's warm embrace. She gradually drifted into a dream, one that was sweet and comforting. In her dreams, many years had passed, yet she and her sister still lived together in warmth. However, how was Lucia there too? This sea, which was rather audacious, persistently urging her to create several little masters with some peculiar tools. Time swiftly passed. On the 9th day since the official launch of Dawn of the Break of Day, Yunlin was merely 10 away from reaching level 20. Over the past few days, she had thoroughly explored the level 20 to 25 regions and dungeons on the island where the town was located, discovering numerous treasures. Her talents, I Am a Pirate, and Rapid Punch, had both advanced to S rank, which was not merely due to luck, but rather because the vicinity of the town was replete with such opportunities. It is noteworthy that 50 beginner villages shared a single town, making the abundance of treasures in the town quite reasonable. Of course, her luck rating of 91 also played a significant role, allowing her to ascertain the general locations of the treasures. I Am a Pirate. S-rank plunder treasure. Passive when defeating a target. There is a moderate chance to plunder additional money and items. Not only stealing, but also robbing. Passive when releasing a theft skill. It allows for the theft of even more money and items, while enhancing the probability of the lowest theft skill. Life money. Active having spent ample time at sea, who has team-made mistakes. Where her health drops below 25, she may expend 25 of her total wealth to activate this skill, entering a state of invincibility for 5 seconds, while increasing agility by 50 and applying a 2-second immobilization effect on all nearby hostile units. No cost, cooldown time of 4 hours. Rapid Punch. S-rank punch like the wind. Passive significantly reduces the stiffness and recoil from close-range physical attacks. Strike, strike, strike. Active upon activation. Total attack speed increases by 100 for 10 seconds. Consumes 200 mana points. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. Targeted break. Active upon selecting a specific body part of the target. Each instance of damage inflicted on that part reduces the target's physical defense by 10, stacking up to 10 layers, lasting for 5 seconds. Consumes 20 mana points. Cooldown time of 5 seconds. The advancement of the I Am a Pirate talent to S rank greatly enhanced the amplification of the God's Hand skill, significantly increasing the probability of stealing skills and talents. Moreover, the skill God's Hand has been upgraded to level 3, allowing for up to 20 uses on a target each natural day. During this outing, I intend to acquire the talent of that individual from my past life. Yunlin's expression turned frosty. The individual she referred to was her teammate from her previous life at the Fengming group, known as Rich Sister. I wish to lie flat. Lie flat was merely an ordinary priest, yet possessed an S-class talent akin to an experienced baby, which exempted the experience calculation for party members, granting them a full 100 experience. This individual was not one to adhere to the rules. Initially, Yunlin merely sought to test her luck by searching for lie flat on the forum. Should she fail to find any leads, she would consider contacting the person from her past life who had investigated the Fong family for her. To her surprise, lie flat had already been posted on the forum. After finding a stronger team, lie flat had joined forces with them, leading to a betrayal of the original group. Yunlin reached out to the player who made the post and exchanged a few pieces of level 10 equipment for the location of lie flat in the novice village. Although it was not on her way to Yunlin, she did not find it troublesome. She considered it a form of travel. Subsequently, she entered a level 25 adventure difficulty dungeon. At that moment, a group of players, all at level 15, arrived at the guild's base. 9 days had passed since the server opened, and the first-tier players had gradually reached level 15, while the second tier hovered around level 13, with most players having just recently attained level 10. As for the 100 fated ones, the lowest among them was at least level 16. "Excuse me, is the esteemed Saint Judgment present?" A player named Song Yin observed Chao Jing directing 4 level 25 intermediate bosses with a gulp of apprehension. The other players were equally astonished. Is this correct? A level 17 ordinary boss commanding level 25 intermediate bosses? This defies all logic. Yunlin's talents and skills were calculated separately from her duplicates, allowing her to command 4 undead servants. The 2 bosses she had originally brought back to their former area were not discarded after their usefulness was exhausted. Chao Jing cast a sidelong glance at Song Yin and the others, sipping her fruit tea. "What business do you have with Lord Saint Judgment?" Song Yin rubbed his eyes, confirming once more that Chao Jing was not a pet, and there was no information regarding players in the data. Aren't monsters inherently hostile towards players? Without a binding contract, it was nearly impossible for them to coexist peacefully. Before him stood a sea which resembled the steward of neither Dream nor Illusion Guild. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be the case, but Yunlin was an exception. She was formidable enough to instill a sense of security in monsters, treating them as living beings with flesh and blood. Though monsters harbored animosity towards players, they were not fools, forsaking a bright future to clash with Yunlin. Song Yin tentatively inquired, "May I ask what your relationship with Lord Saint Judgment is? Is that truly significant?" Chao Jing's demeanor towards the other players was far less gentle than it was with Yunlin. "If you do not discuss your business, I shall consider you intruders." Song Yin hastily responded, "It is as follows. We are preparing to establish a guild on that small island nearby." This individual spoke at length, but their true intention was not to seek Yunlin's opinion. Rather, they were merely stalling for time. After completing a task, Song Yin received a treasure map from an NPC, and the location of the treasure was none other than Yunlin's guild stronghold. Their purpose was to ascertain whether Yunlin was absent from the guild stronghold, thus allowing them to dispatch assassins to infiltrate the stronghold and investigate whether the treasure had already been uncovered by Yunlin. If it had not, they would simply seize it. Otherwise, they would devise an alternative plan. Song Yin harbored another identity, that of a sycophant for the Lan family. He was indeed a subordinate of the one who had taken down Yuan. While he prattled on, 2 assassins had already circled to the rear of the guild stronghold, preparing to scale the walls and enter in search of the treasure. Unbeknownst to Song Yin, they were on the brink of an imminent catastrophe. Chapter 75, Reaching Level 20. Another trio lacking one Yunlin's doppelganger resided in the wooden cabin of the outpost, diligently crafting items for life skills and accumulating experience in these pursuits. Despite being a mere replication, it possessed 100 of Yunlin's attributes, with remarkable auditory and visual acuity. It appeared I had been overly lenient. She rose and activated the guild's illusion array. The guild outpost boasted 4 arrays, among which the illusion array had the most extensive area of influence, consuming 200 mana points per second upon activation. Had it been 2 days prior, Yunlin would have hesitated to squander game resources on these players. However, having advanced to an intermediate array master through the study of the notes, array insights, and advanced array insights, she was not far from becoming a high-level array master. Now, she was capable of deploying a low-level gathering array that could accumulate and store mana, absorbing 300 mana points per second, sufficient to sustain the operation of the illusion array. Although both the Gathering Array and Condensed Spirit Stone could store mana, players could only absorb that mana if the effects did not specify otherwise, as with Blood Crystal. Such mana was typically reserved for arrays and magical technological devices. Song Yin and his companions, along with the two assassins, found themselves enveloped by the illusion array, rendering them disoriented. Meanwhile, Yunlin led 40 Lord-level wraiths in swiftly clearing the dungeon. With the presence of her doppelganger and 4 undead servants stationed at the guild outpost, she had no need to retain any wraiths. It was precisely due to the assistance of such a multitude of Lord-level wraiths that she ascended 4 levels in just 2 days. Indeed, it was a matter of pushing through, obliterating any monster that dared to show itself, save for the bosses. The guild outpost lay far from the novice village, and return scrolls could only teleport to nearby level 20 towns. Yunlin could not chase down this group to eradicate them back to level 0. Thus, she resolved to ensnare them with the illusion array, waiting until she reached level 20 to free up a talent slot, allowing her to steal their talents before eliminating them, a far colder fate than merely reducing them to level 0. After all, talents represented the essence of a player. Without them, the future faded away. Treasures capable of plundering talents were not easily acquired, and the Lan family would not squander such treasures on a bunch of inept individuals. With Yu Huang serving as a vivid illustration, his corpse lay beneath the bridge, now reeking. At the moment Yunlin reached level 20, a server-wide announcement resonated. Player, Holy Judgment, surged ahead of all others, being the first to attain level 20, earning the reward of freely distributing 20 attribute points. Along with the SS level treasure card, Spade 2, the SS level special item, Black Suit, and the note, Enchantment Advancement Insights. Upon seeing the appearance and attributes of the Black Suit, Yunlin's lips twitched. It seemed that the individual in question had shifted their style rather than indulging in abstraction. Was this an invitation for her to cosplay as a hotel attendant? Black Suit, SS level efficient, passive charm 20. No one can obstruct my work. Consuming 20 of maximum mana is required for activation. For the subsequent 10 seconds, the player becomes immune to all forms of control effect from SSS level talents, special items, and skills below the divine tier, while also reducing damage taken by 20. The cooldown period is 60 seconds. The black suit paired with white gloves evokes the image of a mere service personnel. Yunlin does not disdain this outfit. Having worked in the service industry herself, she merely critiques the peculiar taste of the individual. In fact, she feels that this special item suits her quite well. Many a cool assassin in the movies dons such attire, exuding an aura of sophistication. The player, Qing, possesses the card, Spade 2. As she gazes at the notification window, Yunlin's expression grows increasingly solemn. Qing, Gun God, Yin Qing. It does not surprise her that Yin Qing encountered an event in the level 20 area and managed to complete it alone. A formidable fate-bearer must have reached level 18, making it plausible that they ventured into the level 20 area to hunt monsters. What she contemplates is that this individual truly transcends the ordinary. Yin Qing, in her past life, was the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom, wielding a long spear to defend the nation's borders, facing off against the formidable warriors of the Bamboo and Cherry Blossom nations, leaving no survivors. It was also she who quelled the internal strife among various official factions. Furthermore, she toiled ceaselessly on a cosmic battlefield for months, striving to carve a path of survival for the Blue Star. If there is anyone Yunlin respects apart from her sister, it is undoubtedly Yin Qing. Sister Yin, when the time comes, I shall offer you due compensation. Respect is one thing, but she cannot forego the opportunity to grow stronger. Meanwhile, at the Non-Dream Non-Illusion Guild base, Song Yin and others, upon hearing the server-wide announcement, feel a sense of relief. The Holy Judgment is still engaged in battle, and it will take at least half a minute for them to return. Everyone, do not panic. The illusion array merely clouds our judgment. If we close our eyes, clear our minds, and randomly choose a direction to run, we will surely escape the illusion. He reassures the other players in the team chat channel. Although the illusion array inflicts no damage, it does compel players into a combat state, preventing them from logging out to escape. It must be said that Song Yin possesses the qualities of a leader. even though he currently lacks access to array-type skills. He has done his homework and grasped the essence of low-tier formations. Unfortunately for him, he has drawn the ire of Yunlin. The moment Yunlin reaches level 20, she commands her copy to unleash the God's Hand skill against Song Yin and his companions. The copy can also utilize the Spell Carnival talent skill, elevating the God's Hand to level 3, reducing its cooldown from 0 for seconds to 0, 2 seconds, 5 steals per second. She acquires 503 copper coins. The equipment Scaled Gauntlets, the equipment Pearl Staff, the special item Space Bag F level, the special item Divination Turtle Shell, the skill Giant Wave, the skill Silvergrass Entanglement, and the talent Spell Leakage A level. In merely 4 seconds, Song Yin finds himself utterly alone. After the daily counts of over a dozen individuals returned to 0, Yunlin deactivated the illusion array. She stood quietly atop the wall, observing Song Yin and the others. The monkey boss's minions seized an assassin player in each hand and discarded them before Song Yin and his companions as if they were mere refuse. Song Yin, filled with terror, looked up and involuntarily shuddered upon seeing Yunlin. Although she wore a mask, he could not shake the impression that she was mocking him disdainfully. Saint's judgment. This is a misunderstanding. I do not know these two at all. When did I ever claim you were allied with them? Before he could finish, the Monkey Lord's minion hoisted Song Yin aloft. Yunlin continued, there are 12 of you in total, and I have stolen the talents of 5 among you. Quickly ascertain whether you are among the fortunate few. At her prompting, the confusion effect of God's Hand dissipated, leaving Song Yin and the others even more pallid. As they found their talent slots empty, Song Yin trembled violently. So, your day has come. It was as if he could see the long-lost Feather Emperor, taunting him in various ways. Song Yin writhed in fear, his body shaking with terror. Saint's judgment. I was wrong. I beg you, return my talent. If you restore my talent, I can reveal a secret to you. Upon hearing this, Yunlin understood why Song Yin had taken the perilous plunge into her guild. Evidently, he had learned about the existence of rare treasures within the cave through some channel. After all, the azure crystal was hidden too deeply. Had she not transformed the magic flute into a wraith, she would have never guessed that a secret passage lay behind the cave's rocky walls. Thus, the clue regarding the azure crystal could have been divulged by an NPC or perhaps gleaned from some event. A secret? Yunlin had no intention of concealing anything, for her guild's stronghold would remain here indefinitely. Regardless of how high the level, this matter would eventually arouse suspicion. Do you think I lack the summons to relocate the guild's stronghold? Or do you think I am what? Song Yin found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed considered such a possibility. However, the treasure map indicated that this treasure was at least S-grade, and thus he was unwilling to relent, hoping the assassin could infiltrate the guild to investigate. May your upcoming gaming journey continue to be enjoyable. Yunlin ceased her discourse with the group. A surge of gray energy emanated from her, penetrating the bodies of Song Yin and the others. A high-tier skill, necromantic sorcery. Although Yunlin had yet to complete her class advancement, her replica seemed immune to player regulations. Upon reaching level 20, it automatically completed its class advancement, allowing the acquisition of both mage and summoner class skills at intermediate and high tiers. She too could wield these skills. However, she still needed to undertake the class advancement tasks herself. Upon completing the advancement, her foundational and ordinary level skills would randomly increase by 1 to 2 levels, providing her with significant enhancement. Song Yin and the others suddenly felt as if their very essence was being siphoned away, acutely aware of their life force rapidly waning. Necromantic sorcery could not transform the target into the undead, but would allow the target to experience the process, making it an exceedingly cruel skill. 444. Cursed damage. Curses represent a form of abnormal damage that can bypass both physical and magical defenses. Holy judgment. What have you done to us? Yunlin did not respond, her gaze calm as she observed the demise of Song Yin and the others. Chao Jing, spectating the battle, could not help but swallow hard. The power of Lord Holy Judgment is truly terrifying. Just a single avatar can dictate the life and death of so many. The predominant sentiment in her heart was relief grateful that she had been deceived by that audacious sea demon. Within 10 seconds, Song Yin and the other players transformed into data code. Not even a single potion dropped. There was no way around it. The third level, God's Hand, paired with I Am a Pirate, S-Class, was exceptionally effective. She mused that the passive effect added by the I Am a Pirate talent, which essentially states not only steal, but also plunder, should perhaps be renamed to better to steal than to plunder. On Yunlin's end, she perused the requirements for her class advancement. Class advancement, Underworld God Task Requirements. Defeat 5 Intermediate Lords, 0-5. Complete 5 Adventure Difficulty Dungeons, 0-5. Visit NPC, Killer AI, to gain favor. Activate the large-scale event, Blood Feud, and achieve at least 50 participation to complete this event. Upon completion of class advancement, the learned basic and intermediate assassin skills will be upgraded by 3 levels. Goodness! The difficulty of class advancement for the Fated Ones has increased so much. Just the name of this large-scale event indicates that NPCs must be slain, and many of them at that. In her previous life, when Yunlin underwent class advancement, she was merely an ordinary mage. The advancement tasks were straightforward. Participate in the defeat of 1 intermediate boss, complete 1 adventure difficulty dungeon, and then enter the simulation battle space, where passing the assessment would suffice for class advancement. She summoned the game interface, shrinking the map repeatedly until she finally spotted the icon for Killer AI in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom server. Fortunately, it was on the way. Otherwise, she shuddered at the thought of how much money she might waste. Yunlin gazed sadly at her dwindling in-game currency. 230 gold, 10,086 silver, and 302,6882 copper. Online banking balance, 9999,9999. I'm still far too poor. The silver coins are only enough for 1,008 teleports. Having traversed the level 20 to 25 wilderness and dungeons, coupled with her constant 91 luck, the I Am a Pirate talent boosts the drop rate of high-tier equipment, while God's Hand allows her to steal from monsters. Yunlin sold only a small fraction of her loot, and even then at low prices to the NPC shop, in order to increase her favorability. Yet she had still amassed such wealth. Currently, 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 15 soft currencies. Since I can now utilize the skills acquired from advancing to the Necromancer class, I shall first explore the level 30 area. Originally, Yunlin intended to hunt level 30 flying monsters using the necromantic sorcery skill post-advancement, transforming them into her mounts. With a flying mount, many tasks would become considerably easier, such as traversing to the base of a cliff. Previously, after absorbing the blood spirit herb, the fortunate guidance did not wane. It was evident that opportunities still lingered beneath the precipice. However, at that moment, she lacked the means to delve deeper. Her delicate fingers danced across the map's every expanse, while Yunlin endeavored to recall her memories from her past life. Beyond the island where the town resided, in the surrounding waters, there lay a level 28 island, home to a rare treasure capable of elevating a 3-color peacock to a 5-color one. Did such peacocks exist upon that isle? She pinched her brow in contemplation. It seemed she would have to inquire with the NPCs. Over the past few days, Yunlin had successfully cultivated the favor of over 10 NPCs, most boasting a favorable disposition exceeding 50 points. She felt a burgeoning potential to become a female Sea King. Tasks received from NPCs were completed if they aligned with her path. If not, they were set aside. For there were no penalties nor limits on the number of tasks one could accept. Upon returning to the town, she conducted some inquiries and indeed discovered the territory of the 3-color peacocks. Just as Yunlin prepared to embark on her quest to tame one, a sudden realization struck her. She had seemingly forgotten something crucial. Ah, yes, she needed to make a trip to the neighboring town. Recalling her intent to seek a treasure capable of securing her second pet, she promptly turned towards the teleportation point. Next, she had to find NPC 2 AI, locate Lon Lon, and seek out Lie Flat, with no clear notion of when she would return to the waters. The clones were undoubtedly tasked with guarding the guild stronghold. Thus, she resolved to procure that treasure before setting forth. Along the way, Yunlin noticed several NPCs casting peculiar glances at Lucia. A wry smile tugged at her lips. This audacious sea nymph, upon acquiring long legs and a shapely physique, had donned an exceedingly short t-shirt and hot pants that accentuated her form tantalizingly. While everyone possessed an innate desire for beauty and freedom in fashion was a given, Lucia's incessant flirtations with beautiful NPCs and her audacious displays of her alabaster thighs were simply too much. Lucia, enough already. Yunlin forcefully shoved Lucia into the pet space. Despite having reprimanded her multiple times over the past few days, the results were minimal. Lucia peeked out from the pet space, her expression one of feigned innocence. "Master, please hear my defense. I am not flirting with beauties. I am merely exuding charm." Yunlin, exasperated, pressed Lucia's head back into the space. "Very well. Release all your charm in there before you emerge." Subsequently, Yunlin spent 10 silver coins to teleport to the neighboring town. In her previous life, the players in this town had a collective strength surpassing that of her former one. Luga had been level 26 at that time. After a thorough analysis, she promptly ventured into areas above level 26 in search of treasures. As she sought only treasures, she utilized her stealth and shadow skill, transforming into a shadow to evade all monsters, thereby increasing her search speed exponentially. Just as she was about to conclude her search in the third level 26 area, Yunlin stumbled upon the coveted treasure within a dungeon. Soul Fragment Stone. A grade sacrifice 20 points of mental attributes to create a soul fragment within this item, which can serve as a replacement for a contracting object. Such a treasure, Yunlin hesitated to use it for contracting her second pet, aware that as Blue Star transitioned into a game-like realm, an array of contracts would inevitably emerge. The covenant is inviolable, embodying the force of rules. The soul fragment can serve as a substitute for oneself in a contract, implying that one can breach the covenant once, incurring merely a cost of 20 points of mental attributes. However, upon reflection, she realized that this soul fragment is merely of a rank easily detectable by others, which could lead to an awkward situation. How utterly shameless for the most formidable player in the entire server. Had it been of a higher tier, Yunlin would undoubtedly have considered retaining it. An A-rank soul fragment appears to be suitable solely for contracting a second pet. She clicked to use this soul fragment, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in her head, followed by translucent wisps of energy drifting from her ears, infusing into a clear, amber-like blue stone. Gradually, a vague silhouette began to materialize within the stone. Yunlin opened the portal to the pet space, retrieving Lucia, and inquired what kind of companion Lucia desired. "Master, do you find me unworthy? Why else would you seek a second pet?" Ooh. Indeed, there was a tinge of disdain. Yunlin crossed her arms and silently observed Lucia's performance. Lucia immediately clung to Yunlin's leg, sobbing and nuzzling against her. "Woo-woo. Master, please don't abandon me. I can give you anything, even my body." Yunlin tugged Lucia up. "Enough of the theatrics. Decide promptly. I think Sister Chow would be splendid. She could serve as a healer. Are you just yearning for milk?" Yunlin rolled her eyes. "I'll consult Sister Chow's opinion, even if she agrees. You must learn to coexist harmoniously with her. Otherwise, I might genuinely contemplate replacing you." Though she had already promised to accept Chao Jing as a pet, she would have to wait until the game was fully realized in Blue Star to bring her into the Sea Realm, which would be in 21 days. By then, she feared she might have reached level 30, enabling her to find a better pet for her sister. Moreover, she had initially vowed that as long as Chao Jing performed well, she would assist her in leveling up and enhancing her talents and tier. She was not an unscrupulous capitalist. There was no need for such an extended probationary period. Furthermore, in the future, she would undoubtedly acquire more treasures like soul fragments. And with the life deprivation, talent continuously providing mental attributes, she could contract as many pets as she wished without concern for their potential benefits. If Yunlin were genuinely concerned about this, she would have long since discarded Lucia. Lucia pouted defiantly. "I haven't behaved inappropriately before. I merely viewed Sister Chow as a sister. There's nothing wrong with some sisterly affection, just as you have with Sister Yunriam." At the Dreamless Illusion Guild base, Chao Jing was taken aback upon learning she could become Yunlin's pet, only to be overtaken by ecstatic joy. She immediately bowed before Yunlin's replica. Lord of Divine Judgment, I wish to follow you. The replica helped Chao Jing up, producing the soul fragment and contract scroll. The contracting process was remarkably smooth, and Chao Jing became Yunlin's second pet. Once you enter the pet space, I can summon you from there. Chao Jing and Lucia possess strikingly different personalities. Although they may appear to belong to the same archetype of the caring older sister, Lucia embodies a more reserved allure, while Chao Jing exhibits a lively wit, albeit with a touch less vivacity. Her demeanor is characterized by a gentle understanding, in contrast to Lucia's boldness. Subsequently, Chao Jing, through the pet space, journeyed to the side of Yunlin and Lucia. Master, how may I assist you? Yunlin inquired with a soft smile. There is no need for such formality. You may express yourself freely, just as Lucia does. You are not my possessions. Rather, consider me a friend, she encouraged. Yunlin harbored no fear that Chao Jing would be led astray by Lucia, even if she were to adopt the whimsical traits of a mischievous sea nymph. The two would complement each other perfectly. Hee, Sister Chao. From now on, we shall be good sisters. Lucia seized a moment, linking her arm with Chao Jing's. Leaning in closer. Lucia, remember what I just said? Yunlin warned with a stern gaze. I know. I shall not bully Sister Chao, Lucia replied, sticking out her tongue playfully. A faint blush crept across Chao Jing's cheeks. Lucia, it seems I should be the one addressing you as sister. The truth of bloodline constraints lingered in the air, ever since Lucia absorbed the ancient sea nymph's tears and ascended to a higher lordship. Chao Jing found herself inexplicably drawn to Lucia's presence, shedding her previous reservations. Over an hour later, the trio, accompanied by their newly recruited member, the tricolor peacock, reveled in the cool sea breeze while admiring the breathtaking horizon where the sea embraced the sky. Master, this creature is quite unruly, Lucia remarked, nearly being thrown off several times. Yunlin, resting her chin thoughtfully, mused, is it possible that the three of us are simply too heavy? In a level 30 area, flying monsters were indeed expected to be weak, given their size. Otherwise, players would stand no chance against them. The contracted tricolor peacock boss, measuring over 3 meters in length with a wingspan of less than 8 meters, seemed imposing. Yet it was remarkable that a peacock could fly at all, especially with nearly 400 pounds of weight on its back. The peacock bobbed its head repeatedly, fearful that the three imposing figures upon it might spell its doom. After nearly an hour, they descended into a valley adorned with a sea of flowers. Sensing the presence of a bloodline treasure, the tricolor peacock became unusually excited, nuzzling Yunlin's arm with its head and gesturing towards a specific direction with its wings. Chapter 76. The multicolored peacock and the unfortunate hand of Lon Lon in this place. No monsters were present. Under the guidance of the tricolor peacock, Yunlin arrived above the bloodline treasure. Summon, skeleton. She activated her enhanced summoning skill, a modified version of the necromancer's ability, and conjured over 10 skeletal soldiers in one go. It did not take long for them to unearth the bloodline treasure. It was an enormous skeleton, nearly 100 meters in length, a testament to the creature's formidable nature in life. The tricolor peacock scampered over to the skull, and one must admit, the sight of a running bird was quite comical. Embedded in the forehead of the skull was a resplendent gemstone of 7 colors, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Rainbow Peacock Stone. S grade contains the bloodline of the rainbow peacock, capable of elevating peacock-like beings to a higher tier. With keen perception, the tricolor peacock grasped the rainbow peacock stone in its beak, choosing not to absorb it directly, but instead offering it to Yunlin, nuzzling affectionately against her shoulder. Through Chao Jing, Yunlin had come to understand why her pets in her past life lacked vitality. It was because she herself was insufficiently strong. Those pets likely sensed the constant threat of death in battle, living with a sense of despair. Indeed, in her previous life, her frequent pet substitutions were not due to fickleness, but rather the unfortunate demise of her companions in combat. This situation became commonplace after the game-like transformation of Blue Star, as the proliferation of various contracts rendered the ability to capture pets through contract scrolls no longer rare. Even master-level enchanters could create them. To put it bluntly, For players who were not at the pinnacle, pets were akin to expendable resources, ever ready to shield their masters from harm. However, in this life, her strength was formidable. Lucia, Chao Jing, and her future pets all felt a promising future ahead, thus brimming with vitality. Absorb it. Yunlin placed the rainbow peacock stone into the beak of the tricolor peacock. After more than 10 minutes, the tricolor peacock let out a resounding cry, successfully ascending to the status of a regional lord-level multicolored peacock, unlocking a plethora of skills and elevating its innate talents to S-grade. A regional lord signifies the most powerful boss unique to each level area. Following its elevation, the multicolored peacock experienced a substantial growth spurt, its length increasing from 4 meters to approximately 10 meters, with a wingspan surpassing 20 meters. Furthermore, its feathers became even more vibrant, and 5 long feathers of varying colors sprouted from its tail, transforming its appearance into one of exquisite beauty. If a multicolored peacock were to ascend 2 more times, might it not become the 9-colored phoenix? Yet, upon inspecting the skill tree, it was clear that it did not belong to the same category as the 9-colored phoenix. Yunlin recalled that among the most renowned world bosses of her previous life, 2 were phoenixes, the 9-colored phoenix and the undying flame phoenix. The 9-colored phoenix possessed a range of crowd control and damage skills. However, the skill tree of the multicolored peacock indicated a dual mastery of physical and magical abilities. Yunlin did not dwell too much on this matter. After all, the opportunity to elevate the multicolored peacock to the rainbow peacock's bloodline had yet to materialize, rendering speculation about its final evolution somewhat moot. Subsequently, she stored the multicolored peacock in the Mount Bell and returned to the guild base with Lucia and Chao Jing. After meticulously arranging all matters concerning the guild's stronghold, she returned to the town and teleported to the novice village where Yunlin resided. Shortly after her departure, Xiao Zhuo and another official arrived for a visit. The clone received the 2 visitors. What could be the purpose of their visit? Compared to a few days prior, Xiao Zhuo had undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing significantly more mature. Yet privately, she remained a devoted fan, sending her idle morning and evening greetings daily. Esteemed Saint Judgment, we have the audacity to visit you today to discuss a substantial business opportunity. Xiao Zhuo revealed the official's intention to extensively acquire the summons. Although the authorities currently possessed 3 fully fortunate destiny bearers, the drop rates of Yinqing and others paled in comparison to the steadfast 91 points of luck held by Yunlin. The trio of destiny bearers have been grinding monsters in areas above level 15 for 5 or 6 days, yet they had managed to acquire only 30 to 40 summons. Even with a multitude of powerful officials combined, they had barely crossed the 100 mark. A level 1 guild could accommodate only 200 players, making a little over 100 summons merely a drop in the bucket for the official side. It is crucial to note that the official military personnel and civilian staff openly numbered in the millions, with countless more likely hidden away. Not to mention the impending chaos requiring the recall of veterans. The number of official players must be at least in the tens of millions. Otherwise, even after the territory had expanded 100-fold in the previous life, the official side would still maintain order in the Dragon Kingdom. The clone of Yunlin raised her gaze. What price can your officials offer? She held confidence in her own strength and was unperturbed by the notion that the official side might develop more swiftly than in her past life. If the authorities proved to be stronger than before, there would be no need to contend with various civil forces or worry about incursions from neighboring nations. In truth, she harbored her own ulterior motives. This transaction represented a significant favor. Naturally, she would not part with too many. Presently, her bag contained over 300 summons, and she intended to sell half, reserving the remainder for when Blue Star transitioned to a more game-like state. She would maintain the previous price of 40 million per piece. Having only been 9 days since the official launch of the game, it was only on the 6th day that the auction house witnessed the appearance of the first summons. After 3 days, the price for summons had plummeted from over 60 million to just above 40 million. Agreed. Yunlin refrained from further ado, promptly retrieving 100 summons and stacking them into a small mountain upon the tea table. Gasped both Xiao Zhuo and the accompanying official gasped in astonishment. taken aback by the grandeur before them. Due to the display of attributes from extravagant items, the officials recognized Yunlin's exceptional luck. However, they had only anticipated her possessing a mere handful of summons. Saint Judgment, you are truly remarkable. Xiao's composure faltered, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Fortunate that the official accompanying her remained too stunned to notice her unusual reaction. Yunlin cleared her throat. I am willing to sell these at the price of 40 million each, but I have one condition. Upon the completion of the transaction, she secured the location of Yanqing. As a member of the Dragon Group, Yanqing was a primary target for official protection. Investigating his whereabouts privately would surely not escape the official's notice. Thus it was wiser to lay everything bare. Originally, Yunlin intended to exchange precious gaming resources, such as this summoning order, for Yanqing's card, Spade 2. However, Yanqing proposed a friendly match and generously offered the Spade 2 without any compensation. Meanwhile, Lanlan gazed at the 3, Spade 9, cards in her hand, her lips twitching in disbelief. Is this truly fair? She had also acquired 3 additional cards, the Heart Queen, the Club 8, and the Diamond 5, resulting in a rather dismal hand. Why is it that cards of the same suit and number cannot be combined? Chapter 77. The Chosen Ones emerge in succession. Soul Contract. Wu Lily, could it be that I have preemptively expended my fortune through the use of my dream-weaving ability? Lanlan, devoid of memories from her past life, remains oblivious to the truth of Dawn's break, and as the Die Fragment possesses a singularity within the world, she has not acquired the means to glimpse into the future. Hence, she cannot fathom that she has become a source of amusement for someone. In the United States of Beauty, the God of Angels, Luke, and Demon God, Moss have ensnared the President of the United States in their grasp. Although the United States is a federal entity with various regional authorities, the President wields immense power and terrifying wealth. The current President, a disciple of the exceptionally ludicrous, has amassed an astounding fortune exceeding $500 billion during his tenure through shrewd political maneuvering. Luke's rescue of Moss was a calculated step toward this very outcome. In recent days, they have leveraged the connections of the President and the intimidation of the United States officialdom to acquire numerous special items and treasures. The two possess as many as 13 playing cards, yet their hand is rather poor, leaving them incapable of forming a bomb or a straight in the short term. Just as they were about to admire their various treasures once more, a shadow swept into the room. I mentioned that Foul Pig appeared rather peculiar today. He was already under your control. It was God of Darkness, Layla. Moss felt a twinge of alarm, but Luke remained unperturbed, continuing to revel in the treasures. What is it, Layla? Do you intend to expose this matter? No, I come to join your ranks. So long as you promise to grant me the spoils after the demise of Holy Judgment, I will employ my talents and skills to assist you in infiltrating various heavily fortified locations in reality. Layla refrained from mentioning Moss's control over Yunlin because the United States officials had previously attempted to use a special agent to mentally dominate her and another Chosen One. She had escaped by transforming into a shadow, while the other Chosen One had been injected with the agent, which ultimately lost its efficacy. Thus, she understood that Chosen Ones could not be manipulated mentally by others. Very well. In the Dragon Kingdom, many Chosen Ones have been clandestinely cultivating their own factions over time. Among the top 20 forces in the previous life of the Dragon Kingdom, 19 possessed Chosen Ones. As a populous nation with a relatively high standard of living, data compiled by an unknown data mogul revealed that prior to the official launch of Dawn's Break, over 30 million game helmets have been sold, with more than 11 million players hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, accounting for 1/3 of the total. This implies that, based on player distribution, there are over 30 Chosen Ones within the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it, the first player to reach level 20 has been snatched away by Holy Judgment. Once I reach level 20, I will hunt you down in the seas. A youth with a sinister expression declared fiercely. He was God of Ghosts, Songhua. He beckoned, and a ghostly figure clad in a red wedding dress floated to his side. May I inquire what commands you have for me, Lord Ghost God? Come and sit upon my lap. A lecherous grin spread across Song Hua's pallid face. The God of Ghosts possesses the ability to transform slain targets into ghostly spirits. inflicting soul damage that can bypass both physical and magical defenses. The female Spectre was originally a mere NPC from a novice village. Yet due to the aesthetic sensibilities influenced by Songhua, she met a tragic end and was transformed into a ghostly entity, a testament to the brutality of Songhua. Aside from the unpredictable Yunlin sisters, the world's consciousness did not alter the selection of other destined individuals. After all, only entities possessing duality can be deemed complete. The existence of a destined individual like Songhua, playing the role of an antagonist, serves to inspire the growth of other fated beings. The ghostly bride trembled violently, as though her spectral form were on the verge of dissipating. When she transformed into a spirit, Songhua's malevolent whimsy compelled him to retain her memories. To serve her enemies filled her with immense rage. In contrast, Yunlin first ventured to the novice village area where her sister resided, taking her sister on a vibrant peacock to admire the breathtaking landscapes. Nestled in her sister's embrace, she soon succumbed to slumber. Yunming tenderly caressed her sister's face, lamenting, "Little Lin, forgive me for being so weak. Had I awakened as a combat class, you wouldn't have to endure such hardships." It seemed Yunlin heard her, nuzzling against her sister as if to soothe her. Seeing her sister sleeping soundly, Yunming smiled gently, leaning down to plant a kiss upon her sister's forehead. After some time, Yunlin's heavy head emerged at a teleportation point in a bustling town. Fortunately, my mental attribute is relatively high. Otherwise, I would not have made it here in a mere half-day. The interregional teleportation could only transport her to adjacent towns, and having traversed over half of the Dragon Kingdom's server territory, she had undergone more than 300 teleportations. Despite her efforts to alleviate the discomfort caused by the teleportation, only the initial few dozen attempts had been effective, and the subsequent ones yielded little relief. However, under such pressure, she unexpectedly comprehended the skill Mysterious Shadow Step. After being refined by divine power of the Underworld, it was transformed into Underworld Shadow Step. It was evident that her initial instincts had been correct. Underworld Shadow Step passive increases overall movement speed by 20. When moving at high speed, there is a 10 chance to generate an illusion lasting 5 seconds, which can replicate her own attacks and skills. The current skill level allows for a maximum of 2 illusions to exist simultaneously. Yunlin was exceedingly fortunate. Underworld Shadow Step essentially functioned as a permanent form of the shadow of the Underworld skill, cumulatively capable of delivering 5 times the burst damage. Upon her return, she resolved to express her gratitude to Zhang San and inquire if he had any notes on similar skills. With that thought, she shook the bell of her mount, summoning the vibrant peacock from her mount space to carry her towards the location of Lulan. Previously, Yunlin had added a player on the forum who had been fervently criticizing Lulan. This individual, without even asking for compensation, had agreed to provide her with Lulan's real-time location. The name seemed somewhat familiar. Lady Lily has arrived. Could it be that I recognize it due to game dialogue? Yunlin pondered her past memories, primarily focused on her quest to find a way to resurrect her sister after reaching level 100, rendering her knowledge of matters concerning the Blue Star rather vague, especially those unrelated to treasures. Lady Lily has arrived. Lily, Wu Lily, just as she was nearing her destination. The identity of this person dawned upon her. It is indeed her. Wu Lily possesses the talent known as Soul Contract. Prior to the onset of the game, this talent merely enabled players to forge contracts with pets without the necessity of contract scrolls. However, following the advent of the Blue Star's gaming transformation, the effects of the Soul Contract talent have been fully unlocked, allowing her to instantaneously create a myriad of contracts. Moreover, her contracts pertain to souls, imposing significant constraints on both parties involved, rendering them too fearful to breach the agreement. This remarkable talent has elevated her to a position of importance among the officials. Yunlin finds the name familiar, recalling the formidable contracting methods from her previous life when she obtained the soul fragment. She must devise a strategy to entice this individual back. Chapter 78. Gather Bombs 9 expands special item slots with Wu Lily by her side. She can confidently develop her own influence without fearing betrayal from guild members. Yunlin foresaw the future, knowing that after repelling the invasion of the game universe, A war would erupt among the 36 life planets to determine which world S would prevail. There was also the possibility of invading and annexing other universes. Developing a faction was inevitable. Otherwise, she and her sister would be overwhelmed by numerous matters. Establishing a faction would eliminate the need for her to handle everything personally, thus easing her burden considerably. At that moment, Yunlin was leading her team, battling monsters in the dense forest. This area lay in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom server, characterized predominantly by mountainous terrain and rainforests. Unfortunately, Yunlin was not in the miasma-filled rainforest today. Moreover, Wu Lily had specifically summoned a black cat monster adept at tracking and stealth to pursue her. Yunlin sweetly locatet Lan. The group was captivated by the sight of a resplendent peacock. Wow, this peacock is stunning. When can I have a pet like this? The players remained unperturbed. After all, the peacock's health bar was blue, indicating it was not a wild monster, and they assumed it was merely an NPC passing by. With the current relaxation of rules governing NPCs, they could leave beginner villages and towns for a period each day, leading players to think this way. The colorful peacock. A yearning gleamed in Yunlin's eyes. She felt such a pet would truly befit her. "Why is it flying toward us?" exclaimed one player. "I guess we're about to trigger some event." "No, wait. That person on its back ISNT an NPC." As Yunlin and her companions drew within 100 meters of Yunlin, they began to question her identity. "Who is she? Why can't we see her information?" Yunlin activated the active effect of the shape-shifting mask, which could shield against lower-level probing techniques and causality, making her initial insight skill ineffective against her disguise. Saint Judgment. It's Saint Judgment. The presence of 4 extravagant special items revealed Yunlin's identity. She used the shape-shifting mask because Yunlin had inexplicably targeted her from the start, leading her to suspect that Yunlin might possess powers related to causality. The realm of the Underworld god unfolded, plunging the dark forest into complete darkness. However, Yunlin remained unaffected by the Underworld god's domain. Numerous rainbow bubbles floated around her, displaying flickering images, evidently part of her dream god's domain. Although she was not hindered, she entered a battle state, rendering her unable to use teleportation items, such as teleportation stones. Saint Judgment, let us not act impulsively. Yunlin had anticipated that Yunlin would seek her out, but she hadn't expected Yunlin to arrive immediately after reaching level 20. "Initially, I shouldn't have targeted you. I am willing to offer compensation. Would 100 million suffice?" Yunlin remained silent, activating the effects of her 4 extravagant special items while summoning Lucia and Chao Jing. The Underworld god's domain could not limit Yunlin's senses, so the only option was for Lucia and Chao Jing to obstruct her line of sight. The ominous sounds echoed, but Yunlin found no humor in it. Instead, she felt a chill run down her spine. She was acutely aware that Yunlin possessed formidable thieving skills, capable of not only stealing equipment and items, but also talents and skills. Holy Judgment. Stop. I'll give you 500 million. Yunlin had invested considerable effort to replace her original talents with those suited for the dream god profession. She certainly did not wish to see her hard work go to waste. Seeing that Yunlin remained unmoved, at the very instant the effect of rub, the step of wealth, concluded, she unleashed all her control strategies against him. Wrath of the Underworld. In an instant, Yunlin broke free from the control, his hands continuously opening and closing as he activated the god's hand skill against Yunlin. He acquired 1,069 copper coins, obtained the equipment Golden Tunic, received the equipment Spirit Ring, and acquired the treasures card Heart Q and card Spade 9 and card Spade 9 and talent Hypnotic Pollen. After exhausting 20 opportunities, Yunlin wore an odd expression, for he had stolen 2 Spade 9 cards. It truly was possible to draw duplicate cards. Yunlin glared at Yunlin with fury. Although she was oblivious to what she had lost due to the confusion effect of God's hand, she knew that Yunlin had spared her life, which undoubtedly meant he was employing his thieving skills against her. Is it really necessary to be this ruthless? Indeed, Yunlin waved his hand. conjuring 3 flying blades to send Yunlin back to the novice village for resurrection. Subsequently, he depleted the 20 opportunities of Yunlin's teammates. The copper coin harvest alone exceeded 30,000, and eliminating these players yielded a significant amount of equipment and items, showcasing Yunlin's immense wealth. Stowing away his spoils, Yunlin leaped onto the back of the colorful peacock to seek out Wu Lily. Along the way, he produced the cards, Heart 9, Diamond 9, Spade 9, Club 9. A prompt window appeared. Would you like to synthesize? Upon synthesis, a server-wide announcement will be made. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunlin clicked confirm. The 4 cards in his hand soared into the air, merging before his eyes, and then a flash of light enveloped him. Player, Holy Judgment, has collected the cards, Heart 9, Spade 9, Diamond 9, Club 9. Reward, freely distribute 20 attribute points. Reward SS grade treasure, special item, slot expansion stone. Players are encouraged to participate in events and collect card type items. Special item slot expansion stone, SS grade upon use. It increases 1 special item slot. Each player may possess up to 10 special item slots and may use this item up to 3 times. Yunlin was overwhelmed with delight. Expansion items. He immediately increased his special item slots to 6, then donned the black suit, covering the ostentatious golden middle finger garment. Though his current attire seemed rather mismatched, it was certainly preferable to continuously displaying the golden middle finger. I'm somewhat reluctant to part with the golden ensemble. The 4 luxurious special items bestowed him with a considerable amount of luck, significantly enhancing his abilities. Not only did they increase the probability of obtaining valuable items through the God's Hand skill, but they also reduced the triggering probability of enemy probability-based skills. Meanwhile, at the novice village resurrection point, Yunlin's eyes were ablaze with fury, her fists clenched tightly, and her entire body trembled violently. Damn it, how infuriating! To think that collecting a full set of cards could grant one the coveted expansion of special item slots. Consumed by rage, she brought her fist down forcefully upon the ground. Sacred Judgment, you have stolen my cards and 2 talents from me. I shall ensure that you repay this debt 100-fold. Meanwhile, Yanqing received messages from Ingqin and the higher-ups of the official organization. Are you truly willing to relinquish the card, Spade 2, to Sacred Judgment? Collecting 4 S-rank cards would enable the expansion of special item slot. As an SS rank card, it could potentially expand 2 slots or grant even more formidable rewards. The officials were divided into 2 factions. The conciliatory faction hoped that when Yanqing surrendered the Spade 2, she could negotiate several terms with Yunlin. In contrast, the hardline faction insisted that Yanqing refrain from giving the Spade 2 to Yunlin